Meanwhile, on the route from the Holy Radiant Empire to the Angel Tribe, there was a similar narrow corridor. Although Zhao Chen wanted to ally with the Angel Tribe, as the saying goes, one should guard against the hearts of others while preventing their own intentions from being exposed. Therefore, Zhao Chen had made preparations early on. For a guest, there is fine wine. For an enemy, there are cannons. This battle plan is flawless. But it seems the enemy is also prepared for this. The 3 demonic legions that escaped during the previous battle are stationed at the mouth of this corridor. A few interstellar reconnaissance ships can sneak past without any issues. But our huge interstellar fleet cannot cross without alerting them, and setting up an ambush against the main demonic legion will be difficult. If we were to eliminate these 3 demonic legion fleets, they will surely notify the rear, and the fleet from the rear will come very cautiously, making our ambush plan challenging to execute. If we were to use the T for light-class interstellar jump ships we investigated before. Because the space near this corridor is in a state of constant cosmic disasters, the space is very unstable. It can only satisfy warp navigation and Stargate crossing. Techniques that require stable space like space jumps carry a great risk. Red Eyes cautiously reminded. Zhao Chen smiled slightly. We have considered this aspect as well. We won't use space jumps, we will simply charge straight through. Red Eyes was taken aback, then seemed to catch on to something. She quickly asked Lilith, how long does it take for the 10 demonic legion fleets to come from the demonic tribe's territory using warp travel? Lilith replied, 20 hours. Red Eyes immediately understood and excitedly looked at the Commander-in-Chief. Commander, your idea. Should we take advantage of the time when these 10 demonic legion fleets depart, unable to carry out quantum communication during warp travel? Within these 20 hours, we can wipe out the 3 demonic legion fleets at the roadblock location. Then, at a certain location, set up the interstellar warp interceptor for ambush. Lie in wait for the enemy. Zhao Chen nodded. His eyes sparkled with cold light. Preparing the ambush will take 5 hours. So, I need you to come up with an operational plan to completely annihilate these 3 demonic legion fleets within 15 hours. The Demon Clan, Military Star Harbor, which was originally on the border and rarely visited by people, has recently been swarmed by many demon interstellar warships. At this moment, there are a total of 300,000 demon interstellar warships parked here. These are the 10 legion fleets of the Red Demon Legion. As for their purpose for gathering here, there is only one to launch an expedition against a star domain called Warhammer that was previously inaccessible due to its relationship with the Mechanical Clan, but can now be targeted. And also to destroy a military organization called the Owl Dragon Legion. At a round table, 10 fleet commanders are seated. But it is clear from their positions that their identities and ranks are completely different. The gazes of 8 of them are fixed on the other 2 demon commanders. These 2 demon commanders are the commanders of the 4th Fleet and 5th Fleet of the Red Demon Legion participating in this operation. These 2 commanders look similar to the other fleet commanders in appearance, but their ranks are higher than the other fleet commanders because these 2 Red Demon Legion fleets are among the few equipped with T5 grade interstellar warships. And it is these 2 demon fleet commanders who are responsible for commanding this expedition. Have all the fleet squads assembled? Asked the commander of the Red Demon 4th Legion in a deep voice. They have all assembled. All the interstellar warships assigned to carry out the combat mission and the interstellar fleet responsible for logistics are all ready. We can depart at any time, the other demon commanders replied. The commander of the Red Demon 4th Legion nodded. Very well, then confirm the departure time. Contact those 3 losers and have them ready to receive us. When referring to those 3 losers, the commander of the Red Demon 4th Legion's words carried a tone of mockery. The others had no extra reactions, as if this title was perfectly normal. Because of the battle with Warhammer and the Owl Dragon Legion, the complete destruction of the Demon 23rd Legion fleet, and the significant casualties suffered by the other 3 Legion fleets. Based on feedback from the battle report, the fleet that defeated them had fewer than 30,000 interstellar warships. Although a T5 grade interstellar warship appeared, they could not accept such defeat. In their eyes, achieving this insulting result in battle made those commanders losers. In fact, their fate was already arranged by the Red Demon Marshal, and being demoted upon return would be considered lenient. If they did not perform well in the upcoming military actions, even their families would be affected. Such are the rules of the Demon Clan. The Demon Clan does not tolerate losers. I believe we should first send out a batch of interstellar reconnaissance ships to explore the route. The demon commander of the Red Demon 5th Legion spoke up, his tone more serious. Is that necessary? The demon commander of the 4th Legion asked. The king once said, never underestimate any enemy. The reason the previous batches of demon fleets failed was because they underestimated the enemy, failing to thoroughly investigate the enemy's combat strength, leading to the results later on. We cannot make the same mistake, the 5th Legion demon commander said calmly. My lord, you are being too cautious. This time is different. With 300,000 interstellar warships, along with your Red Demon 5th Legion and Red Demon 4th Legion, the expedition against Warhammer and the Owl Dragon is a guaranteed success. Yes, I heard they barely have any T4 grade interstellar warships. In the first battle, they even wiped out 15,000 interstellar warships with only 30,000. Hey, I guess they won the second battle because they put together an elite force. But this time, we have 300,000. No matter how elite that All Dragon Legion is, what can they do? They will be powerless. The demon commander sneered, treating this battle as a mere hunting game in their eyes. I still think we need to be cautious, the Red Demon 5th Legion commander spoke up again. Although the 4th Legion commander noticed some dissatisfaction, he coldly said, we'll go along with your plan. But don't take too long. From here, using warp speed travel to traverse that route and reaching the frontline base will take at least 20 hours. The Marshal has emphasized dealing with this matter quickly. Otherwise, if other Marshals find out about our defeat in battle, there will be pressure on us, the Marshal. That's settled then. Divide the travel path into 4 segments with 3 stop points in between. We send out 3 waves of interstellar reconnaissance ship fleets to reach a section, station there, and send us intelligence. We stop only once in the middle of these 3 locations. At this point, the Red Demon 5th Legion commander was interrupted by the 4th Legion commander, who said, your plan is safe, but it means we need to stop 3 times and initiate warp speed travel 3 times. Each time we activate the warp engine, it significantly increases our starship's energy consumption. Furthermore, after each warp speed travel, the engine needs a cooldown. This will not only increase our travel costs, but also significantly increase the time cost. I suggest we set up 1 stop in the middle. We only stop once in the middle. Upon hearing the 4th Legion commander's words, the other demon commanders agreed one by one. The previous plan to stop 3 times was too cumbersome, and the warlike demon clan leaders were very dissatisfied. Seeing this, the Red Demon 5th Legion commander could only agree. Little did they know, they could have changed the course of events that followed, or at least things wouldn't have been as bad. Unfortunately, they made the most erroneous choice. So be it. Immediately arrange for an interstellar reconnaissance ship fleet to sail to the middle section of this route and report back a safe message. We will set sail, anchor for 5 hours in this middle region, make contact with the frontline base, confirm no issues, then set sail again, the 4th Legion commander said, surveying the round table. Is everyone in agreement? The 9 demon commanders all raised their hands, and the Red Demon 5th Legion commander sighed and also raised his hand. Thus, their action plan was finalized. They would arrive at the demon fleet's frontline position in 35 to 40 hours. Note, the earlier incorrect number of Demon Legion fleets has been corrected. On the outskirts of the military Star Harbor, a T4 Succubus Glasslight interstellar stealth reconnaissance ship was closely monitoring the actions on this side in invisible mode. Captain, the enemy fleet is on the move. They seem to be preparing for pre-combat navigation. Suddenly, a subordinate reported loudly, keep an eye on them. The captain's heart immediately raced. She had already received her mission orders from the commander on this end, and she needed to relay the information back immediately after the enemy began warp speed navigation. As time passed by, the atmosphere on the bridge became tense. Report, several interstellar warships have entered warp speed navigation. An excited subordinate shouted. The captain remained silent, continuing to observe. However, strange events unfolded after 15 minutes. Although the subsequent Demon Clan interstellar warships were preparing for warp speed navigation, they had not initiated it yet. Over half an hour passed. What is going on? The vice captain looked worriedly at the captain, feeling uneasy about the unusual situation. Retrieve the visual records of those interstellar warships that were preparing for warp speed navigation just now. The captain ordered. Shortly after, the visual records were displayed. The captain looked at the several interstellar warships. Having spent some time undercover on the Demon Clan's side, she was familiar with these interstellar reconnaissance ships, as well as a few escort and destroyer ships. These are all Demon Clan's interstellar reconnaissance ships, along with several escort and destroyer ships. This should be the enemy's interstellar reconnaissance fleet, the captain analyzed. An interstellar reconnaissance fleet? What are they trying to scout? Could it be that they have discovered our operational plans? The vice captain expressed her concern. Frowning, the captain pondered for a moment. Intensify our intrusion into the enemy's communication network, increase the frequency, especially towards the enemy's flagship and main interstellar warships. But in doing so, we might increase the chances of our exposure. The vice captain reminded her. Being in enemy territory, getting discovered would have dire consequences. This concerns the commander and our exalted Dragon Legion's operational plans. Execute the orders, the captain said firmly. With the intrusion into the enemy's communication network, the atmosphere on the bridge became very quiet. Everyone moved lighter, spoke softer, and even breathed more lightly. Though they knew their behavior would not expose the interstellar warships, it became a subconscious response. Time ticked by slowly. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, 5 hours. Finally, a crew member exclaimed, "We found it! We found it!" Without waiting for the report, the captain and the vice captain immediately approached the crew member's workstation, looking at the intercepted Demon Clan communication content. The contents described the actions of 10 Crimson Demon Legion fleets, dispatching a fleet of interstellar reconnaissance ships to arrive at the midpoint of the route, where the 10 Crimson Demon Legion fleets would depart after receiving the safe message and halt at this midpoint station for 5 hours. The vice captain sighed in relief. So that's what it is. Finally got it figured out. Oh no. The captain's expression became solemn. She immediately ordered, cease the communication interception with the enemy, sail to a safe location, and contact the homeland immediately. What's wrong with the captain? The vice captain observed the captain's increased solemnity. The captain said, I did not expect the Demon Clan commander to be so cautious. Instead of sailing directly to the target location, they chose to pause at this route. This means that the commander's original operational plan cannot be carried out. Once they reach this middle position and cannot contact the 3 demon legions, they will surely be more cautious and change their original sailing plan. If they make contact, it means the 3 demon legions have not been wiped out by our exalted Dragon Legion. The subsequent ambush plan cannot proceed. Realizing the implications, the vice captain understood that the commander's planned operation could no longer be executed. What should we do? Should we inform the commander to cancel this operational plan? She inquired. This matter is too crucial, and I cannot make the decision on my own. We must inform the commander and wait for further instructions, the captain sighed. Initially, the operational plan appeared promising, but now it could not be carried out due to this incident. Although it seemed like the termination of a single operational plan, it indicated that the exalted Dragon Legion would face a direct confrontation with 300,000 Demon Clan interstellar warships. She believed the exalted Dragon Legion would not fear the enemy, yet it meant they would incur higher casualties in this frontal battle scenario nobody wanted to witness. As time ticked by, every moment felt unbearably long for the captain. Finally, the T for Succubus Glasslight interstellar stealth reconnaissance ship sailed to a safe location, transmitting a quantum message to the homeland, detailing the current situation. The next step was to wait for the commander's plan. And so, they waited. Waiting was always the most agonizing part until a response came from the homeland. The reply was succinct, inquiring whether it was confirmed that the enemy's 10 Crimson Demon Legion fleets would pause for 5 hours at the midpoint location. If confirmed, proceed with the original plan and broadcast the message when the 10 Crimson Demon Legion fleets depart. Does the commander still want to carry out the original plan? The vice captain was shocked, covering her mouth in surprise. The captain pondered, speaking firmly, the commander and the other leaders are willing to take the risk. If the enemy departs from the midpoint, it gives us 10 hours to annihilate the 3 demon legions, set up the ambush, and proceed with the original plan. But we only know that the enemy will pause for 5 hours at the midpoint. How can we be certain it will be exactly 5 hours? Unlike now, we can't monitor when they will depart. Who knows when they will set off after the midpoint stop? If our exalted Dragon Legion strikes prematurely, won't the enemy be alerted, disrupting the subsequent ambush plan? The vice captain raised valid concerns. Nodding in agreement, the captain admitted, "You are right about all these considerations. I believe the commander must be ready to gamble. It's a gamble on the luck of our exalted dragon. T5 Underworld-class interstellar invincible battleship. Bridge, since we've decided to continue with this operational objective, first we need to determine one thing: at what time to launch the attack after receiving news of the enemy's main fleet departure." Zhao Chen looked at the holographic projections of the female commanders. Due to the sudden news from the T for Succubus Glasslight stealth interstellar reconnaissance ship ahead, their original operational plans had all been disrupted. The most important thing was the timing of the attack. To continue with the original operational plans, the timing of this attack was crucial. Charlotte raised her hand and displayed a holographic star-mapped sandbox centered around that narrow corridor. Assuming the enemy's designated midway stopping point is located right at the midpoint of this 20-hour journey, meaning that after receiving the safety message from the Advanced Interstellar Reconnaissance Ship Fleet, the Demon Race's 300,000 interstellar warships would arrive at this position after 10 hours of travel. According to our intel, the Demon Race's 300,000 interstellar warships will stay here for 5 hours. After 5 hours, they will depart and travel another 10 hours to the positions occupied by the 3 Demon Legions. Charlotte marked 3 positions on this narrow corridor. Then, she marked a red dot near their side of the corridor. This is the ambush location we originally planned, and an excellent spot for an ambush. In the original operational plans, preparing for an ambush would require 5 hours. Earlier, we had 20 hours of operational time, which was sufficient. But now, we only have 10 hours or even less. We must modify the original operational plans. We must buy time. Zhao Chen nodded, pointing to the stronghold where the Demon Race had 3 legions stationed. Here are 60,000 Demon Race interstellar warships. The original plan was to eliminate them within 15 hours. Now, can we compress the time? We can compress the time. If all 10 Dragon Legion forces are mobilized, we should be able to end the battle within 5 hours. Shen Bing said, "No, we need to consider post-battle restocking. While deploying all 10 Dragon Legions might allow us to completely wipe out the 60,000 Demon Race interstellar warships within 5 hours, the subsequent restocking and rushing to the ambush site will be significantly affected." Su Lan shook her head, pointing out the issue. "Who says we must completely wipe out these 60,000 Demon Race interstellar warships?" Chu Zhuan spoke up at this moment, pointing at the Demon Race stronghold. "We can totally open up a path and leave some Legion fleets to engage in combat with these 60,000 Demon Race interstellar warships. The remaining Dragon Legions can preserve strength and rush to set up ambush at the ambush site." Chu Zhuan's suggestion opened up a new idea for everyone. "So, now there's a decision to be made. Who will execute this battle mission?" Zhao Chen asked solemnly. Chu Zhuan's description was simple. However, the most challenging aspect was how many Dragon Legions to send to execute this mission, whether they could break through the enemy lines within the time limit and open up a path for the other Dragon Legions. Sending too many legions would affect the combat power for the subsequent ambush operation. Sending too few would risk not being able to break through the enemy lines quickly, jeopardizing all subsequent battle plans. For this mission to breach the enemy lines, no more than 2 Legion fleets should be dispatched. Otherwise, even if the subsequent operational plans go smoothly, ambushing the enemy's 300,000 interstellar warships without sufficient Dragon Legions would render it impossible to achieve the best encirclement effect. Also, the T5 Underworld-class interstellar invincible battleship and the 2 special task forces must be saved for the ambush battle. I believe that in terms of timing, our attack cannot be precisely timed to the enemy's departure at the 15th hour. We need to reserve an hour. So, we have only 9 hours left. Setting up ambush measures takes 5 hours. This task requires the Legion fleets executing it to breach a path at the enemy's stronghold within 4 hours. Charlotte stated seriously. Charlotte's precondition here meant that this mission's difficulty was exceptionally high. 2 Dragon Legions, 6,000 interstellar warships. In the face of 60,000 enemy interstellar warships, they needed to break through a defense line within 4 hours. "Commander, I'll take on this mission." Chitong raised her hand. Medusa also raised her hand. "Count my 6th Legion in." At this point, Sulan raised her hand and added, "My Legion fleet is equipped with more carrier starships than the other Legion fleets and excels in using interstellar drones and fighters. We can more effectively break through a path and ensure the stability of this path." Sulan's words were well received by everyone. Interstellar drones and fighters may appear less ferocious compared to interstellar warships, but they held a significant advantage: long-lasting combat capability. After completing a round of combat missions and exhausting nearly half of their ammunition and energy, interstellar drones and fighters could return to the mothership for resupply and quickly re-enter the battle. In this scenario, as long as the carrier starships ensured the safety of their mothership, they could act as a mobile military port fortress, providing continuous assistance to the battlefield. Charlotte nodded, seemingly agreeing with Sulan's statement. She then looked at Chitong and Medusa before making a decision. Chitong has superior battlefield command capabilities and leans towards offensive tactics. Therefore, Chitong's 2nd Dragon Legion and Sulan's 4th Dragon Legion would be more suitable working together. Hearing this arrangement, Medusa did not object further, as the reasoning was apt. Zhao Chen looked seriously at Chitong and Sulan. "Your mission is to breach the stronghold of 60,000 demon interstellar warships within 4 hours and ensure an unimpeded path within an hour. This mission for you too is extremely challenging. Can you accomplish it?" Chitong and Sulan simultaneously replied, "Please rest assured, Commander, we guarantee the completion of the mission." Zhao Chen nodded, looking at the two women. "Then it's up to you." After receiving the news of the enemy fleet's departure from the T for Succubus, launch the attack 16 hours later. "Understood. Understood." Zhao Chen then turned to the other female commanders. "Prepare your respective Legion fleets. Charlotte, you are in charge of mobilizing 8 Legion fleets to ensure that after the 2nd and 4th Dragon Legions break through the path, all interstellar warships can smoothly navigate through within an hour. Lily, you must ensure that within 5 hours after we reach the ambush site, the shorter the time, the better. Prepare for the ambush." "Yes." With the commander's orders, the difficulty of this battle escalated significantly. No one could guarantee whether this battle would be successfully completed. And the next thing is a long period of waiting. In front of the Devil Tribe's stronghold, more than 30,000 all-Dragon-class interstellar battleships are lurking here. Although the Devil Tribe interstellar battleships occasionally patrol the area, the T for Succubus Glasslight interstellar stealth reconnaissance ship lurking in this area can timely transmit information and allow the Owl Dragon Legion to successfully evade enemy reconnaissance. This directly led to the 3 Devil commanders at the stronghold not noticing the lurking danger beneath them. Owl Dragon's 2nd Legion flagship's bridge. "Then we will proceed according to this action plan." Scarlet Eyes looked at the holographic image of Sulan next to her. Sulan nodded. "All right, that's it." After speaking, Sulan looked at Scarlet Eyes with a strange look. "What's wrong? Do you have any questions?" Scarlet Eyes looked at Sulan. "Well, asking this now may not be appropriate. But when facing the Devil Tribe and being able to come up with such an excellent battle plan, do you not have any?" Sulan cautiously asked. Scarlet Eyes smiled slightly and calmly said, "Perhaps in your eyes, the Devil Tribe are my kin. That's because you simply don't understand the Devil Tribe. Although I don't know much about the Devil Tribe myself, after all, when our tribe's ancestors escaped from the Devil Tribe, I was still young. But from the words of my elders and parents, I understand. In fact, the Devil Tribe can be considered a kind of alliance, somewhat similar to the Warhammer. There is a huge difference in individual appearances, to the point where you can hardly believe they are from the same race. Legend has it that, before the Devil Tribe existed, these were just groups in different star systems. It was under the leadership of the first Demon King that all these groups were united under his banner, and the present Devil Tribe was established. It was then that they launched wars with other races, with the weak having only 2 choices: to join the Devil Tribe or be destroyed. Initially, the expansion of the Devil Tribe was smooth until they encountered the Angel Tribe. The Angel Tribe and the Devil Tribe seemed to be natural enemies, and upon discovering each other, they began a series of wars, leading to the Millennium Battle we know today. So in my view, the Devil Tribe cannot be considered my kin. My mother even told me a phrase from a young age: "Where there is peace for us, where there is equality for us, where there is prosperity for us, that is our home." Scarlet Eyes paused for a moment and said, "In my eyes, the Owl Dragon is my home. And I have already discussed with the commander. After the current crisis is resolved, he will send the T5 Creator-class starship to the barren star system, where my people live to carry out ecological transformation, so that our tribe can have a better living environment, even building stargates and establishing channels for external communication, and so on. So, Scarlet Eye's gaze turned cold. In my view, these Devil Tribe interstellar fleets are my enemies. They are here to disrupt my peaceful life, destroy my hard-earned homeland. For this, I am willing to give everything, to defend this place in battle. Hearing Scarlet Eye's words, Sulan was deeply moved and even more admiring of Scarlet Eyes. Also admiring the man who could make one person after another regard the Owl Dragon as their own home, willing to fight for it, is enough to show his charismatic personality. It even fascinated many senior officers of the Owl Dragon. It seems that she is also one of them. Sorry, I was being nosy just now. Commander Scarlet Eyes, let us fight to protect all that we have. Sulan smiled and said. Scarlet Eyes and Sulan looked at each other, as if they had already become old friends. And then, it's waiting. Waiting for the message from the T for Succubus Glasslight interstellar stealth reconnaissance ship in the Devil Tribe territory. The wait is long. In the end, they waited. The commander's communication came almost simultaneously to the two of them. A video window popped up in front of Scarlet Eyes and Sulan. We have received the news. The main Devil Tribe fleet has set out. The countdown to battle begins now. 16 hours. 16 hours from now. There is no need to report. You can directly launch your attack mission. Zhao Chen said. Understood. Scarlet Eyes and Sulan responded in unison. A countdown panel of 16 hours appeared in front of them. It's another wait. Scarlet Eyes and Sulan take turns resting. After all, there are still 16 hours to go, and they need to ensure they are in their best condition. As for why they take turns resting, it's to prevent any unexpected situations, but they rest in the captain's chair, so they are ready for emergency response at all times. Devil Tribe Stronghold. Did you receive the message? Our third batch of 300,000 interstellar battleships have set out. One of the three Devil commanders exclaimed excitedly. Ha ha ha, we finally waited. 300,000 interstellar battleships, along with the Red Demon 4th Legion and the Red Demon 5th Legion. This time we can finally avenge our grievances. That's right, that damn T5 interstellar battleship and that guy from the Owl Dragon Legion. This time, we will redeem our shame. Remember, whether we can redeem ourselves depends on how we perform next. I have a bit of a relationship with the commander of the Red Demon 5th Legion. He told me that when they arrive, they will give us some important tasks. As long as we show outstanding performance in the upcoming missions, when we return, our merits and demerits will balance out. Even if we cannot retain our current positions as commanders, at least our family members will not be affected. By then, I will slaughter the Warhammer and wash away our disgrace. The three Devil commanders were ecstatic, shouting about how they will take revenge on the Owl Dragon Legion and the Warhammer. They even plan to turn all the interstellar races in this universe into their slaves and feedlots for their interstellar battleships, providing an endless supply of life energy. The momentum was such that they almost wished they could engage in battle with the Owl Dragon Legion right now. Perhaps their wishes moved the gods. Indeed, their dreams came true. And at that moment, they received the news of the main Devil fleet. The message was simple. They would set sail again from the midpoint anchorage and were expected to arrive at their location in 10 hours. This message further uplifted their spirits. However, less than 10 minutes after receiving this message, another message came. Report, 2 Owl Dragon Legions with 6,000 interstellar battleships are charging toward our position. A crew member suddenly reported, startling the three Devil commanders. What? The Owl Dragon Legions are coming over. Damn, why are they coming at this time? Don't panic, don't panic. The enemy has only 6,000 interstellar battleships, and our main force will feel their presence in 10 hours. Perhaps this is our chance to gain merit. The three Devil commanders calmed down and began organizing their defense. But they had no idea that the 2 Owl Dragon Legions were so reckless, launching a charge at all costs. The momentum of the charge even left their warlike Devil leaders in awe. The attacking Ox Dragon Legion's interstellar warships were advancing, and some were even charging into the enemy's gunfire. Some of the interstellar missiles launched by our side's interstellar missile ships exploded very close to the Ox Dragon Legion's interstellar warships, affecting the star shields. This rarely happened in the Ox Dragon Legion's previous battles. Usually, it was after the interstellar missile ships carried out a round of covering fire that the subsequent interstellar warships would launch their attacks. But at this moment, these two steps were almost happening simultaneously. Leading the charge were a strike force composed of T for Blue Eyes White Dragon-class heavy interstellar armored battleships, T for Tyrant-class heavy interstellar missile cruiser, T for Vermilion Phoenix-class medium interstellar cruiser, T3 Emperor-class heavy interstellar battleship, T3 Blizzard-class light interstellar cruiser, T3 Windhawk-class medium interstellar cruiser. They charged in the face of the 60 T3 Judges-class heavy interstellar missile ships of the Ox Dragon Legions, bombarding them with interstellar missiles, just like a pack of war wolves charging into the exploding smoke. The commander of the Ox Dragon 2nd Legion, Red Eyes, closely monitored the situation of the offensive on the interstellar board. She ordered the fleet to launch an attack in the face of their own gunfire to maximize the attack effect and buy time. Although there was a risk of accidental bombing, risks and benefits coexisted on the battlefield. The greater the risk, the greater the benefit. And she believed in the professional integrity of her captains and the captains of the interstellar missile ships behind her. The facts also proved this. The targets of each interstellar missile ship's bombardment were very precise. These locations were clearly marked with red circles on their attack fleet star map. As long as they avoided these attack ranges on their route of attack, they could reduce their own risk. With the firepower assistance of the interstellar missile ships, the initial stage of the war on the Ox Dragon Legion side was very successful. They easily tore through the enemy's front line. However, as they advanced, the difficulty increased significantly, because the enemy also began to concentrate their forces to intercept the Ox Dragon Legion fleet, charging down like a fierce tiger. Among them were a large number of T for Demon-class interstellar warships, even gathered together. These gathered T for Demon-class interstellar warships were like giant stones, blocking the way for the Ox Dragon Legion in their attack. There was no choice but to destroy them. Order some of the T for Medusa-class heavy interstellar artillery ships to conduct precision shelling. Commander Red Eyes issued the command. At this moment, the two Ox Dragon Legion were combined, with a total of 10 T for Medusa-class heavy interstellar artillery ships, all under the command of Commander Red Eyes. Soon, all the heavy artillery on one T for Medusa-class heavy interstellar artillery ship aimed at the roadblock ahead. At the commander's command, the artillery fired. During this time, the speed of the assault fleet did not slow down at all. This meant that if the T for Medusa-class heavy interstellar artillery ships could not destroy the T for Demon-class interstellar warships in time, the momentum of the Ox Dragon Legion's charge would be instantly halted. This was undoubtedly a great danger for the Ox Dragon Legion. Just like a cavalry charge, if the front cavalry suddenly stopped, the consequences were unimaginable. But at this moment, these Ox Dragon-class interstellar warships had no hesitation. They trusted their commander and their comrades. One T for Medusa was not enough, send two. Two were not enough, send three. Finally, under the terrifying firepower output of these interstellar artillery ships, over 100 T for Demon-class interstellar warships that had gathered together were all destroyed. The charging Ox Dragon Legion fleet, passing over the burning and occasionally exploding Demon interstellar warship debris, continued their charge without any pause. For them, there was only one order: open this passage within 4 hours. In just half an hour, this demon stronghold had already been infiltrated a quarter of the way. Another commander, Commander Sulan of the Ox Dragon 4th Legion, was also busy because it was her turn next. Standing on the command platform in the middle of the bridge, surrounded by holographic projections of the interstellar battlefield, Sulan's hands moved like playing a piano, orchestrating the melody of this war. Interstellar destroyers and interstellar escort ships, prepare to secure the passage. Carrier starships, enter your respective battle positions and begin deploying squadrons of interstellar fighters and interstellar drones. Commander Sulan issued the command. In the middle of the Ox Dragon Legion's charge formation, the interstellar destroyers and interstellar escort ships spread out like blossoming flowers, not continuing the assault, but forming individual battle positions around the path torn open by the assault fleet. Forming a defensive line composed of T for Lich King-class heavy interstellar armored destroyer, T3 Warg-class heavy interstellar armored destroyer, T for Paladin-class heavy interstellar missile escort ship, T3 triangular Dragon-class heavy armored assault escort ship, safeguarding the passage. Meanwhile, at intervals along the passage, there were carrier starships stationed. When the T3 Phoenix-class carrier starship and T for Fallen Angel-class super heavy carrier starship stopped, their hangar gates opened. First came a swarm of interstellar drones, launched like candy and rapidly deployed in space, then swiftly headed towards their designated battle positions. Following them were squadrons of more powerful interstellar fighters, racing out from the carrier's launch runway, forming battle formations and heading to the battlefield. The mission of these interstellar drones and interstellar fighters was to assist the interstellar escort ships and interstellar destroyers in ensuring that the passage remained clear in the coming hours. What are these guys trying to do? The three demon commanders were puzzled by the sudden war. Why does it feel like they just want to tear open a passage in our territory? It doesn't seem like they're trying to annihilate us, murmured one of the demon commanders. At that moment, another crucial piece of information provided a clue to their confusion. Report: reconnaissance detected 8 legions of enemy forces stationed nearby, totaling nearly 25,000 interstellar warships. Hearing the report of their subordinates, the 3 demon commanders all felt a chill down their spines. One of them quickly asked, "Have they taken any action?" No, these Adox Dragon Legion fleets have been on standby, not launching an attack. It's as if they are waiting for something. Waiting. A demon commander's heart trembled, and all clues connected at that moment. They are coming towards our main fleet. The demon commander, who discovered the true intentions of the Owls Legion, pointed to the interstellar battlefield sand table. These 6,000 Owls interstellar battleships are now tearing through our positions, constructing a pathway. Because we are stuck here, their 30,000 interstellar battleships cannot avoid us to smoothly and quickly traverse past. So they want to construct this safe pathway to allow the following 8 Owls legions to pass through smoothly and ambush our 300,000 demon interstellar fleet. Ambush. How can over 20,000 interstellar battleships ambush 300,000 interstellar battleships? Are you kidding me? Facing the skepticism of their comrades, the demon commander solemnly said, combined with the interstellar warp interceptors, as well as the Owls Legion's special fleet composed entirely of interstellar missile ships, and that formidable T5 interstellar battleship, even if a perfect ambush cannot be achieved. But it will surely cause significant losses to our 300,000 demon fleet. But, is it really that coincidental? How did they know that our 300,000 demon fleet is on its way here? We don't have time to figure out this question now. Immediately contact the main fleet and inform them of this emergency situation. Forgetful, aren't we? Our main fleet has already departed, currently in warp mode. We can't contact them at all. At this moment, the 3 demon commanders felt the terrifying aura emanating from the Owls Legion. They felt as though they were being targeted by a predator, those eagle-like eyes scanning them up and down. What should we do now? 2 demon commanders looked towards the one who seemed smarter and saw through everything. That demon commander clenched their fist and gritted their teeth, saying, "We have no other choice. No matter the cost, we must stop the enemy's plan. Under no circumstances should we let them pass through smoothly. Order all interstellar battleships to attack the enemy's pathway at all costs. It must be destroyed." With the commands issued by the 3 demon commanders, the offensive of the demon interstellar battleships intensified. However, the defensive positions around the pathway stood firm like a rock, impervious to the attacks launched by the demon fleet. On the assault fleet side, the frontmost interstellar battleships were undoubtedly bearing the brunt. Many consumable ammunitions were already depleted, leaving them to rely on energy-based weapons that required longer charging times. Order the first squadron of interstellar battleships to be withdrawn. Reassign them to various defensive positions to assist in defense. Chi-Tong also issued new orders at this time. Since the drills stopped, it was time for new drills. The interstellar battleships that were removed were dispersed among the defensive positions along the pathway, effectively compensating for the lack of firepower. After the second squadron of interstellar battleships took over, the efficiency of the attack noticeably increased. 1 hour passed. Chi-Tong advanced 1/3 of the distance. 2 hours passed. Chi-Tong advanced 1/5 of the distance. 3 hours passed. Chi-Tong advanced 1/7 of the distance. Ultimately, at the 3rd hour and 40 minutes of launching the attack, the assault fleet led by Chi Tong successfully breached the enemy's bridgehead fortification. In the 3 preceding hours, the further they progressed, the slower the speed of the attack and the greater the difficulty. However, in the final hour, due to the significant number of enemy logistical support, auxiliary interstellar battleships located at the rear of the fortifications, the attack difficulty sharply decreased in this segment, enabling Chi Tong to successfully complete the mission. At the same time, Commander Su Lan was also holding the pathway, allowing the enemy's attacks to be repelled without any impact on the pathway, maintaining control over it. Commander Su Lan seemed to have a grasp of the overall situation. Report, Commander. Many of our carrier starship's fighter pilots have already completed more than 10 flight missions, and their bodies are overburdened. Some of them even fainted when they disembarked, unsubordinate reported to Commander Su Lan. Commander Su Lan said in a deep voice, "Those who fainted, immediately send them to the medical room. Those who can continue to fight, let them continue. 1 more hour. Just 1 more hour is all they need. Tell them it's Su Lan requesting their determination." Understood, the subordinate conveyed Commander Su Lan's message. At this moment, a video window appeared in front of Su Lan. "It looks like you are under a lot of pressure there." Chi Tong looked at Su Lan, sweat beads on her forehead, her eyes bloodshot. "Have you breached it?" Su Lan asked. "We breached it," Chi Tong nodded, then looked at Su Lan. "Now, it's up to you." Su Lan smiled. "We've held on for 4 hours. I'm not afraid of just 1 more hour." Afterward, Chi Tong notified Charlotte's side. Upon receiving the message that the pathway was passable, Charlotte immediately ordered the 8 Owls Legions to swiftly pass according to the original navigation plan. The other Owls Legions went first, followed by the Owls Legion 1st Legion last. The Owls Legion 10th Legion fleet led the way into the pathway. Repeat. Quickly pass through the pathway. Do not mind what is happening around. No starship shall open fire. Anyone who disobeys will be subject to military law. The commander of the Owls Legion 10th Legion, Pei Shengnin's words were conveyed among the 10 squads below. After Pei Shengnin finished speaking, she looked out of the porthole. She saw the calm pathway and the chaotic warfare beyond. Those Owls interstellar battleships were like guardian deities protecting this pathway. If any starship was engulfed by the enemy's gunfire, other interstellar battleships would immediately come to fill the gap. If the interstellar battleships could not arrive in time, an astonishing number of interstellar drones and fighters would swarm towards the area. Seeing those insignificant-looking spacecrafts fearlessly standing against the colossal T3 and even T4 interstellar battleships of the enemy, Pei Shengnin clenched her fist and remained silent for a long time. "Commander, I heard that you were a fighter pilot before." A voice rang out at this moment. Pei Shengnin saw an open communication window next to her. It was the fleet captain of the 3rd Squadron of the 10th Legion, Mid-Ire. She also knew the person, Charlotte's younger sister, because the two looked so alike. "Yes, at that time, I was a starfighter pilot. I personally piloted the T3 Phoenix interstellar fighters on the T3 Phoenix carrier starship, the T3 Phoenix heavy interstellar stealth bombers, and the T4 Fallen Angel SE interstellar fighters. T4 Fallen Angel S. heavy interstellar stealth bombers on the T4 Fallen Angel super heavy carrier starship. Later, due to the Legion's needs, I went to the Academy to study fleet command subjects, performed well academically. Coupled with my previous combat performance, I became a ship captain, fleet captain, and now the Legion commander. But honestly, I prefer the feeling of piloting starfighters. So, I can empathize with the immense pressure that the fighter pilots fighting on the front lines are currently enduring. They are our finest warriors of the Owls." Pei Shengnin's profound gaze watched the interstellar fighters in battle. Afterwards, each Zhonglong Legion fleet also sequentially crossed this channel. The behavior of the Zhonglong Legion fleets crossing the channel made the Demon Tribe's interstellar battleships furious, as if a tiger had been slapped in the butt and wanted to tear these guys apart. However, the line of defense was like a moat, standing in front of these Demon Tribe's interstellar battleships, making it impossible for them to cross over. Seeing this situation, the 3 demon commanders were furious, but had no way to take action. They could only watch helplessly as the Zhonglong Legion fleets passed through and sailed towards the distance. Originally planned for a 1-hour passage under Charlotte's arrangements, it only took 40 minutes in reality. The 1st Zhonglong Legion and the T-5 Pluto-class interstellar dreadnought acted as the last batch to cross this channel. And finally, at this moment, the Zhonglong 2nd Legion and the Zhonglong 4th Legion's interstellar battleships, which had been struggling to endure, could finally retract and withdraw from the starting end. However, some interstellar battleships would never be able to withdraw and were eventually swallowed by the enemy's interstellar battleships. During this process, Zhao Chen stood on the bridge all along, his gaze passing through the portholes, watching the 2 Zhonglong Legion interstellar battleships that had experienced nearly 5 hours of battle. He did not speak, only watched quietly, gazing. He continued to watch until their interstellar battleships completely crossed the channel and headed towards the other 7 Zhonglong Legion fleets in the distance. The defense line that had been held for nearly 5 hours also disappeared completely at this moment. The interstellar battleships of the Zhonglong 2nd Legion and the Zhonglong 4th Legion gathered once again. However, this time, the number of interstellar battleships was clearly different from 5 hours ago. In front of Zhao Chen, two video windows appeared, Chitong and Sulin. Commander, Zhonglong 2nd Legion and 4th Legion have completed their scheduled mission. Chitong reported. Very good, you've done well. Zhao Chen praised. But next, you. Sulin smiled slightly. Commander, you can rest assured and focus on your mission. We'll take care of things here. We couldn't let go of hand-to-hand combat before, but now, we can show these guys our strength. In the original battle plan, the Zhonglong 2nd Legion and 4th Legion were to stay here after the first stage of the operation to continue fighting the remaining Demon Tribe's interstellar battleships. For these 2 Zhonglong Legions who had just gone through a fierce battle, this mission was quite challenging. A slight mistake could even lead to total annihilation of the troops. But in the grand scheme, this was inevitable. The remaining 8 Zhonglong Legions had to rush to the ambush site. They had no choice. Zhao Chen took a deep breath and saluted Chitong and Sulin, saying, I leave this to you. Chitong and Sulin also saluted the commander, saying, We are here, waiting for the good news of your triumphant return. The video windows closed. Lily looked at Commander Zhao Chen, who seemed deeply troubled, and said, You don't have to worry too much, we have already prepared for contingencies. Zhao Chen sighed, I'm not worried about their failure, I'm worried about their losses being too great. How were the losses for the Zhonglong 2nd Legion and 4th Legion after the 5-hour battle? Lily, the secretary, of course had this data. But she hesitated to show it to the commander at this moment because she knew he was not someone who could easily bear the losses suffered by their own. However, looking at the commander's resolute inquiry, Lily reported, So far, the Zhonglong 2nd and 4th Legions have lost nearly 3,000 interstellar battleships, including a third that had to be abandoned due to severe damage. 3,000 interstellar battleships lost. Zhao Chen closed his eyes. To think that in the first battle against the Demon Tribe, they also only lost 3,000 interstellar battleships. However, the 2 Legion fleets also destroyed nearly 20,000 enemy interstellar battleships. The kill ratio is 6-1, quite impressive. Lily provided some encouraging data. The kill ratio from the first battle against the Demon Tribe was higher at 15-1, making the current performance pale in comparison. However, it must be noted that this time there were only 2 Zhonglong Legions without the assistance of T-5 interstellar battleships nor the interstellar missile ship fleets. They had to tear through the enemy's lines, create safe passages, and maintain safety along the way. Achieving a kill ratio of 6-1 was already quite impressive. That means there are still 40,000 enemy interstellar battleships, Zhao Chen murmured. Lily nodded silently. Zhao Chen opened his eyes, his gaze as sharp as a hawk's. Don't let the sacrifices of the 2nd and 4th Legions go in vain. Let us entertain our guests from the Demon Tribe properly. 300,000 interstellar battleships. I want them all to stay here. Zhao Chen's tone was commanding. Meanwhile, after the departure of the Zhonglong main force, the interstellar fleets of the 3 demon commanders redirected their anger towards the 2 Zhonglong Legion fleets in front of them, as they had no hope of pursuit or interception. With 40,000 demonic interstellar battleships attacking the remaining 3,000 Zhonglong battleships, they had even begun to encircle them. It seemed like they were aiming to wipe them out completely right there. The 3 demon commanders also issued frantic and angry orders. Shred them! Shred them! These damn guys, wipe them all out here. Not a single interstellar battleship must escape. Since we will be punished by His Majesty, we must make these guys pay with blood. Under the fierce attack of 40,000 interstellar battleships, the 3,000 Zhonglong interstellar battleships seemed like a small boat under raging waves. Although they were faltering, they persisted. And at this moment, whether it was the Zhonglong interstellar battleships or the Demon interstellar battleships, massive energy signatures appeared on the starship radars. In the distance, the engines of one starship after another radiated light, shining like stars. Several video windows connected to Chitong and Sulin's side. "Sorry, we're not late, right?" Princess Blanche smiled and said, "Our Dragon Legion fleet of 200,000 interstellar battleships has come to support. This time, our dragon race will personally make the demons pay. Hey, finally, it's my turn to get into action. The Beast Legion of 200,000 interstellar battleships is ready for battle," the excited chief bear of the Bear Clan said. Charlotte's father, Chief Ted, smiled and said, "I have been ordered to lead the Dragon Tiger Legion fleet of 100,000 interstellar battleships to support 50,000 interstellar battleships." Although it was not as many as the Zhonglong Legion, working together with the Zhonglong 2nd and 4th Legions to take care of the remnants of the Demon Tribe's fleet posed no issue at all. This local war seemed to have just begun. They conducted an hour of superluminal travel. The Owl Dragon Legion's 8th Legion fleet arrived in an incredibly dark expanse of space. Report, all interstellar battleships have arrived at the designated positions and are ready to set up an ambush, Lily said as she looked at Zhao Chen. "We must act quickly. Let's begin," Zhao Chen replied. The reason they left the demon stronghold and traveled for an hour before setting up an ambush was because even Zhao Chen's group was unsure of where the 300,000 demon interstellar battleships would exit their superluminal travel. In case they exited superluminal travel far from the designated ambush location, Zhao Chen and his team's plan would be foiled. So, it was better to choose a location further away from the demon stronghold. The original plan was to travel for at least 3 hours before setting up the ambush. But now, due to time constraints being compressed from 20 hours to 9 hours, Zhao Chen and the others had to settle for less. They hoped the demon interstellar battleships wouldn't exit their superluminal travel mode prematurely. Zhao Chen sat on the sofa, watching the surveillance feed of the ongoing ambush outside. T3 Leviathan-class heavy interstellar transport ships and T4 Behemoth-class heavy interstellar transport ships were seen moving towards their designated positions, opening their cargo bays upon arrival. Subsequently, shuttles and small transport ships carrying a dodecahedron-shaped instrument went in different directions. Some were closer, located where the Owl Dragon Legion fleet was stationed at the moment, while many others were so far away that even Zhao Chen couldn't see them with his naked eye. After all, they were planning to ambush 300,000 demon interstellar battleships, necessitating a large enough ambush area to accommodate them. It is worth noting that some objects being dragged by small transport ships had changed from dodecahedron instruments to black crystalline objects resembling tombstones. The former was the T3 Ranger-class interstellar warp disruptor, a starship interceptor favored by the Owl Dragon Legion. The latter was Zhao Chen's newly introduced technology, the T4 Tombstone-class interstellar warp disruptor. The quantity of T4 disruptors was limited, only 1% of the T3 interceptors. Their appearance matched their names, resembling simple tombstones. When arranging these disruptors, it was observed that the T3 interceptors were used as the core, forming a matrix structure with the T4 disruptors at the center. This utilization maximized the effectiveness of both interstellar warp disruptors. Zhao Chen watched as this web gradually took shape, its width even beyond what his T5 Pluto-class interstellar dreadnought's radar could fully cover. This illustrated the vastness of Zhao Chen's plan, as this was to be the graveyard for 300,000 interstellar battleships. Originally, setting up this ambush required 5 hours. But under Lily's efficient planning, this time was streamlined to 3 hours. In the end, from launching the attack at the Demon Stronghold, traversing the route in superluminal travel to this point, the ambush was now complete. The whole operation took less than 9 hours. Finally, Zhao Chen could finally breathe a sigh of relief. "Commander, all T3 Rangers and T4 Tombstones are fully activated and operational. They can remain active for 50 hours. All starships are in their designated battle positions," Charlotte reported. "Then we'll lie in wait. Charlotte, I place full command authority in your hands, including this T5 Pluto-class interstellar dreadnought and the other ships. All I ask is one thing. Let none of the enemy's 300,000 starships escape, Zhao Chen declared firmly. Charlotte stood tall on the video screen. I'll ensure the mission's success. At this moment, each commander within the Owl Dragon Legion held their breath as they prepared their starship artillery weapons at the highest alert level. They all understood the significance of this battle for the Legion. The 2nd Legion, 4th Legion, even suffered heavy casualties just to reach this point. If they couldn't effectively defeat and annihilate the enemy in this ambush, under fair combat conditions, the Owl Dragon Legion would face immense pressure and potentially incur more losses. This was currently the Legion's only vulnerability. Have all interstellar missile launch systems been put on standby on the Starship Missile Special Fleet flagship? Lady Baizu double-checked with her subordinates. Rest assured, Commander. The launch systems of over 300 Starship missile cruisers are all active. Once the enemy appears, we can clear all missiles within 10 minutes. The subordinate pledged with determination. Lady Baizu licked her red lips. The launching process must be swift and precise. Remember to aim accurately. Arrange for the strike mission within 10 seconds after the enemy appears. Fast and accurate. Understood. On the flagship bridge of the 9th Legion flagship, Commander Snake Woman Kingman was somewhat nervous as she recalled the battles she had fought alongside Lady Medusa before. But this battle presented the greatest pressure she had ever faced, owing to her current position. In theory, she now held a position equal to Lady Medusa's. This made her feel incredibly uneasy. Initially reluctant when offered the position of Legion Commander, she doubted her qualifications to lead the Owl Dragon 9th Legion as Lady Medusa had. Only after Zhao Chen and Lady Medusa persuaded her did she accept the role. This was her first battle leading the 9th Legion, and the pressure she felt was immense. Similarly, Zhao Ruyu, the fleet commander of the 6th Squad under her command, had complex feelings. She looked around at the vigilant All Dragon Legion forces, her emotions vastly different from when she served in the Royal Fleet. She couldn't pinpoint her exact feelings, but found a deep sense of pride in the Owl Dragon insignias. These were starships crafted by her own brother. As time passed slowly for everyone, no one dared to be careless, especially the officers responsible for observing the interstellar warp disruptors, who closely monitored the data panels and even blinked less frequently. Suddenly, fluctuations appeared on the data panel. These fluctuations escalated rapidly. Report. Strong superluminal travel fluctuations detected. An officer shouted. Charlotte immediately gave the order, prepare to fire. At that moment, several demon interstellar battleships, traveling in superluminal mode, suddenly stopped and disengaged from superluminal travel, halting in the designated area. Almost instantly, before the demon battleship captains could comprehend the situation, their vision was engulfed by intense barrages of cannon fire. As soon as the commander of the 4th Legion of the Red Devils opened his eyes, he saw the scene before him where their fleet of interstellar battleships was being bombarded. The gaps between each battleship were very close, far from the standard distance. What happened? The commander asked loudly. Sir, we seem to have encountered warp interception. The adjutant gasped. Warp interception? When he heard this term, the commander's face changed drastically. He knew exactly what warp interception meant. Order all battleships to enter combat mode, spread out the starship intervals, activate the star shields. The interstellar escort ships intercept enemy attacks at all costs and by time for the fleet. The commander made the best decision at the first moment. At the same time, this order was also transmitted to the other 9 Legion commanders of the Red Devils. Many demon commanders were at a loss due to this sudden event. This order was like a lifeline to them. Just as the order was given, a video window appeared before him. It was another commander of this military operation, the commander of the 5th Legion of the Red Devils. The situation is very bad right now. The enemy's warp interceptors are very advanced. As they intercept us, they also gather our interstellar battleships together, with intervals less than a quarter of the standard distance. They are all packed here, easy targets for enemy cannons. Based on the information we have, the target of this attack against us is our Legion, the Owl Dragon Legion. There are nearly 25,000 interstellar battleships gathered here. The commander of the 5th Legion of the Red Devils said solemnly. Owl Dragon Legion. Damn it! What's going on with the commanders of those 3 legions? Wasn't everything supposed to be normal when we set off? Why are so many battleships ambushing us here? If I see those 3 bastards, I'll shove my cannons up their asses." The commander of the 4th Legion of the Red Devils gritted his teeth. The commander of the 5th Legion of the Red Devils said, "Now is not the time to think about holding those 3 accountable. We need to figure out how to get out of the current situation. If we mishandle this, we will suffer heavy losses in battleships here. Then, none of us will be able to face the Marshal." Though sometimes they disagreed, in this situation, both of them knew clearly what the top priority was. "My mind is a bit chaotic right now. What do you think we should do?" The commander of the 4th Legion of the Red Devils asked for the other's opinion, knowing that he had always been a cautious person. The commander of the 5th Legion of the Red Devils said, "The enemy came prepared, their interstellar fleets coming from all directions. The only thing we can do now is to break through. We must find a way to break through by any means necessary. Use our T5 interstellar battleships to lead the way. Although this is very risky, it is the only way to minimize our losses. Once we can break through and regroup in a more open part of the galaxy, we can then counterattack the enemy." Leading the breakout with 2 T5 interstellar battleships was a risky move, but it was indeed the only option available at the moment. "Then let's do as you say. Break through as soon as possible. Minimize the losses, and then organize a counterattack." The commander of the 5th Legion of the Red Devils clenched his fists, saying fiercely, "I will make those ambushing bastards pay with their blood. Don't be hasty, the breakout operation cannot be rushed. According to the information I received earlier, the enemy has 2 trump cards. One is the T5 class interstellar battleship, and the other is a special fleet made up entirely of interstellar missile ships. Let's wait until the enemy deploys these 2 trump cards before launching the breakout." Hearing this, the commander of the 4th Legion of the Red Devils frowned. "Wait for the enemy to attack. That means we will suffer significant losses. We have to accept some losses. This is something we cannot change at the moment. Only by breaking through after enduring some losses can we minimize our overall losses," said the 4th Legion commander in a serious tone. The commander of the 5th Legion of the Red Devils hesitated for a moment, but ultimately agreed to the plan. And at that moment, they saw a vast number of interstellar missiles covering towards the position of their demon fleet. 300,000 demon battleships crowded in one area, providing the optimal scenario for the interstellar missile attacks. The commander of the 4th Legion of the Red Devils watched as each exploding battleship added to the demonic fleet's outer area to become a sea of fire, with explosions and debris visible everywhere. Some were not even able to activate their star shields in time. Even with the star shields activated, it was challenging for T4 class interstellar battleships to withstand such dense interstellar missile bombardments. Moreover, if one battleship was hit and exploded, due to the close proximity of the ships, others would also be affected. This round of interstellar missiles lasted for nearly 10 minutes. The commander of the 4th Legion of the Red Devils almost had his eyeballs pop out. His veins were bulging as if he was about to explode. On the other hand, the commander of the 5th Legion of the Red Devils remained quite calm, staring at the apocalyptic scene. His evaluation of the Owl Dragon Legion had risen a notch. Just from that round of interstellar missile bombardment, based on the initial casualties, they estimated at least 500,000 interstellar missiles had hit their battleships. So far, they had calculated the casualty figure to be at least 50,000 battleships that had either been directly destroyed or damaged. And if not for their large number of T4 class interstellar battleships absorbing some of the enemy's firepower, the losses would have been even greater. This was just the beginning, losing 1/6 of their combat power. These demon commanders had probably never experienced a battle like this in their lives. As for the commander of the Owl Dragon Legion on the other side, Zhao Chen, his mood was complex. Nearly 100 billion star coins had been spent on ammunition alone. Looking at the destroyed battleships of the enemy, Zhao Chen's current feeling was a mix of pain and pleasure. "When are we going up?" Zhu Zhaoxiao blinked her big eyes, looking at Zhao Chen behind her, appearing impatient. Seeing other interstellar warships engaged in fierce battles, how could she not be in a hurry? "Don't worry, the opponent of the underworld is not these weaklings," Zhao Chen smiled and said. "Report. After scanning by several T4 succubus ships, it was found that the enemy has two T5 class interstellar warships. One of them is the Demon Clan's T5 Terrorblade class medium interstellar battlecruiser," the subordinate reported. Zhao Chen squinted slightly. Two big guys have indeed arrived. The T-5 Terrorblade-class medium interstellar battlecruiser, information gathered by the T-4 Succubus previously dispatched to the Demon Clan territory for reconnaissance. It's a known T-5 class interstellar warship of the Demon Clan. Commander, are our targets these two guys? Zhu Zhaoxiao, upon hearing this news, looked as if a bachelor saw the village widow winking at him, and there are two. Zhao Chen smiled without answering. Zhu Zhaoxiao understood the commander's intentions and began to get ready. As the commander said, with these two big fish in sight, the small fry really doesn't matter. However, for some reason, although the Demon Clan's interstellar warships also attempted to break through several times, their breakthrough force was clearly not strong, all being contained by the Zhonglong Legion outside the encirclement. Even those two T-5 Terrorblade-class medium interstellar battlecruisers have not participated. They didn't even show up on the front lines, as if waiting for an opportunity. Since they want to wait, we'll just stall with them. Let's see who can last longer. It's like both sides holding bombs, it's about who can hold out until the end. Eventually, it was the Demon Clan fleet that couldn't hold on. Because of the tight and passive battle environment, their interstellar warships suffered heavy losses. On average, at least 300 Demon Clan interstellar warships were destroyed every minute. You must know, even the worst among them are T-3 class interstellar warships. We can't wait any longer. Let's break through now. The commander of the 4th Legion of the Red Devils angrily shouted. Watching the losses of the Demon Clan interstellar warships, he felt his heart bleeding. When he returns, it'll be his own fault if the Marshal doesn't blame him. The commander of the 5th Legion of the Red Devils had wanted to wait a little longer, but seeing several demon commanders unable to wait any longer, he knew that morale might falter if they delayed further. The situation would worsen. Alright, I've already made a breakout plan here. After I give the order, these demon legions will organize feigned attacks towards these 3 directions for the breakout. Additionally, I request that the interstellar warships in question start assembling towards our T-5 Terrorblade flagships and then immediately break out in the designated direction. The commander of the 5th Legion of the Red Devils issued the final breakout mission. The commander of the 4th Legion looked at the battle plan, which requested a fleet of T-4 interstellar warships composed entirely of T-4 interstellar warships. He understood that this was to gather an elite fleet to work together with the 2 T-5 Terrorblade-class medium interstellar battlecruisers for the breakout, which would significantly increase the effectiveness. And the number of assembled T-4 interstellar warships was a whopping 5,000. You have to know that they had brought only 30,000 T-4 interstellar warships this time. By suddenly mobilizing 1/6 of the T-4 interstellar warships and pairing them with 2 T-5 interstellar warships, it would be a formidable force. During this time, they had also observed the opponent. In full accounting, the opponent only had 1 T-5 and less than 5,000 T-4 class interstellar warships. The gap between the two sides was vast. If not for the battle terrain and being caught off guard by the enemy, an opponent like this would never be able to withstand their 300,000-strong interstellar fleet. As planned, after we break out, we'll regroup and counterattack. The commander of the 4th Legion of the Red Devils was still ruminating on revenge at that moment. A 300,000-strong interstellar fleet ambushed by 30,000 interstellar warships was a great shame for them. Finally, the breakout plan was implemented. The first step was, of course, the feigned breakout in 3 directions. The Zhonglong Legion fleet responsible for the 3 directions was under pressure and would not give the demon interstellar warships any chance. Although outnumbered in interstellar warships, the battlefield environment favored them, rendering the numerical advantage of the enemy fleet useless. It was the elite skills of the Zhonglong Legion that were infinitely amplified on the battlefield at that moment. The enemy fleet is attempting to break out. Leading with 2 T-5 Terrorblade-class medium interstellar battlecruisers, it has assembled 5,000 T-4 interstellar warships. It seems that if they breach, the other demon interstellar warships will surge out. Lil E reported solemnly. This situation was crucial. While the tide was in favor of the Zhonglong Legion at present, it was due to the preemptive strike. It must be noted that, until now, the Zhonglong Legion's interstellar warship count was still at a disadvantage. Once the enemy was let to break out, gaining more battlefield territory, even the enemy could launch a counter-encirclement. At that moment, the Zhonglong Legion would be at a disadvantage. We can start our move now, Zhao Chen said coldly with a smile. At that moment, Charlotte's order was also relayed. Upon receiving the order, Zhu Zhaoxiao immediately began to command her T5 underworld at full speed. The direction of travel happened to be toward the real breakout direction of the enemy fleet. It's unsure whether to say the enemy's commander had bad luck. The direction chosen for the breakout was actually the Zhonglong First Legion. Among the 10 Zhonglong legions, it was the most powerful legion fleet. When facing the fully assembled breakout fleet composed of 2 T5 interstellar warships led by the enemy and 5,000 T4 class interstellar warships, the Zhonglong First Legion chose to retreat rather than engage in a direct confrontation. This puzzled the enemy for a moment, but soon they noticed a behemoth appearing in front of them. In size, it was larger than their T5 Terrorblade ships combined, overpowering the enemy's interstellar warship. Is the enemy trying to intercept us with the T5 interstellar warships? The commander of the 4th Army of the Red Devils asked in bewilderment. According to our information, this T5 interstellar warship of the enemy possesses a certain range of electromagnetic interference capability, but with limited scope. Let our T5 Terrorblade ships keep some distance apart, maintaining a larger interval. This way, even if it has that ability, it can only handle one side. By then, the other side can launch an attack. A T5 Terrorblade, combined with thousands of T4 interstellar warships. It will definitely take down the enemy's T5 interstellar warship, the 5th Legion Devil commander declared convincingly. In this battlefield, the positions of the 3 T5 interstellar warships were very delicate, forming a triangle. Meanwhile, in a slightly more distant dark expanse of space, several interstellar warships were hovering here. Check again whether the space can be warped for short-range space jumps. This spatial channel is very unstable and must be ensured to be safe. The captain inquired again. Report, while the current space fluctuations make long-distance space jumps very unsafe, according to our estimations, the risk for the short-range space jump we need is only 0.017%. No problem. The subordinate reassured. The captains were tense at that moment. It was the first battle for this type of interstellar warship, Omega W.net. They drifted here just to await an order. Until the next second, that order appeared in front of them in a pop-up window. Almost simultaneously, these captains issued the command, input coordinates, prepare for space warping. 3 T5 interstellar battleships are currently showing a flanking posture on the battlefield. Report, enemy T5 interstellar battleships have entered the attack range. An officer reported to the commander of the 4th Legion of the Red Evil Demon. The commander of the 4th Legion of the Red Evil Demon looked at the video window next to him, where the commander of the 5th Legion was. Launch the attack. All ships press forward, but maintain distance and be wary of the enemy's countermeasures. The cautious commander of the 5th Legion of the Red Evil Demon said in a deep voice. After hearing this, both demon commanders immediately issued orders. To T5 Terrorblade class medium interstellar battleship cruisers began their attack. 2 ship-to-ship cannons appeared on each side of their bows, shining brightly like sharp blades on their heads. A few seconds later, 4 beams shot directly at the T5 King of the Abyss class interstellar dreadnought. The beams heavily hit the star shield of the T5 King of the Abyss class interstellar dreadnought. Warning! Warning! The star shield is under attack. The star shield is under attack. The starship system's alert sounded. The crew looked towards Captain Zhu Zhaoxiao. Captain Zhu Zhaoxiao, however, remained calm and said, "Wait a little longer, a bit closer." The star shield value began to decrease rapidly. With other T4 Demon interstellar battleships approaching and launching attacks as well, the threat was immense even for the star shield of the T5 King of the Abyss class. The crew became nervous, glancing between Captain Zhu Zhaoxiao and Commander Zhao Chen. The tension increased as they were more worried about the safety of Commander Zhao Chen. Commander Zhao Chen appeared even more indifferent now, leaning back on the sofa with a relaxed demeanor as if completely unaware of the situation in front of him. 3 minutes passed. It must be said that the star shield of the T5 King of the Abyss class interstellar dreadnought was truly formidable, enduring the enemy's firepower for 3 minutes. The energy value of the star shield had only just dropped to 50%. As the distance between the two sides starships closed in, the Demon interstellar battleship's medium-range cannons could also fire on the T5 King of the Abyss class dreadnought. The pressure on the T5 King of the Abyss class dreadnought increased. Captain Zhu Zhaoxiao gave the order without hesitation. Now, target coordinates ******* direction and activate King of the Abyss domain. Within seconds, the authorization was executed. Subsequently, a dot could be seen on the starship radar exploding in the enemy's position on the left side, precisely covering the T-5 Terrorblade class medium interstellar battleship cruiser. The commander of the 5th Legion of the Red Evil Demon watched as the ship's bridge suddenly darkened, all control panels extinguishing. The crew on the bridge became panicky and confused. Stay at your stations, restart all ship systems as I previously instructed. Once communication systems are restored, immediately contact the other interstellar battleships. The commander of the 5th Legion of the Red Evil Demon remained calm and composed, giving orders. The countermeasures of the enemy's T-5 interstellar battleship were within his expectations, leaving him unruffled and relieved. It was more unsettling if the enemy's capabilities had been concealed, but using them brought a sense of comfort. With one T-5 interstellar battleship on the enemy side, their strategy had a significant advantage. This ambush by the enemy organization would turn into a self-destructive annihilation battle. He approached the porthole and observed the situation outside through a basic telescope. Even though the view was unclear, it was better than remaining ignorant. As planned, the commander of the 4th Legion of the Red Evil Demon initiated the most ferocious attack. The T-5 interstellar battleship finally unleashed its true weapon. When the beam was fired, the demon commander could sense the powerful threat, even observing through a telescope. The first target hit was a T-4 statue-class medium interstellar escort. Despite its activated star shield, it quickly crumbled. Subsequently, wherever the beam passed, the same result followed. The main target of the terror beam was the T-5 Terrorblade-class medium interstellar battleship cruiser. However, the demon commanders had already prepared a contingency plan for this situation. Many T-4 statue-class medium interstellar escorts rushed to shield the T-5 Terrorblade-class cruiser with their own ship bodies and star shields, effectively protecting their flagship. Although the terror beam did hit the T-5 Terrorblade-class cruiser, it failed to break the star shield before dissipating. "I wonder how much shield energy the Terrorblade has consumed," the demon commander muttered to himself. Before reaching the star shield of the T-5 Terrorblade, this terror beam had already destroyed at least 1,000 T-4 level interstellar battleships. The horrifying power was unimaginable. The demon commander now had a keen interest in the enemy's T-5 interstellar battleship. Its massive hull indicated a very powerful core, and the two strategic attack weapons were remarkable. He hoped that after destroying the T-5 interstellar battleship, they could salvage as much technical data from the wreckage as possible for research. If they could develop a new T-5 interstellar battleship for the demon race using this technology, even if they lost all their ships here, there would be no blame from the Demon King, and perhaps even rewards. It's a pity we're out of energy, or else we could have blasted that enemy interstellar battleship in one go. Zhu Zhaoxiao muttered unwillingly. However, since the energy had reached the 10% warning level, Zhu Zhaoxiao had to stop the attack. "Open the hangar doors, release the juniors, and crush these fools," Zhu Zhaoxiao commanded with great vigor. A huge gate slowly descended on each side of the massive hull of the T-5 Dark King-class interstellar dreadnought, revealing large indentations. This puzzled the enemy. Could this enemy T-5 interstellar battleship still have some tricks up its sleeve? Soon, their confusion was dispelled. Several interstellar battleships slowly navigated out of the bow of the battleship, the most striking of which was the black-red bow spear. "What is this?" The commander of the Red Demon 4th Legion looked astonished at this scene, watching 10 identical interstellar battleships emerge from the hull of the T-5 interstellar battleship in succession. However, this type of interstellar battleship, never before seen in the enemy's fleet, was not found in the intelligence database. This was an interstellar battleship that the enemy Scorpion Legion had never seen before. The hull looks like an interstellar destroyer, but the size of this hull is several times larger than the conventional T-4 class interstellar destroyer. "Could this be an enemy T-5 class interstellar destroyer?" murmured the deputy officer in a low voice. "A T-5 interstellar destroyer?" Considering this possibility made the commander of the Red Demon 4th Legion swallow hard. He had already witnessed the combat power of this little Dragon Legion interstellar battleship on the front lines. This made him not dare to take any enemy interstellar battleships lightly. particularly a T-5 interstellar battleship. However, as the proud commander of the demon forces, he did not allow himself to show any signs of cowardice. He pretended to be calm and said, "How can it be a T-5 interstellar destroyer? Even if it is a T-5 interstellar destroyer, what of it? With just these 10 T-5 interstellar destroyers, we have several thousand T-4 interstellar battleships on our side. Not to mention to T-5 terrifying blades, the enemy is no match for us. Order the fleet to continue advancing at full speed, ensuring the destruction of all enemy ships in the shortest time possible." The order was given. The demon interstellar battleships also did so. But the development of the situation exceeded their imagination. Those 10 unknown T-5 interstellar destroyers gradually accelerated, breaking out of the star shield range of the massive T-5 behemoth-like interstellar battleship, charging straight towards them. At first, they thought the enemy was crazy. 10 interstellar destroyers, even 10 T-5 interstellar destroyers, dared to charge at a fleet of several thousand T-4 interstellar battleships. Did they think they were invincible interstellar battleships? But when they collided, the Demon Legion leaders realized their grave mistake. First, the 2 interstellar battleships approached rapidly. These 10 T-5 interstellar destroyers seemed to lack long-range attack capabilities, so they only launched their attacks when they reached the medium-short range. And their attack intensity was terrifying. 100 heavy rapid-fire pulse cannons continuously fired, often suppressing the firepower of dozens of T-4 interstellar battleships simultaneously. Facing the attacks of the Demon interstellar battleships, these 10 T-5 interstellar destroyers also had strong defenses, not star shields, but 300 fully automatic medium-range electromagnetic point defense cannons, with a very high interception rate. As the 10 destroyer ships approached, the Demon Legion interstellar fleet faced a difficult problem. Because the enemy's interstellar battleships were very close to their own interstellar battleships at the front, attacking at this point could lead to friendly fire, and there were also cases of blocking attack trajectories. However, the commander of the Red Demon 4th Legion had not yet realized the horror of these 10 T-5 interstellar destroyers, until the 10 T-5 interstellar destroyers abruptly rammed head-on into their star shields, using the dark crimson spear at the bow. Initially, the Demon Legion leaders, even the Ram Demon ship captains, did not realize the severity of the situation. They simply thought it was ridiculous that the enemy was still using such an outdated ramming tactic. It wasn't until they saw the rapidly decreasing energy levels of their star shields that they realized something was wrong. In just a few seconds, the energy of a T-4 interstellar battleship star shield was completely depleted. It even made these demon commanders subconsciously suspect whether there was a malfunction in the system monitoring the star shield energy levels of their interstellar battleships. But as they watched the star shields dissipate, they realized that this was no accident. And then, the enemy T-5 interstellar destroyers that were originally blocked by their star shields accelerated to the maximum, piercing through their ship armor directly with their ramming spears. Before they could respond, the entire fleet alarm went off. High-intensity electromagnetic field detected. Evacuate immediately. Evacuate immediately. Within just a few seconds, all the starship systems of this interstellar battleship were paralyzed, with many crew members dying instantly. Subsequently, the hull was torn apart and penetrated, splitting the ship in half. Meanwhile, the T-5 interstellar destroyer that carried out all this appeared as if nothing had happened, charging straight towards the next target. And this scenario continued to unfold repeatedly. The commander of the Red Demon 4th Legion was as frantic as an ant on a hot pan, but had no way to stop these events. Even his own T-5 horrific blade-class medium-sized interstellar cruiser could not take down one of these T-5 interstellar destroyers in a short amount of time. It was hard to believe how such a relatively small ship could sustain such a massive star shield energy source. This was the puzzle lingering in their minds at that moment. It looks like the first battle of the T-5 Chaos Knight-class heavily armed assault interstellar destroyer went smoothly. Zhao Chen sat on the couch, smiling as he watched this scene. It had to be said that although the ramming attack method seemed primitive, it was the most cost-effective on the battlefield. Compared to the terrifying consumption of those few interstellar missile ships, this was simply the most cost-effective ship. By relying on the Chaos War Spear, rapidly absorbing the energy of enemy starship star shields, it could be used for electromagnetic release attacks and replenish its own star shields. This made this guy incredibly intimidating in close combat. These 10 T-5 Chaos Knight-class heavily armed assault interstellar destroyers were one of Zhao Chen's trump cards, daring to stand alone against this T-5 Dark King-class interstellar dreadnought. The quantity of 10 was the result of Zhao Chen working tirelessly with N and others to optimize and rush their completion. Because the ships were not very large, Zhu Zhaoxiao had a sudden idea just before this battle. What if these small guys were loaded into the cargo hold of their T-5 Dark King-class interstellar dreadnought? The cargo hold of the T-5 Dark King-class interstellar dreadnought was theoretically able to accommodate 300 T-4-class interstellar destroyers or interstellar destroyers. However, these cargo holds were intelligent modules that could be reassembled like building blocks, although the effect was not as good as the original layout. But for the current battle, it was perfect. In the end, in a successful attempt, Zhu Zhaoxiao's T-5 Dark King-class interstellar dreadnought received 10 T-5 Chaos Knight-class heavily armed assault interstellar destroyers. This led to the stunning performance in the current battle. The Owl Dragon's 1st Legion fleet attack. At this moment, Commander Charlotte also issued new orders. The Owl Dragon's 1st Legion fleet, originally retreating, surged back like a returning tide. Although they had fewer than 3,000 interstellar battleships, the threat they posed to the opposing Red Devil Legion fleet was enormous. The commander of the Red Devil 4th Legion was now in a state of urgency upon learning that an enemy legion's fleet was advancing. Their fleet was in chaos due to a few T-5 interstellar battleships with no formation in sight. Under these circumstances, if attacked by the enemy's elite fleet, the consequences would be dire. Get me! Immediately contact the commander of the Red Devil 5th Legion. The demon commander's immediate thought was of his comrade. Commander, just a few minutes ago, we lost contact with some of the sidewing interstellar battleships, including the flagship T-5 Terrorblade 017 of the Red Devil 5th Legion commander. The adjutant replied. The Red Devil 4th Legion commander roared, I don't care. Find a way to establish contact now. Notify the other Legion fleets behind us immediately and tell them the breach has been opened. Get reinforcements to us immediately. Assist us in breaking through, yes. A few minutes later, the interstellar battleships of the Owl Dragon's 1st Legion had arrived at the rear of the T-5 Lord of Darkness class interstellar dreadnought, helping to absorb some of the enemy's firepower. This put significant pressure on the Red Devil interstellar battleships. Luckily, contact was finally made with the missing commander of the Red Devil 5th Legion. We, the Red Devil 4th Legion commander, anxiously wanted to inquire about the other party's plan. I understand the current situation. Listen to me. Our interstellar battleships here need another minute or two to fully recover. By then, we will immediately support your side. Right now, what you need to do is gather your interstellar battleships and launch an all-out attack on that enemy's T-5 interstellar battleship. According to my estimation, the star shield energy of that T-5 interstellar battleship must be running low. If we can destroy it now, it will surely deal a heavy blow to the enemy's morale and turn the tide of the battle. The Red Devil 5th Legion commander said solemnly. From the beginning, he had been monitoring the situation here. He had seen the performance of the 10 T-5 interstellar destroyers and knew that the situation had surpassed his expectations. However, fortunately, it was still within their control. After all, their numerous T-4 interstellar battleships and his intact T-5 Terrorblade class medium interstellar battlecruiser were their confidence, and this intact T-5 Terrorblade class cruiser was here. Is it possible? The 4th Legion commander asked worriedly. You have no choice. All right, I will do as you say. The two demon commanders made their next arrangements. It must be said that the commander of the Red Devil 5th Legion was indeed very clever. It might be a coincidence, or it might be his ability. The star shield energy of the T-5 Lord of Darkness class interstellar dreadnought was indeed running low. Zhao Chen sat on the sofa, watching as the green star shield energy value had dropped to less than 30% yellow. His secretary Lily looked at Zhao Chen. Commander, should we withdraw the Lord of Darkness now that the star shield energy value is in the yellow alert zone? Zhao Chen looked at Lily and could sense her worried expression. Lily, I know what you're thinking. But I don't want this Lord of Darkness to be labeled as a deserter or coward because of my presence. Don't think about those things. Trust our interstellar battleships. Trust our fleet. Trust our battlefield commanders. Lily, the secretary, sighed helplessly. Their commander was still so stubborn. However, Regarding the current situation of the T5 Lord of Darkness, Commander Charlotte probably anticipated it as well. After the interstellar battleships of the Owl Dragon's First Legion arrived, some of the interstellar escort ships took on the responsibility of protecting the flagship, greatly reducing the threat of enemy firepower to the T5 Lord of Darkness. Additionally, 30 T4 Paladin-class heavy interstellar missile escort ships were on standby, ready to jointly deploy a defensive shield to protect the T5 Lord of Darkness. What Lily thought of, Charlotte could not have failed to consider. However, Charlotte understood this man's character even more, so she knew how to protect this man's safety. Time passed gradually. The more than 2,000 demon interstellar battleships on the side wing, which had been electronically paralyzed, including the T5 Terrorblade-class medium interstellar battlecruiser, had now recovered. The Star Shield was reactivated, and they began to support the battle here at full speed. It was clear that the target of the demon interstellar battleships was the T5 interstellar battleship of the Owl Dragon Legion. Meanwhile, other Red Devil Legion fleets within the encirclement also began to rush towards this direction. This kind of maneuver would undoubtedly put some pressure on the Owl Dragon's First Legion, but would offer more opportunities for the other Owl Dragon Legions. The other 7 Owl Dragon Legions capitalized on the situation at hand, dispatching their assault fleets to slice through the demon interstellar battleships like cake, one piece at a time. The fate of these sliced portions of cake was self-evident. Assault, interception, division, and finally annihilation. This method of warfare could swiftly destroy enemy interstellar battleships with minimal losses. However, this pressure also reached the localized battlefront of the T5 Lord of Darkness class interstellar dreadnought. The over 2,000 demon interstellar battleships from the side wing, including the T5 Terrorblade class medium interstellar battlecruiser, were about to enter the combat zone. If they joined the battle, they would undoubtedly pose a great threat to the Owl Dragon's First Legion and the T5 Lord of Darkness class interstellar dreadnought. In a vacant area along their route, 3 light points appeared. These 3 light points suddenly expanded, like blossoming stars, revealing 3 interstellar battleships seemingly materializing out of thin air. What is that? The Red Devil 5th Legion commander was dumbfounded, looking at the 3 interstellar battleships blocking their fleet's path. These 3 interstellar battleships were unseen before, not recorded in the database. Judging from their exterior, they were likely interstellar cruisers or interstellar battlecruisers. Moreover, their massive hulls suggested they were of T5 caliber. The glaring golden Owl Dragon emblem on the hulls was particularly striking. Another T5 interstellar battleship. How many T5 interstellar battleships does the Owl Dragon Legion possess? At that moment, the heart of the Red Devil 5th Legion commander was filled with despair. The Lightning Soul 001 spacecraft has completed spacefolding. All systems normal. The Lightning Soul 002 spacecraft has completed spacefolding. All systems normal. The Lightning Soul 003 spacecraft. Zhao Chen heard the reports from these 3 captains. This was information transmitted from the Charlotte command system. Using this command system, Charlotte commanded various Zhonglong Legion's fleets, as well as this portion of the interstellar battleships. At the same time, Zhao Chen could also eavesdrop throughout the process. These 3 ships were precisely the T5 Lightning Soul-class heavy assault interstellar cruisers, one of the 2 mass-produced T5 interstellar battleships Zhang Chen had previously taken out. They were part of the batch urgently completed by Zhao Chen and others. As for why they appeared here out of thin air, it was all thanks to their subspace folding engines. Although not as capable as the T5 Pluto-class interstellar dreadnought for long-distance space folding, they could perform space folding within a certain range, serving as a diluted version. And because the route connecting Warhammer and Demon is an area of constant universal disasters along its flanks, it often results in unstable space. Interstellar battleships navigating this region rely on warp drives as their sole long-distance travel method. However, when Zhao Chen and the others arrived to set an ambush, they discovered that the space here was not as terrifying as imagined. If they were only performing space folding within short distances, it posed minimal risks. Just like these 3 T5 Lightning Soul-class heavy assault interstellar cruisers, in reality, the distance they jumped using conventional starship engines would only take less than 20 minutes. Quite close. However, during these 20 minutes, the enemy starship radar would completely fail to detect them. Upon receiving this information, Charlotte made a small arrangement. Her principle was to show weakness on the battlefield to effectively defeat the enemy. This was the case with T5 Chaos Knights and the T5 Lightning Souls as well. And now was the time for these three T5 Lightning Soul class heavy assault interstellar cruisers to demonstrate their capabilities. The three T5 Lightning Souls stood tall there, like three deities, resisting the onslaught of over 2,000 Demon Clan interstellar battleships led by the commander of the Red Demon 5th Legion. What do three T5 interstellar battleships mean? I won't be afraid of you. Continue the attack, full speed ahead, gritted the commander of the Red Demon 5th Legion, issuing orders. However, at that moment, on the outer periphery of the battlefield, a meteor shower swept in. The attack targeted precisely the area where the commander of the Red Demon 5th Legion was positioned. Detecting incoming interstellar missile attacks, please be on alert. All the Demon Starship bridges in this area sounded alarms. No good. Abandon the attack and intercept the incoming interstellar missiles with full force. The commander of the Red Demon 5th Legion recalled the previous terrifying scene and immediately changed his command. His order was timely, but under the terrifying barrage of fire, some things could not be changed. This region was engulfed in flames. Hey, just in time, the Sheev Alf-Baizu said, standing on her captain's chair with one foot, watching the distant scene of bombardment. She was in high spirits, wagging her tail like a fan. The flagship she was on, the T4 Adjudicator class heavy interstellar missile cruiser, continued to launch interstellar missiles relentlessly. But this joy was short-lived. A few minutes later, the over 300 interstellar missile cruisers in this region quieted down, as if the roaring beasts moments before were completely different from their current calm state. Alas, it's over, Baizu shook her head with a sense of unfulfillment. The interstellar missile cruiser was enjoyable, but it was never satisfying. After each salvo, extensive time was needed for resupply of interstellar missiles, meaning they could only observe the battle during this time. It was both joyful and tormenting. Just as the bombardment group had finished its assault, the three T5 Lightning Soul class heavy assault interstellar cruisers initiated an attack. The essence was simple: strike when your enemy is weak. Although this was a cruiser, its firepower equipment was quite formidable, surpassing even the adjacent T5 Chaos Knights and the T5 Terrorblade belonging to the interstellar battle cruiser class opposite it. It was equipped with 38 heavy railguns, 300 heavy electromagnetic pulse rapid fire cannons, and 300 fully automatic medium-range electromagnetic point defense cannons. Their aggressive stance was described as destroying ships every 10 steps, leaving no trace for thousands of miles. In addition to the previous interstellar missile barrage, the Demon T4 starships in this area lost nearly a third, with the remaining two-thirds barely surviving and their energy shields depleted. With the chaos in their formation, the three T5 Lightning Soul class heavy assault interstellar cruisers ruthlessly wreaked havoc, rendering the Demon starships unable to mount an effective counterattack. Stay calm. Form up around the flagship and reorganize the formation. The commander of the Red Demon 5th Legion shouted continuously over the command channel. But at this moment, it was rare to find Demon starships able to maintain their composure and quickly recover. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Red Demon 4th Legion commander faced the worst situation. The reinforcements from this side were still far away. Coupled with the addition of the Zhonglong 1st Legion, the Demon fleet under the Red Demon 4th Legion commander's control was in disarray. And amidst this chaos, several blades pointed directly at the flagship of the Red Demon 4th Legion commander. Before he could respond, the commander was surprised to find that 6 of the T5 interstellar destroyers among the 10 had unexpectedly reached his position. Before he could react, the 6 T5 interstellar destroyers collided with the shields of his T5 Terrorblade class medium interstellar battlecruiser. It should be noted that the shields of the T5 Terrorblade had already endured the main cannon attacks from the T5 Pluto-class interstellar dreadnought and had depleted shield energy. Moreover, due to the unique performance of these T5 Chaos Knights heavy assault interstellar destroyers, after the Chaos Spears struck the shields of the T5 Terrorblade, they began extracting shield energy at an astonishing rate. The commander of the Red Demon 4th Legion looked at the rapidly depleting shield energy in astonishment. In a matter of seconds, the energy shifted from green to yellow, then red within half a minute. Support! Have the other interstellar battleships immediately come to our aid? The commander of the Red Demon 4th Legion yelled in panic. Other demon starships saw their flagship under threat and wanted to support, yet facing the relentless firepower of the Zhonglong First Legion and the T-5 Pluto-class interstellar dreadnought, it was nearly impossible for them to recall a significant number of starships quickly. The few demon starships that did manage to return could not effectively handle the shields of T-5-level interstellar destroyers. Soon, the shield energy of the T-5 Terrorblade-class medium interstellar battlecruiser was nearly depleted. The 6 T-5 Chaos Knights heavy assault interstellar destroyers approached like a pack of wolves targeting a lamb, baring their fangs. Assault! The captains of the 6 T-5 Chaos Knights nearly simultaneously issued the command. 6 Chaos Spears surged toward their prey. The flagship of the Red Devil 4th Legion fleet, the T-5 Terrorblade-class medium interstellar battlecruiser No. 0-3, could feel the vibration on the bridge like an earthquake. The commander of the 4th Legion sitting on the captain's chair also felt the tremors. Suddenly, the right side of the bridge rose sharply, tilting to nearly 60 degrees, causing many on the bridge to fall to the ground. Warning! Warning! The starboard midsection of the hull has been hit, the hull armor is taking the impact, and the armor strength in that area is rapidly decreasing. The alarm sounded at this moment. Then, abruptly, the bow of the ship rose sharply again, this time reaching nearly 90 degrees. The demon commander's head spun as he was thrown from his chair, hitting the ground heavily. System warnings continued to sound one after another, creating chaos on the bridge. The demon commander struggled to stand due to the shaking of the bridge, making it difficult to even keep his balance. He could hear the sound of metal friction, indicating that the ship's structure was being compromised. "Commander, this flagship is beyond saving. Your safety is the priority now. Let's board the shuttle and escape from here." The vice captain stumbled over to the demon commander, helping him up and urging him to leave. Despite his initial reluctance, the demon commander finally agreed to evacuate, realizing the gravity of the situation. The demon commander and a few of his trusted companions quietly made their way to a hidden hangar through a secret passage. The majority of the crew on the bridge were unaware that their commander had abandoned them. The hidden hangar was close to the bridge, allowing them to reach safety quickly. The vice captain immediately initiated emergency procedures upon entering the hangar, and a shuttle was waiting for them. "Commander, please board quickly." The vice captain opened the shuttle door and prepared to pilot the ship. As the shuttle accelerated away, the demon commander and his companions witnessed the destruction of their flagship by enemy T-5 interstellar destroyers attacking from multiple angles. The sight was chilling, as their once proud T-5 Terrorblade-class medium interstellar battlecruiser was now prey to their enemies. Amidst the chaos, the demon commander and his group realized that their flagship was doomed. As they fled in the shuttle, the demon commander pondered the mysterious identity and strength of the enemy known as the Dragon Legion, wondering if their sacrifice could garner mercy in the eyes of their superiors. Time slowly ticks away. The demon clan's interstellar fleet is like being stuck in a quagmire. No matter how they struggle, they cannot escape. Surrounding them is the Owl Dragon Legion, blocking their escape routes like an impenetrable barrier. Every now and then, they receive fire support from interstellar missiles or heavy artillery. The interstellar air superiority has long been lost, and their interstellar fighter jets and drones can't survive for more than 10 minutes once they take off. Among them lurk some assassins, ghost-like figures wandering the battlefield, seeking opportunities to hunt down high-level interstellar battleships, often targeting the main battleships of the Demon Clan's T for interstellar battleships, such as the T for Demon Hunter-class medium-sized interstellar battlecruiser. Destroying these demon main battleships at the lowest cost in the shortest time can greatly undermine the enemy's morale. Report: our breakout attempt has failed again. The deputy walked up to the commander of the Red Demon 5th Army Legion and reported. This situation might have become a norm for this demon commander. Prior to this, he had heard similar reports many times over the past few hours. With the news of the destruction of the flagship of the Red Demon 4th Army Legion, that portion of the elite demon fleet was annihilated by the Owl Dragon Legion fleet in a very short time. Forced to do so, the demon commander had to abandon the idea of continuing the breakout and regroup the remaining elite fleet with other Red Demon Legions before attempting the breakout multiple times. But all failed. We have lost our best chance. They will not give us any more opportunities to break free. They intend to wipe us out entirely here, the demon commander said in despair. He then looked at the demon fleet on the interstellar sandbox, divided into several sections. How many interstellar battleships do we have left? The deputy checked and hesitantly replied, less than 100,000, still 100,000. The demon commander smiled faintly. This number was significant, but he knew clearly that they had lost their fangs in front of the enemy and posed little threat. It was only a matter of time before they were eliminated. Commander, shall we try again? The deputy asked cautiously. Try again. The demon commander shook his head as his eyes reflected despair, which he quickly concealed. However, perhaps they could try one more time, not for themselves, but for a different purpose. Transmit my orders to gather all T for interstellar battleships available now. In 20 minutes, along with my flagship Terrorblade No. 017, we will launch the final breakout battle. The flagship Terrorblade No. 017 will lead the assault. The demon commander issued his orders. Upon hearing this command, the deputy and many demon officers around him were stunned. Isn't this an order for the flagship to sacrifice itself? With the Terrorblade No. 017 tasked with leading the charge, it would undoubtedly become the prime target for the enemy, and they could all imagine the outcome. Commander, the deputy and subordinates attempted to dissuade him. But the demon commander sat quietly in his captain's chair. Don't say any more. This is my command. This starship and I are destined to stay here. At least, with me and it, we can create some opportunities for others. At that moment, everyone understood the demon commander's intention. He himself did not fully believe his final words, but it was all he could do now. Whether they could succeed would depend on fate. Shortly after, the demon fleet organized another wave of elite ships. The flagship, the T-5 Terrorblade class medium-sized interstellar battlecruiser No. 017, took the lead, unleashing all firepower like a ferocious beast. Is this the final desperate struggle? Lilith mumbled as she watched the scene. Zhao Chen brightened up, standing up involuntarily. No, this is not a mere desperate struggle. Look at the fleet behind this breakout squadron preparing to break out. I didn't expect the Demon Clan to have such a commander. By using his flagship as the vanguard, the chances of tearing a hole in the enemy's encirclement will greatly increase. The remaining fleets can then launch the breakout, significantly improving the success rate. Hearing this, Lilith was surprised. Isn't our encirclement dangerous? Zhao Chen shook his head. The outcome of this war is already decided. Although the spirit of this commander is admirable, it won't change anything. Losing to T-5 flagships means our T-5 interstellar battleships have lost their match and can freely hunt on the battlefield. Many T-4 interstellar battleships have been destroyed, and the remaining T-4 interstellar battleships are barely holding on. Their fleet's spearhead is now blunt. Upon hearing the commander's words, Lilith observed the battlefield. Over in Charlotte's Owl Dragon 1st Legion, they quickly responded to the enemy's movement. A few T-4 Medusa-class heavy interstellar cannon ships at a distance locked onto the leading T-5 Terrorblade, conducting continuous bombardment. Although they were T-4 interstellar battleships, they had no trouble dealing with the half-damaged T-5 Terrorblade. The shield was quickly depleted, followed by direct hits on the ship's hull. The hull armor quickly became ravaged. Several T-5 Chaos Knight-class heavy assault interstellar destroyers, long prepared, went on the offensive, using tractor beams to capture the T-5 Terrorblade entirely. The goal was to capture the flagship entirely. Unfortunately, the commander of this flagship was truly brave. As the flagship was about to fall completely, explosions occurred at multiple locations, escalating into a series of self-destruct sequences. The damage exceeded that of the previous T-5 Terrorblade. Affected by the explosion, some nearby T-5 Chaos Knights, although not severely, felt the impact. The two T-5 Terrorblade-class medium-sized interstellar battlecruisers of the Demon Clan's fleet were ultimately lost. Accompanied by the fall of the only T-5 Horrorblade-class medium-sized interstellar battleship, the Demon Race fleet's breakout was quickly sealed off by the Owl Dragon 1st Legion, with no way out. Commander, looking at the current battlefield situation, it is basically under our control. Ending this war is just a matter of time, Charlotte reported calmly to Zhao Chen through the video window. Zhao Chen nodded and reminded, "Don't be too hasty. If we push them too hard, it may result in more unnecessary casualties for us. Give them some apparent hope to hold on. Time is not important. Reducing our losses is the most important. Also, those willing to surrender, we can accept, and we can guarantee their safety. Although the actions of the Demon Race fleet were somewhat ruthless, according to Zhao Chen's understanding, many interstellar warriors of the Demon Race were excellent labor force and even surpassed the Orc race. Such outstanding labor force would be perfect for mining or on some mineral planets. After the Sacred Radiance Empire and the Warhammer successively withdrew their occupation of the mechanical race, the star territories that Zhao Chen directly controlled even exceeded the area of 3 empires. This required a large amount of labor to develop. Understood. Charlotte nodded. She knew very well what the commander was thinking. She also began to change some of her arrangements. Originally, there were multiple encirclements on the battlefield, but now there seemed to be out-of-control gaps, and those Demon Race interstellar battleships that were originally trapped and desperate seemed to see a glimmer of hope in the darkness. They began to use all their strength to break through that gap. In the process, they gave up attacking the Owl Dragon interstellar battleships and focused all their strength on the breakout. In addition, some Demon Race fleets lost their upper-level command, leading to their inability to communicate with each other, and everyone trying to escape in a time of crisis. There were even collisions and cannon fire between them. Seeing this, Zhao Chen was very satisfied. This was the result he wanted. If they were only surrounded, they might erupt in a desperate fight under despair, causing unnecessary losses to the Owl Dragon Legion. Now, Zhao Chen's Owl Dragon fleet only needed to continuously wear them down. Will the Demon Race interstellar battleships really break out? Of course, they will try. But could these breakout Demon Race interstellar battleships really escape from here? The answer to that was predetermined. Zhao Chen had previously issued an order to completely destroy these Demon Race fleet, so their only choices were surrender or destruction, with no third option. For this reason, Charlotte had prepared two means early on. One was the assassins that had been wandering on the battlefield before. Zhao Wanner's interstellar stealth bomber special forces, their current mission was to hunt down the Demon Race fleets that broke out of the encirclement. Zhao Wanner's interstellar stealth bomber fleet was limited in number, and sometimes couldn't keep up, or the number of Demon Race interstellar battleships breaking out was too high, forming a small fleet. Then there was the second means. Charlotte had the various Legion fleets set up hunting squads made up of various classes of interstellar battleships and interstellar cruisers, challenging the speed against these speed-oriented interstellar battleships. With Charlotte coordinating everything systematically, this war had turned into a game in Zhao Chen's hands. As time passed bit by bit, the number of Demon Race interstellar battleships decreased. Naturally, there were also Demon Race interstellar battleships choosing to surrender, and the demon warriors on these interstellar battleships would become excellent labor force for Zhao Chen, contributing to his cause. Following Zhao Chen's orders, each Owl Dragon Legion fleet slowed down their attacks, as long as they ensured that the enemies could not escape. Letting them live a bit longer was not an issue. 20 hours, 30 hours, 40 hours, 50 hours. At this moment in the battle, it had gradually become a training game. The 8th, 9th, and 10th Legions of the Owl Dragon had just entered service, aiming to gain combat experience. Other Owl Dragon Legions cooperated, letting the remaining Demon Race interstellar battleships become targets for their real combat training. Just as Zhao Chen was about to doze off, he heard a very subtle hint in his mind. If it were during intense combat before, he might have ignored it. But now, he had nothing else to do. This hint should be related to a system task. Zhao Chen leaned back on the sofa, appearing to rest with his eyes closed, but in reality, he opened the system interface. Zhao Chen saw a completed mission message that had long been finished. T5 store opening mission completion, 100%. According to the mission prompts, please make a selection. Once the selection is complete, you will receive the corresponding completion percentage. When the completion percentage reaches 100%, the T5 system store will be unlocked. The option rewards are cumulative and limited to 3 months. Option 1. Destroying 3,000 Demon Interstellar battleships grants 5% completion. Completed Option 2. Destroying 30,000 Demon Interstellar battleships grants 10% completion. Completed Option 3. Destroying 300,000 Demon Interstellar battleships grants 20% completion. Completed Option 4. Destroying 300 T for level Demon Race interstellar battleships grants 5% completion. Completed Option 5. Destroying 3000 T for level Demon Race interstellar battleships grants 10% completion. Completed Option 6. Destroying 30,000 T for level Demon Race interstellar battleships grants 15% completion. Completed. Additional completion of 35% completion will issue an extra reward task. Congratulations on receiving a T5 store grand gift package. Zhao Chen's heart stirred. At the first battle with the Demon Race, Zhao Chen only completed some of the easier for mission options. However, since the completion rate had reached 100%, the T5 store had been opened, and Zhao Chen's main goal had been achieved. So Zhao Chen didn't care about the remaining incomplete mission options. At that time, this mission list hadn't disappeared. Unexpectedly, there was still a hidden reward. This time, the Demon Legion fleet had given themselves a gift. Zhao Chen immediately opened the T5 store grand gift package. Open T5 store grand gift package. Congratulations on receiving a T5 Super Soldier Potion, T5 Dragon Emperor Interstellar Command Ship, Dragon Emperor Core Matrix. Upon seeing these three rewards, Zhao Chen's eyes lit up involuntarily. More accurately, it should be two rewards. The T5 Super Warrior Potion was something Zhao Chen was extremely familiar with, because prior to this thing had troubled Zhao Chen for times, especially the fourth time, which was like living a fate worse than death. Even now, when Zhao Chen recalled it, he felt his bones ache and his heart palpitate. However, the benefits of this thing naturally need no further explanation, as it had greatly enhanced Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen had secretly conducted tests on his own body and found that the results exceeded the range of checks for intelligent creatures, even surpassing life expectancy predictions, going beyond 500 years. This was directly modifying his own genes. It was no wonder that he could tear apart combat mechs with his hands and punch through the armor of interstellar battleships. If the T4 Super Warrior Potion was this powerful, what would the T5 level Super Warrior Potion be like? Could it really turn someone into a superhuman? Validating the saying that at the end of science lies metaphysics, Zhao Chen swallowed and stifled the thought of injecting this T5 Super Warrior Potion for now, as it wasn't appropriate in the command bridge. He still remembered the scene when he injected the T4 Super Warrior Potion, and it was hard to imagine how he would react after injecting this T5 Super Warrior Potion. Zhao Chen looked at the other reward. Even though it was two items, Zhao Chen understood that it was essentially one reward: the T5 Dragon Emperor class Interstellar Command Ship, and the T5 Dragon Emperor Matrix Core. Zhao Chen had seen similar things before. It was the flagship he was currently on, the T5 Stygian class Interstellar Dreadnought. Along with its Stygian Matrix module back then, these two names were slightly different, but they were likely similar things. Zhao Chen checked the data of the T5 Dragon Emperor class Interstellar Command Ship. Just like its name, it was a highly specialized interstellar command ship. Its combat capabilities were not even on par with the T5 Chaos Knight and T5 Thunder Ghost. However, its role was crucial for a vast interstellar fleet. If the T5 Stygian class Interstellar Dreadnought gave the Owl Dragon Legion a spear, then the T5 Dragon Emperor class Interstellar Command Ship gave the Owl Dragon Legion a brain. Interstellar command ships, as the name implies, are a type of battlefield support ship tasked with commanding a battle. They often carry powerful communication networks, radar reconnaissance, anti-radar reconnaissance, anti-stealth radar, along with strong data processing capabilities, enabling intelligent analysis based on battlefield data in a short time. This function was always available to the Owl Dragon Legion. However, in most cases, multiple flagships cooperated. For example, in the current battle, the command structure was handled by the T4 Blue Eyes White Dragon class Heavy Interstellar Armor Battleship, where Charlotte was, and the T5 Stygian class Interstellar Dreadnought, where Zhao Chen was located. The two ships cooperated to command the battle. Though the effectiveness was decent, it naturally paled in comparison to the more specialized interstellar command ships. However, the interstellar command ship had always been a type of ship, but major forces did not pay much attention to it. Due to its poor combat effectiveness and high construction costs, many commanders, like Charlotte, preferred to ride into battle on combat-oriented interstellar warships, rendering interstellar command ships unpopular. Yet, its value had always been present. Zhao Chen always believed in the saying, "Leave professional matters to professionals." Currently, the Owl Dragon Legion was rapidly expanding its fleet. In the past, they could rely on a few flagships to coordinate their command structure with a few thousand or tens of thousands of interstellar warships. However, in the future, when the Owl Dragon Legion possessed hundreds of thousands of interstellar warships, even the T-5 Stygian-class interstellar dreadnought might not be able to handle such a massive command system. One reason the Owl Dragon Legion could respond swiftly on the battlefield was due to its small fleet size, simple command structure, and well-trained Owl Dragon officers who could swiftly implement orders. But as the fleet continued to grow, this efficiency advantage would gradually diminish. Prior to this battle, Lily and Charlotte had discussed with Zhao Chen the issue of the command system. Now, a solution had been presented to Zhao Chen. He was in a great mood. He glanced at the other system tasks. The annual task of obtaining the T5 Galaxy-class interstellar large-scale industrial-based technical blueprint was basically a done deal, only needing a few more days of waiting. Quarterly task content: the number of active T5-class interstellar warships reaches 3, receive 100 mission points. Reaches 5 ships, receive 100 mission points. Reaches 8 ships, receive 300 mission points. Reaches 10 ships, receive 400 mission points. For each ship beyond 10 in active service, receive an additional 100 mission points. Note, the above rewards can be accumulated. Zhao Chen had already completed this task. Currently, the Owl Dragon Legion had reached 14 active T5 interstellar warships, surpassing it by 4 ships. This meant that once the mission time arrived, he could receive 1,400 mission points, effectively resolving Zhao Chen's urgency for insufficient system mission points. Clutching a joyful heart, Zhao Chen opened his eyes and stood up. "Commander!" The adjacent Panther Guardwoman saw the commander making a move and immediately inquired about it. "I'm a bit tired. I'm going to rest in the bedroom," Zhao Chen said wearily. "You don't need to follow me. Just stay here." "Lily aren't here." Zhao Chen noticed Lily wasn't on the command bridge. Lily, the secretary, went to explain some matters to the officer in charge of controlling the demon prisoners. She should be in the shuttle docked in the hangar. The Panther said, "Then when Lily comes back, you tell her I've gone to rest." Zhao Chen instructed before turning and walking out of the command bridge. The Panther Guardwoman did not follow, as the T5 Stygian-class interstellar dreadnought was the safest place with the commander there. Leaving the command bridge, Zhao Chen stood in the suspended elevator without immediately inputting an address. He raised his hand and retrieved the blood-red T5 Super Warrior potion from the system. Given the previous occasions, injecting this would undoubtedly be very painful, as he had even smashed up his own bedroom before. OmegaW.net. If he were to inject this T5 Super Warrior potion in his bedroom, he'd end up tearing the entire room apart directly. Zhao Chen thought of a good place and said, "Go to training ground number 1. On every interstellar warship, there is its training ground, primarily used for the daily training of the crew members during peacetime. Even in this era of interstellar warfare, where starships clash with one another, each interstellar warship still prepares a few interstellar marines to handle unforeseen situations. These marines require such training grounds. Additionally, they can be used for simulated training of combat mechs." Zhao Chen looked at the sign for training ground No. 1 at the entrance and approached. Soon, a virtual light appeared in front of him. "Scan identity. Confirm if there is an application to use the training ground," a mechanical voice sounded. "Identity scan complete. Granted highest permission. You can freely use training ground No. 1. The gate opened, revealing the training area inside. "Do not let others in," Zhao Chen said. "Understood," the virtual light responded. Zhao Chen entered training ground No. 1, and the gates slowly closed. As time passed, faint sounds of heavy objects hitting against something could be vaguely heard through the thick walls. Just then, a figure was riding a hovering elevator through the corridor. Boom! This time, the sound of impact was clearly visible in the corridor. The floating elevator that had passed by this location returned under the control of the rider. A graceful figure descended. Lily looked skeptically at the gate of training ground No. 1. She had heard some noise earlier, although it was normal to hear sounds within a training ground. However, given the current wartime, all crew members should be at their battle stations. How could there be training happening now? Lily, a succubus, sensed that something of great importance was happening within the walls. She approached the gate of training ground No. 1. The virtual light reappeared. "Training ground is currently in use," the mechanical voice said. "Who is using the training ground?" Lily inquired. I'm sorry, your permission does not allow inquiries, the mechanical voice responded. Lily furrowed her brow. No permission for inquiries. How was that possible? Boom! Suddenly, cracks like spiderwebs appeared on the nearby wall. Some debris even fell to the ground. Protruding outwards were at least 10 centimeters. Lily's pupils subtly changed. She became alert, and a mini laser gun materialized in her hand. Although as a secretary, she was not supposed to carry weapons openly, but how could she not carry a weapon in such circumstances? I'm asking, who is inside? Lily maintained a fighting stance, staring intently at the gate of training ground No. 1. Open the door. I need to go in. I'm sorry, your permission. Lily, losing patience, raised her hand, and a virtual page appeared, followed by a virtual token. Highest permission detected, the mechanical voice stated. This was the highest permission, almost identical to Zhao Chen's, but with some restrictions. Lily would not unlock it unless absolutely necessary. The Artificial Intelligence Monitoring Training Ground No. 1 detected this permission and released the restrictions on Lily. Open the door. Lily commanded sharply and also ordered the bridge to send immediate backup. The nearest interstellar marines were on their way. Along with the opening of the gate, Lily saw an unexpected figure. What was once a clean and orderly training ground No. 1 had now become a ruin, unrecognizable from its original state. In the midst of the wreckage, a figure staggered unsteadily, leaning forward, hands clutching their head, their upper body missing clothes, exposing a bulging, bloodshot chest, eyes lacking sanity. Even in this disturbing state, Lily immediately recognized the figure. Commander! Commander! Lily sensed that the commander was not right and shouted out loud. But upon hearing her voice, Zhao Chen, as if sensing prey, rushed towards Lily in the blink of an eye. However, just before Zhao Chen's claw-like hand was about to land on Lily's face, he stopped. Get out! Zhao Chen roared, then began to retreat. Commander, what's happening to you? What happened? Lily, ignoring the danger, approached the commander and inquired. This time, Zhao Chen stayed silent, his eyes filled with ferocity. However, Lily was prepared this time. She used her succubus's innate ability to directly influence Zhao Chen's consciousness. She could feel that the commander's pain did not stem from his body, but his consciousness. While she was unsure of the cause, she believed that soothing the commander's consciousness might be effective. Regardless, Lily couldn't allow the commander to stay in such a state. And her ability indeed had an effect. The pained expression on Zhao Chen's face slowly faded away, and the ferocity in his eyes disappeared. However, Lily was drenched in sweat because she felt the commander's mind space was chaotic, filled with various negative emotions. It was hard for her to maintain control over this tumultuous consciousness for a long time, but if left unchecked, she couldn't guarantee the commander's safety. At that moment, Lily suddenly had an idea. The violent outburst from the commander earlier suggested a murderous frenzy. Was it possible for her to change this emotion? Lily saw an opportunity and began to intervene in the commander's mind space, creating a dreamlike setting within it. Countless enchanting fairies clothed in gossamer roamed around, exuding alluring charm. At that moment, another emotion began to appear in Zhao Chen's eyes, a more intense one. Feeling assured, Lily knew this scenario would prevent the commander from experiencing overwhelming emotional pressure. However, in the next second, Lily found herself pinned to the ground as if a beast was tearing into a defenseless rabbit. Lily had thought she could soothe the uncontrolled commander within his consciousness by creating a pleasant dream world. However, the extent of the commander's condition was severe. Even with his consciousness under control, his body still acted on its primal desires. Lily lightly bit her lip and closed her eyes slowly. Simultaneously, she ordered the approaching guards and interstellar marines to return to their positions, not needing to come any closer. Soon after, Lily weakly with a hint of breathlessness in her voice shouted, "Close. Close the door. No, without permission. No one is allowed in." The virtual light softly responded, "Understood." The hatch of training ground No. 1 closed, shutting off the realm of endless spring. How come I can't contact the commander? After dealing with battlefield affairs, Charlotte looked at Captain Zhu Zhaoxiao of the T5 King of Darkness class interstellar dreadnought through video communication with a furrowed brow. Zhu Zhaoxiao was still lingering in the recent battle. Hearing Charlotte's words, she turned to look at the empty sofa. Shaking her head, she said, "I don't know." Charlotte furrowed her brows slightly. It was rare not to be able to contact the commander. Then what about Lily? Charlotte immediately thought of Lily, who was always with the commander. Lily is also not here. Zhu Zhaoxiao scanned the bridge but did not find Lily's secretary. Hearing that both the commander and Lily were missing, Charlotte felt a sense of unease. She pulled up Lily's contact information, just as she was ready to press call. On the other side of the video window, the figure of Zhao Chen appeared. "I'm here." "Charlotte, what do you need?" Zhao Chen stood at a distance, waving towards Charlotte's video window. Charlotte's hand, which was about to contact Lily, stopped. She watched as Zhao Chen walked slowly to Zhu Zhaoxiao's side and asked in confusion, "Commander, I've been trying to contact you, but it kept showing unable to connect." Zhao Chen paused, looking at his right hand. The handheld terminal that was previously attached to his right wrist like a sticker had disappeared. Perhaps it couldn't withstand the earlier strain from his power outburst and disintegrated. "I was discussing internal finances of our Phantom Dragon Legion with Lily just now. We expended a lot during this battle, and the Red Demon Legion is likely to strike again. We need to discuss how to make sufficient preparations in the shortest time possible. Also, the control over the 15-star territories we obtained from various empires and the 10-star territories we just acquired from the Warhammer and Holy Radiance empires needs quick arrangements." While we were talking, I inadvertently blocked external communications. "Charlotte, do you have something urgent to report to me?" Zhao Chen casually explained the recent events, half-truths and all. It wasn't that he wanted to deceive Charlotte, it happened to suddenly, leaving Zhao Chen momentarily at a loss on how to explain to her during such a situation. He planned to wait until they were alone to confess. "I see." Charlotte didn't question much, her mind returning to her tasks due to Zhao Chen's last sentence. "This battle is essentially over. We've dealt with all 30 Demon Legion fleets, totaling 300,000 interstellar warships. Now, it's all about post-battle cleanup. Let's hurry to support Chitong over there." Zhao Chen thought about the 2 Phantom Dragon Legion fleets, led by Chitong and Sula still engaging 3 Demon Legion fleets. Their battle has already ended. With additional reinforcements from the Warhammer side, the remaining Demon Legion interstellar warships will either be destroyed or surrender, Charlotte said. "How's the damage to Chitong and Sula's fleets?" Zhao Chen asked with concern. Each fleet suffered losses of about 1,000 interstellar warships, totaling 4,000, Charlotte replied. Hearing the level of damage, nearly 70% loss rate, this was the most significant loss the Phantom Dragon Legion suffered since its formation. However, their roles in this campaign were crucial. When Zhao Chen and others left, the 2 Phantom Dragon Legion fleets had already lost 3,000 interstellar warships, indicating in future battles, they only lost 1,000 more. Princess Blancui, Chief Ted, and Chief Shang, along with the reinforcements, incurred 30,000 interstellar warships casualties, Charlotte added. This explained that timely arrival of reinforcements bore the brunt of the main battle duties, significantly alleviating pressure on Chitong and Sula's Phantom Dragon Legion fleets. It was only due to their prior engagement that the losses were limited to only 30,000 interstellar warships. "By the way, didn't Secretary Lily come back with you? Tasks related to post-battle processing and related data statistics require Secretary Lily to manage." Charlotte looked around Zhao Chen, inquiringly. "Lily is busy with the tasks I mentioned earlier. Leave those matters to Lily's secretary department for now. She handled the summary later," Zhao Chen replied. "That's it then. Here, I need to organize repairs for damaged interstellar warships and attend to the wounded." It's a substantial loss this time." Charlotte's expression dimmed. Zhao Chen's mood also grew heavy. Although the final post-battle statistics weren't out yet, just by looking at the battlefield, he knew each Phantom Dragon Legion fleet paid a significant price in this war. After all, the enemy comprised 300,000 Demon Legion interstellar warships. The video communication ended there. Zhao Chen breathed a sigh of relief. "Commander, you seem to be hiding something from General Charlotte." Zhu Zhaoxiao suddenly spoke up, blinking her eyes. Zhao Chen tapped Zhu Zhaoxiao's head directly, saying, "Stop talking nonsense, what do I have to hide? If you have time, stop daydreaming and focus on learning how to command the fleet's captains. Don't think you can escape." With that, Zhao Chen turned and walked back to his sofa. Zhu Zhaoxiao stuck out her tongue at Zhao Chen, muttering, "A woman's intuition is very accurate." Besides, I won't leave my beloved King of Darkness. Seated on the sofa, Zhao Chen furrowed his brows, feeling somewhat guilty. Was it that obvious? Why could Zhu Zhaoxiao sense it? Is a woman's sixth sense that accurate? He heard Zhu Zhaoxiao's muttering behind his back clearly. After injecting the T5 Super Warrior Serum, Zhao Chen's hearing and other abilities were significantly enhanced. Just like when he heard Charlotte's communication from afar. Fortunately, it didn't raise suspicion from her. Zhao Chen leaned against the sofa, facing the ceiling of the bridge, covering his face. The after effects of the T5 Super Warrior Serum were severe. It was impossible to guard against it. Several hours later, Lily's holographic image appeared in the secretary department on the bridge. Quickly compile the post-battle statistics. Then, assess the wreckage of the starships on the battlefield to see if our accompanying interstellar transport ship can bring them back. If not enough, immediately contact Warhammer and have them dispatch the necessary interstellar transport ships to bring back all the wreckage of the starships. Although it was just a holographic image, Lily was still meticulous in her guidance. After arranging these tasks, a secretary curiously looked at Lily and asked, "Lady Lily, why aren't you here in person? In the past, you were always personally responsible for compiling this data after important battles." Lily's gaze flickered for a moment, then she said, "I have other matters to attend to now. This is also to train your abilities. In the future, the Owl Dragon Legion will face more and more wars, and it is not possible for me to personally supervise everything. You need to have the capability to handle things on your own. Do these tasks well? I will come by later." After speaking, Lily closed her holographic image. During this process, she did not look in the direction of the commander's sofa, which was something that would never have happened before. Phew! Lily looked at her room, exhaustedly lying on the bed. If her body allowed, she would definitely want to return to the bridge to oversee the work in person. But her current physical state did not allow it at all. She felt like her body was falling apart. Thinking about what had happened, Lily buried her face in the blanket. She never expected things to end up the way they did. But at the same time, she felt a sweet and fulfilling sensation inside. Just then, a communication window popped up. It happened to see Lily, her face covered by the blanket. The permission to conduct video communication without application naturally belonged to Commander Zhao Chen. Lily. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Lily, who had been lost in thoughts, snapped back. She slowly moved her eyes from under the blanket and saw Commander Zhao Chen in the video window in front of her. This made Lily, who was usually clear-minded, unsure of what to do. Her mind was completely blank. Zhao Chen also noticed Lily's unusual emotional state and coughed a few times. Ahem, I just wanted to say. If you're feeling unwell, you can rest for a while. I can take care of things here. Lily quietly acknowledged. Later, due to the awkward atmosphere, both Zhao Chen and Lily didn't know what to say. In the end, the video call ended. Zhao Chen looked at the black video window with a wry smile. After a few hours, a figure appeared on the bridge. Lily, dressed in a secretary-style military uniform, slowly walked onto the bridge. Her presence was still commanding, but those who saw her also sensed something different. Some keen observers quickly noticed it was Lily's secretary's pace. It was known that Lily's secretary would often walk quickly and perform tasks swiftly, except when by the commander's side. She would not walk slowly like she did now. Zhao Chen was somewhat surprised to see Lily appear. He thought Lily would rest for a longer period. "Commander, I'm going back to my workstation. I'll report to you after the post-battle statistics are summarized," Lily said before walking towards her secretary department. Her expression, her tone of voice, seemed as if everything that had happened before was but an illusion. Zhao Chen watched Lily working in the secretary department on the bridge, noting her slight discomfort and minimal movement compared to her usual work attitude. After a few more hours, Lily returned to Zhao Chen. "Commander, a summary of the post-battle statistics for this campaign has been completed, while the detailed data will take some more time. Just give me the brief summary for now. Inform me if there are any important data updates later," Zhao Chen replied, looking at Lily's legs. He couldn't help but add, "Would you like to sit down and report to me?" pointing to the empty seat on the sofa beside him. If others heard this, they would think the commander was caring for his subordinate. But Lily understood the underlying meaning. She bit her lip gently and said softly, "No need, Commander. I'll report like this." With that, Lily began reporting on the battle. This battle lasted 3 days. They annihilated over 30 million enemy starships, including two medium-sized T-5 Terrorblade-class interstellar battlecruisers and 30,000 T-4-class interstellar warships. The estimated casualties from the enemy surpassed 5 billion. Over 6,000 enemy starships surrendered, and nearly 10 million demon soldiers surrendered. These demon soldiers were all detained on the interstellar transport ship and will be sent to Zhao Chen's territory for colonization or mining on the mineral planets. The Owl Dragon Legion deployed 8 Legion fleets to Special Task Forces and 14 T-5 interstellar warships, nearly 25,000 starships, in this battle. About 6,000 starships were destroyed, and 5,000 suffered severe damage, with close to 3 million casualties among the crew. The war consumed nearly 1.3 trillion star coins, half of which were from the interstellar missile expenses, totaling 800 billion star coins. Just the Special Task Force, led by Volf Princess Baizu, conducted 5 rounds of comprehensive firepower strikes in this war. It was a resounding victory. Adding up the casualties of Red Eye's and Su Lan's forces, in this whole battle, the Owl Dragon Legion lost 10,000 starships, nearly 5 million crew members, and incurred war costs of 1.5 trillion star coins. The overall loss rate of the Owl Dragon Legion exceeded 30%. When Zhao Chen heard this figure, his expression became much graver. Compared to the enemy's losses, the casualty ratio was almost 36-1. It was a sheer ambush with the support of interstellar missile ships. If not for these, in a head-on confrontation alone, Zhao Chen couldn't imagine how many losses his fleet would face. At the same time, he deeply felt the threat from the demon race. This was just 13 demon fleet forces. Who knows how many more interstellar fleets the demons would send in the future? It felt like a giant mountain pressing down on Zhao Chen's head, making him feel suffocated. "What is the financial situation of our Owl Dragon Legion fleet?" Zhao Chen asked in a deep voice. Lily shook her head and said, "It's not optimistic. If we are just maintaining the industrial system of the Owl Dragon Legion itself and building interstellar battleships, it's manageable. But if another war of the same level occurs, we do not have enough war resources reserved. In a way, in this war, we almost depleted all our reserves. According to our Secretary Department's calculation, assuming the enemy brings another 100,000 interstellar battleships, the outcome of this battle may not be the same as it is now." Zhao Chen took a deep breath. Should he speed up, let the Sacred Radiance Empire and the Warhammer Interstellar Federation utilize their value, and at the same time, make use of the extra 10 stellar resources? Lily naturally guessed what the commander was thinking. The development plan for these 10 sectors has already begun on our end. We should have a rough plan in place by the end of the year. I predict that if in the future, these 10 sectors, including the 5 we have developed, are fully exploited, just from the monthly resource output, the value can reach up to 20 trillion star coins. And in the future, if we build habitable planets in these sectors, the value they bring will continue to increase. However, these 15 sectors must be managed properly. We could slack a bit in managing 5 sectors before, but not with these 15 sectors. A complete system framework is necessary for efficiency, Lily said. As you have brought it up, do you have any ideas? Zhao Chen looked at Lily. When Lily took the initiative to voice an opinion, she usually proposed solutions as well. Lily raised her hand and presented an electronic document with a headline, Owl Dragon 15 Star Zones. These 15 star zones represent the 10 sectors. In fact, I think you can establish a... Lily's words seemed to imply something. Zhao Chen caught on and quickly waved his hand, saying, "Don't talk about founding an empire or something like that. Just thinking about it makes me tired. Qin Shaolei offered me the title of regent, and I couldn't be bothered with her. Do you want me to establish an interstellar empire?" Zhao Chen had no intention of claiming an emperor's title. He preferred the feeling of controlling everything behind the scenes, pushing all responsibilities to others. When all threats were eliminated, he could retire and find a nice planet to enjoy life with Charlotte and Lily. The thought made Zhao Chen a little excited. Lily understood the temperament of their commander and knew she wouldn't be able to persuade him. She continued, "My plan does not necessarily entail claiming an emperor title, but we need to establish a system that is needed at the moment. If you have any suggestions, just say it." Lily raised her hand, and a pyramid structure framework appeared in front of Zhao Chen. Among them were familiar terms to Zhao Chen: Northern Goose Group, Earth Dragon Group, Northern Dragon Group, Rose Red Dragon Group, and some in the development stage. At the top of the pyramid appeared a line: Al Dragon Galaxy Interstellar Group. In the past, we had to hide things like the Northern Goose Group, but the situation now is different. Allowing them to be out in the open and tied to us is more beneficial for their development. As the saying goes, it's good to lean on a big tree for shade. And this All Dragon Galaxy Interstellar Group, which includes all these modules, as well as our All Dragon Legion. Even if you do not establish an interstellar empire and claim the title of Emperor, it can still become the uncrowned king of this former Galaxy Alliance. Lila presented her idea: All Dragon Galaxy Interstellar Group. Zhao Chen narrowed his eyes. It sounded intriguing, but he felt something was off. Later, Lila explained the benefits of this system, how the modules within the system could exchange quickly. Some might have competitive relationships, but also partnerships, promoting healthy development. Zhao Chen couldn't think of any better suggestions at the moment, so he agreed to Lila's idea of establishing the Owl Dragon Galaxy Interstellar Group. With permission granted, Lila smiled slightly. This was indeed an excellent system, but at the same time, it was a prototype. As long as there was an opportunity and a need, the entire All Dragon Galaxy Interstellar Group could change. This was Lila preparing for Zhao Chen's future. As the saying goes, it's better to be prepared in advance. And Lila always believed that Zhao Chen was destined to stand at the peak of this galaxy. She was laying out the steps for him to climb, waiting for the moment he reached the top. Later, Zhao Chen listened to Lila report. Since only the post-war cleanup remains, various All Dragon Legion fleets can prepare to return. Many people are exhausted from this high-intensity operation and need to go back and rest for a while. All right, I will make arrangements. Subsequently, some of the Owl Dragon Legion fleets left behind some fully combat-ready interstellar battleships to protect the battlefield ruins. The remaining All Dragon Legion fleets embarked on a homecoming journey. Several hours later, the Owl Dragon Legion fleets appeared next to a battlefield debris site. This was where the Owl Dragon 2nd Legion led by Chishan and the 4th Legion led by Sulin intercepted the Demon Fleet. The battlefield was currently being cleaned up. When they saw the interstellar battleships appearing, the various fleets on site immediately went on alert. When they realized that the newcomers were the Owl Dragon Legion fleets, the mood shifted from cautious to excited in an instant. The return of the Owl Dragon Legion fleets meant that the battle. Zhao Chen almost immediately received multiple video communication requests. There were requests from Chishan, Sulin, Princess Blanky of the Dragon Legion, Commander Zhongda of the 100 Beasts Legion, and Ted, the acting commander of the Dragon Tiger Legion. Their urgent need to contact him was clear to Zhao Chen. He directly agreed to all of their video communication requests. Several video windows appeared successively. Initially, everyone was eager to inquire when they saw others appearing, but did not immediately ask. It was not until Princess Blanky couldn't hold back and asked, "Lord, how did your battle go?" Lasted 3 days, wiped out 300,000 interstellar battleships of the demon race, Zhao Chen casually replied. This left everyone stunned. Although they had anticipated this outcome, hearing it confirmed still stirred immense emotions. They had won. The Warhammer Interstellar Federation Kingdom's northern territories under the rule of Zhao Chen and others did not immediately rush back to the Dragon Star system. Instead, they arranged for some urgently needed repairs of the interstellar warships to return to the Dragon Star system first for rest and repair work. After all, with such a large number of starships, it would take time to bring them all back at once. And with the high-ranking officials of the Warhammer Interstellar Federation Kingdom present, Zhao Chen called for a simple meeting. The meeting was straightforward, starting with an explanation of the threat posed by the Demon Clan. Although the battle had ended, it didn't mean that future threats would disappear. Other topics included encouraging industrial revival and development within the Warhammer Interstellar Federation Kingdom, promoting interstellar trade, and more. There was also an important decision. Considering the current situation, I feel that establishing a defense line solely in the northern territories is far from enough. The most suitable position to counter the Demon Clan is at the entrance of the Demon Passage. Due to the peculiarities surrounding the passage, it is a place that is easy to defend and hard to attack. Therefore, I will build a military base in this area. Zhao Chen pointed beyond the northern territories, closer to the entrance of the demon passage, drawing a circle. As the passage led to the demon clan, it was also simply named the Demon Passage. Princess Blank commented, "Rebuilding a military base from scratch will require significant investment and time. If the demon fleet attacks again before that, we may catch them off guard. Time is set at 3 months. By the end of March next year, this military base will be completed. The interstellar industrial fleet for construction will be provided by us, and the required materials will be split 50-50 between us and the Warhammer. The labor force will all be provided by the Warhammer side," Zhao Chen said. Chief Ted and Chief Bear both expressed thoughtful expressions. Princess Blank quickly analyzed the situation, saying, "There is no problem with the labor force. However, the required funding for construction is something we are willing to support half of. We need a detailed figure, as the Warhammer's current financial reserves are not abundant." Finally, the 3-month deadline. According to the construction requirements you provided, it is impossible to complete within 3 months. Blank Princess looked at the construction requirements handed to everyone present regarding the military base. It included a series of facilities such as stargates, trade-type starforts, military starports, interstellar fortresses, and interstellar space stations. Whether it can be completed within 3 months, you don't need to worry about that. We will take responsibility. As long as the labor and funding are provided on time, it's not a problem. As for the funding, Zhao Chen turned to Lily. At this time, Lily, the housekeeper, stepped forward. According to the preset construction projects for this military base, it is estimated that it will require 5 trillion star coins in materials or funds to be provided within 3 months. 5 trillion star coins? Upon hearing this figure, even Zhao Chen himself was taken aback. He had only glanced at it before and knew it wouldn't be cheap, but he hadn't expected it to be this expensive. Even if the Warhammer split the cost of the 5 trillion star coins, the dragon would still have to bear half of it. However, Zhao Chen did not question this figure and the proposal because he knew there were many purposes behind building this military base. One of them was to resist the potential future attacks by the Demon Clan. Another reason was to strengthen the Warhammer's foundation, considering their expansive territory. Establishing such a military base would indirectly enhance the Warhammer's deterrence power and safeguard the future vast trade system of the Dragon Galactic Interstellar Consortium. Additionally, it would act as a subtle warning to some ambitious family forces within the Warhammer. Even though it would come at a significant cost, Zhao Chen agreed to the construction of this military base. The Dragon Consortium may appear powerful, but its foundation was fragile. Strategies like the Dragon Galactic Interstellar Consortium strategy developed by Lily previously, as well as the construction of military bases, were all aimed at solidifying the Dragon Consortium's foundation. With the brief meeting concluded, Princess Blank and Zhao Chen walked out together. "Your Highness, should we go and see your sister Leona?" Zhao Chen asked. Hearing Leona's name, Princess Blank rolled her eyes. "Lord, you have some talent. My sister, the princess of the Dragon Tribe, gave up her positions, such as fleet commanders, and ran to your Dragon Consortium. She's still serving as the fleet commander of 300 interstellar battleships now." Zhao Chen chuckled. "I did not force Leona. It was her own decision. In our Dragon Consortium, rank is not based on family background, but on one's ability. Leona graduated directly from our military academy to be a fleet captain, which speaks volumes about her talent and leadership skills. I believe her position will be further elevated after this battle. In the Dragon, as long as you shine like gold, you will be recognized. Princess Blank, would you consider joining us? Trying to poach my sister wasn't enough. Now you want to poach me too. Thank you for the offer, Lord, but the Dragon Tribe still needs someone to manage things," Blank replied with a light laugh. After parting ways with Leona, Zhao Chen then had a post-war meeting with the commanders of various all-dragon legions. This meeting was not held in a conference room, but in a private room within the spaceship's restaurant, with a large round table surrounded by a dozen chairs. The table was already filled with sumptuous food. 10 Legion commanders, to special fleet commanders, the acting captain of the T5 Dark King, Zhao Chen, and Secretary Lilith were all present. But as Zhao Chen walked in, he sensed that the atmosphere was not quite right. "What's wrong? This is a celebratory banquet prepared for you. Why does everyone look unhappy?" Zhao Chen bypassed the table and took a seat at the head. Lilith was on his right side, Charlotte on his left. As everyone stood up to greet him, Zhao Chen gestured for everyone to sit down. Speak up, what's bothering you? Zhao Chen picked up his chopsticks and tasted the food. Initially, no one spoke. Let me take a guess. Zhao Chen looked around. Is it because of the heavy losses in this battle? At this, Zhao Chen noticed that Commander Yi Xiaotong of the 8th Legion lowered her head, her eyes slightly red. Even the usually strong 3rd Legion Commander Shen Bing and 7th Legion's Wei Shishi turned their heads, not wanting the commander to see their uncontrollable tears in their eyes. Speak up, let it out. It's not good to keep it all in. It's not good for your health. Zhao Chen chewed on the food, asking. Still, no one answered. Zhao Chen looked at Shen Bing. Shen Bing, you were one of the first to follow me. What can't you say directly? There are only us old friends here. Let's just vent to each other. Shen Bing clenched his fists, finally unable to hold back. Commander, I'm deeply sorry. I know I shouldn't lose composure in this setting and dampen everyone's mood, but I can't control myself. I know, this is interstellar warfare. Casualties are normal. I've experienced many battles. I thought I was used to it, but when my good friend appeared on the casualty list, Shen Bing choked up and couldn't continue. At this point, Lilith intervened and explained the situation. If I understand correctly, it should be Huang Qixi, the fleet commander of the Owl Dragon 3rd Legion 2nd Fleet, and also the Deputy Legion Commander. Huang Qixi also graduated from the Northern Starfleet Military Academy, but she wasn't in the same year as Shen Bing and the commander. She was your junior. Half a year after Shen Bing joined the Owl Dragon Legion, she was recommended by Shen Bing to join the Legion. In this battle, the Owl Dragon 3rd Legion 2nd Fleet led by Huang Qixi encountered a strong enemy ambush, but they fought valiantly at their battle posts. In the end, out of the 300 interstellar warships in the fleet, less than 30 were left. Fleet Commander Huang Qixi sacrificed herself. Hearing Lilith tell this story, Shen Bing felt guilty and lowered his head, tears uncontrollably falling from his eyes. Qixi, like me, came from a humble background, excelling at the Northern Starfleet Military Academy. Perhaps because of our similar backgrounds, we coincidentally became friends. She often helped me. It was also me who actively brought her into the Owl Dragon Legion. Her family includes parents and 2 younger brothers. Originally from a poor family, their lives greatly improved due to the benefits of the Owl Dragon Legion. Later, after being promoted to the position of Deputy Legion Commander, according to the Legion's benefits, they could be brought to live in the Owl Dragon star system. I've met her parents and brothers. They are all good people. I promised them that I would take care of Qixi, like my own sister. I really don't know how to face her parents now. Perhaps stirred up by Shen Bing's words, Yi Xiaotong also couldn't help but choke up. My 2 younger sisters. In this battle, all sacrificed. And my former comrades. Yi Xiaotong picked up a nearby glass and downed its contents. Wei Shishi clenched her fists, eyes swollen. Those sisters, who trusted me, followed me from the Imperial Princess Fleet to the Owl Dragon Legion, 368 of them. 37 had already left before. This time, more directly, lost 277 people. Looking at these high-ranking Legion commanders of the Owl Dragon Legion, perhaps they appeared as cold female war gods to the outside world. But Zhao Chen knew they had vulnerabilities, emotions, and could be saddened. It's just that they wouldn't show it in front of outsiders. Maybe it was only in front of their commander that they dared to show their true feminine side. It's like that saying, tears are not lightly shed, it's just not time to be sad yet. Seeing the increasingly solemn mood, Zhao Chen put down his chopsticks. I understand your emotions. I'll tell you something later. But I hope you can enjoy this meal in peace. Everyone was curious about what the commander was going to say and followed his orders to pick up their chopsticks, but their eating was scarce. This made Zhao Chen uncomfortable, so he put down his chopsticks again. Forget it. You can't enjoy this meal in this state. Lilith, contact them for me. Zhao Chen ordered. Zhao Chen's command was vague, but Lilith understood what the commander wanted to do. She began to initiate communication. Soon, a video window appeared in front of everyone. Commander, what are your orders? Ian, in charge of the Rebirth Project, appeared in the video. Ian, help me find someone named Huang Qixi. She was the fleet commander of the Owl Dragon 3rd Legion 2nd Fleet, and also the Deputy Legion Commander. Zhao Chen spoke. Shen Bing, who heard this, was surprised and looked up at the commander, not understanding the commander's intentions. Huang Kiki, I know her. When we went through the process before, because her position was one of the highest among the rebirth candidates, I specifically paid attention. I'll pull up the footage of her room now, Ian said as he began to operate. Soon, a video image of a room appeared. Mist enveloped the room. Give me another shot over here. In the mist, the sound of a woman could be heard. Miss Huang Kiki, the commander wishes to see you. Aeon's voice suddenly sounded, startling the people in the mist. The video window zoomed in, and everyone could see clearly. It was a steaming hot spring, with a woman enjoying it, her face covered in a mask. There was also a floating tub nearby with drinks and snacks. Kiki! Shen Bing exclaimed and jumped up, recognizing her best friend Huang Kiki, even with a mask. Ah! Huang Kiki hadn't realized what was happening. She opened her eyes, looking at the sudden appearance of the video window in front of her. And on the opposite side of the video window were the commander, Shen Bing, and others. At that moment, time seemed to freeze. Zhao Chen covered his face with one hand, barely holding back a smile. Yun really is something, directly accessing the video communication in someone else's room, without even notifying in advance. This is so awkward. Leaving the hot spring and changing into a bathrobe, Huang Kiki kept glancing awkwardly at Commander Zhao Chen on the video screen. How embarrassing! How could she see the commander while she was completely naked? She must have been seeing everything. Huang Kiki! Shen Bing raised her voice. She had called out several times before, but Huang Kiki hadn't responded. The fluctuating gaze on the commander clearly showed what Miss Huang was thinking. Ah! Bing Bing! What's wrong? Huang Kiki finally came back to her senses, but her gaze still occasionally darted towards the commander. Weren't you sacrificed on the battlefield before? I saw my own ship being destroyed. At that time, you communicated with me for the last time, telling me we'd be best friends in the next life. Shen Bing asked loudly. There was no trace of sentimentality left, especially seeing her own self cry and lose appetite. And her best friend was there enjoying a hot spring, drinking wine, applying face masks, eating snacks, having a grand time. I have no idea about that. I just closed my eyes and found myself here. Then I was told I needed some time to recover and couldn't contact the outside world, Huang Kiki said innocently. Commander Zhao Chen began to unravel the situation for everyone. Prior to this, besides those who had experienced the T for Reborn clone starship, and those who worked on it, only a few people like Zhao Chen knew about this. Even the commanders of the Legion like Shen Bing were not informed. Rebirth Resurrection. Chu Zhuan covered her mouth in surprise. This black technology is quite sophisticated, so I won't elaborate further. In short, our Owl Legion fleet's active crew, under my arrangement, had something similar to a beacon injected into their souls. When they die, the T for Reborn clone starship receives their spiritual will and injects it into the cloned body, allowing them to be resurrected in this form. Cloning technology was frowned upon by various empires in the past, so I couldn't disclose it. Your sacrificed loved ones, crew members, subordinates, etc., have all been resurrected. However, due to some cases, like experiencing pain before death, they retain the memories of their past life upon resurrection, leading to some having poor mental health after resurrection. So, you understand what I mean. At least, they're still alive. Wei Shishi cried tears of joy. So why are you informing us now? Just because of the current situation? Commander Medusa queried. Zhao Chen explained, that's just a minor reason. The most important reasons are twofold. Firstly, given the strength of our Owl Legion now, even if others know we possess this restricted technology, no one would dare to challenge us. Secondly, in this battle, we lost a third of our interstellar warships and 1/10 of frontline combat personnel were sacrificed. With such a huge gap in personnel, in the future, it would be impossible to conceal the use of these resurrected individuals. So I decided to inform you. However, about this black technology, though we're removing the highest level of secrecy starting now, we will still maintain a 3-tier secrecy level. Got it? Zhao Chen looked at everyone. Understood. This 3-tier secrecy level meant not actively disseminating certain information, but all members of the Owl Legion fleet had the ability to know while maintaining secrecy to the outside world. Zhao Chen no longer cared when the outside world would discover this. All right, you can continue this celebration feast now. Zhao Chen pointed at the food on the table. It's shameful to waste food. With the burden lifted, everyone's mood immediately lightened. Commander, now that this doesn't require secrecy, can we contact those resurrected ones? Wei Shishi asked. Of course, Zhao Chen nodded. Wei Shishi looked at Shen Bing chatting with her best friend, but considering the current situation, she resisted the urge to contact her comrades and subordinates. After all, the commander wouldn't deceive her. Thinking of the happy event, Wei Shishi picked up a bottle and toasted Zhao Chen without waiting for his response, drinking it down. The atmosphere in the cabin improved a lot. Huang Kiki, I was really worried about you. After you come back, I will arrange your work properly. Shen Bing stared at Huang Kiki, pretending to be angry. She had been so worried about the other, but it turned out she was just enjoying life. Bing bing, bing bing. I know I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. If I could contact you, I would definitely contact you first. When I can go back, I'll invite you to a hot spring. I'll massage your back for you. Huang Kiki spoke softly to Shen Bing. Just as Shen Bing's expression had softened considerably, Huang Kiki whispered to Shen Bing, Bing Bing, can you take some pictures of the commander for me? I'll use them for. Before she could finish, Shen Bing immediately closed the communication window. Why did the chat stop? Zhao Chen, seeing the video window on the other side closed, looked over curiously. After explaining everything earlier, Zhao Chen had let Shen Bing and Huang Kiki chat by themselves, so he hadn't heard what Huang Kiki said afterwards. Let her chill out, wherever she is, Shen Bing gritted her teeth. Then she picked up the chopsticks and enjoyed the food in front of her as if the piece of meat in her mouth was some heartless scoundrel. It was just a few days ago that she couldn't sleep or eat well because of worrying about this girl, but today she was going to make up for all that. Sitting next to Zhao Chen, Charlotte suddenly sniffed at him a few times. What's wrong? Zhao Chen looked at Charlotte in confusion. Charlotte, looking puzzled, said to Zhao Chen, why do I feel like there's a special smell on you? Wow, was this a bloodhound's nose? It had been several days already. How could she still smell something? What kind of smell could I have? You must be mistaken. Strange, why isn't there any snail noodles? Give me some snail noodles. No, 10 servings of snail noodles. Within the grand hall, there was silence. At this moment, the generals dared not speak. Only the heavy breathing of the Red Devil sitting at the top could be heard. So, my 300,000 Devil interstellar battleships have all been destroyed. Not a single one returned, am I correct? The Red Devil Marshal closed his eyes. Yes, because we lost contact with all 10 Red Devil legions at the time, we sent out some interstellar reconnaissance ships to investigate. They found the battlefield remains not far from our original frontline outpost. And ... there were depleted interstellar warp interceptors. After that, we also received encrypted messages sent by the commander of the Devil's 5th Legion before he succumbed on the battlefield. The encrypted data transmission was slow, so we only received it recently. It confirmed that our 300,000 interstellar battleships were ambushed by the enemy, known as the Owl Dragon Legion, utilizing warp interceptors to ambush our fleet. THEY destroyed all 300,000 of our interstellar battleships. The subordinate nervously reported this news. 300,000, 300,000, 300,000, all gone. Ha ha ha, all gone. The Red Devil Marshal covered his face with one hand, laughing somewhat maniacally. None of the underlings dared to speak at this moment. Who did you say did this earlier? The Red Devil Marshal questioned the subordinate who spoke before. Owl Dragon, Owl Dragon, Owl Dragon Legion, Owl Dragon Legion. The Red Devil Marshal squinted his eyes. Owl Dragon Legion. I'll remember that. Transmit my orders, all Legion fleets of the Red Devil Legion to assemble. I am going to expedition against this Owl Dragon Legion. I will use my warships to destroy any galaxy, any planet associated with these Owl Dragons. I will tear them apart. Marshal ... for the Red Devil Legion as a whole to expedition. This needs to be reported to the Demon King Majesty first, the trembling subordinate said. But before he could finish, he saw a pair of crimson boots appearing in front of him. Afterwards, the boots directly hit his chin. Before he could react, there were several heavy blows. In the end, The man lost consciousness, though the Red Devil Marshal continued to vent his anger. 300,000 interstellar battleships. It truly pained him, as they had already invested nearly 12,000 interstellar battleships in that battle before. In total, they lost about 420,000 interstellar battleships. You see, during the height of the Red Devil Legion's power, they had only 1 million interstellar battleships. This loss directly cost them half of their forces. The Red Devil Marshal looked at the lifeless figure at his feet, his bloodshot eyes sweeping over all the generals and subordinates in the hall. I naturally understand that this level of troop dispatch requires reporting to the Demon King Majesty. But, you know, if Majesty should know that I lost over 400,000 interstellar battleships, including our T-5 Terrorblade-class medium-sized interstellar battle cruisers, what would the outcome be? Majesty will deal with me like I dealt with this guy now, and you will not fare any better. So, this matter cannot be known to Majesty. The only way to redeem ourselves is to annihilate the enemy, occupy their territory, repent with victory to Majesty. Only then can we protect our lives, our people. Do you understand? The Red Devil Marshal roared. After a brief silence, a general shouted, "Slaughter Owl Dragon!" One after another, "Slaughter Owl Dragon!" Finally, under the arrangements of the Red Devil Marshal, the Plan 2 expedition against the Owl Dragon Legion was finalized. The remaining fleets of the Red Devil Legion began urgent mobilization at that moment. They needed to fully cover up the destruction of the 10 Legion fleets of the Red Devil Legion. If Majesty were to find out about this, they would truly be finished. Many generals began to leave the hall, but 2 people remained. The Red Devil Marshal sat back in his seat, the angry look on his face fading, replaced by exhaustion. "Marshal, we agree with your expedition plan. However, the strategy and tactics need to be carefully considered. For the Owl Dragon Legion to defeat our 300,000 interstellar battleships, they must have considerable strength. According to the final message sent back by the 5th Commander, the enemy possesses many T-5 interstellar battleships. This is where their strength lies. Coupled with the specific nature of that navigational channel, the enemy is easy to defend and hard to attack. If we proceed as we did before, directly traveling at warp speed, we risk being ambushed again by the enemy. Moreover, this time, we don't even have a bridgehead position anymore." The speaker was the commander of the 2nd Devil Legion. Another one beside him, the commander of the 3rd Devil Legion, spoke up. "Furthermore, we need to consider our forces. We can currently only mobilize 20 Devil Legions, 60,000 interstellar battleships. Based on our current assessment of the danger posed by the Owl Dragon Legion, 60,000 interstellar battleships may not be enough to confidently eliminate the enemy." Hearing the words of these 2 trusted individuals, the Red Devil Marshal spoke solemnly. "I am aware of what you are saying, but we only have these forces at hand right now. Marshal ... actually ... we can borrow," the 2nd Devil Legion commander reminded. "Borrow." The Red Devil Marshal fell silent for a moment, understanding the implication in his trusted subordinate's words. He spoke with a darkened expression, "But borrowing will not be so easy. Those fellows are cunning. If I were to borrow from them, they would definitely make some harsh demands. Marshal, do you think those demands are more important now, or the survival of our Red Devil Legion? Time waits for no one. Once Majesty learns of this matter, he will surely blame us. And with Majesty planning to diminish the power of the Devil Marshal, the first blow of this new policy would fall on us. Please, Marshal, think it through." The commander of the 3rd Devil Legion spoke with a heavy tone. "I understand. I will handle this matter. You go and prepare the expedition plan. I want a battle plan in the shortest time possible," the Marshal commanded. "Yes?" Only the Red Devil Marshal remained in the Grand Hall. After adjusting his emotions for a long time, he finally opened the communication device and contacted the last person he wanted to contact. Galactic Calendar 3034. On New Year's Eve, the entire Owl Dragon Galaxy was immersed in the festive atmosphere of the New Year. The Owl Dragon Legion had the custom of taking New Year holidays, and this time, after just experiencing a major battle, Zhao Chen gave them 7 days to half a month off. This allowed everyone to take turns resting, with each person enjoying at least 7 days off. Additionally, During these 7 days off, all Owl Dragon officers' living expenses were covered by the Owl Dragon, and each person had a varying number of shopping vouchers based on their military rank. These shopping vouchers allowed them to enjoy shopping and relaxation. For the Owl Dragons, it was a day of celebration and vacation, but for the high-ranking nobles of the Star-Shining Empire, Warhammer Interstellar Federation Kingdom, and Sacred Radiance Empire, it was a day that made them restless. This was because on the last day of 3034, the Owl Dragon Legion announced the establishment of a group called the Owl Dragon Galactic Interstellar Consortium. This force, ostensibly a comprehensive interstellar trade organization, actually controlled 15 star regions, publicly named Owl Dragon 15 star zones, in a straightforward numeric manner. Who else has territory in 15 star regions? Therefore, for the noble forces of the major empires, there was a sense of unease, fearing that if the giant dragon was displeased, it might just consider them as snacks. In a quiet office, a figure quietly approached. Charlotte, who was working, rolled her eyes and said, "Can you stop nibbling on my ears?" "Theft, you're shedding a bit lately," Zhao Chen joked. Charlotte just gave Zhao Chen another eye roll and said, "You're the one shedding." Zhao Chen, looking at the pile of work data panels in front of Charlotte, asked, "Didn't I give you time off? Why are you still working here?" Lilith asked me about any ideas for the New Year's interstellar battleship construction plan, and Nana, chief engineer, is also inquiring about my thoughts. They need to finalize the future construction plans in the shortest time. I need to provide recommendations as soon as possible. "Isn't that what I'm doing?" Charlotte responded. Zhao Chen embraced the white tiger lady from behind, "But you need some rest too. What if you get too tired?" The Red Devil Legion and the Demon Clan behind them, after this battle, will definitely not give up their invasion of us. The next time they appear in front of us, it won't just be 300,000 interstellar battleships. It could be 600,000, maybe even 900,000. "We don't have that much time," Charlotte said seriously. Zhao Chen sighed and sat next to Charlotte. "All right, I'll help you then." "No need. Aren't you required to attend the New Year's Eve party over there?" Charlotte looked at Zhao Chen, feeling warm inside. Zhao Chen shrugged. "That New Year's Eve party, didn't I already have Lilith record a holographic image for me? I'll just broadcast it on all channels when the time comes. Besides, at those events, nobody really has fun, so I might as well stay here and accompany my good wife. Moreover, if I'm not here, even if you finish the construction plan, you'll probably need to revise it tomorrow." "What do you mean? Why would it need to be modified tomorrow?" Charlotte didn't quite understand Zhao Chen's implication. "All right, I'll write the expansion plan for the interstellar battleships for the next year. You handle the rest. Let's work efficiently, and after we finish, we can enjoy our time together," Zhao Chen said, patting Charlotte's head. Charlotte didn't ask further questions, and the two quietly worked on their tasks in the office. Ding ding ding. At that moment, the office clock rang. Charlotte was startled by the sound. "Time's up, let's put work aside for now," Zhao Chen said, raising his hand. The scene around the office immediately changed. Charlotte looked at the holographic projection of the universe around her, realizing the realistic nature of it. The two found themselves in a gazebo, directly in the middle of space. Then, Charlotte saw fireworks blooming in the starry sky. It was beautiful and dazzling. These were optical simulation fireworks missiles launched by the Owl Dragon's interstellar missile fleet, specially used for festive celebrations. "Big White Cat, you've worked hard this year." Zhao Chen embraced Charlotte from behind. Charlotte tightly held Zhao Chen's hand, her eyes slightly moist. She suddenly bit Zhao Chen's wrist and then turned around, staring fiercely at Zhao Chen. "I'm not a big white cat, I'm a tiger." With that, Charlotte grabbed Zhao Chen, and they had a playful fight. After a few hours, Zhao Chen watched Charlotte falling asleep on the desk and covered her with his military coat. He sat on the nearby sofa and finally had time to open the system interface. He checked his seasonal mission points and then looked at the annual mission. Upon completing all 4 annual missions, Zhao Chen could receive the T5 Galaxy-class Interstellar Large Industrial Base Technology Blueprint as the annual mission reward. He clicked to claim it. Congratulations on receiving the T5 Galaxy-class Interstellar Large Industrial Base Technical Blueprint. Zhao Chen looked at this technical blueprint. He had originally thought he would be very happy, but perhaps he had known about this matter early on. Now, he felt rather indifferent. He then opened his personal data page. Host, Zhao Chen. Occupation, top starship engineer. Special attributes, fleet luck bonus, insight eye system points, 79 million monthly fleet income, 39 million points. Mission points, 1430 number of starships, 73,321 missions, yearly missions currently updating. Quarterly missions currently updating. Warehouse, T5 Galaxy Class Interstellar Large Industrial Base Technical Blueprint, T5 Dragon Emperor Interstellar Command Ship Technical Blueprint. Dragon Emperor Core Matrix, after 3 months of accumulation, plus the mission points reward for this quarter, Zhao Chen's ammunition reserves were once again very sufficient, especially with the 2 T5 technologies in his warehouse. But looking at these 2 interstellar battleships, Zhao Chen felt like something was missing. Firstly, the T5 Dragon Emperor Interstellar Command Ship should be set up similarly to the T5 Abyssal King Class Interstellar Dreadnought, belonging to that unique flagship category, with an estimated production limit of only 1 ship. And the T5 Galaxy Class Interstellar Large Industrial Base was very important, serving as the foundation for future All-Dragon Legion industrial manufacturing. However, it lacked combat power. Currently, the mass-produced T5 combat-type interstellar battleships in Zhao Chen's hands were only the T5 Chaos Knight-class Heavy Assault Interstellar Destroyer and the T5 Lightning Ghost-class Heavy Assault Interstellar Cruiser. Considering the future, the Demon Fleet would definitely come back again. Zhao Chen needed more T5 interstellar battleships that could be readily deployed, especially those main battle-type interstellar battleships, carrier starships, and interstellar battleships. In terms of ship weight, these 2 interstellar battleships were undoubtedly the heaviest among the ship types. Thinking this, Zhao Chen began searching in the T5 store. Soon, Zhao Chen found what he wanted. Confirmed consumption of 40 million system points and 700 mission points to exchange for T5 Sacred Redeemer class Heavy Interstellar Armored Artillery Battle Cruiser Technical Blueprint. Confirm exchange. Consumed 40 million system points and 800 mission points. Congratulations on obtaining the T5 Sacred Redeemer class Heavy Interstellar Armored Artillery Battle Cruiser Technical Blueprint. Current system points, 39 million. Current mission points, 730 points. At first sight of this interstellar battleship with its long name, Zhao Chen felt it was quite cumbersome. However, after quickly reviewing some of its technical data, he was convinced it was the main battle-type interstellar battleship he needed. Considering facing the T5 Dreadblade-class medium interstellar battlecruiser from the Demon Tribe. In a situation where the enemy didn't flee, this T5 Sacred Redeemer-class heavy interstellar armored artillery battlecruiser could easily handle 10 T5 Dreadblades on its own. It was clear how powerful this T5 Sacred Redeemer was. Yet just exchanging for this one interstellar battleship wouldn't be enough. In order to expand the technology of the All-Dragon Legion for the future, more interstellar battleships were needed. Confirmed consumption of 38 million system points and 700 mission points to exchange for the T5 Fire Phoenix-class Heavy Carrier Starship Technical Blueprint. Confirm exchange. Consumed 38 million system points and 700 mission points. Congratulations on obtaining the T5 Fire Phoenix-class Heavy Carrier Starship Technical Blueprint. Current system points, 1 million. Current mission points, 30 points. Momentously, Zhao Chen directly exchanged for 2 main battle-type interstellar battleships, causing his hard-earned system points and mission points to drop to pre-liberation levels in an instant. But seeing the 2 additional interstellar battleship technologies in his hands, Zhao Chen's eyes were filled with excitement. If these 2 T5 main battle-type interstellar battleships could serve in his All-Dragon Legion, even better if they could be used to build an interstellar fleet. Even with just 300 interstellar ships, it would mean the All-Dragon Legion had a sharp sword that could strike at the heart of the Demon Tribe at any time. Zhao Chen swallowed. He immediately opened several operation interfaces and began drafting expansion plans for the All-Dragon Legion. Firstly, they needed a certain number of starships for the All-Dragon Legion. After some thought, Zhao Chen decided to gradually increase the number of interstellar battleships forming a Legion fleet in the All-Dragon Legion to 10,000 ships. This way, without establishing a new All-Dragon Legion, the Legion would have 100,000 starships. However, this wasn't a one-year construction plan. This was just the first step. The second step was to expand to a Legion fleet of 30,000 starships, equivalent to the number of the Demon Legions currently. By then, with 10 Legion fleets, that would be 300,000 starships. Additionally, they would establish additional special task forces and increase the number of existing special task forces. For example, the Special Task Force of Interstellar Missile Ships led by the She-Wolf Snow White, although powerful on the battlefield with 300 ships. In the recent battle with the Demon Fleet, it was already clear that the 300 interstellar missile ships were insufficient to meet the firepower needs of large-scale All-Dragon Legion battles. Of course, this also meant an increased demand for interstellar missiles. The numbers to increase are a lot, especially concerning T-5 interstellar battleships. Fortunately, we now have the T-5 Galaxy-class interstellar large industrial base technology. By then, we will first expand this starship industry in large numbers, establishing the foundation for the Legion's fleet expansion over the next year, laying the groundwork as soon as the development of the 15 Owl-star regions goes smoothly. We can continuously supply blood to these starship manufacturing industries, producing more advanced interstellar battleships for our All-Dragon Legion. Zhao Chen's fingers typed like playing the piano, constantly editing some memorandum plans on them. What he wrote was just an outline and a development guide for subordinates to follow directions, while detailed plans were still needed from various departments later on. And in these memorandum plans, one name appeared quite frequently: Chief Engineer Annie. Annie, who was currently vacationing on the planet of the Sea Demon Tribe in the Hammer Interstellar Federation Kingdom. She was grilling a sea fish as tall as a person. Suddenly, a gust of sea wind blew over her, causing her to shiver. "Why does it feel a bit cold?" Annie muttered. But after turning to see her siblings and parents happily vacationing, she pushed this thought aside. Then, she glanced at Nana, who was working, feeling like her sister was ruining the fun. "Let's not look at her, let's not look at her." Annie looked at the fishbone structure with a cloth draped over it on the side, ready to be turned into a camping tent, then she patted her small belly. She lay comfortably in the sun, enjoying the warmth of the sunlight. The corners of Annie's mouth lifted slightly as she murmured contentedly, "This is simply a dream life. With the sea breeze, sunshine, delicious food, seawater, no unfinished work, and no commanders." "Annie," a voice interrupted Annie. Strange, how could she hear the commander calling her? It must be her imagination from being oppressed by the commander, she thought. She should enjoy this rare vacation, especially one fully reimbursed by the commander. "Commander! My lord!" But then, the admiring voice of her younger sister Nana, along with the surprised voices of her parents and other siblings, reached her ears. Annie slowly sat up and took off her sunglasses, looking in surprise at the holographic projection of Zhao Chen in front of her. Nana and the others had gathered around Zhao Chen. At that moment, Annie realized that this was not the real Zhao Chen, but just a holographic projection. There was a communication drone floating above. Annie's immediate thought was, if she picked up a stone and threw it up, could she knock down this darn drone? "How are you all enjoying your time here?" Satisfied? Zhao Chen looked at Annie's family. "Lord, you really take care of us. You've given us a 15-day vacation for our family. How can we afford this?" Annie's father said, feeling ashamed. "You are now responsible for our basic industrial manufacturing. I've heard that for over a year. You've been working relentlessly, even without using your vacation days. I admire your spirit, and Nana has inherited that from you. But you must not give up your life for work," Zhao Chen said solemnly. Later on, Zhao Chen chatted with Annie a bit. Annie's younger siblings, initially nervous around Zhao Chen, their idol, quickly warmed up to him. They were circling around Zhao Chen, almost wanting to grab his pants leg affectionately if he weren't just a holographic image. In contrast, Annie, standing on the side, seemed preoccupied. "Commander, did you contact us for some work to assign to us?" Nana, the chief technician, spoke up. Annie's father, being part of the industrial system subordinate to Zhao Chen, astutely summoned his daughter. Taking his wife and other children, he moved to a further spot. As they left, he gazed proudly at his eldest daughter, hoping she would work hard. The arrival of Nana and the rest of her family meant a chance to elevate their status by working for Zhao Chen. Annie felt resistant to her father's gaze, feeling like her vacation was slipping away. Annie's inner self was crying, "No, don't go. How can I live without you, my vacation? Indeed, there are some things I need to inform you ahead of time. But don't worry, it won't affect your vacation plans. The 15-day vacation I promised you will not be cut short," Zhao Chen said with a smile. With that, Annie perked up instantly. "Commander, If you have anything to discuss, any arrangements, please do so. After the vacation, we will be fully committed. We assure your satisfaction." Annie looked serious about her work. She was just hoping the vacation wouldn't encounter any issues. She could deal with everything afterwards. "Here I have 4 T5 class interstellar battleships. 3 are combat-type battleships, and 1 is an auxiliary-type interstellar battleship. During this time, you can start by familiarizing yourselves." Zhao Chen was interrupted before he could finish speaking. Nana rushed right up to Zhao Chen. Wide-eyed, for T5 interstellar battleships. Even Annie was surprised. She hadn't expected the commander to produce for T5 interstellar battleships all at once. Zhao Chen raised his hand. T5 Dragon Emperor Interstellar Command Ship, T5 Divine Redeemer Class Heavy Interstellar Armored Battleship, T5 Fire Killing Class Heavy Carrier Starship, T5 Galaxy Class Interstellar Large Industrial Base, he announced. Because the technical information on these starships is vast, it's not convenient to transmit directly now. Later, I will send over some brief data for you to get a basic understanding first, Zhao Chen explained. At this moment, Nana was focused intently, especially on the last name. T5 Galaxy Class Interstellar Large Industrial Base. Though the first 3 may be more attractive to others, for these technicians, starship designers, and artisans, the T5 Galaxy Class Industrial Base was undoubtedly the most appealing. "Commander, this is an industrial base." Nana's voice trembled with excitement, even surprising Annie. She hadn't expected the commander to present such a unique item. The air of this planet, home planet 01 in the Owl Dragon Galaxy, is still a bit murky, with some areas showing desolate deserts and cracked ground. However, in certain regions, one can already see some lush green grasslands and low shrubbery, giving the impression of a developing natural environment that is gradually improving. This planet is the first to receive modifications from the T5 Creator-class starship. It has been nearly 4 months since the modification began. It is estimated that it will take another 6 months to complete the modifications. However, in another 3 months, this planet should be close to meeting livable standards. Zhao Chen, who is inspecting the planet from the shuttle, looked at the scenery outside the window and listened to Lily's report. "How many planets have been modified like this so far?" Zhao Chen inquired. "So far, 172 planets have undergone modifications by the T5 Creator-class starship, with 140 located in the Owl Dragon Galaxy, 30 in the 15th sector of the Owl Dragon, and 2 within the White Tiger domain of the Warhammer. For this, we have invested nearly 200 billion star coins," Lily replied. 200 billion star coins is quite a hefty expenditure. But as Zhao Chen looked at this vibrant planet, he did not see any problem with this investment. Once these planets are fully modified, various departments and cities will be established by different sectors within the Owl Dragon system, leading to a more prosperous Owl Dragon Galaxy. And within the 15th sector of Owl Dragon, this prosperity will be replicated. "Are there any places with good environment?" Zhao Chen asked. "There is an island with a nice view," Lily replied. "Then let's rest there and have a picnic." Zhao Chen stretched and looked at a big white cat still engrossed in research. "It's not easy to get our commander-in-chief out for a break. We need a good place to rest," he remarked. Charlotte, who was nearby, rolled her eyes but remained silent, as the data in front of her was more important at the moment. After a while, the shuttle found the island. Not very large, the island resembled a pearl on the sea, with lush green forests and even some bird flocks. Under the sea, fish could be seen. Zhao Chen descended from the shuttle and looked around. Pointing at the fish jumping in the water, he asked, "Can we eat these fish?" The female guard who followed immediately scanned with the device and confirmed they were safe to eat. "Then we'll catch fish today and have our own feast." Zhao Chen rubbed his hands together. The female guard quickly started setting up the fishing equipment and grill. Watching Charlotte still working inside the shuttle, Zhao Chen called out, "Charlotte, come down and take a break." "I'm busy," Charlotte replied without hesitation. "We'll have grilled fish later," Zhao Chen called out again. This time, Charlotte finally came out of the shuttle and found a seat that had been prepared beforehand. She sat down and continued her work, ignoring the vast sea in front of her. It's hard to have a vacation but not take a break. Even Queen Iris, I gave her time off, telling her to visit the Spider Queen tribe. But now she's stuck in the research lab. Zhao Chen shrugged helplessly. Lily gave Zhao Chen a look. The main cause of all this is because of the technologies you brought out, the 4 T5 interstellar battleship technologies, including a T5 interstellar industrial base. With Queen Eris's personality, how could she possibly take a vacation? Zhao Chen chuckled and cast his fishing line into the water. He did not force them to work, it was entirely voluntary on their part. Not only Charlotte, but in my office, due to your for interstellar battleship technologies and the Owl Legion expansion plan you've set for the next year, my secretaries are working overtime to organize everything. Over at our Starship industrial base, plans for the construction of a T5 interstellar megalithic industrial base have been put into motion immediately. The construction of such a large interstellar industrial base requires detailed planning and deployment, from setting up the site to material management, Lily explained. I know, but we have no choice. Faced with the threat of the Demon Clan and the ticking time bomb of the Interstellar Insect Clan, we must accelerate our expansion. As for other difficulties, we'll find a solution somehow, Zhao Chen said helplessly. When Zhao Chen said find a solution, it naturally meant letting Lily and others find a way to overcome these difficulties. In between fishing, Lily began talking about the challenges they were facing. One major difficulty we are facing now is our largest project to date, the construction of our first T5 interstellar megalithic industrial base. The site has been chosen within our All-Dragon Galaxy Industrial Park. However, the construction cost of a T5 interstellar megalithic industrial base is estimated to be 50 trillion star coins, which is a huge number for us at present. As it stands, under our current Owl Dragon system, our monthly industrial output barely surpasses 10 trillion star coins. There is a significant shortfall in the capital required for this project, Lily stated. Zhao Chen was well aware of the exorbitant price of 50 trillion star coins. It even exceeded the terrifying cost of the T5 King of the Underworld class interstellar dreadnought. However, this was the much-needed boost that the Owl Dragon urgently needed. By completing the construction of the T5 interstellar megalithic industrial base, it would increase the Owl Dragon's shipbuilding capacity several times, especially in the area of T5 series interstellar battleships. Funds, we can find a way for that. The three major empires must have some reserves of funds and raw materials. We can borrow from them first. When the time comes, we can agree to exchange for a certain number of interstellar battleships. We can use the T for interstellar battleships they desire. Zhao Chen proposed his idea. Zhao Chen added, we can also establish an interstellar investment bank linked to our North Goose Corporation. The starships produced by North Goose Corporation are in high demand now. We can add some additional terms. Whoever is willing to invest in us, after the investment contract expires, we can repay them with the corresponding interstellar battleships with a period set to around half a year to a year. Or we can use the accumulated savings in our interstellar investment bank account as a VIP cooperation partner. They can engage in various interstellar trade cooperations with us, and we can even offer them a 5% discount. If their savings are even larger, they can become our Diamond VIP. When there isn't enough money in your own wallet, the contents of other people's wallets also matter. Upon hearing the commander's words, Lila couldn't help but sigh and say, I think I understand why some people would refer to you as a cunning merchant. It's a waste of your talent not to be a boss. Lilia then earnestly analyzed Zhao Chen's opinion. Your opinion is feasible, and because our Feral Dragon Galactic Interstellar Group has just been established. Launching this system is like giving a guarantee to the noble forces of the three major empires. They naturally are very willing to spend money to ensure peace, and among them, there will definitely be those with large appetites who will try every possible way to cooperate with us. In terms of funding, there shouldn't be too big of an issue. Relying on the industrial strength of the Feral Dragon Group, it is definitely a money-making machine. It's just a matter of time. I am concerned about the construction time. Zhao Chen squinted and expressed his worry, based on the preliminary data I received earlier. If the T for Binary Star class heavy interstellar industrial ship undertakes the construction project of the T5 Galaxy class large interstellar industrial base, it will require 2,000 months of work hours for a single T for Binary Star. Lila nodded. Yes, time is indeed a significant issue. Currently, in our Feral Dragon Group, the number of T for Binary Star class heavy interstellar industrial ships in our hands has reached 130. And the number of T3 Furnace-class heavy interstellar industrial ships is at 5,000. That many! Zhao Chen was surprised. If he remembered correctly, Last year's original plan was to have 100 T for binary stars and 5,000 T3 furnaces. This is because our projects were completed faster last year due to a series of proper arrangements, saving a lot of time. Regarding the T for binary stars and T3 furnaces, under conditions where time is abundant, producing more was possible. At the same time, North Goose Group's T2 Iron Hammer class heavy interstellar industrial ships have reached a quantity of 100,000, and after the permit for T3 furnaces was opened, President Li Wei has put all his effort into producing that type of interstellar industrial ship, and so far, the quantity has exceeded 2,000. It is still growing at a staggering pace. Hearing Lile's words, especially that the North Goose Group surprisingly owns 2,000 T3 furnace-class heavy interstellar industrial ships, this was something Zhao Chen had never imagined. That many! How did Li Wei manage to do that? Zhao Chen was astonished. As far as I understand, after President Li Wei obtained the production permit for T3 furnaces, he postponed all the North Goose Group's less important production plans and focused solely on producing T3 furnace-class heavy interstellar industrial ships, Lile replied. Postpone delivery. Could those guys agree? Could it be that Li Wei used our feral dragon's name to intimidate them? Zhao Chen asked. Lil replied, our feral dragon's reputation plays a small part, but it's mostly President Li Wei's negotiation skills. He didn't force those projects to be delayed, but contacted all the buyers and allowed them to choose themselves. Ultimately, all buyers voluntarily agreed to the delay, with some even willing to postpone for several years. Delayed resources? Zhao Chen was speechless. President Li Wei offered several conditions, the core idea being that all delayed order projects would receive a discount, and the longer the delay, the bigger the discount. Hearing Lile's explanation, Zhao Chen suddenly understood. It was all for profit. Though there were discounts, Zhao Chen didn't have much objection because he knew just how terrifying the profit margin was for their Feral Dragon series interstellar battleships. Even with discounts or even drastic cuts, there was still room for profit. Getting back to the point, according to the results I discussed with Nanina Chief Engineer and Spider Queen Illis Chief Engineer earlier, all construction procedures for the T5 Galaxy-class large interstellar industrial base that can be decentralized will be. Some things with very low technical requirements can be directly handed over to the T3 furnace-class heavy interstellar industrial ships. The crucial core areas will be managed by the T for binary star-class heavy interstellar industrial ships. Furthermore, if necessary, we can request some interstellar industrial ships from the North Goose Group, even the T2 Iron Hammer class heavy interstellar industrial ships to assist. After calculating, if we start this project with all our effort, it will still take a minimum of 5 months. And within these 5 months, the production volume of our relevant interstellar battleships will decrease by 90%, Lile stated. This won't work. 5 months is too long. Zhao Chen shook his head directly. He opened the star map, which showed the route of the Demon Channel. Our time is limited, and this is a huge problem. Regarding this, I spoke with Charlotte and asked her to predict when the Demon Tribe would launch the next round of attacks against us. After Charlotte's analysis, firstly, the Demon Tribe's next wave of attacks will undoubtedly be very cautious and won't be as careless as this time, setting up a beautiful ambush. It is highly probable that they will dispatch a fleet of stellar reconnaissance ships at intervals, followed by the main fleets gradually advancing. Secondly, the number of Demon Tribe fleets attacking us in the next wave will definitely be a lot, at least around 3 times the size of this time. The larger the fleet, the longer the preparation for the expedition, as well as the navigation time will be greatly extended. So based on the forecast, the next wave of Demon Tribe fleets will arrive approximately 100 days from now. Zhao Chen looked at Lile seriously. Therefore, the construction time for this T5 Galaxy-class large interstellar industrial base cannot exceed 3 months. Upon hearing Commander Zhao Chen's time limit, Lile did not show a puzzled or surprised expression. Then we have only 2 ways. Either we abandon the project of constructing the T5 Galaxy-class large interstellar industrial base and focus on preparing for battle, or we mobilize industrial capabilities outside of our Feral Dragon Group, such as the industrial systems within the territories of the 3 major empires. Let them do some OEM work for us, manufacturing some mechanical modules and components. But there is no denying the risk of leaking technical data. This time, it's not T for technology from before, but T5 technology. Even if they learn the tiniest bit, it could lead to rapid development in some aspect of their technology. Lilith presented two options, leaving the decision-making power to Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen stared at the calm sea surface, remaining silent for a moment. Delay building the T5 Galaxy-class large interstellar industrial base? No, absolutely not. Slow steps lead to big steps. In the future, he might have to face an invasion by the entire demon tribe, and he needed to seize the time to gain a stronger military force. And to achieve a greater military force, the T5 Galaxy-class large interstellar industrial base couldn't be omitted. As for the risks involved in the latter plan, Zhao Chen looked at the floating buoy swaying and said seriously, Lilith, figure out a way to contact the family forces in the starship manufacturing industry of the three major empires. At that moment, Zhao Chen had made his decision. While fishing, Zhao Chen put on his sunglasses and leisurely lay on the beach chair. However, he was not really idle. He opened the system interface. New annual missions and new quarterly missions had appeared. Annual mission task content: kill 6 demon marshals of the demon clan and destroy their demon legion. Task reward: annual gift package. The shorter the completion time, the higher the reward. It was a simple and direct mission, but it was also quite challenging. Just one red demon marshal and his red demon legion had Zhao Chen's Dragonhawk legion on full alert. Dealing with 6 demon marshals? Taking it one step at a time. Quarterly mission task content: establish a formal ally relationship with the Angel Clan or declare war on the Angel Clan. Task reward: 500 mission points. This system was really ruthless. Either become enemies with the Angel Clan or allies. For Zhao Chen at the moment, were there any other choices? Persuading the Angel Clan won't be easy. Looks like I need to show some cards in the next meeting with the Angel Clan, Zhao Chen thought to himself. Suddenly, he remembered that there was still an Angel Clan research team in his territory. Lilith, how's the Angel Clan research team doing now? Zhao Chen inquired. The Angel Clan team? Initially, they were conducting research within the Holy Bright Empire, mainly to understand the events before and after the downfall of the Saint family, and had contact with Saint Kana. It seems they were seeking information from Saint Kana about us. Saint Kana only shared non-secret intelligence with them. Later, the Angel Clan team split into 2 teams and went to the Starshine Empire and the Warhammer Interstellar Federation Kingdom. They seemed less interested in investigating Warhammer, but upon hearing the possibility of us engaging in warfare with the Demon Clan, they wanted to come check. However, we restricted them due to the region being in a state of war, and they are currently still in the northern territories among the interstellar defense line. The Angel team that went to the Starshine Empire was more active, probing and gathering information about us everywhere, and had contact with Empress Qin Shaolei. The Empress informed us about the meetings. After that, the Angel team reached our Dragonhawk star system. With our permission, they began researching areas outside the military control zone of the Dragonhawk star system. They tried to visit our interstellar industrial zone several times, but were rejected, Lilith replied. Zhao Chen wasn't too concerned about these angels snooping around in his territory. It was all part of research. If they came in and didn't investigate anything, that would be strange. By the way, we should meet again with the angel named Tila as agreed. You go communicate with the Angel Clan research team. After our New Year's holiday is over and we've arranged affairs for the next few months, we can visit the Angel Clan, Zhao Chen instructed. He was looking forward to visiting the Angel Clan and hoped for a positive outcome. With more encounters with the Demon Clan and the display of his own strength, he knew the Demon Clan's hostility towards him would only grow. No one knew how big and powerful the next Demon Clan fleet they faced would be. At this time, establishing a stable and powerful ally relationship was the best choice. You're going personally. Lilith looked surprised at Commander Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen shrugged and said, You're all busy. I'm the only one with time. Lilith looked at Zhao Chen suspiciously. Are you thinking of going there because you heard that Angel Clan women are beautiful? Do I look like that kind of person? Zhao Chen glared at Lilith. Lilith said lightly, I'm not sure. But since you're going to another power's territory, your safety should be considered. Then I'll bring the Pluto over. Zhao Chen's words made Lilith refrain from further discouragement. She added, Hopefully, when you return, you won't bring back a group of beautiful angel women. Just then, Zhao Chen's fishing rod moved. A fish had taken the bait. Zhao Chen immediately lifted the rod. A half-meter-long fish was pulled out of the water. At that moment, Charlotte walked over and saw the fat fish, swallowing with a bit of mouthwatering. But managing her appetite, she looked at Zhao Chen and opened a data page. On it were several data sheets of interstellar warships. "Were you discussing future construction plans for the next year?" Charlotte asked. Lilith nodded and said, "The commander has decided that within the first 3 months after the new year, at all costs, a T5 Galaxy-class interstellar large industrial base will be built." Charlotte agreed with this decision. The T5 Galaxy-class interstellar large industrial base is crucial for producing T5-level interstellar warships. It should be built as soon as possible. I have some suggestions for future constructions. It's best to prioritize building a few of these interstellar warships, especially this T5 Dragon Emperor-class interstellar command ship. Charlotte pointed to one of the data sheets. Dragon Emperor-class interstellar command ship class, interstellar command ship technology level. T5 ship armor strength, 1 million units to 1.3 million units star shield energy value, 20 million cruise speed, 1600 knots star velocity warp engine, level 9 warp engine ship length, 68 kilometers mass, 31.88 million tons crew, 50,000 starship weapons, 12 conventional railgun electromagnetic main cannons, 300 fully automatic medium-sized electromagnetic point defense cannons, 30,000 interstellar drones, special features or equipment. Space jump engine can perform space jumping. Dragon Emperor quantum transmission can transmit human bodies within a certain range. Dragon Emperor Super War AI. Lilith saw this data, which was the most classified information at the moment and could be fully reviewed by no more than 10 people within the Dragon Legion. However, Lilith only briefly glanced over the key data since she had too many tasks at hand to delve into details. This was Charlotte's responsibility, and she had been researching these interstellar warships in detail during this time. Although this T5 Dragon Emperor-class ship has low personal combat capabilities, it possesses strong strategic utility. It provides the unified command system that we, the Dragon Hawk Legion, have been lacking all this time. With this T5 Dragon Emperor-class ship in the future battles, our combat effectiveness can be raised by at least 1 level, Charlotte said seriously. Zhao Chen looked at the simple data introduction. If you look at the weapon systems, they're really not impressive. But the other functionalities were incredible. Firstly, the T5 Dragon Emperor-class ship had the same long-distance space jumping ability as the T5 Pluto-class ship. Additionally, it had two very powerful technologies, Dragon Emperor Quantum Transmission and Dragon Emperor Super War AI. The Dragon Emperor Super War AI is more easily understood as a specialized artificial intelligence system designed specifically for war preparation. It can assist a fleet's command structure in making the fastest and most appropriate decisions in times of war. Dragon Emperor Quantum Transmission may seem like a type of information transmission technology at first glance. However, upon closer inspection, it is revealed to be a human transmission technology. Within a certain range of the T5 Dragon Emperor interstellar command ship, using specialized transmission equipment and beacon devices, human transmission can be conducted directly. For example, transferring a captain from the bridge of an interstellar warship directly to the T5 Dragon Emperor interstellar command ship. It is very convenient. It may seem like just a basic technology, but in critical situations, it can be used for personnel evacuation, emergency meetings, urgent personnel transfers, and more. The only drawback is that it requires being within a certain range of the T5 Dragon Emperor interstellar command ship. The cost of a single T5 Dragon Emperor interstellar command ship is 30 trillion star coins. If it is built by a T5 Galaxy-class interstellar large industrial base, it will still take a whole month. However, at that time, cooperation can be coordinated for the construction with the T for Gemini stars. Lil A remarked on the side. Then, there is this T5 Divine Redeemer class heavy interstellar armor heavy cannon battleship. This is simply the pinnacle of interstellar battleships. Charlotte mentioned with excitement when talking about this interstellar warship. Zhao Chen, looking at the data panel about this interstellar warship, noticed that the most dazzling data was the 300-meter caliber gun, with a barrel length reaching an astounding 3 kilometers. A 300-meter caliber electromagnetic railgun. My goodness! It can easily fit a T-2 interstellar battleship into its muzzle. Charlotte exclaimed excitedly. This starship costs 40 trillion star coins, but the construction time only requires 1 month, added Lila, casting a glance at the commander, but said no more. The core technology modules of T5 Divine Redeemer and T5 Dragon Emperor, these strategic superstars, should cost far more than T5 Divine Redeemer. However, the commander had personally taken out the core technology modules, reducing who knows how much cost. The commander had too many secrets, but as the commander did not say, no one would ask. Zhao Chen noticed Lily's expression, but pretended not to see it and joked, I estimate that when this interstellar battleship appears, Zhu Zhaoxiao will have a hard time choosing. This 300-meter caliber gun only uses 2 types of physical ammunition, the Redeemer Impact Type Shell and the Redeemer Cluster Type Shell. The former is easy to understand, it is a shell without a warhead. More directly, this is a solid, single-material shell, or rather, it is a hard stone polished into a shell. This hard stone is the hardest material known in the universe and is extremely rare. It is generally used for the primary armor modules of interstellar battleships. The attacking nature of this Redeemer Impact Type Shell is quite simple. It relies on an extremely long barrel and astonishing electromagnetic acceleration to propel this 300-meter caliber projectile at the fastest speed towards the target. Ultimately, this incredibly hard projectile will hit the enemy ship with devastating results. Charlotte's excitement also stemmed from her desire to see the spectacular performance of this type of shell, which will undoubtedly be very exciting. The other type of shell, the Redeemer Cluster Type Shell, is more common and is also a physical shell. Its warhead is filled with many small shells, which can be used to attack fleets with dense formations or to defend against star shields. It can generate powerful localized strikes, surpassing to some extent the firepower output of interstellar missiles and interstellar heavy artillery. Before Charlotte could continue talking about the next type of interstellar battleship, Lila spoke first. This T5 Fire-Kieran-class heavy carrier starship also costs 40 trillion star coins and has a 1-month construction time. The loading capacity of over 30 million various types of interstellar aircraft and drones. Who can withstand its interstellar aerial combat? Charlotte marveled at the equipment payload once again. Susan will surely love this carrier starship. Zhao Chen recalled a previous battle where, in order to secure a clear path for the Screeching Dragon's main fleet, Katos's 2nd Legion and Susan's 4th Legion were assigned the task. In the battle, Susan's group of interstellar aircraft and drones displayed outstanding performance on the battlefield. Susan's expertise in interstellar aerial combat command can be considered the strongest in the Screeching Dragon Legion. Lila, once the T5 Galaxy-class interstellar large industrial base is completed, I want each of these 3 types of starships to be at least commissioned by the end of April. Zhao Chen issued the directive in a tone that brooked no refusal. Charlotte also eagerly looked at Lila. The housekeeper looked speechless at the two. I will discuss this with Annie when the time comes. T5 Abyssal-class stellar dreadnought bridge. How did the talks go with those guys? Smoothly, I hope. Zhao Chen looked at Lilith across the video window. Lilith nodded and said, very smoothly. Out of the 68 industrial bodies we selected, which possess the capacity to construct T3 and T for interstellar battleships and components, all of them are willing to join our Ouroboros Galaxy Interstellar Group's industrial system. Among them, there are 29 from the Sacred Radiance Empire, 21 from the Starlight Empire, and 18 from the Warhammer Interstellar Federation Kingdom. We have dispatched specialists to these military industries. Future production will be determined by our station personnel and representatives of these military industries. When they heard your promise of achieving an annual profit growth of 30% for the next 10 years for these military industries, potentially reaching a 10-fold increase in profit within a decade, and also entering the industry supply chain of our Ouroboros Galaxy Interstellar Group, the families behind those military industries were eager to cooperate with us. Even for our proposal of controlling 45% of their military industry shares, the Emperor of the Sacred Radiance Empire controlling 10% of shares, and themselves holding 45% of shares, they agreed without hesitation. Zhao Chen exclaimed. He thought the negotiations involving the 3 empires' military systems' high-level officials would not go smoothly and might require some strong tactics in the end. But unexpectedly, after the first meeting, they unanimously agreed. Some representatives were even worried they might miss out on the opportunity if they delayed. Lilith smiled faintly. Those guys are all profit-driven. They are clear on what they can gain. For people driven by profits, as long as you offer them sufficient benefits, they will gladly submit. It may seem like we're giving up a lot, but in reality, we gain more. Having so many established military-industrial systems, even though they are not comparable to our own, they come with existing frameworks, craftsmen, and technical personnel. It is faster to utilize their existing resources than to develop our own to this scale. As for the tenfold profit agreement, it's not that challenging for us now, right? Zhao Chen chuckled knowingly. The profits of the Baiyuan Group had multiplied countless times in just 5 years. Enabling these military industries to multiply tenfold within a decade was simple. And it also achieved the goal of controlling these military industries, with 50% of the profits to be distributed. I'll leave family matters to you and Charlotte. If everything goes smoothly, I'll probably conclude my discussions with the Angel Clan quickly. Keep in touch during this period. Contact us immediately for anything important. If you can't reach me, you have the authority to make decisions at the highest level. Zhao Chen looked at Charlotte in the video window beside him. Charlotte and Lilith were now the two women Zhao Chen trusted the most. In trusting them with everything, Zhao Chen felt at ease. Stay safe, Charlotte said simply in 4 words. Keep in touch, Lilith added. The video communication ended. At that moment, Zhao Chen's acting captain, Zhu Zhaoxiao, excitedly exclaimed to Zhao Chen, "We've arrived at the largest starport in the north of the Sacred Radiance Empire." This time, apart from Zhao Chen, there were only Zhu Zhaoxiao and a succubus secretary assigned temporarily to Zhao Chen by Lilith among the crew accompanying them, alongside 30 interstellar battleships. Commander, Empress Saint Kana of the Sacred Radiance Empire requests an audience. Additionally, the commander of the Angel Clan's research fleet also requests an audience. A charming, but visibly nervous succubus secretary stood by Zhao Chen's side. The succubus Nancy graduated from the Starship Academy half a year ago. She had served as a Starship Secretary, Small Fleet Secretary, Legion Deputy Secretary, and other positions successively. Nancy was a succubus secretary important to Lilith's cultivation plan. Since the influence of the Ouroboros had reached within the 3 major empires' territories, Lilith had begun summoning all the separated succubus clans. So far, over 1,000 succubi were within the Ouroboros system. Due to the succubi's high intelligence and efficiency, secretary positions were a crucial training direction for succubi. We have plenty of time, we can meet them. Zhao Chen stretched lazily. Their fleet would stay at this starport for replenishment and would rendezvous with the Angel Clan's research fleet to head to the Angel Clan's domain simultaneously. They had roughly 5 hours available. Yes, Secretary Nancy immediately contacted both parties, confirming the meeting time and location. Nancy, you don't need to be so nervous. I'm not some monster. Just treat me as you did with the captains and commanders you worked with before. Zhao Chen couldn't help but laugh at Nancy's nervous demeanor. Okay, all right. Secretary Nancy still seemed somewhat apprehensive. It seemed she still needed some time to adjust. Following Secretary Nancy's arrangements, Zhao Chen first met the Empress of the Sacred Radiance Empire. Zhao Chen assessed the Empress, and though he had only not seen her for 2 months, the aura exuded by Saint Kana was completely different. The former Saint Kana was like a battle spear, full of fighting spirit, whereas now she seemed more like a goddess overlooking all from on high. How long will this trip to the Angel Clan last? Saint Kana, upon seeing Zhao Chen, showed no airs and sat directly in her chair, straightforwardly asking, "At least half a month. We will definitely be back before the end of March at the latest." I heard that in this last confrontation in the Demon Passage, the Ouroboros Legion annihilated 300,000 interstellar warships of the Demon Clan, with a casualty rate exceeding 30%. Saint Kana looked at Zhao Chen. The Ouroboros Legion was now the protector of the Sacred Radiance Empire, so Saint Kana naturally paid more attention to this matter. Yes, the losses were significant. Zhao Chen nodded without concealing anything. Saint Kana hesitated briefly, but then asked, "About your promise to handle the issue of the permanent 5th-level universe in the Sacred Radiance Empire." Zhao Chen had anticipated that Saint Kana would raise this matter when she sought him out. Admittedly, Zhao Chen had delayed addressing this matter for quite some time. "How are things on your end right now?" Zhao Chen inquired. Saint Kana had already prepared a star chart. "I don't know if it's just our luck, but the number of fleets from the bug nest of this 5th-level universe that emerged in the last 2 months wasn't significant. Moreover, there hasn't been a second T5 Nest mothership appearing. The first T5 Nest mothership has been lingering around the universal bug nest, seemingly entering a dormant state, St. Kana reported. In the battlefield of those 3-star regions, we have already gained a certain degree of control. The speed of the interstellar insect tribe invasion has significantly slowed down. We have also successfully evacuated 5 billion people from the dangerous areas ahead of schedule. St. Kana looked at Zhao Chen and said, although the situation is under control now, the danger still persists. I'm asking you because I want to know when we can completely eliminate this threat. Zhao Chen remained silent for a moment before saying, to be honest, I can't give you a definite answer right now. I can only tell you that if there is an uncontrollable disaster here, I will try to help you deal with it. However, the threat from the demon tribe still exists as well. Therefore, we must address these issues properly. But I can give you a deadline. 6 months. By the middle of this year, I will launch a military operation against these interstellar insect tribes, although I still cannot completely close their cosmic wormholes. But I will try to limit their range of activities. 6 months' time. Basically when the next batch of industrial systems of the Dragon Legion is completed, and when the new batch of T5 interstellar battleships goes into service. By that time, the Dragon Legion will be able to allocate some resources to deal with the matters on the side of the Divine Radiance Empire. 6 months. St. Kana pondered for a moment, her gaze fixed on Zhao Chen. Then I'll wait for you. After that, St. Kana talked to Zhao Chen about the development of the Divine Radiance Empire, and the meeting came to an end. Zhao Chen then went to see the representative of the Angel Tribe Research Fleet. Hello, Lord. I am the representative of the Angel Tribe Research Fleet arranged by Lady Tilia, called Thabia. Angel Thabia bowed to Zhao Chen and said, Miss Thabia, how do you feel about our research results this time? Zhao Chen asked with a smile. Thabia gazed at Zhao Chen and directly threw out a sentence. To be honest, there has always been a mystery in the investigation of this galaxy. And this mystery is you. Your appearance has turned a barren dragon star system into the most powerful entity in the Star Empire, and even indirectly control the Warhammer Interstellar Federation Kingdom and the Divine Radiance Empire. The technology of the interstellar battleships that Dragon presented, and now even possessing the technology of the T5 interstellar battleships. It's like a legendary story I've heard since I was little. And now, such a legendary figure is before me. I wonder, may I ask how you achieved this? Zhao Chen smiled slightly, shrugged, and said, everyone has some secrets that are unknown and cannot be revealed. I have them, and so does your angel tribe. Isn't it? Hearing Zhao Chen evade the question, Thabia did not pursue further, but asked another question. At the end of last year, I heard that you ambushed 300,000 demon interstellar battleships on the Devil's Gateway. I have heard many versions of rumors and would like to hear your answer as the leader. Zhao Chen replied calmly, it took 5 days. We paid a price of 30% casualties and wiped out 300,000 demon tribe interstellar battleships. Perhaps because they had heard this rumor long ago, Thabia showed no surprise but continued to ask, how many demon tribe T5 interstellar battleships were destroyed? 2. Zhao Chen answered succinctly. At this moment, Thabia fell silent, her eyes showing some complexity. Now, may I hear your evaluation of us from Miss Thabia here? Or do you think there is a possibility of an alliance between our two sides? Zhao Chen asked. Thabia sighed and looked at Zhao Chen. From my personal perspective, you and your Dragon Legion are the best alliance partner for our Angel Tribe because we share common enemies, and your Dragon Legion also has strong combat capabilities. But the situation of our Angel Tribe is not simple either. I don't know if the higher-ups will approve of an alliance with you. However, I will convey all the information I have learned and my recommendations to Lady Tilia. I believe Lady Tilia will support the alliance with you. I also look forward to an alliance between our two sides. Zhao Chen shook hands with Angel Thabia, and then they each returned to their respective flagship vessels to prepare for departure. Zhao Chen's desire to cooperate with the Angel Tribe was sincere, whether due to the system's mission or the current situation of the Dragon Legion. Working with the Angel Tribe is undoubtedly the best choice. 31 Dragon Fleet ships slowly sailed out of the starport, followed by 30 Angel Research Fleet ships. Coordinates input completed. Long-range star voyage will commence for 10 days. On the flagship bridge of the neighboring Angel Fleet. Lord, are they planning to bring 30 T for interstellar battleships over? The deputy pointed to the nearby Dragon fleet. You could clearly see 30 interstellar battleships surrounding a huge interstellar battleship. During this time of research on the Dragon, they understood the names and levels of these interstellar battleships very well. The combat power of such a fleet with 30 T4 interstellar battleships and 1 T5 interstellar battleship. I hope those higher-ups above us angels can clearly understand the value of the Dragon through the data we report. This kind of existence ... can only be a friend. If it becomes an enemy. Fabia's eyes flashed with a hint of ruthlessness. Then, such enemies must be eliminated as soon as possible, developing to the current strength in just 5 years. The terror of this Dragon far surpasses the demon tribe. Fabia's subordinates all agreed with her words. When they first arrived in this galaxy, they held a kind of conceited feeling, thinking this was a backward galaxy. At first, it did match their expectations. However, they soon discovered they were wrong. Many places here were indeed backward, but wherever there was a connection with the Dragon, astonishing changes were happening at an incredible pace. For example, the first time they arrived in a star system of the Divine Radiance Empire, where they cooperated with the Dragon, that star system was entirely unremarkable at that time. Over a month later, when they returned, they found tremendous changes had taken place there. It was completely different from a month ago, and many things were still under construction. All of this was brought by the Dragon, especially the complete destruction of 300,000 demon interstellar battleships with a 30% casualty rate, using 30,000 interstellar battleships. This made them completely convinced of the terrifying power of the Dragon. This was a terrifying existence that could only be a friend. The blaring sound woke Zhao Chen from her dormant state. Warning! 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 Detected a large-scale cosmic storm. Emergency shutdown of warp drive mode. Please reroute the course. Red emergency lights flashed all over the bridge. Zhao Chen climbed out of the sleep chamber, watching as the crew on the bridge urgently returned to their posts. Some of them still hadn't fully understood what was happening, but their long-term training had instilled a muscle memory in them. In situations like this, no matter the circumstances, they would subconsciously rush back to their posts. Commander, a large-scale cosmic storm has appeared on our planned route. Zhu Zhaoxiao explained the situation seriously to Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen frowned slightly, looking at the holographic projection of the chaotic region outside the spaceship. A large area of chaos could be seen ahead, filled with fantastical shapes formed by purple and blue lights, seemingly beautiful but deadly. Even a T5 class starship would be in great danger if accidentally entering such an area. Moreover, their fleet included T4 starships and even T3 starships. Thankfully, the warp drive warning system had detected the danger beforehand. Otherwise, it would have been hard to imagine the consequences of entering such a region at warp speed. Why didn't we anticipate this danger when planning the route earlier? Zhao Chen asked. Nancy, the secretary, looked guilty as she replied, We calculated and scanned multiple times at that time, and confirmed that the route was safe. We also did not expect such a thing to happen. It was evident that Nancy was also panicking. If she were in another fleet, she might have remained calm. But now, she was next to Commander Zhao. It's not your fault, Nancy. After receiving the information about the route, I checked the data myself and confirmed there was no danger at that time. The Angel fleet also confirmed it. Given the current situation, this appears to be a sudden cosmic catastrophe. This route's periphery has always been a frequent disaster area. Unfortunately, we encountered this rare cosmic disaster tens of thousands of years in the making. And we happen to be within its range, Zhu Zhaoxiao explained helplessly. What can we do now? Zhao Chen asked. Nancy replied, although we are not currently within the range of the cosmic disaster, according to our detectors, this area will be affected within 10 minutes. We must evacuate this area as soon as possible. However, our path back is blocked by the cosmic disaster, and this space is so dangerous that even warp drive cannot guarantee safety. The only direction we can retreat to is... Nancy hesitated, pointing to the other side of the route, towards the mechanical clan territory. At that moment, Zhu Zhaoxiao and Zhao Chen fell into silence. But soon, Zhao Chen made a decision. Immediately contact the Angel fleet and inform them of our decision. Let them follow us and evacuate together. Yes. Zhu Zhaoxiao and Nancy received the order and started to organize the deployment. With the cosmic catastrophe looming, every second counted. The Angel fleet agreed to this course of action, as there seemed to be no other choice in the current situation. In the shortest time possible, the two fleets, comprising 60-plus starships, changed direction and headed towards the Mechanical Clan territory at full speed. The cosmic disaster behind them was like a giant wave chasing after a fleet, beginning to spread and catch up. Once this fleet was engulfed by this terrifying wave, the outcome was easily anticipated. It's too late. The cosmic disaster is spreading faster than our speed. According to the system's calculations, within 10 minutes, our fleet will be overtaken. Nancy exclaimed anxiously. Zhao Chen spoke with determination. Send out orders to both fleets. Have all starships gather around the Pluto class. Regardless of what happens next, charge forward at all costs. Zhao Xiao, when we are caught up, activate the stellar shield and cover the entire fleet. Hearing the commander's words, Nancy looked at him in panic. Commander, no. What about your safety? I believe that other starships should protect the Pluto class at any cost. As long as we can push through this cosmic disaster area, at least, you will be safe. Zhao Chen sat on the couch, smiling slightly. Nancy, you still don't understand my character. I am afraid of death, but I cannot hide behind my crew to save myself. The body of the Pluto class is made of T5 technology materials with superior defense compared to T4 and T3 starships and a more abundant shield energy. It is most suitable for the Pluto to undertake this task. Stop talking. Execute the order. Zhu Zhaoxiao glanced at Zhao Chen and said no more, silently moving to carry out the order. Time passed moment by moment. Soon, the cosmic disaster at the rear began to catch up with the fleet. The vibrant deadly lights began to engulf this unfortunate fleet. Meanwhile, the Pluto class activated its stellar shield, blocking all dangers from the fleet hiding beneath it. On the bridge of the Pluto, everyone involuntarily watched the dwindling energy value of the shield. Green turned to yellow, then to red. The endless, terrifying light seemed unending, preventing any escape. Warning! 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 Stellar shield energy remaining below 1%. About to deactivate. The system alert left everyone feeling resigned. Zhao Chen closed his eyes, not showing a hint of panic on his face. Without the system's warning this time, Zhao Chen knew the shield protection had failed. The bridge started to shake violently, and Zhao Chen could even hear the sounds of impacts on the armor plating. Even the electronic systems on the bridge were unstable. At that moment, the fate of this fleet could only be left to destiny. Suddenly, a starship emerged from the region covered by the cosmic disaster. Although the ship bore many signs of damage, its ability to navigate normally indicated that it had no major issues. As the first ship emerged, more followed suit, the fifth ship, the 10th ship. There were starships from the Dragon Fleet and the Angel Fleet. At that moment, the cosmic disaster ceased spreading outward. We made it out, Angel Tabitha sighed in relief, slumping back in her captain's chair. Who would have thought that such a dangerous situation would lead to their encounter? Fortunately, before that, the Lord used the T5 starship shield to protect them. Otherwise, relying solely on the shield energy of their T4 and T3 starships, it would have been exhausted long ago, disappearing forever in this cosmic disaster. Yes, we are finally safe, the deputy exclaimed with gratitude. The T5 starship of the Dragon Fleet. It seems to still not have come out. A sudden remark from an Angel officer caught Tabitha's attention. Tabitha abruptly stood up, nervously scanning the survivors' fleet. Most of the Dragon and Angel fleets were accounted for, except for the T5 Pluto-class dreadnought. Zhao Chen opened his eyes, holding his head. Just now, Zhao Chen lost consciousness for no apparent reason. Looking at the crew members upside down on the bridge, it seemed that it wasn't just him who lost consciousness. However, because his body had been modified, he quickly regained consciousness. My cannons! My cannons! Zhao Chen suddenly heard a voice beside him, at the same time a hand reaching towards his waist. It turned out to be acting Captain Zhu Zhaoxiao. Judging from her appearance, the situation seemed very optimistic, still lost in a dream. Zhao Chen unceremoniously kicked Zhu Zhaoxiao away, but even that kick didn't wake her up. Zhao Chen stood up, walked quickly to the operating platform, and began to access the relevant operation interface. Although he usually did nothing, he was familiar with any interstellar warship in the Hawk Legion. Restart the starship system. While starting the rebooted starship system, the bridge lights quickly returned. However, on the data panel of the entire starship, Zhao Chen saw numerous red dots representing problem areas. The overall armor strength of the ship had suffered 13% damage, with the most severe area showing over 40% damage. Communication equipment severely damaged. Space leap engine malfunction. Warp drive engine malfunction. Starship core energy remaining 3%. There were quite a few damaged modules, and the starship's core energy was almost depleted. Fortunately, the core energy had not failed, so it could recover on its own. Some basic life support systems were still functioning normally. Zhao Chen activated the ship's internal intelligent medical robots and maintenance robots. He provided emergency treatment to injured crew members and woke up those still unconscious. The maintenance robots were repairing damaged modules within their capabilities. Some malfunctioning software programs required the starship itself to undergo a period of reconstruction. Several electronic screens appeared in front of Zhao Chen, and his fingers began to move quickly. He needed to repair these as soon as possible. Half an hour passed. The crew members on the bridge began to wake up one after another. No casualties. According to Zhao Chen's speculation, it was probably some high-energy fluctuations at that time that caused all crew members to fall into a coma. The injured crew members had struck certain areas while in a coma, resulting in external injuries. "Commander, where are we now?" Zhu Zhaoxiao, still holding her slightly sore head, walked to Zhao Chen. Without looking back, Zhao Chen said, "I don't know either. The starship's navigation system is malfunctioning, and the communication system is still being repaired. So we are likely not in the territory of the mechanical race." Zhu Zhaoxiao furrowed her brow. Although the mechanical race had not appeared for years, the threat of the mechanical race had always existed, vividly remembered for their dominance over various empires in the past. At this time, Nancy, the secretary, who had awakened earlier than Zhu Zhaoxiao, ran over. Some maintenance crews have been dispatched to inspect the malfunctioning areas. The issues are manageable and repairable within 50 hours. Repairing the communication module alone will take at least 20 hours. 50 hours? Are we going to stay in this place for 50 hours? Zhu Zhaoxiao helplessly shrugged. Seeing Zhu Zhaoxiao's face, Nancy suppressed a smile and pointed to her face. "Captain, there seems to be something on your face." "On my face?" Zhu Zhaoxiao was puzzled. Then she took out a mirror and saw a shoe print on her face. "How did a shoe print get on my face?" Zhao Chen ignored Zhu Zhaoxiao and continued to work on repairing various software programs, especially the communication module. Only after repairing the communication module could he try to contact the outside world, as well as the accompanying fleet, to understand their current situation and whether they were in danger. Several hours had passed. At this moment, order had been restored inside the Pluto. The injured crew members had been treated. "Zhaoxiao, control of the interstellar UAV system has been restored. Arrange some drones for interstellar reconnaissance patrol around our starship. Also, put all weapon modules on standby. This is the territory of the mechanical race, after all. We can't take it lightly," Commander Zhao reminded. "Understood," Zhu Zhaoxiao nodded. 15 hours later, 5 hours away from the restoration of the communication equipment, Zhao Chen's tasks were almost completed. He could only await the self-repair of the starship system's back end. Stretching lazily, he sat on the sofa and drank a beverage handed to him by a royal leopard woman. At that moment, Zhao Chen heard an alarm coming from the radar department. The head of the department immediately reported, "Report, the small radar carried by the interstellar drones we launched detected an energy fluctuation from a fleet. The fleet is heading towards our direction and is expected to reach our location in half an hour." Hearing this news, Zhu Zhaoxiao and Nancy entered a highly alert state. They both looked towards Commander Zhao. "Don't alarm the other side. Try to withdraw from the path of this fleet," Zhao Chen calmly ordered. They weren't yet sure if the other side's goal was their own starship, so they needed to try to safely leave first. The Pluto began to sail slowly. However, a new alarm sounded soon after. "Not good. There is another fleet behind us." "Wait. Not just behind us. There are multiple unidentified fleet energy fluctuations around us. They are heading towards us. We are surrounded," said the nervous head of the radar department. Their situation had suddenly become extremely dire. Surrounded by so many interstellar warships without any support, it was a desperate situation. Prepare for battle. But no one fires without my order, Zhao Chen said in a low voice. Yes. Zhu Zhaoxiao immediately went to make preparations for battle. The weapon systems began to mobilize, aiming cannons at the enemies still out of range. The star shields were activated. All crew members entered combat mode. Soon, images of these fleets appeared in the feedback from the interstellar drones. The vast number of interstellar warships, numbering at least 1,000, was just from one direction. If all directions were taken into account, there were tens of thousands of interstellar warships. All of these warships were of the mechanical race. The bridge fell into a deathly silence at that moment. Nancy was frantic. Her own life was a small matter, but if something happened to the commander here, no amount of her own lives could make up for her guilt. Then, an unexpected twist occurred. Report, the other side has sent a communication request. We are the mechanoid fleet. We request the presence of your highest commander for a meeting. We will send a shuttle to escort. Please be prepared within 10 minutes. A mechanical voice echoed through the communication channel. Let's find a way to break free. Secretary Nancy spoke with a trembling voice, fully aware of the situation. Even with a T5 class interstellar battleship, there was no way to break through. Don't waste your energy. Among the mechanoid fleet surrounding us, there are at least 10 T5 class interstellar battleships. Zhao Chen stood up. 10 ships. How did I not notice? Zuzi looked at the radar scan star map. Zhao Chen pointed to a few positions. Although the signal strength is similar to T4 class interstellar battleships, there are slight differences. They must have activated camouflage devices. Can fool others, but not me. Zhao Chen turned and walked towards the bridge door. ZZ, Nancy, both of you are in charge of the Dark King. Break out immediately if anything happens. Don't worry about me. How can that be possible? Zuzi opposed directly. I came out with you. If I don't bring you back, how can I face Charlotte, Lilith, and senior sister Sulin? Let's think of another way, maybe? The only way is to meet the other party, Zhao Chen said quietly. Then I will follow the commander. The Panther Guard woman said firmly. Zhao Chen glanced at her coldly. I'll be safer alone. This sentence made the Panther Guard woman tremble, clenching her fists and staying silent. Seeing Zizi and Nancy wanting to say more, Zhao directly shouted, execute orders. With that, Zhao turned and headed towards the hangar. By the time Zhao reached the hangar, a mechanoid shuttle had been waiting outside. The shuttle did not enter the hangar, but released a flying disc that landed in front of Zhao Chen. A voice sounded, also full of mechanical tone, please step on. Zhao Chen stepped on. The next moment, a transparent beam enveloped Zhao Chen, making it look like a transparent display case from the outside. Commander! The crew inside the hangar held laser guns, excitedly. What are you doing? Did you forget what I just said? Zhao scolded. The crew forced back their anger and put down their guns. Some crew members had tears in their eyes, some looked angry, hitting the walls with fists. Suddenly, a beam of light shone on Zhao Chen's face. Zhao squinted, looking at the hatch opening. Upon entering the shuttle, Zhao did not encounter any intelligent mechanoids. Apologies for the unconventional welcome, Commander Owl, to female humanoid mechanoids made of steel, similar to human females, but without faces, welcomed Zhao Chen. If one walked closer, they could see their reflections on the stainless steel faces. Zhao examined these mechanoid maidens, if they had genders. Their body structures were perfect, resembling human females, with outlines of clothing, stockings, and even female accessories, along with golden hair on their heads. These two mechanical maidens stood respectfully, bowing to Zhao in welcome. Zhao scanned the surroundings. This seemed to be the hangar of the starship, with shuttles parked around, emitting a cold atmosphere. Perhaps because there were no carbon-based life forms around. Zhao noticed various mechanoids working, some resembling spiders, crabs, or treaded robots. Who are you? How do you know my identity? Zhao asked. One of the mechanoid maidens on the left spoke in a voice completely different from the mechanical tone he heard earlier. Though still cold, this voice sounded more like a human, even showing emotions in some vocabulary. What about their master? Where is your master? Zhao inquired. Follow us. The two mechanoid maidens led the way, with Zhao following. Soon, they boarded a large elevator, rushing towards a certain part of the starship. During this, Zhao confirmed that the starship was a T-5 class battleship. But why had they not heard of the mechanoid deploying T-5 battleships in battles against the Galaxy Union before? Zhao carried these doubts as the two mechanoid maidens led him into a grand hall. As lights dimmed, only starship modules sounds resonated. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the center of the hall as if descending from above. It was a young girl in a princess dress, swinging her legs while perched on a long-legged chair. "Master," the two mechanoid maidens knelt down. "You may step back. I will have a little chat with Big Brother." The small girl's voice was sweet. "Yes." The two maidens respectfully exited the hall, closing the door behind them. At that moment, it was just Zhao Chen and the little girl in the column of light. "You are their master?" Zhao gazed in disbelief at the chubby-faced, seemingly 7 or 8-year-old girl. "Yes, I am not only their master, but also the supreme ruler of the entire mechanoid race." The girl blinked, offering a toothy smile, revealing dimples on her cheeks. Zhao Chen looked at the seemingly innocent little girl in front of him, finding it hard to believe that she was the supreme ruler of the mechanical race that had oppressed the Galaxy Alliance for hundreds or even thousands of years. Seeing Zhao Chen's astonished expression, the little girl burst into laughter, holding her stomach. "Ha! I knew you would be surprised to see me like this. Actually, this is not my physical body, just a holographic projection. My real body is elsewhere. As for this humanoid form, it's just a shell that can be easily created for us mechanical beings. I can be a little girl, a mature woman, an uncle, an old man, or any other non-humanoid being. I just happen to like this appearance." Zhao Chen came back to his senses, staring at the little girl who seemed out of place in their current situation. "Why do you want to see me?" "I want you to join our mechanical race," the little girl said, blinking her eyes earnestly at Zhao Chen. "Join?" Zhao Chen was taken aback. He never expected the little girl to make such a request. "I've been observing you for a long time. The owl dragon you founded has quickly developed many starship technologies. But through my investigation, I found that you don't have any research organization or facility behind the scenes. This means that these starship technologies are actually yours. How you came up with them, I still don't know. Can you tell me?" The innocent gaze of the little girl was fixed on Zhao Chen. "Do you think I will tell you?" Zhao Chen countered. "No," the little girl replied bluntly. "So, are you planning to detain me, imprison me, or dissect my brain to get what you want from inside my head?" Zhao Chen questioned. The little girl covered her mouth in surprise, then waved her hand in disgust. "Dissecting brains? That's gross. I wouldn't do such a thing. But the method you mentioned may be theoretically feasible, but in practice, there are many problems. Even we mechanical beings cannot extract the desired information from someone's mind when they resist. As for detention, imprisonment, when did I say I would detain you?" The little girl pouted, looking like she was unfairly accused. Zhao Chen furrowed his brow, finding it hard to understand the true intentions of this little girl. "So, what do you want to do?" "As I said, I want you to join us. We need your starship technologies and your research abilities," the little girl said innocently, swinging her legs. Why did this posture resemble someone else? And the scene felt like the roles were reversed. Could this be the retribution of being a capitalist? "Well, I've already given my answer, and I won't join you," Zhao Chen reiterated. The little girl pouted, pondered for a moment, and finally shrugged, saying in resignation, "Well, I already knew the answer, but I couldn't help but ask you personally." Afterwards, the two fell into a brief silence. "Do you have anything else to say?" Zhao Chen broke the silence. "No," the little girl replied simply. "Then how are you going to deal with me?" "I didn't say I would deal with you," the little girl responded. Zhao Chen was thoroughly confused by her response, directly asking, "Can I leave now?" "Sure, you can go," the little girl yawned. This little girl was really unpredictable. She swung her legs and added, "You can leave anytime, and of course, we are always open to welcoming your membership. If you're willing to join us, I can offer you many things, such as helping your Owl Dragon Galactic Interstellar group grow, helping you suppress the demon race, helping you resist the invasion of the interstellar insect race, etc. I am quite capable." The little girl raised her arm, flexing her muscles. Was this little girl really willing to let him go? These conditions were quite tempting for Zhao Chen at the moment. However, the mystery of the mechanical race made him hesitant to make decisions lightly, let alone join any mechanical race. Well, I'll leave now, Zhao Chen said, preparing to walk back in the direction he came from. Wait, a voice behind him called out. Zhao Chen narrowed his eyes, knowing there must be something else waiting for him. Let me help you repair your starship, especially your communication device. If you don't contact your subordinates quickly, they might do something drastic against the angel race. We can get it done in an hour. But you need to contact your crew first, otherwise, they probably won't allow us to repair your starship, the little girl said sweetly. Zhao Chen scratched his head and walked back to the little girl. With only a 1 meter distance between them this time, thanks to a long stool, the little girl, although short, could have eye level with Zhao Chen. After a moment of silence, Zhao Chen sent a message to Zhu Zhaoxiao and Nancy, indicating that he was willing to accept the assistance of the mechanical race. The message contained a code that would assure Zhu Zhaoxiao and Nancy that it was sent by the commander based on his own decision. Since we have an hour, I want to ask, was the cosmic storm that attacked our fleet this time intentionally caused by you? Zhao Chen inquired. First encountering the cosmic storm, and then being surrounded by the mechanical race seemed too sudden. The little girl shook her head. No, even though our mechanical race's technology is advanced, we haven't reached the level where we can manipulate such a large-scale cosmic storm. However, we did have a plan to make contact with you. It just happened to coincide this time, and we quickly identified the signal source of your starship, which led us here. As for why there are so many starships here, it's mainly to prevent any unnecessary conflicts with you. Carbon-based life forms like yourself tend to be quite impulsive, sometimes resorting to violence without warning. Zhao Chen's mouth twitched. Impulsive. The mechanical race, which had been considered a catastrophe by the Galaxy Alliance, was calling carbon-based life forms impulsive. Adjusting his emotions, Zhao Chen continued to ask, your mechanical race possesses advanced technological capabilities. Why approach me? The little girl fell silent for a moment before whispering, in your eyes, our intelligent mechanical life forms have the same level of intellect as you, even possessing hundreds or thousands of times more calculating power. The same task, when carried out by carbon-based life forms like you, is slow and affected by uncontrollable factors such as emotions, physical qualities, and various other influences, sometimes even regressing due to internal conflicts. However, we mechanical life forms do not have these concerns. We have highly efficient working capabilities. However, we have a fatal flaw. The little girl gazed at Zhao Chen and said, we intelligent mechanical life forms do not possess creativity. The three great empires were all in a state of tension during this period. First was the Starlight Empire, with all Owl Dragon Legion fleets from the Owl Dragon Galaxy mobilized, as squadrons of interstellar warships orderly traversed the Stargate. This deployment was without any hidden intentions. Interstellar traders conducting business within the Owl Dragon Galaxy sensed that something was amiss in the atmosphere. Upon inquiring with Owl Dragon insiders they worked with, they were met with evasive responses. Soon, the Owl Dragon Galaxy declared a state of emergency, with orders given by acting Lord Zhang Hong. His subordinates were surprised upon receiving this order, as it was the first time they had seen a look of panic on the stern acting lord's face. Subsequently, some Owl Dragon Legion fleets stationed by the Warhammer Interstellar Federation Kingdom also began moving towards the Stargate. Princess Branky, who received word of the Owl Dragon Legion's movements, quickly sensed that something was wrong, as the Stargate fell under the management of the Warhammer Interstellar Federation Kingdom. Princess Branky still managed to gather some intelligence, with the most crucial piece being that the destination of these fleets was the Holy Radiance Empire. At that moment, Princess Branky entertained two thoughts. Could it be that the Holy Radiance Empire was going to engage in total war with the Owl Dragon Legion? The thought was swiftly dismissed, as the new Empress of the Holy Radiance Empire was supported by the Owl Dragon Legion, and with the Legion's current strength, as long as their leaders weren't foolish, they wouldn't act in such a manner. Furthermore, if a war were to break out, the Owl Dragon Legion's expertise lay in swift strikes, rendering the use of Stargates as relatively inefficient. They could directly deploy their T-4 Luminous-class interstellar leap ships to the battlefield. Another speculation was that the permanent Level 5 cosmic wormhole, located within the Holy Radiance Empire, had spiraled out of control. However, this possibility was soon ruled out, as Princess Branky had stationed intelligence officers in the vicinity of the permanent Level 5 cosmic wormhole in the Holy Radiance Empire, who reported that everything was normal in the surrounding star systems. The unknown nature of events left Princess Branky increasingly nervous. Just beyond the largest starport in the northern territories of the Holy Radiance Empire, this starport had already come under the control of the Owl Dragon Legion. Legion after legion of Owl Dragon interstellar warships emerged from it. Report: the 3rd Legion of the Owl Dragon is fully stationed. The 7th Legion of the Owl Dragon will be fully stationed in half an hour. As for interstellar supply ships and interstellar transport ships, arrangements have been made back home. The Beiyang Group will also provide us with necessary assistance. Commander Charlotte sat on her flagship's captain's chair, listening to the reports being gathered with a grim expression. On the other side, Lily stood with a fierce demeanor, her eyes bloodshot. At this moment, a video communication request popped up. Lily clicked to accept. The figure on the other end was Empress Saint Kana of the Holy Radiance Empire. "Any news from Lord Zhao Chen yet?" Saint Kana inquired. Lily shook her head. This response made Saint Kana realize that the situation was amiss. "Then, have you contacted the fleet ships of our allies?" Saint Kana continued. 30 Owl Dragon interstellar warships, including over 30 Angel Tribe interstellar warships, have all gone out of contact. Lily coldly replied. Saint Kana swallowed nervously, as she looked at Lily in a way she had never seen before. Lily seemed poised to explode, exuding a fierce aura. "So, are you really set on engaging the Angel Tribe with our entire forces?" Saint Kana inquiry. At that moment, Zhao Chen was still unaware the chaos had broken loose outside due to his disappearance. Hearing the phrase from the little girl, creativity. When Zhao Chen heard this term, he clearly paused and showed his confusion. Seeing Zhao Chen's puzzlement, the little girl continued to explain. "Let me give you an example. If we, the mechanical beings, were to be placed in a stellar era with only conventional engine technology, we might be able to excel in developing conventional engine technology for starships, surpassing your carbon-based life forms in efficiency. However, we would not be able to develop more advanced warp engine technology, let alone space-folding engine technology." Realization dawned on Zhao Chen. He had discovered a drawback in the creative mechanical life that had never occurred to him before. So where does the technology your mechanical beings currently possess come from? And why, despite possessing T5 interstellar battleships, have your fleets never deployed them in attacking the 3 main empires of the Galactic Alliance in the past? Zhao Chen asked directly. The little girl blinked, looking at Zhao Chen. "Join us, and I'll tell you." Zhao Chen rolled his eyes. He could now be certain that the mechanical beings held many secrets. "All right, the communication equipment of your starship is almost repaired. It's time for you to leave. I will arrange for the fleet to escort you." The little girl waved at Zhao Chen, issuing him a dismissal order. Zhao Chen knew it would be difficult to obtain the desired information from the other party. Zhao Chen turned and walked towards the exit of the Grand Hall. Just as he was about to reach the gate, he suddenly turned back, gazing towards the little girl on the long chair beneath the glow. "Can I contact you in the future?" The little girl blinked. "Contact me? Why? If there comes a time when I've made up my mind and want to join you, wouldn't I need a way to contact you?" Zhao Chen shrugged. The little girl smiled faintly, unsure if she had seen through Zhao Chen's thoughts. She raised her hand and lightly tapped in the void. Zhao Chen's handheld terminal vibrated slightly. "I've embedded a small program in your communication software. When you wish to contact me, all you need to do is activate this program. Also, rest assured, I haven't installed any backdoors on your device." The little girl swayed her legs innocently. Zhao Chen opened his handheld terminal and indeed found a small program software inside his device, displaying a cartoon avatar of the little girl. Those unaware might mistake it for a gaming software. The gates of the Grand Hall opened. Two mechanical maidens stood outside the door, seemingly waiting there all along. Subsequently, Zhao Chen retraced his steps back to the shuttle as he had come. The hatch closed. A few minutes later, the hatch opened again, mirroring its previous pattern. The transparent glass cover floated back into the hangar of Zhao Chen's Grim Reaper. Zhao Chen saw the anxious crew waiting in the hangar, displaying surprised expressions upon seeing Zhao Chen again. The glass cover opened, and Zhao Chen descended. The round mechanical disc also returned to the shuttle outside the hangar, departing swiftly. "Commander!" The crew watched the commander excitedly. It was evident they were genuinely concerned about him. "Carry on with your tasks," Zhao Chen left a statement before returning to his bridge. Stepping onto the bridge, All eyes in the room focused on Zhao Chen. Zhu Zhaoxiao, Secretary Nancy, and the Warden Leopardess ran up to Zhao Chen, scrutinizing him up and down. "Commander, you're back. Commander, you're all right, right? The mechanical beings didn't harm you, did they?" Everyone inquired with concern. "I'm fine. Has the communication equipment for our Grim Reaper been repaired?" Zhao Chen asked. Secretary Nancy nodded. The communication device has been fully restored, and the malfunction modules of the other starships, with the assistance of the repair robots from the mechanical beings, are estimated to be fully restored within an hour. Immediately establish contact with the other lost interstellar battleships and contact Charlotte's side again, Zhao Chen ordered. Yes. Shortly after, 30 Owl Dragon interstellar battleships accompanying them were the first to establish communication. The 30 captains of these Owl Dragon interstellar battleships felt relieved upon knowing the commander's safety. Even if they could safely return without any mishaps in the company of their leader, their hearts couldn't forgive themselves. As they were well aware, the fact that their starships could safely race through the space storm was largely due to the Grim Reaper's Starshield support. Otherwise, the 30 Owl Dragon interstellar battleships along with the Angel Clan starships would have been lost within the space storm. According to the information we've gathered, all interstellar battleships that accompanied us are accounted for this time, although their hulls have been affected to different extents. All the communication devices of these interstellar battleships are malfunctioning. So far, only a few have repaired short-range quantum communication and have yet to establish communication contact with us or the Angel Clan, Secretary Nancy reported to Zhao Chen. "Have them provide us with their coordinates and proceed to meet them," Zhao Chen instructed. Following his command, a video window appeared in front of Zhao Chen. Two anxious faces appeared before him. Charlotte and Lilith, both seeing their commander unharmed, smiled reassuringly. Initially overwhelmed with countless words, they found themselves unable to say a single one. "All right, I know you were very worried about me, but can't you see I'm perfectly fine here? How is everything on your end?" Zhao Chen inquired. From the words of the little mechanical girl earlier, Zhao Chen knew that the Owl Dragons should have been informed of his lost contact. Zhao Chen could imagine Charlotte and Lilith's extreme anxiety. Perhaps they might have gone to extraordinary lengths in search of him. Lilith calmed herself and informed Zhao Chen of the current situation. Zhao Chen rubbed his head helplessly. He had not imagined that his mere loss of contact for a few dozen hours would nearly spark a battle between the Owl Dragons and the Angel Clan. Fortunately, it hadn't happened yet. Zhao Chen explained to them the reason for their loss of communication, blaming it on a space storm rather than any Angel Clan conspiracy. Luckily, it didn't escalate beyond repair. "Since I'm safe, you can restore things back to normal," Zhao Chen said. "Are you still going to the Angel Clan?" Charlotte asked worriedly. "Since we've come this far, we must complete what we set out to do." Zhao Chen nodded. "I will personally lead a unit of all dragons to ensure your safety," Charlotte offered. Zhao Chen shook his head, rejecting Charlotte's proposal. "Carry on with the original plan. Don't worry about me." Zhao Chen finally calmed the two women down. This episode had finally come to an end. Under the escort of the mechanical beings, the Grim Reaper quickly reached the coordinates of the lost fleet. Watching the mechanical fleet depart, Zhao Chen immediately issued orders to Zhu Zhaoxiao and Secretary Nancy. "Scan all data on the Grim Reaper in its entirety and conduct a thorough examination on me. Ensure there are no issues before reuniting with the fleet. It's better to be safe than sorry." The text describes a scene where Zhao Chen, a character, arrives at the territory of the Angel Clan after a delay of about a week. He sees the first Angel Clan starport where 30 interstellar battleships of the Raven Dragon enter gradually. Unfortunately, the starport is not equipped to handle the T5 interstellar battleships like Zhao Chen's ship, the Dark King, so they have to stay in the docking area while other auxiliary ships assist with supplies and maintenance. Zhao Chen and his secretary Nancy board a shuttle to reach the starport. The starport is primarily white in color, giving it a very sacred feeling, with some areas featuring religious-like patterns. They are greeted by a character named Ludi, followed by a group of angel warriors. Tilia, an angel, expresses apologies for the inconvenience caused during Zhao Chen's arrival. Despite the incident being a cosmic coincidence, Tilia insists on taking responsibility for the repairs to Zhao Chen's fleet as a gesture of goodwill. Zhao Chen acknowledges the angel's gesture, showing mutual respect. Tilia then gives Zhao Chen a tour of the starport, showcasing its unique design elements. There are features like flight windows allowing angels to fly wherever needed using their wings. Although there are advanced technologies like floating elevators, they are seldom used by angels. The text describes the beauty of the angel species, with both male and female angels possessing exceptional features. Zhao Chen compares himself to them and acknowledges their natural beauty. The scene shifts to a large resting area, prepared for Zhao Chen and his crew by Tilia, resembling a resort or park with various amenities. After exploring the space and ensuring its safety, Zhao Chen sits down with Ludi to discuss their findings in the Angel territory. Ludi provides insights into the Angel clan's extensive territory, their conflict with the Demon clan, demographics, governance structure, and cultural norms, such as their aversion to technological modifications of their bodies due to their beliefs regarding the natural order of life and death. The Angel tribe has a long history and an advanced technological civilization. Among the known starship technologies, they currently possess T5 class interstellar battleship technologies, and there are rumors of new T5 class interstellar battleships under development. The Angel tribe has a very strict hierarchical system. The Angel tribe is jointly ruled by 3 Angel Kings. Below them are the Angel Guardians, a total of 6. Each Angel King will train 2 Angel Guardians. Below the Angel Guardians are the high-ranking angels. Strictly speaking, the Angel Guardians also belong to the high-ranking angels, but they are selected by the Angel Kings from among the high-ranking angels and specially trained. Below the high-ranking angels are the mid-ranking angels and low-ranking angels. The Angel tribe is based on universal military training. After reaching adulthood, all members of the Angel tribe will serve as interstellar warriors. However, some special interstellar warriors with unique talents may be involved in research, technological studies, interstellar industry, interstellar trade, etc. Yet, they still consider themselves as warriors of the Angel tribe. Tilia is an Angel Guardian? Zhao Chen listened with some surprise to the news that Lilith Didi told him. He had guessed that Tilia's identity might be special, but he had not expected her to hold such a high position in the Angel tribe's hierarchy. Among the 6 Angel Guardians, she was one of them. Tilia is the Angel Guardian of the Angel King of the 3 Angels, Saint Angel Angelia. An Angel Guardian has the authority to command an Angel Legion, Lilith Didi explained. When it comes to the military of the Angel tribe, Zhao Chen asked, how many fleets does the Angel tribe have? What is the size and structure of the fleet? Lilith Didi replied, the Angel tribe has 23 Angel Legions, 3 of which are the Angel King's Legion fleets, which are the personal guard legions of the 3 Angel Kings. The remaining 20 Legion fleets are managed by appointed high-ranking angels. Each Angel Guardian has the ability to command a Legion fleet. These Angel Legions are composed of independent fleets with an organization of 3,000 starships each. However, there is no uniform quantity requirement for the size of Angel Legions. Different Angel Legions have different numbers of interstellar battleships. The largest Angel Legion can have nearly 200,000 starships, even exceeding the size of the Angel King's Legion fleet. The smallest Angel Legion may only have 10,000 starships, comprising a few Legion fleets. Heard Lilith Didi's words, Zhao Chen's eye showed slight surprise. Such a deployment would either mean a chaotic military system, or that the military system has developed to the point where each individual Legion fleet has its unique direction of development. The former is highly unlikely, as if it were true, the Angel tribe would not have been able to suppress the Demon tribe before. Thus, the latter possibility is more likely. How many interstellar battleships does the Angel tribe have in total, including how many T5 interstellar battleships? Zhao Chen continued to inquire. Lilith Didi replied, the total number of interstellar battleships owned by the Angel tribe is estimated to be around 2 to 3 million. As for the number of T5 interstellar battleships, it cannot be determined as the Angel tribe keeps this data highly confidential. Based on my current estimate, they have at least 100 T5 interstellar battleships. Each Angel Legion fleet has at least 1 to 3 T5 interstellar battleships as flagship and vice flagship. At least 100 T5 Angel series interstellar battleships. This data is somewhat terrifying. However, considering the massive size of the Demon tribe's fleets and their possession of evil starship technology, it makes sense that the Angel tribe has been able to resist stubbornly until now. After that, Lilith Didi shared some information she had collected with Zhao Chen. Overall, the Angel tribe is strong, but currently under pressure from the Demon tribe. If there is no way to change the situation, the imbalance will worsen, inevitably leading to the Angel Tribe being breached. This also led to instability in the ruling system on the Angel Tribe's side. On the other hand, the Angel Tilia also heard reports from the Angel Teresa about the Owl Dragon. So you think the Owl Dragon has great potential? And if we don't ally with them, it could even threaten ourselves. Angel Tilia furrowed her brows slightly. Angel Teresa nodded. If we don't ally with the Owl Dragon, given the current situation, both sides could coexist peacefully without conflicts of interest. But once conflicts of interest or contradictions arise between us, the consequences would be unimaginable. Looking at the development history of the Owl Dragon in the past 5 years, nearly all enemies who attempted to disrupt, intervene, or aggress against the Owl Dragon faced dire consequences. The original Galactic Alliance's interstellar forces are now under the control of the Owl Dragon. That man has established an interstellar power known as the Owl Dragon Galactic Interstellar Group. It may appear to be just an interstellar trade organization, but it has already extended its influence to the foundations of 3 empires. In the long run, this will be a new galactic alliance. No, it is a far more powerful and terrifying existence than the previous galactic alliance. Their military strength is unquestionable. Just recently, they ambushed a fleet of 300,000 Red Demon Corps starships, and despite losing 10,000 starships themselves, they annihilated the enemy and even destroyed to T5 Terrorblade-class medium interstellar battleships. Although the Red Demon Corps may not be considered one of the stronger forces among the Demon Tribe's legions, just think about it. If we had to face a fleet of 300,000 starships from the Red Demon Corps, how many starships would we need to prepare, and how many losses would we incur to eliminate those 300,000 starships? After saying these things, Angel Teresa looked solemnly at Tilia. "Milady, no matter what, we must handle our relationship with the Owl Dragon correctly. In the current situation of the Angel Tribe, forming an alliance is the best approach. Even if we can't ally, we cannot be enemies with the Owl Dragon." Tilia showed a contemplative expression and waved her hand, saying, "I understand. You can leave now, and then record the information you have collected and your personal suggestions. I will report them later." Understood. Angel Teresa knew her responsibility had reached its limit, and the decision that followed could only be influenced by the higher-ups. Angel Teresa left the room, while Tilia paced back and forth in the room. After much contemplation, she sent a communication request. Shortly after, a holographic projection appeared in front of her. It was a stunningly beautiful woman with pure white skin, white feathers, and golden eyes. Though Tilia's appearance was not much different from hers, the two exuded vastly different auras. "Angel King, I would like to report to you about the Owl Dragon." Tilia knelt respectfully and said, "For the following 5 days, Zhao Chen followed the Angel Tilia to visit various star realms within the angelic race. It must be said that the development of the angelic race is quite comprehensive, especially when compared to the 3 great empires of the original Galactic Alliance, which appear to be much more backward in comparison. Mr. Zhao Chen, what do you think of our angelic race?" After spending several days with Zhao Chen, Tilia's address to him had become more affectionate. Zhao Chen nodded and praised. "Very impressive, the level of development is high. It's no wonder your angelic race has become a powerful presence in this universe." Hearing Zhao Chen's evaluation, a hint of helplessness flashed in Tilia's eyes. She whispered, "In the past, our angelic race may have been the most powerful presence in this universe. But now, the invasion of the demon race has posed an unprecedented crisis for us. It is precisely because of this that both sides need to cooperate," Zhao Chen said solemnly. "I hope for the same. But this matter is not for me to decide. Tomorrow, I will take you to the Temple Mountain of the Holy Angel Kings, where you will meet with the other 2 Angel Kings to discuss and finalize the details of the alliance." Tilia looked at Zhao Chen. "To be honest, I am not optimistic. Because compared to the Owl Dragons and the angelic race, the comparison is just too insignificant. It's difficult to establish an equal alliance." The implication in Tilia's words was already apparent. Equal alliance cooperation was difficult, but if it was in a dependent form, it would have a high probability of success. "Miss Tilia, you don't need to worry about that. I am confident that the value of the Owl Dragons that I present will convince the 3 Angel Kings," Zhao Chen said confidently. Tilia didn't say much more. "May I ask, what is your view of the machine race?" Zhao Chen inquired. There was immediate hostility in Tilia's eyes. Heretics, evil heretics. More evil heretics than the demon race. In several instances during this Millennium War, if it weren't for attacks by the machine race, we might have annihilated the demon race by now, and we wouldn't be in the current situation. What about the strength of the machine race? Zhao Chen asked. Despite her hostility towards the machine race, Tilia gave a fair assessment. Very strong and mysterious, surpassing our angelic race. But they haven't reached a point where the angelic race can't handle them. And when they engage in combat with you, do they use T5 level interstellar battleships? Zhao Chen asked. Of course, Tilia replied directly. Zhao Chen's eyes flickered. He had already guessed this answer, but now it was confirmed. This made Zhao Chen even more curious about the machine race. The machine race obviously possessed T5 interstellar battleships, which were used in combat against the angelic race. But why had T5 interstellar battleships never appeared in the battles against the previous 3 major empires of the Galactic Alliance? This didn't make sense at all. Do you have any related information? May I take a look? Zhao Chen asked. Tilia raised her hand and opened a file. It was a holographic projection of a battleship, completely black in color, giving off a heavy mechanical feel. This is the only known T5 interstellar battleship of the machine race. It's called T5 Steel Claw Class Heavy Interstellar Destroyer. Although its combat power is not as strong as our angelic race's T5 interstellar battleship, they outnumber us. So far, we know that the machine race has at least 300 of this type of battleship. And currently, according to our records, we have destroyed over 50 T5 Steel Claw Class Heavy Interstellar Destroyers. Nobody knows how many of these damn things the machine race has, Tilia said. Zhao Chen stared at this T5 Steel Claw Class Heavy Interstellar Destroyer. He recalled the other machine race interstellar battleships he had seen, especially those he had identified as T5 interstellar battleships. Among them was this T5 Steel Claw Class Heavy Interstellar Destroyer. The problem was, Zhao Chen had seen other types of T5 machine race interstellar battleships. But regardless of the battlefield against the Galactic Alliance or against the angelic and demon races, these interstellar battleships had never appeared. The fog surrounding the machine race deepened even more for Zhao Chen. Alright, I need to go back and prepare for today's meeting. I will come to take you over then. Tilia bid farewell and left. Zhao Chen, on the other hand, waited for the meeting with the 3 angelic race kings the next day. The next day, Tilia brought Zhao Chen to a particular region of the stars. Here, Zhao Chen saw his destination. It wasn't a planet. It was a mountain. Yes, a massive mountain floating in space. The mountain seemed to be enclosed in a glass dome, suspended there. The entire mountain could be seen with numerous glowing dots, giving off a feeling of sacred purity. This is our angelic temple mountain, also known as the Holy Mountain. There are 3 in total, each corresponding to one of the 3 angelic kings, Tilia explained to Zhao Chen as they boarded a shuttle heading towards the mountain. Zhao Chen seemed to notice something and asked, "This mountain of yours, is it also a starship?" Tilia looked at Zhao Chen in surprise. "I had heard earlier that you were a starship engineer. I didn't expect you to figure it out with just a glance." She looked at the mountain, her face showing a proud expression. "Yes, it is indeed a starship. It is a creation at the pinnacle of angelic race technology, utilizing a significant amount of T5 level technology. Although it doesn't have any weapon modules, it can perform spatial leaps. And these 3 mountains are symbolic to our angelic race, representing our faith. A moving palace." The advantage of this structure was that no matter the circumstances, the high-ranking members of the angelic race could choose to evacuate or execute other plans. It would prevent a series of unfortunate situations caused by the fall of a main planet. Additionally, Zhao Chen noticed that there were no interstellar battleships approaching the mountain, indicating a restricted zone. To enter, one could only use shuttles. All interstellar battleships had to park within a specific range to protect the mountain's security. Furthermore, outside the restricted zone of the mountain, squads of angelic interstellar battleships were patrolling, with golden angelic textures on their hulls. This was completely different from the fleet emblems of other angelic interstellar battleships. It was estimated that these interstellar battleships belonged to the personal guard of this Angel King. Soon, the shuttle with Zhao Chen and Tilia entered the mountain's vicinity and landed in the docking area beneath the mountain. This was at the foot of the mountain. Zhao Chen looked up at the mountain's peak, calculating the height from this point. The height of this mountain was at least 100,000 meters. According to the mountain's rules, any spacecraft must land at the mountain's base. We need to take a floating elevator to go up, Tilia explained to Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen followed Tilia onto the floating elevator. Although the mountain was 100,000 meters high, using the floating elevator brought them up in just a minute. Zhao Chen looked at the huge, magnificent, and sacred palace in front of him. He inexplicably felt a sense of deep reverence. However, Zhao Chen quickly discovered the reason behind it. He looked at the pure white walls of the palace. Have you noticed too? This temple uses a rare mineral that has a magical effect. It can improve people's mental state. Everyone near the temple will feel a sense of peace and joy, Tilia explained, looking at the open doors of the temple with a look of reverence. It turned out that this was the case. Zhao Chen initially thought that there might be some kind of special faith or boost for the angel race. Please wait. Tilia first asked Zhao Chen to stop. She took a few steps forward, knelt on one leg, placed her right hand over her chest. Angel guard Tilia ordered to bring the Lord of the Owl Dragons for an audience. Come in. A melodious female voice came from inside the palace. Tilia stood up and gestured towards the direction of the door. Please. Zhao Chen walked towards the palace, with Tilia following closely. Entering the palace, the entire palace was predominantly white, occasionally with some golden textures. White pearls, white walls, white angel statues. And in the distance on the steps, there were 3 pure white thrones. 3 thrones, with 2 empty, only the one in the middle occupied by a woman. Zhao Chen looked at the woman sitting on the chair, and was amazed at first sight. This was the Angel King, Angelia. Tilia stood behind Zhao Chen, and softly introduced, so this is our angel race's queen of purity, Lady Angelia. Wasn't there supposed to be 3 angel kings? Zhao Chen looked at the 2 empty thrones. At this moment, he noticed that these 3 angel thrones seemed to be slightly different, particularly in the engravings on the top. The Queen of Purity's throne was unclear, but on the other 2 thrones, Zhao Chen noticed that one was engraved with a sword and shield, while the other had a scale resting on a book. Before Tilia could explain, 2 beams of light descended from the sky, illuminating the 2 empty thrones. Following that, 2 figures appeared, a male and a female angel next to the Angel King Angelia. Greetings to the Angel King of War, Lord Wells. And the Angel King of Judgment, Lady Rena. Tilia kneeled, introducing the identities of these 2. Turns out, it was a holographic projection. Of course, they didn't have much understanding of the Owl Dragons at the moment, nor would they come all the way just to meet Zhao Chen. As the 2 Angel Kings appraised Zhao Chen, he also observed them. The male angel, sitting on the throne with the sword and shield, fittingly matched his title, Angel King of War. However, his appearance, like the male angel, had a gentle beauty rather than the majestic stature of a war god, as Zhao Chen imagined. Yet, his proud and chilly gaze hinted at someone who had experienced many interstellar battles. The female angel, seated on the throne with the book and scale, likely corresponded to the Angel King of Judgment. Although also a female angel, she exuded no aura comparable to Lady Angelia, and her eyes were veiled in white cloth, giving a mysterious yet subtle impression. The 3 of them standing together would hardly be believed as Angel Kings. Are you the Owl Dragon Lord from that universe? The Angel King of War addressed. Yes. Do you wish to form an alliance with us? The Angel King of War asked with a mocking smile. Indeed. Supporting his chin with one hand, the Angel King of War grinned faintly. You know, in the great history of our angel race, we have never formed an alliance with any interstellar civilization or race. They are only allowed to join our angel race. It's a pity that the great history of your angel race is now in jeopardy, on the verge of being completely destroyed by the demon race. Zhao Chen smiled, unapologetically striking back. Contrary to the expected anger, the Angel King of War laughed. The current situation between our angel race and the demon race is indeed unfavorable. But I've heard that your side is also under threat from the demons. I can't help but think that your visit is not to form an alliance with us, but to seek our protection. He emphasized the word protection. Zhao Chen shrugged, nonchalantly stating, if that's how you see it, then it seems you have no interest in our proposal for an equal partnership. In that case, I see no need to waste your time any longer. Goodbye. With that, Zhao Chen decisively turned and walked out of the temple, his expression unchanged. But inside, he was silently urging, call me. Stop me. Why aren't you stopping me? due to the system mission. In reality, Zhao Chen had no intention of leaving, but the other party was asserting dominance. If Zhao Chen didn't assert himself, he would be at a disadvantage in the upcoming conversation. Wait, a soft female voice came, entering Zhao Chen's ears and giving him a refreshing feeling. Without turning around, Zhao Chen could guess that it was the Queen of Purity who spoke. Zhao Chen halted and turned around casually, facing the Angel Queen. "May I ask, is there anything else?" Well's words may have been inappropriate. I apologize on his behalf. However, if we are to truly cooperate, we need to see the value in this partnership, the Queen of Purity spoke gently. Zhao Chen looked at the Angel King of War, who remained silent at the moment. "As far as I know, the pressure the demon race has placed on you is immense, leading to the angel race's frontline fleet losing at least 100,000 interstellar warships each month. While the angel race's military-industrial complex is powerful, it can currently only replenish half of the monthly starship consumption. At this rate, within half a year, the angel race will collapse entirely." Zhao Chen finished his statement, and the three angel kings listened without interruption. Everything Zhao Chen mentioned was factual. If I were to say that the Owl Dragons are willing to manufacture these interstellar warships for the angel race, do you think this value is enough for us to establish an equal ally relationship? Outsourcing production of interstellar battleships. Upon hearing this suggestion, the angel behind Zhao Chen, Tilia, was momentarily stunned. The War Angel King on the throne chuckled. "You want to outsource the production of interstellar battleships for us? If I remember correctly, the number of interstellar battleships currently in service for your Thunderbird Legion is only a little over 30,000. How much industrial capacity do you have? How many interstellar battleships can you produce in a month?" Zhao Chen calmly looked at the War Angel King. "My Thunderbird Legion currently has just over 30,000 interstellar battleships in active service. But that doesn't mean our industrial capacity isn't adequate. Words alone are not proof. How can you prove that you can manufacture interstellar battleships for us? And why should we believe you and entrust you with the technical blueprints of the interstellar battleships?" The previously silent Judgment Angel King spoke, his voice devoid of any emotion, as cold as ice. Zhao Chen nodded in agreement. "You are right. Words alone are not proof. In that case, why don't we test it out? You can place an order with us now, say for 1,000 units of a certain Angel Clan interstellar battleship. We, the Thunderbirds, will complete this order within the given time frame. As for the issue of confidentiality regarding the technical blueprints mentioned earlier, that can be easily resolved. The technical blueprints you provide us can consist of only about 90% of the non-core technology. We will be responsible for producing that 90% portion of the interstellar battleship and delivering it, while you can handle the core portion yourselves. This way, it will save a significant amount of time compared to building a single interstellar battleship on your own. Of course, there will be an increase in costs. But for the Angel Clan now, I believe cost should not be a major concern. Supplying a large number of interstellar battleships for the front line is the most crucial matter." After listening to Zhao Chen's words, the three Angel Kings fell into a brief silence. It had to be admitted that Zhao Chen's words really moved them. Entrusting the Thunderbirds to manufacture 90% of the Starship modules would increase costs, but it could significantly shorten the construction time of an interstellar battleship. In the current situation, where the Angel Clan urgently needed interstellar battleships, they were even willing to pay 3 to 4 times more than usual for a single battleship. The Angel Clan was wealthy. Despite the continuous wars with the Demon Clan over the years, they still possessed considerable wealth reserves. And these reserves were worthless unless turned into interstellar battleships. If the Angel Clan were defeated, no amount of wealth would be of any use. "Can you really produce interstellar battleships for our Angel Clan?" The War Angel King looked at Zhao Chen with skepticism, still somewhat disbelieving. "Let's give it a try," Zhao Chen said confidently. "Tilia, please take Mr. Zhao Chen down for some rest. Show him around the Mountain of Sanctuary," the Angel Queen of Purity said softly. Zhao Chen walked out of the Great Hall, knowing that the three Angel Kings would make their final decision. Looking at the beautiful scenery in front of him, Zhao Chen stretched lazily. "I didn't expect you to propose such conditions." Tilia stood beside Zhao Chen, amazed. Zhao Chen smiled slightly. "Opportunities are always for those who are prepared. But producing interstellar battleships for our Angel Clan is technically challenging. Although you may have the ability to produce T5 class interstellar battleships, it is well known that the design of our Angel Clan's interstellar battleships is very sophisticated, striving for the utmost combat effectiveness for each ship, Tilia said proudly. The utmost combat effectiveness for each ship? Isn't that just the way of constructing elite fleets? Bringing this up to the Thunderbirds in front of Zhao Chen is like showing off in front of a master craftsman. No matter how great words sound, they are of no use. When the time comes and you see the interstellar battleships that I produce for the Angel Clan, you will know that this is a win-win cooperation. Zhao Chen smiled slightly. Later, under Tilia's guidance, Zhao Chen visited the Mountain of Sanctuary, where an artistic atmosphere pervaded, with beautiful female statues and crafts visible everywhere. Shortly afterwards, Zhao Chen received an answer. However, he did not see the three Angel Kings. Two of the thrones were vacant, just like when Zhao Chen first entered the Great Hall. Only the Angel Queen of Purity remained on the central throne. After discussing amongst ourselves, we believe we can give you this opportunity. We will provide you with the technical blueprints for a T3 Ray-class medium-sized interstellar destroyer, excluding the core technology. We need you to deliver 10,000 sets of components for T3 Ray-class medium-sized interstellar destroyers within a month, the Angel Queen of Purity said softly. Just a T3 class interstellar battleship. It seems the three Angel Kings still didn't fully trust him. The T3 class interstellar battleship was currently the lowest class in the regular fleet of the Angel Clan, with T2 class battleships only appearing in some patrol fleets. And this was just a type of interstellar destroyer. May I ask how the cost of this order is calculated? The Angel Queen of Purity was stunned. Zhao Chen looked at the angel's bewildered expression, finding it somewhat cute. Tilia stepped forward at this moment, taking the initiative to explain for her own Angel Queen. The purchase cost for a single T3 Ray-class medium-sized interstellar destroyer is 30 million star seeds. Excluding the core technology modules, it should be around 20 million star seeds. Your Excellency, does this price seem appropriate? It seemed these Angel Clan beings were not very adept at negotiation. Zhao Chen's lips curved slightly, raising a finger. Double it. 40 million star seeds? Tilia muttered, feeling that this price was acceptable to them. No, multiply it by 10. We will give you 200 million star seeds for producing the requested parts for a T3 Ray-class medium-sized interstellar destroyer, Zhao Chen said. 200 million star seeds. Tilia was taken aback by this figure. It seemed too expensive. With the Angel Clan currently engaged in intense frontline battles and facing a shortage of interstellar battleships, and with the internal military production lines of the Angel Clan already at their limit, the timing of our ability to manufacture these interstellar battleships as an outsourcing service is crucial. We also have to bear the costs of transportation and so forth. The price of 200 million starseeds per ship is already an expression of our sincerity in wanting to cooperate with the Angel Clan. It is worth noting that in the past, when the Thunderbirds sold their own interstellar battleships, they would have to make at least 30 times the profit. Zhao Chen spoke sincerely. The Angel Queen of Purity gazed at Zhao Chen. Are you sure that within a month, you can deliver 10,000 sets of components for T3 Ray-class medium-sized interstellar destroyers to us? Certainly without a doubt, and not a denial. The visit to the Angel Tribe has ended. Zhao Chen and the others are also preparing to return to the Owl Dragon Galaxy. On the Pluto, a single ship for 200 million star coins. Only 10 times the profit, too little. Why not directly sell our interstellar warships to them? Zhu Zhaoxiao watched as Commander Zhao Chen analyzed the technical drawings of a medium-sized interstellar destroyer called the T3 Radiant class obtained from the Angel Tribe. Let me ask you, if you are strong in your own right, and your Legion fleet has already established a system, and someone suddenly offers to sell you their interstellar warship, would you accept? Especially in a situation where there has been no prior cooperation between you. Zhao Chen countered. Zhu Zhaoxiao thought for a moment and shook her head, saying, no. In the future, we will definitely sell our All Dragons interstellar warships to the Angel Tribe. But before that, we need to gain the trust of this colossus. Secondly, who said our profit is only 10 times? Zhao Chen smiled faintly. Zhu Zhaoxiao was puzzled. She pointed to the data, unable to understand the other technical aspects, but she could understand the prices written on it. The Angel Tribe members have all indicated that the purchase price of this starship is 30 million star coins, Excluding their secret core modules, it still requires 20 million star coins, Secretary Nancy pointed out crucially. Zhu Zhaoxiao paused, not quite grasping it immediately. Zhao Chen rolled his eyes. Have you stuffed your head into the main gun of the interstellar battleship at the Northern Star Academy? Zhu Zhaoxiao stuck out her tongue. Zhao Chen didn't bother explaining, as he needed to analyze the technical drawings of the T3 Radiant-class medium-sized interstellar destroyer. With this, he could start mass production in the shortest time once he brought these drawings back to the Owl Dragon. Secretary Nancy explained, currently, when we build an interstellar warship ourselves, it is a construction cost, as many things are self-sufficient for us. From raw materials, to component production, to assembly, we can handle it all, and costs have been kept very low. When Zhao Chen returned to the starport of the Holy Radiant Empire, it was already the end of January. Upon arrival, he noticed a squadron of Scourge Dragon interstellar warships waiting there. From one of the warships, a shuttle flew out and directly entered the hangar of the Dark Lord. It was impossible to access the Dark Lord's hangar without authorization. There were very few people in the entire Scourge Dragon Legion. Before long, Zhao Chen looked at a white figure darting out from the main gate of the bridge. The next moment, he felt something rush towards his chest and hit him hard. If Zhao Chen's physical fitness wasn't excellent, an ordinary person would probably have been seriously injured by that impact. I'm okay. Why did you guys come all the way over here? Zhao Chen looked at Charlotte in his arms, then glanced at Lilith walking slowly into the bridge. We just came to see if you were missing any limbs, Charlotte retorted fiercely. Perhaps sensing the onlookers' gazes, she awkwardly got off Zhao Chen. Lilith approached as well, scrutinizing Zhao Chen from head to toe, as if a weight had been lifted off her shoulders. It's good to be back safely. Be extra careful on your next trip. Lilith cautioned and carefully. Zhao Chen shrugged helplessly, saying, encountering the cosmic disaster that occurs once every several 100,000 years, I couldn't do anything about it. Lilith rolled her eyes at Zhao Chen. I heard the meeting with the Angel Clan went smoothly. Lilith brought up the main topic. Zhao Chen nodded and took out a data disk, saying, inside is 90% of the technical drawings of the T3 Radiance-class medium-sized interstellar destroyer from the Angel Clan. After discussing with the three Angel Kings, as long as the Scourge Dragon can provide parts for 10,000 of these interstellar armor within a month, we can form an alliance with the Angel Clan. And we will also produce a large number of interstellar warships for the Angel Clan in the future. Hearing the commander's words, Lilith frowned slightly. Our Scourge Dragon's own production tasks are already very heavy, with a lot of interstellar warships needing to be built. At this time, to produce these 10,000 interstellar warships for the Angel Clan, I've calculated that the cost of this order is 500 billion stellars, and the order amount is 2 trillion stellars, Zhao Chen interrupted. Lilith immediately put on a serious expression. I believe we can handle this military purchase completely. Even after deducting the subsequent delivery costs, the Scourge Dragon would still earn at least 1,900 billion stellars from this procurement deal, equivalent to almost 2 months' profits under the Scourge Dragon Galactic Interstellar Group structure. Get in touch with Li Wei from the Northern Wild Geese Group, give him this technology, and have him complete it within a month, 20 days. Then, contact any chief engineer for me, Zhao Chen ordered. Hearing Zhao Chen mention any chief engineer, Lilith quietly reminded, Commander, although our any chief engineer is extremely talented, she has really been overworked during this period due to various heavy workloads. Even the best sheep can't be sheared all the time. It's just a small task. If necessary, let Nana chief engineer and others help out, Zhao Chen replied, well aware of any chief engineer's limits. Meanwhile, Charlotte brought up an urgent matter. There's a more urgent situation. We've received information that 5 days ago, the Crimson Demon Marshal led his own Crimson Demon Legion of 600,000 interstellar warships, along with 20,000 warships each from the Ghoul Legion and the Baram Legion. A total of 1 million interstellar warships have formed the Demon Legion Expedition Fleet and are preparing to launch a new expedition against us. Upon hearing this news, Zhao Chen's expression darkened. He had been in warp navigation mode, so he couldn't receive this information immediately. Charlotte and Lilith were probably waiting for him here, not only out of concern for him, but also because of this emergency situation. After a pause, Zhao Chen asked, do we know the current location of their Demon Legion Expedition Fleet? Charlotte immediately brought up a star chart, showing the Demon route. This time is different from the last time. The Demon Legion's fleet is significantly larger this time, combined with their previous losses, so they are moving cautiously, which has resulted in a slower pace. Our T for Succubus Glasslight interstellar stealth reconnaissance cruiser can follow them. Over the past 5 days, they have only traveled less than a tenth of the Demon route, with the possibility of long pauses in between. It is estimated that they will not arrive here until at least 2 more months, around mid-April. After analyzing, Charlotte looked at Zhao Chen. Mid-April. There was still time, but the pressure on the Scourge Dragon was immense. 1 million interstellar warships, the Crimson Demon Marshal really went all out this time. Charlotte, how confident do you think we are relying solely on the Scourge Dragon's strength by then? Zhao Chen inquired. There was a noticeable pause as Charlotte contemplated before saying, less than 30%, and it will be a Pyrrhic victory. 30%, a Pyrrhic victory. That was not the outcome Zhao Chen wanted. Annoyed, Zhao Chen scratched his head, thinking that the Demon Clan might launch a more intense attack due to their previous defeat, but he hadn't expected over 1 million interstellar warships. Among these 1 million interstellar warships, we know that there are nearly 10 T5 Terrorblade-class medium-sized interstellar battlecruisers. Based on our current battle-type interstellar warship production plan, we are not afraid of the enemy in terms of T5 interstellar warships. The issue lies with the fleet size. By mid-April, even if we calculate the Scourge Dragon Legion's total number of interstellar warships, it will barely reach over 50,000 warships. The gap in the number of interstellar warships has reached 20 times. Compared to the previous battle where we faced 10 times the enemy's fleet, this time has doubled. This doubling is not a simple matter of addition. Charlotte shook her head helplessly. The stark gap made it very difficult for the Scourge Dragon to withstand it alone. Lilith added, if the Demon Legion delays for a few months, our T5 Star River-class large-scale interstellar industrial base can carry out a few months of production tasks. The situation wouldn't be this bad. It seems that the pressure is significant. If we rely solely on ourselves, then we can only seek outside assistance, muttered Zhao Chen. And there was a ready-made option right in front of him, the Angel Clan. As long as an alliance could be formed, the Scourge Dragon would have value. The Angel Clan wouldn't neglect their ally, and would undoubtedly send reinforcements. Of course, the premise of all this was that Zhao Chen could successfully facilitate an alliance between the Scourge Dragon and the Angel Clan. This alliance must be foolproof this time. In mid-March of the year 3035 in the Galaxy Star Calendar, the past 2 months have seen a significant decrease in activity throughout the entire Lung Galaxy interstellar group. However, the constant flow of interstellar transport ships coming and going continues unabated. The daily flow of interstellar battleships in the Lung star system keeps increasing. In the newly planned 10-star regions of the Ling 15-star zones, the essential resource mining areas are visibly undergoing changes at a rapid pace. Additionally, there is the Lung military base at the forefront facing the Demon Clan. Due to the threat posed by the Demon Clan, the construction speed of this Lung military base has also been accelerated. The Warhammer Interstellar Federal Kingdom has become aware of this situation and is offering assistance as much as possible for this military base. A massive interstellar base is situated in the core area of the Lung Star System Interstellar Industrial Zone. A brand new exterior facade indicates that this interstellar base was recently completed. Nevertheless, the base has now fully entered production mode. Interstellar transport ships bring necessary raw materials here, and one can see interstellar battleships being assembled in dry docks, while nearby production lines churn out modules and components needed for the interstellar battleships in a modular fashion. In comparison to this interstellar base, the industrial fleet cluster composed of T for Gemini-class heavy interstellar industrial ships in the distance appears much smaller. This is because it is the first newly commissioned T5 Galaxy-class large-scale interstellar industrial base. It was completed more than a month ahead of the expected construction time. The T5 Galaxy No. 1 base has now entered full production mode. The first batch to be completed will include some T for interstellar battleships and the 3 T5 interstellar battleships. Nanina, the chief engineer, accompanied Zhao Chen on an inspection of this super starship factory. Is that the T5 Dragon Emperor-class interstellar command ship? Zhao Chen pointed at a massive dry dock frame in the distance, where the outline of an interstellar battleship was visible. Nanina nodded. Yes, that is the T5 Dragon Emperor class. regarding the construction plan for the 3T5 interstellar battleships since you requested them to be delivered before the end of March. But the T5 Galaxy-class large-scale interstellar industrial base is still under construction. We have considered splitting the construction plan for these 3T5 interstellar battleships into 2 phases. In the first phase, the construction task will be undertaken by the T4 Gemini-class heavy interstellar industrial ships. Once the T5 Galaxy No.1 base is completed, the partially completed frames of these 3T5 interstellar battleships will be transported to the T5 Galaxy No.1 base for the remaining construction tasks. Zhao Chen nodded with satisfaction. He openly praised Nanina. You have done well. I know that this construction task was very challenging. Your spirit of overcoming difficulties is worthy of the entire Ling group learning from. Encouraged by Zhao Chen's words, Nanina couldn't contain her joy in her eyes. You should have heard about the situation with the Demon Clan. Your upcoming work tasks will be very demanding, as there is a significant shortage of our interstellar battleships in the Lung Legion, Zhao Chen said seriously. Nanina nodded, saying earnestly, Please rest assured, Commander. We will supply as many interstellar battleships as possible to the Lung Legion in the shortest time possible. Although we cannot be on the front lines, we will spare no effort to support the Lung Legion with our last strength. Zhao Chen nodded in satisfaction. At that moment, he saw in the distance a huge control room, through the French windows, where a small figure was busily working almost frantically. Is that Onni? Zhao Chen paused, somewhat uncertain of his own eyes. Yes, that's sister. She has been working very hard during this time. The early completion of the T5 Galaxy No.1 base was in large part due to her efforts, Nanina said. Zhao Chen squinted. Onni really works that hard. It seems that Annie's work ethic was different from what Zhao Chen had imagined. It appears that he might have underestimated Onni this time. Nanina's subsequent words answered Zhao Chen's doubts, because I told Sister Onni about the Demon Clan's large-scale invasion. I informed her that if the Lung Legion fails in the battle against the Demon Clan expedition fleet, everything we currently possess will be destroyed by the Demon Clan. Her Eden ships will be taken by the Demon Clan. The Lord planets she will have in the future will be plundered by the Demon Clan. And she herself will lose her current life, no longer able to eat good food, and might even be enslaved. Nanina vividly described a tragic scenario. It must be said that Nanina's oratory skills were truly remarkable, evoking a sense of crisis in Zhao Chen. Since then, Sister Onni has been working day and night until she falls asleep, with her only activities being work, eating, and sleeping. She even compressed her eating time to 10 minutes. She said, for the countless delicious foods in the future, she will strive hard. Nanina said, the fact that Onni, who values food highly, willingly shortened her dining time impressed Zhao Chen, who mentally gave Nanina a thumbs up for her workplace capabilities. By the way, did your team complete that small task I gave you earlier? Zhao Chen inquired. Nanina nodded. The task you assigned has been completed. But why develop and produce that type of starship with those performance? Zhao Chen smiled, interrupting Nanina's doubts. That is our stepping stone. With the massive expansion of our Ling Legion now, many resources are running out. For example, currently, I'll be honest with you, Lyris has already calculated that at our current frenzied pace of development and preparedness, in just another month's time, our raw materials will be exhausted, leading to numerous production halts. This stepping stone of ours will help solve this issue for us. Nanina nodded in seeming understanding. Nevertheless, she understood that her primary task was to complete the commander's assigned duties. Next, I will be going to the Angel Clan. I hope that when I return next time, I can see the completed forms of these 3T5 interstellar battleships, Zhao Chen said, patting Nanina's shoulder. Please rest assured, Commander. Nanina vowed confidently. In the distance, in that control room, Onni, while working, muttered with a tinge of frustration, Damn Demon Clan. Don't even think about taking Annie's Eden. Don't think about taking Annie's Lord Planets. Don't think about taking Annie's delicious food. You bad guys. See the interstellar battleships Onni builds. They will crush you. Crash you. Angel Race. During this period, the Demon Tribe has intensified their attacks on us. 2 important strategic strongholds have been lost. In just the past 2 months, we have directly lost nearly 300,000 interstellar warships. This loss is too significant. Meanwhile, in these 2 months, our military industry has only managed to produce around 100,000 interstellar warships. Tilia, an angel, reported the battlefield news to the Sacred Angel King on the throne. Although in terms of battlefield data, we have destroyed nearly 500,000 interstellar warships of the Demon tribe. But now, the Demon's rate of ship destruction far exceeds ours. The number of interstellar warships maintained on multiple fronts remains at its maximum. Most importantly, the combat effectiveness of the Demon tribe's interstellar warships has significantly improved since obtaining that evil technology. In the past, when engaging in battle with our Angel Legion, the ratio of losses was often 5-1 or even higher. But recently, this ratio has been narrowing continuously, and now it is even less than 2-1. Another female angel frowned and spoke on the other side. Tilia, the Angel King, agreed with her colleague. This was another one of the angel guards under the Sacred Angel King, Susan. The situation is deteriorating, but we have no way to address it. The Sacred Angel King also felt helpless at the moment. Tilia paused and continued, "No, now, we still have a glimmer of hope." The angel guard Susan was stunned for a moment, then remembered something from the end of January. "You mean that wyvern?" She then shook her head indifferently and said, "Do you really place our angel tribe's hope in this wyvern army? Even if this wyvern is indeed very powerful, they have industrial capabilities to produce T3 Lightbeam-class medium-sized interstellar destroyers. But they also need time to assimilate our technology and establish production lines. We gave them a month of production time, along with extra travel time. There is simply no way they could produce 10,000 T3 Lightbeam-class medium-sized interstellar destroyers in such a short period." This angel guard, Susan, spoke with a firm tone. Angel Tilia frowned, refuting, "You should have seen the wyvern-related information. They rapidly developed in a short time, and even possess multiple T5 interstellar warships." Commander Zhao Chen expressed confidence in taking on this arms deal. "I believe he can do it." The angel guard Susan wanted to argue back, but was interrupted by the Sacred Angel King. "Enough, regardless. Even if this wyvern does not deliver 10,000 T3 Lightbeam-class medium-sized interstellar destroyers, as agreed, completing half of it already meets our expectations. However, the Archangel King suggested we set the bar higher at the time. If they fail to deliver, we can propose better cooperation terms later." Hearing that the Sacred Angel King had done so, the angel guard Susan did not say anything further. Compared to the present angel tribe, it would indeed be a good thing if an alliance emerged that could help the angel tribe. But can such a presence really be born in this universe? At this moment, the communication device on the Angel Tilia's side received a message. "Sorry." Angel Tilia first looked apologetically at the Sacred Angel King and then, with his permission, checked the message. Upon seeing the message contents, Angel Tilia exclaimed with joy, "It's a message from that wyvern lord. He said he has carried the goods from the arms deal and is about to arrive at our starport as requested. Please arrange for immediate delivery." Hearing this, Angel Guard Susan, who had previously been indifferent, was surprised. Have they really completed the arms deal we requested? 10,000 T3 Lightbeam-class medium-sized interstellar destroyers? After speaking, Angel Guard Susan furrowed her brow and added, "If they have not produced according to our quality requirements, then it does not count as completing our arms deal." At that moment, this Angel Guard Susan did not believe this matter, considering that this time, it was even some days before the agreed-upon time for delivery. The wyverns not only completed the arms deal, but they also delivered early. The only logical explanation would be that the quality of the ordered goods produced by the wyverns might not meet the Angel tribe's requirements. Angel Tilia frowned and looked at Susan. "Susan, please stop holding prejudices against the wyverns. Speak based on facts. You haven't even seen the fleet they delivered, and you're saying this now. Do you think that's appropriate?" Seeing these two about to argue again, the Sacred Angel King stood up. "All right, whether the wyverns have completed the arms deal as per quality or quantity, we will know for sure when we see it ourselves. Tilia, prepare, we will inspect personally. Also, inform the two Angel Kings of this news." "Yes," Tilia respectfully said. "Yes? You are going personally. Isn't it enough for the two of us to go?" Angel Guard Susan looked surprised at the Sacred Angel King. The Sacred Angel King looked at this Angel Guard Susan. Sometimes excessive self-confidence is not a good thing. This matter is very important for our Angel tribe right now. If the Wyverns can truly complete this arms deal within our specified time, it is enough to demonstrate their industrial strength. If we can receive the support of the Wyverns, continually producing interstellar warships for us to replenish our losses on the front lines, perhaps it can change the current dangerous situation of our Angel tribe. This is such an important matter. Why wouldn't I go personally? After speaking, the sacred Angel King left the temple slowly. The scolded Angel Guard Susan followed behind honestly, putting away her somewhat arrogant attitude. This kind of arrogance was quite common among the high ranks of the Angel tribe. After being suppressed by the Demon tribe, it had improved a bit. Before this, aside from the Mechanical tribe, the Angel tribe did not even regard any interstellar species seriously. The previous time the Wyvern fleet visited the edge of the Angel tribe's starport. This time, they welcomed the Wyvern fleet's second visit. However, the scale and grandeur this time far exceeded the previous one. A large number of interstellar transport ships were heading towards this starport in an overwhelming manner. The quantity was enough, numbering in the thousands. This was a horrifying number that this starport had never hosted before. With so many interstellar transport ships, it was naturally impossible for them to dock at this starport, which couldn't accommodate them all. Therefore, the fleet of interstellar transport ships all hovered in an area outside the starport. How come there are so many interstellar transport ships coming? What kind of fleet emblem is that? I've never seen it before. Look! Is that a T4 class interstellar transport ship? It seems even larger in size than our Angel faction's T4 interstellar transport ships. In various places within the starport where the outside situation could be observed, attention was drawn to the astonishing number of interstellar transport ships in the distance. Most importantly, all of these interstellar transport ships were either T3 or T4 class. This situation also left the highest authority of the starport stunned. Just as the starport manager was unsure how to handle this situation, he received an urgent message. The message instructed the starport to immediately enter emergency lockdown. All starships that could navigate were given a limited time to depart, and they were also instructed to comply with any demands from the visiting Dragon Fleet. Furthermore, he was informed that the Angel King would soon arrive in person. Upon seeing this notification, he was astonished, especially seeing the mention of the Angel King's personal arrival. He became even more aware of the significance of this situation. Without daring to be negligent, he immediately began making arrangements and ensured to receive the Dragon Fleet with the highest standards. He personally contacted the fleet to inquire about any specific needs. The response received was simple: prepare the necessary resources for energy replenishment for their interstellar battleships and do not disturb them. The arrival of the Angel King's fleet was imminent. 3,000 interstellar battleships sailed to the port. From a distance, Angel Tilia could see the awaiting fleet of interstellar transport ships. Just with a glance, there were at least 5,000 to 6,000 ships, with a fifth of them being T4 class interstellar transport ships. This stirred some excitement within Angel Tilia, knowing that if the dragons could indeed demonstrate such industrial power, it would be a great benefit to the Angel faction. On the side, Angel Guard Susan furrowed her brows, still hesitant to believe what was unfolding. Soon, with proactive contact from Angel Tilia, a video window opened. The three of them saw a man seated on a couch opposite them. As per the agreement, I have brought the 10,000 T3 Radiant-class medium-sized interstellar destroyers as requested in the military procurement order, Zhao Chen said with a smile. The three angels remained silent for a moment. It was evident that they were still processing the situation. Zhao Chen picked up on their expressions and continued, "You can send someone over to inspect the starships we delivered." "Master, let me go." Angel Guard Susan volunteered. She couldn't believe that the dragons could fulfill such a significant military procurement order in such a short time. Observing his subordinate, the Angel King understood Susan's capabilities. Although a bit conceited, she was adept in starship technology and was meticulous in her work. "You may go," the Angel King granted. "Yes," Angel Guard Susan responded promptly, leaving the bridge to board a shuttle to proceed with the inspection. "So, about the payment for the goods we have supplied, the 20 trillion star coins worth of raw materials requested in the military procurement order. Where is it?" Lilith, standing beside Zhao Chen, inquired at this point. Even when Zhao Chen came again this time, there was dissension within the Dragon faction. After the previous incident, many were opposed to the visit. However, Given the importance of the meeting, Zhao Chen had insisted on coming himself. Ultimately, Lilith decided to accompany Zhao Chen. Angel Tilia introduced Lilith as the chief secretary of the dragons to the Angel King's surprise. At this moment, they realized an awkward situation. They seemed to have neglected preparing the payment. They hadn't anticipated the dragons would deliver the military procurement order so quickly and completely. At least that was what was being claimed. Lilith noticed the discomfort and raised an eyebrow. "Are you suggesting you haven't prepared the payment yet?" Angel Tilia explained promptly, "We did prepare, but we didn't expect you to deliver the military procurement order in such a short time. The raw materials required for the payment haven't arrived here yet. They are en route. In maximum 3 days, no. In 2 days, they will be here." Lilith furrowed her brow. At that moment, Zhao Chen intervened. "We understand, but according to protocol, payment should be made upon delivery of goods. However, we can allow you to inspect the cargo first." Angel Tilia breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing Zhao Chen's proposal. The next step was to await Angel Guard Susan's response. As time ticked by, minutes turned to half an hour, then an hour. "Susan is taking so long to inspect the goods?" the Angel King inquired, puzzled. "I will contact Susan immediately." Angel Tilia, concerned about possible issues, began reaching out to Susan. The communication took a long time before finally establishing contact. In the video call, Angel Tilia was greeted with a perplexed expression from Angel Guard Susan, as if she had witnessed something impossible. "Susan, what's the situation on your end?" "Susan." Angel Tilia called out multiple times before Susan responded, her gaze fixed on the screen. "Susan, how was the inspection?" the Angel King inquired. Angel Guard Susan swallowed some saliva, her voice trembling. I inspected the 36 interstellar transport ships from the other side. And on board, I saw the modules and parts of the T3 Radiant-class medium-sized interstellar destroyers we requested. The quality, there were no issues with the quality. It even exceeded our Angel faction's own production of the T3 Radiant-class medium-sized interstellar destroyers. Hearing Susan's account, both the Angel King and Angel Tilia registered shock on their faces. They held Susan in high regard, and her admittance that the components produced by others surpassed those of the Angel faction was truly remarkable. They now understood why Susan had spent so much time meticulously inspecting the 36 starships. They could even imagine how fervently she must have been inspecting each interstellar transport ship during that hour. Inside the T for Leviathan-class heavy interstellar transport ship, Angel Tilian looked at the T3 Radiant-class medium interstellar destroyer modules, which were separated into parts and neatly displayed in the huge cargo hold. Here we have the components required for 10,000 T3 Radiant-class medium interstellar destroyers, as specified in the military procurement order. According to our calculations, you can take these back to your factory, produce the necessary core components, and assemble them together. It should only take about 10 days to complete, Zhao Chen explained to them. He paused and added, "Of course, this doesn't account for the time needed for transportation in between." Angel Tilian was stunned, unable to calm her inner shock. Meanwhile, Angel Susan, who was next to her, had set aside her previous arrogance and now looked at the Dragon Lord with curiosity. "Dragon Lord, we are truly amazed by the industrial power you possess. To be able to produce so many T3 Radiant-class medium interstellar destroyers for us in such a short amount of time, and surpassing the quality requirements of the components we produce. How did you manage this?" The Angel King looked towards Lord Zhao Chen. After receiving a report from Angel Susan, the Angel King and Tilian had decided to personally board the ship to see for themselves. Witnessing the scene before them, they were also greatly surprised. "If you have the time, we would be very happy to welcome you to our Dragon Star system. I am more than willing to introduce you to our Dragon Star system. There, you will find your answers," Zhao Chen said with a smile, the credibility of his words unknown. In any case, for now, it was best to hear him out. However, the idea of a visit seemed unlikely, given the current tense situation between the angelic and demonic races. The Angel King politely nodded, indicating that she would consider the invitation. "Is this interstellar transport ship also built by yourselves?" Angel Susan inquired curiously. Regarding the military procurement order, she had no doubts. What intrigued her now was the interstellar transport ship they were currently on. It was a T4 class interstellar transport ship, surpassing even the T for interstellar transport ships of their angelic race in terms of internal structure. This is a T for Leviathan class heavy interstellar transport ship, along with a few T3 Beluga class heavy interstellar transport ships. We relied on them for this transport military procurement order, Zhao Chen explained, then turning his gaze towards the Angel King. If we could establish a long-term cooperative relationship, and if our dragons were to manufacture interstellar warships for the angelic race, I have two suggestions. It may greatly enhance our supply efficiency, and increase the number of interstellar warships reaching the front lines. Please go on, the Angel King said to Zhao Chen. The bridge of the T3 Glare-class medium interstellar destroyer was familiar yet strange to Angel Thalia as she gazed at it. When the three of them boarded this medium interstellar destroyer that they thought they were very familiar with, they discovered that the interior of this T3 Glare-class medium interstellar destroyer had been modified, especially some software programs. Most importantly, they had not handed over the core technology part to the Owl Dragon. We have upgraded a bit based on your T3 Glare-class medium interstellar destroyer basic technology, combined with our suitable Starship energy core, energy system, etc. Finally, we created this special T3 Glare-class medium interstellar destroyer, Zhao Chen said with a light laugh. This sounded very simple, as if a toy had been made in their backyard. But in the minds of the three angels, it was quite shocking. If the Owl Dragon could grasp the Starship technology they provided and produce the quantity required by the military procurement order in such a short time, it was because the Owl Dragon had a powerful military production system. Now, the Owl Dragon had built this brand new T3 Glare-class medium interstellar destroyer on top of the Starship technology they provided, without the core technology. This further illustrated the terrifying strength of the Owl Dragon in the field of Starship technology. At that moment, the Angel Queen of Sanctity truly sized up the man she had thought was nothing special. His fair and smooth face, angular and handsome, occasional smiles, all showed his confidence. His aura was completely different from male angels. Although there was sometimes a hint of rebelliousness, it was mostly a kind of solemn maturity. In fact, about this military procurement order, producing and manufacturing separately, as you requested before, wastes too much time. It also needs to be transported over by interstellar transport ships. If we can complete the production and manufacturing of the entire ship at the Owl Dragon and then send it directly over, wouldn't it save more time? Zhao Chen said with a smile, sharing his thoughts. More efficiency means he could gain more wealth from the Angel Clan, which was a money tree for him. How do we know the performance of this T3 Glare-class medium interstellar destroyer that you brought to us? Angel Susan asked with a frown. Although she was questioning, her tone at the moment was not arrogant, and she even looked at Zhao Chen with respect. She was proud, but also respected capable, strong individuals. Zhao Chen had completely conquered this Angel Guards with the abilities he had displayed so far. This T3 Glare-class medium interstellar destroyer is a gift I give to you. It now belongs to you. I believe it can convince you more compared to what I say, Zhao Chen said with a smile. The Angel Queen of Sanctity did not refuse because she had no reason to refuse, and she was also curious about the performance of this Owl Dragon-designed T3 Glare-class medium interstellar destroyer. Then, I thank the Lord of the Owl Dragon first. The surprises brought by the Lord of the Owl Dragon this time are really too many. The Angel Queen of Sanctity showed a slight smile. This was her sincerity. I hope that our two parties can establish a formal cooperation relationship as soon as possible. I don't have much time to waste here. If we can't establish a formal cooperation relationship by the end of this month, I'll be ready to return. Zhao Chen gave a deadline to the angels. This made the three angels' faces change. Angel Thalia looked at her own Angel Queen anxiously. At this moment, the abilities shown by the Owl Dragon were enough to be a huge support for the angels in the battle against the Demon Clan. My lord, the time you've given us is too tight. There are only 3 days left until the end of the month. Angel Thalia wanted to buy more time. But this time, Zhao Chen's attitude was very firm. He said with an unquestionable tone, if you are sincerely willing to cooperate with us, then you won't let sincere friends wait too long. I understand, my lord. According to your reply, before the end of the month, I will give you an answer, the Angel Queen of Sanctity promised. Zhao Chen smiled. He made such a request considering the quarterly mission of the system. You said he really brought 10,000 T3 Glare-class medium interstellar destroyers? and the quality of the components far exceeds what we produce ourselves. The Angel King of War looked at the Angel Queen of Sanctity with some disbelief. The Angel Queen of Sanctity nodded. Yes, we have accepted all of them and found no problems at all. In addition, the Lord of the Owl Dragon also brought a complete version of the T3 Glare-class medium interstellar destroyer. A complete version of the T3 Glare-class medium interstellar destroyer. We didn't give them the full set of technology. That is the Lord's doing. Based on the portion of the basic technology he obtained, he developed the appropriate core technology part by himself and built this ship, which I call the Owl Dragon Design T3 Glare-class medium interstellar destroyer. The Angel King of War looked incredulous. The Angel King of Judgment, who had been silent all this time, spoke up. How is the performance? We conducted performance tests. The comprehensive combat performance exceeds our T3 Glare by nearly 30%. The new energy system, engine core, and so on all surpass our original technology, the Angel Queen of Sanctity said. This statement brought a brief calm to the conversation. I didn't expect Owl Dragon to have such great abilities. It really qualifies for cooperation with us. Now, the frontline situation is getting worse, and as our frontlines approach our homeland, some industrial star domains have been affected, and the future production capacity of starships will gradually decline. If the Owl Dragon can truly provide us with a continuous supply of interstellar warships, that would be ideal, said the Angel King of War seriously. Although his attitude towards Zhao Chen had been very arrogant before, as the one among the three Angel Kings most knowledgeable about military matters, he was well aware of the current situation on the front lines. The Lord of the Owl Dragon also made two suggestions. The Angel Queen of Sanctity mentioned the two suggestions made by Zhao Chen before. A Stargate. Does he have the confidence to build a Stargate inside the Mechanist territory? The Angel King of War said in surprise. They were well aware of the power of the Mechanists. This also led to the fact that despite the Mechanists withdrawing their troops, none of the universes, whether it be the Angel Clan, the Demon Clan, or even the Galactic Alliance, dared to have any ideas about the Mechanist territory. He said that if he really can do it, it will bring considerable benefits to our cooperation. The Angel Queen of Sanctity said, and then glanced at the two. The Lord of the Owl Dragon gave us a deadline. We must give an answer by the end of the month. Now there is only 1 day left. We need to make a decision. The Angel King of War fell silent for a moment, then looked at the Angel King of Judgment, who was less talkative. Let's meet with this Lord of the Owl Dragon once again. When Zhao Chen walked into the sacred temple of the Angel Kings, the three Angel Kings were already present. Instead of being positioned on a high platform, they were seated in the center of the temple in a circle with an empty chair. Lord of the Owl Dragon, please take a seat. The Angel King of Holiness stood up and gestured for Zhao Chen to sit. The other two, perhaps holographic projections, did not stand up. It felt very real. The first time he came, they were all positioned high above, without even chairs. Now, it felt like a gathering of old friends. All this was due to the strength Zhao Chen was now displaying. Zhao Chen tacitly took his seat. Lord of the Owl Dragon, the payment has been made. Are you satisfied? The Angel King of Holiness smiled at Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen nodded. My people have inspected it, and there are no issues. Both sides are currently coordinating for the delivery of goods and payment. Due to the large quantity involved, just the exchange of these goods and payments would take several days. After all, these were the parts for 10,000 interstellar battleships and the equivalent raw materials payment worth 2 trillion star coins. Let's get straight to the point. This cooperation has been very successful. We acknowledge the military strength of your Owl Dragon and are willing to collaborate with them. Let's discuss the details of our cooperation, the War Angel King said, looking directly at Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen nodded. The following time was spent discussing the cooperation matters with the main focus between Zhao Chen and the War Angel King, as he was an expert in procuring interstellar battleships. The Angel King of Holiness would interject occasionally. The Judgment Angel King, with eyes veiled, hardly spoke. Soon, the rough direction of the cooperation agreement was confirmed. The Angel Tribe would place additional military orders with the Owl Dragon, primarily focusing on T3-class interstellar battleships, ranging from a single type of T3 Radiant-class medium-sized interstellar destroyer to almost all types of T3 ships. During the discussion, the three Angel Kings did not directly agree to Zhao Chen's sales pitch of all Dragon's interstellar battleships, but neither did they refuse it, stating that they needed time to consider. It appeared they were concerned about potentially disrupting their existing system of Angel Series interstellar battleships with the introduction of the Owl Dragon series. Zhao Chen was not in a hurry. Such infiltration required gradual progression. However, during the conversation, the Angel Kings expressed willingness to accept assistance in military technology from the Owl Dragon, especially in regards to the T3 Radiant-class medium-sized interstellar destroyer model enhanced by the Owl Dragon. Perhaps the enhanced version surpassed the original T3 Radiant in performance. In the end, the three Angel Kings agreed that the Owl Dragon could directly produce and supply the complete edition of the enhanced Owl Dragon T3 Radiant-class medium-sized interstellar destroyer. Are you sure you can produce interstellar battleships worth a total value of 5 trillion star coins for us each month? The War Angel King asked with some doubt. During the earlier discussions, Zhao Chen had set a 5 trillion star coin limit on the military purchase order and specified that the payment method must be in equivalent raw materials. Currently, it's 5 trillion, but there is room for negotiation in the future. This limit can be continuously increased, Zhao Chen replied. Everything naturally focused on Owl Dragon's own needs. The main objective of the cooperation with the Angel Tribe was to secure these military purchase orders to alleviate the current material shortage faced by the Owl Dragon. Zhao Chen paused and added, "Of course, this is subject to your agreement with the condition I mentioned earlier. Otherwise, the efficiency would be too slow." Upon hearing Zhao Chen's words, the War Angel King fell silent. Naturally, the condition he referred to was the construction of a Stargate. They could overlook the Stargates within the Mechanical Tribe's territory, but building one within their own Angel Tribe's stellar domain posed some risks. "We can allow you to build a Stargate within our stellar domain, but the jurisdiction must be handed over to us," demanded the War Angel King. Zhao Chen shook his head. "I cannot agree to that. To ensure the safety and efficiency of trade, the control of this Stargate route must remain in our hands." Zhao Chen then changed his tone. "But I understand what concerns you three. How about this? Although the Stargate falls under our jurisdiction, I can assure you that within the jurisdiction of this Stargate, Owl Dragon will deploy a maximum of 300 combat interstellar battleships for security and patrol duties. Beyond that jurisdiction, you can station your troops to oversee external security and handle the delivery of military purchase orders for interstellar battleships. For example, establishing a trade starport." Upon hearing Zhao Chen's proposal, the three Angel Kings remained silent. After a dozen seconds, the War Angel King and the Angel King of Holiness exchanged a glance. "We agree to your proposal. However, regarding the location of the Stargate and the free lease period, for the first phase, we can only grant you a 10-year period. The decision on continuing this arrangement will be determined later," said the Angel King of Holiness. This implied that if the interstellar war with the demonic tribe concluded, and there was no longer a need to purchase interstellar battleships from the Owl Dragon, the Stargate might become unnecessary. Initially, Zhao Chen had suggested a lease period of 100 years, but that was just a passing remark without any serious intent. 10 years would witness many changes. Understood, Zhao Chen agreed. At that moment, a message sounded in Zhao Chen's mind, indicating the completion of the quarterly mission. The next steps will be to work on detailed cooperation agreements within these coming days among our respective personnel, the Angel King of Holiness said in a much calmer tone. These discussions among them did not constitute a formal agreement. For a proper cooperation agreement, a dedicated person would be responsible for its formulation. These leadership figures were here to confirm the general direction. Other matters would be handed over to their respective subordinates. For instance, Zhao Chen's secretary Lilith was already prepared. As per the clauses outlined in our cooperation agreement, there is a part concerning the establishment of an alliance between us. It stipulates that if either side faces a military threat endangering the cooperation relationship, military assistance will be provided within our capabilities, Zhao Chen said with a hint of a smile, gazing at the three Angel Kings. The War Angel King's heart skipped a beat. Why did it feel like this young man had come prepared? What? 1 million demon interstellar battleships will attack the universe over there? The King of War Angel's face changed upon hearing this news. Zhao Chen shrugged helplessly, wearing an expression of inability. The demon race is ruthless. Ever since the mechanical race withdrew, the demons established a route known as the Demon Corridor. They have been eyeing us cautiously. They have launched several attacks on us before. You must have heard that our All-Dragon Legion managed to defeat the demons' 300,000 interstellar battleships at the cost of heavy casualties. Now, the demon race is back with a massive force of 1 million demon interstellar battleships, aiming to destroy all interstellar powers in our universe. Although we, the Owl Dragon Legion, want to protect the various interstellar races, we are feeling powerless. Zhao Chen appeared weak, in need of protection. The King of War Angels looked at this man with disdain. Weak. A small force like yours was able to wipe out 300,000 interstellar battleships of the Angel race using just 30,000 battleships. Why would we fear you constructing stargates within our territories? It's due to your military strength. If we did not know that your battleships for combat are limited in number, we might not even consider cooperating with you. But if the demon race really dispatches 1 million interstellar battleships to attack the Owl Dragon Legion, even though the Legion had a strong fighting capability in the past, it will indeed struggle to resist such a massive force. But our front lines are currently in a deadlock. The King of War Angels furrowed his brow. He was not foolish. He was not willing to send his Legion fleet to fight for the protection of others. Zhao Chen sighed. I know that a formal cooperation agreement has not been finalized yet, and the alliance support is entirely voluntary. I will not demand that the Angel race must aid us. I will lead my Owl Dragon Legion to fight the demon race to the death, but I fear the outcome may not be optimistic. By then, the demon race will engulf a large amount of stardom on our side, gaining a significant population and resources. At that time, we will also be unable to supply the Angel race with the necessary interstellar battleships. The demon race will stop, don't continue. The King of War Angels interrupted Zhao Chen from continuing, sensing that he was indirectly pressuring them. You don't have to help us, but you must weigh the consequences yourself. This is simply a form of coercion. How many interstellar battleships do you need support from us? The King of Holy Angels saw through the underlying self-interest in the discussion. Given the benefits Zhao Chen saw in the Angel race, they would not allow such a situation to happen. Of course, the more, the better. Why don't you send 1 million Angel interstellar battleships to support us? Zhao Chen blinked at the King of Holy Angels. 1 million! It's amazing this kid can even come up with such a number. The King of War Angels resisted the urge to slap the kid. 1 million is absolutely impossible. 20,000 at most. 20,000 won't be enough. 80,000. Zhao Chen began to haggle. 30,000. You know that we, the Angel race, are currently in intense battle with the Demon race. It's already quite difficult to call out 30,000. 70,000. This is for long-term planning. As long as your assistance helps us repel the Demon race, the subsequent military cooperation can continuously supply the Angel race with interstellar battleships needed on the front lines. Our Owl Legion's military-industrial production is expanding. In the future, within 6 months, I can guarantee that the current monthly military procurement order of 50 trillion Stardust coins can be increased to 100 trillion. 35,000. This is the limit. The King of Holy Angels looked at the two individuals, seemingly ready to start a fight. She interrupted with helplessness. I still have a part of the Angel Legions in operation. In addition, I can have the Right's Angel Legion led by Tilia handle this military support. Altogether, we can deploy 400,000 interstellar battleships. She looked at Zhao Chen. Lord, you are aware of the current situation of our Angel race. This is the most significant support we can provide at the moment. Moreover, the time for this reinforcement is also limited. These Legion fleets can only guarantee support for 3 months on your side. 3 months would be enough. Although 400,000 interstellar battleships did not meet Zhao Chen's expected goal, having the elite fleet led by the Angel's close guard Tilia was a valuable asset within it. Furthermore, during this support operation, you will be responsible for the combat expenditure. The King of War Angels added. For this guy, to come back without gaining any benefits would make him extremely uncomfortable. In that case, the construction of interstellar battleships from the military procurement order will compensate for it. Zhao Chen naturally understood what the other side was thinking. However, this level of sacrifice was unavoidable. The only difference was that Zhao Chen could choose the most beneficial payment method for himself. As of now, Zhao Chen had accomplished all his objectives for coming to the angel race. It was quite a fruitful result. Bridge of the Dark King. Quarterly mission content. Establish a formal alliance relationship with the angel race or declare war on them. Mission reward, 500 mission points. Current remaining mission points, 550. Zhao Chen leaned back on the sofa, stretching lazily, listening as Lille reported by his side. When you go back, hand over the technical blueprints for the new ship types in the military procurement order given by the angel race to Anne and the others. Let them complete the collection of these new ship types and build starships stronger than the originally assigned interstellar battleships as soon as possible. Zhao Chen said. He did not believe that presenting better interstellar battleships to the angels would not move them. The modified T3 Radiant-class medium-sized interstellar destroyer of the Owl Dragon was indeed a fact. Who could resist the law of true fragrance? In the future, slowly start selling all Dragon series starships to the angel race. One step at a time, one meal at a time. Zhao Chen promised himself that if he didn't take advantage and empty this money tree that was the angel race, he would change his name. Additionally, the construction of Stargate routes should also be put on the agenda. 2 months. Within 2 months, I will build a Stargate route from the Empire of Holy Radiance directly to the angel race on your side. Zhao Chen made his request. But according to the construction route you planned, it almost entirely passes through the mechanical race's control areas. Lille expressed some concern. Leave this matter to me. Zhao Chen smiled faintly. His previous contact with the mechanical race had given him some insights. The mechanical race had secrets, and they didn't seem to have much hostility towards other interstellar races. Moreover, that little mechanical girl seemed interested in him. With such a good opportunity, how could Zhao Chen not take advantage of it? A familiar little girl's face appeared in front of Zhao Chen. You actually contacted me so quickly. The little girl looked at Zhao Chen with surprise. You promised me to join my camp, right? Zhao Chen spoke. This time I contacted you not to discuss joining you. But if you can help me accomplish this task, maybe I will consider your offer more. The little girl looked at Zhao Chen suspiciously. Zhao Chen paused, then continued, I have cooperated with the Angel Clan, and I will produce interstellar battleships for them to resist the invasion of the Demon Clan. But as you know, the current safe space lane is very inconvenient for interstellar travel. It's impossible to build a Stargate there. So, I want to borrow a few territories from the Mech Clan to build a Stargate leading to the Angel Clan side. 3. I only need 3 nodes that can build Stargates. Hearing Zhao Chen's request, the little girl seemed to understand the intent. She pouted unhappily. Just because of this. You're not willing to join me, yet you want me to help you with this. If you want me to join, shouldn't you show me some sincerity first? And this way, I will have a handle in your hands, and you can wipe out those Stargates in your territory at any time with your mechanical army. It's because I trust you that I'm making this request. Otherwise, how could I contact you? Zhao Chen said, pretending to be serious. The little girl, now somewhat relaxed, blinked at Zhao Chen. So, where do you want to build the Stargates? Zhao Chen immediately showed a star map and marked 3 points on it. According to Zhao Chen's calculations, if they were to build the current T for Traveler-class medium-sized Stargate, they would need at least 3 to establish a Stargate route to the Angel Clan. And these 3 Stargate locations were right next to that space lane, maintaining as close as possible to the boundary of the Mech Clan's controlled area. The little girl looked at it and nodded. These 3 locations are not a problem. Just as Zhao Chen was happy, the little girl suddenly stared at him coldly. I can allow you to build Stargates in these 3 locations. However, the interstellar industrial ships that come here must be monitored by our fleet dispatched here, and can only travel and operate in fixed routes and areas. After these 3 Stargates are built, the working range of your 3 Stargates will also be restricted. Apart from serving as navigation nodes, there should not be an excessive number of interstellar battleships within the Stargate range. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences. Zhao Chen agreed to these conditions. As long as they could establish this Stargate route, it would bring significant benefits to the Dragon Clan. It would greatly increase their influence on the Angel Clan. Then it's settled, Zhao Chen said happily. The little girl blinked and suddenly smiled. You are such a strange person. Zhao Chen looked puzzled. What's strange about me? Based on the information about you, it says you are a formidable person. But the decisions you are making now seem childish. Aren't you worried that I might betray our agreement without hesitation, leading to significant losses for you? After all, our Mech clan has always been your enemy before. With your galactic alliance, we can say there is a deep-seated enmity. The little girl tilted her head, looking at Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen nodded. I am aware of these objective facts, but I believe more in my judgment of people. I trust you. Well, I have things to attend to here, so let's stop here for now. We will contact each other for the construction of the stargates later. You can also contact me directly if you have any questions, Zhao Chen said as he terminated the communication. Zhao Chen leaned back on the sofa. This was his exclusive office, but he wasn't alone here. In the corner, a graceful figure was sitting there. Do you really trust her? Lily asked. Yes, Zhao Chen nodded. Why? I don't know. Maybe it's my gut feeling. I've always been good at judging people. Also, I have already calculated for potential unexpected situations that may arise. I think the benefits of this plan far outweigh the risks. Even if we get betrayed later, at most we would lose 3 stargates and a batch of military goods destined for the Angel clan. But if we fail to establish this stargate route, we could lose over 5 trillion star coins worth of military orders in a month, Zhao Chen said ardently. Lily nodded. A monthly military order worth 5 trillion star coins was unimaginable and currently not available from the 3 major empires. And such opportunities didn't always come by. Once the situation stabilizes on the Angel clan side or they gain an advantage, these military orders would decrease. As the saying goes, opportunities may not knock twice. Thus, Zhao Chen had to seize this opportunity. The cost of building 3 stargates and 1 stargate on the Angel clan side totaled only 2 trillion star coins. I have a feeling that if we don't act now to seize all opportunities to gain resources and develop our Dragon clan, we may face great dangers in the future, Zhao Chen said in a deep voice. The technological prowess of the interstellar insect clan, Mech clan, and Demon clan posed unknown threats that made Zhao Chen uneasy. I have no objections to your arrangement. But one thing I want to remind you of. You are essentially cooperating with the Mech clan now. Don't forget that. The Mech clan and the original 3 empires of the Galactic Alliance have a deep-seated enmity. Even under our Dragon Legion's command, some people still harbor resentment towards the Mech clan. Not to mention other things. Chu Zhuan, Chu family, and Marshal Chu Zhang. If they find out about your cooperation with the Mech clan, how will they react? Lily said seriously. Zhao Chen scratched his head, showing a troubled expression. I've thought about this problem you mentioned. But for now, well, let's take one step at a time. If things don't work out, I'll personally go to explain to old Chu. As for Chu Zhuan, Zhao Chen knew that the Mech clan was a hot potato, but given the current circumstances, it was unavoidable. In the midst of a mechanical palace, 2 mechanical maidens were looking at a little girl in front of them. Master, Zhao Chen refused to join and even made such a request. Why did you agree to him? If they find out about this, the 2 mechanical maidens asked at the same time. The little girl sat on a high chair, swinging her legs. Because of this matter, I think it is beneficial for us. We cannot allow the Demon clan to become stronger, and we cannot directly interfere in the war between the Angel clan and the Demon clan. Now, Zhao Chen is willing to help the Angel clan, which is great. At the same time, we can also see this person chosen by us, how competent he really is, whether he really has value. As for your concerns about those fellows, hey, although those fellows have indeed gained some ability over the years, but at least, in this place, ensuring the 3 stargates built by the Shadow Dragons operate normally, I still have that ability. Perhaps talking about the detestable fellows, the little girl's face showed an unhappy expression. Zhao Chen, oh Zhao Chen. I hope you don't disappoint me. It would be best if you make everything more chaotic. Hey, Galactic Calendar Year 3035, early April. The Angel clan is still at war with the Demon clan, and the front lines are already using the T3 Lightbeam-class medium-sized interstellar destroyers produced by the Shadow Dragons. The Stargate passage between the Holy Radiance Empire and the Angel clan is already under construction, with 4 Stargates being built almost simultaneously, expected to be completed before the end of May. By then, the second batch of interstellar warship orders can be transported directly to the Angel clan territory through this Stargate route, greatly saving time. Meanwhile, a fleet of 40,000 Angel troops has arrived at the Holy Radiance Empire, accompanied by a Shadow Dragon fleet, rushing to the front lines of the war. They will provide 3 months of military assistance to the Shadow Dragons. In the industrial areas of the Shadow Dragon star system, interstellar warships are being produced fervently. Within the T5 Star River-class interstellar large-scale industrial base, 3 of the originally occupying positions of the Starfleet have quietly disappeared. A few more interstellar warship Dragonbone frameworks under construction are now visible. T5 Pluto-class interstellar dreadnought, Captain's Bridge. Zhao Chen sat on the sofa, his brows slightly furrowed, as if worried about something. "Commander, is something wrong?" Deputy Secretary Nancy stood nervously nearby. "Huh? It's nothing. I was just thinking about something else." Zhao Chen waved his hand. It has been several days since April, but the system's quarterly missions have not refreshed yet. This makes Zhao Chen feel uneasy, as if something big is about to happen. According to the system's behavior, generally, when quarterly missions are not announced at times like this, it means that something is about to happen. Nancy, the deputy secretary, sighed in relief upon hearing that the delay was not due to her fault. At this moment, the chief secretary Lily approached Zhao Chen, and Nancy, who had just reported the news, bowed slightly, and then backed off. Since Nancy had performed well in Zhao Chen's presence before, and given that Lily's workload was heavy and she couldn't follow the commander around all the time to handle various matters, Lily arranged for Nancy to serve as the deputy secretary of this interstellar warship to deal with its internal affairs. The latest situation is that the Demon Clan's Million Starship Grand Army is expected to arrive at our Shadow Dragon military base established at the mouth of the Demon Line in 15 days, Lily said solemnly. 15 days. Zhao Chen frowned. That was still half a month, slightly later than expected. After all, it wasn't easy to mobilize 1,000,000 starships, and with the precedent set, the Demon Grand Army was moving with extreme caution. In this situation, any small tactics on the side of the Shadow Dragons would be almost impossible. All they could do was wait for the time to engage the enemy head-on. "How are we prepared on our side?" Zhao Chen inquired. The third phase construction project of the Shadow Dragon military base is fully completed, Lily replied. Zhao Chen nodded in satisfaction. "And how is the situation with our fleet?" Lily raised her hand, and 10 windows appeared in front of Zhao Chen. Each represented one of the Shadow Dragon's 10 legions, with 10 images of the highest commanders displayed. In the past 3 months, we have expanded to over 35,000 interstellar warships. Currently, we have a total of over 65,000 combat-type interstellar warships. Among them, there are 17 T5 class interstellar warships, over 6,000 T for interstellar warships, and the rest are T3 interstellar warships. Lily introduced. Within 3 months, they had expanded by over 35,000 ships. In fact, some of this capacity was used to produce the T5 Star River-class interstellar large-scale industrial base. Otherwise, more interstellar warships could have been produced. However, the T5 Star River-class interstellar large-scale industrial base was crucial for the Shadow Dragons and had to be built as soon as possible. Given the current situation with the Demon Clan's army pressing in, this was a risky move. "How is the progress of the first phase expansion of each Legion fleet?" Zhao Chen asked. Before the new year, Zhao Chen proposed a 2-phase expansion plan for the Shadow Dragon's 10 legions this year. The first phase, from the original 3,000 ships, expanded to 10,000 ships. The second phase, from 10,000 ships to 30,000 ships. The first 5 Shadow Dragon legions have completed the first phase of the expansion mission, each with 10,000 interstellar warships, while the remaining 5 Shadow Dragon legions still maintain 3,000 interstellar warships in their formation. As the gap in combat power between the two sides is huge, General Charlotte suggested dividing them into main Legion fleets and auxiliary Legion fleets, Lily said. Follow Charlotte's plan. She will be responsible for all military matters. Reporting later, Zhao Chen ordered, yes. In addition to this, there are the Dragon Tiger Legion of the Warhammer Interstellar Federation with 100,000 starships, the Giant Dragon Legion with 200,000, the Beast Legion with 200,000, and the Interstellar Warlord from the Warhammer Interstellar Federation with 200,000. Due to the presence of the Interstellar Insect Clan within the territory of the Holy Radiance Empire, Empress Saint Kana stated that she could not provide assistance. As for the Starlight Empire, Empress Jin stated she could freely deploy all of the interstellar warships within her territory, Lily said. Zhao Chen nodded slightly. Let them know I have received their intentions. As for whether we will need their help later, we'll see. Zhao Chen was well aware of the strength of the interstellar warships under their command. Most of them were the obsolete models sold to them by the Shadow Dragons. While they had combat capabilities, facing the enemy's Legion fleets, their combat power was not equal. They were essentially cannon fodder. When they had to use their interstellar fleets, it would likely be a time when this universe would struggle under the iron hoof of the Demon Clan. Have the 40,000 Angel warships arrived? Zhao Chen asked. They can reach the Shadow Dragon military base within 5 days. However, a few Angel commanders have already applied to meet with you, Lily said. Arrange it. After all, they have come from afar to help, Zhao sternly instructed. Although these were troops forced by Zhao Chen to help, they were still reinforcements, and the proper attitude had to be maintained. Zhao Chen looked at the angel in front of him, Tilia, with 2 other angels by her side. Let me introduce you. These 2 are respectively the highest commander of the Rose Angel Legion, Senior Angel Jesse, in charge of 200,000 interstellar warships. This one is the highest commander of the Storm Angel Legion, Senior Angel Barclay, in charge of 200,000 interstellar warships, and the 30,000 Dominion Angels that I brought with me this time. We were ordered to come to assist Lord Aldragon in the fight against the Demon Clan on this side. Angel Tilia bowed slightly and introduced her to companions. Lord Aldragon, Zhao Chen. Welcome to your arrival. Zhao Chen also returned the gesture. The 2 senior angels nodded silently, showing a bit of pride. This is probably a common practice among angels. The main purpose of our meeting is to discuss the upcoming battle plan, Angel Tilia said. Zhao Chen nodded in understanding. At this moment, Senior Angel Barclay spoke indifferently. Your lordship, even though we were ordered to come and assist you in battling the Demon Clan, we must consider our own casualties. Therefore, we have the right to know and decide whether to execute the military operations we participate in. The meaning behind these words was quite clear. Although they came to help in the battle, they were not willing to suffer losses. Zhao Chen could easily discern this subtle intention. Zhao Chen smiled slightly and said calmly, "Rest assured, everyone. We are all intelligent individuals. There's no need for any maneuvering. I'll be straightforward with you all. The battle plan has already been formulated. We will engage the incoming Demon Clan fleet at the Owl Dragon military base. My Owl Dragon Legion will take on the frontal assault. Your 400,000 Angel interstellar warships will provide support on the flanks. If the enemy appears to flee or become scattered, I will rely on your Angel legions to eliminate them." Upon hearing Zhao Chen's words, the 3 senior angels were momentarily stunned. Angel Jesse looked at Zhao Chen in surprise. Your lordship means that our 400,000 Angel interstellar warships won't be engaging directly with the Demon Clan fleet on the front line. Zhao Chen nodded. Based on the information we have, the incoming Demon Clan fleet consists of 1 million warships. The Owl Dragon Legion currently only has around 60,000 combat-type interstellar warships. The disparity in numbers is indeed significant, isn't it? Angel Barclay gazed at Zhao Chen, his expression filled with doubt. We Owl Dragon Legion do not joke around with our own lives. As for how we fight and win, it's up to you to have faith in. If any unforeseen circumstances arise, I believe each of you will make your own decisions, won't you? Zhao Chen looked at them meaningfully. Although the Angel King had agreed to help Zhao Chen resist the million demon interstellar warships, there's an old saying, a husband and wife are birds of a feather, facing disasters individually. Moreover, this was a cooperative relationship. If the battle truly took a turn in favor of the Demon Clan, these Angel interstellar warships would undoubtedly choose to retreat without hesitation. Your lordship, have you truly made this decision? Angel Tilia looked at Zhao Chen with concern. Among the 3 individuals, she may be the one who truly cared about Zhao Chen's well-being. Please rest assured. I don't enter battles unprepared, Zhao Chen said confidently. Afterwards, after some brief discussions, the meeting ended. Exiting the holographic image, Zhao Chen saw that Lilith had already prepared 3 documents, which were the Dominion Angels, Rose Angels, and Storm Angels fleets from the angelic race. The Dominion Angels were the legion commanded by the 2 angel guards under the supervision of the Angel King, responsible for the sacred tasks. Although the quantity was small, With only 30,000 warships, their combat power was exceptional, often playing a pivotal role on the battlefield. On the other hand, the Rose Angels and Storm Angels belonged to more conventional angelic legions. These three angel legions total to 430,000 interstellar warships. This includes 9 T5 interstellar warships, 50,000 T for interstellar warships, and the remaining are T3 interstellar warships, Lilith explained. 50,000 T for interstellar warships. Zhao Chen said admiringly. They are indeed a long-standing interstellar power with terrifying reserves. Just by bringing out 3 legions, they have 50,000 T for warships. If it weren't for the mechanical clan acting as a barrier, the territory of the Milky Way Alliance could easily have been taken over by the opposing interstellar powers. At this point, the various factions within the Galaxy Alliance are truly grateful for the existence of the mechanical clan. However, this also led to a significant technological gap between the two universes. Without the strength of Zhao Chen's Owl Dragon Legion, possessing powerful interstellar warship technology, they may not have been qualified to negotiate with the other factions. This time, we not only have to win this battle, but also allow these distinguished guests who have come from afar to appreciate our interstellar warships, and show them what they've seen. Lilith, do you understand my intentions? Zhao Chen smiled lightly at Lilith. Lilith nodded. Her commander is always thinking 3 steps ahead. While others are worried about the 1 million demon interstellar warships, his focus is already on the distant future, on how to integrate the Owl Dragon interstellar warships into the angelic military system. And instead of just talking big, the best way is to let the senior angels of the angelic race witness it firsthand. There's no better opponent than the Demon Clan. They know the battle capabilities of the Demon Clan better than anyone else. And using the Demon Clan's interstellar warships to showcase the fighting power of the Owl Dragon interstellar warships is the best choice. This is what Zhao Chen had considered. Are our military resources ready? Zhao Chen inquired. For this war, we have prepared nearly 5 trillion star coins in military resources. A large portion of it was also provided by Warhammer and Starior. Especially Warhammer, they have put a lot on the line. If needed in the future, we can also mobilize some emergency military resources, Lilith said. Warhammer was showcasing its strength, while also understanding that without the protection of the Owl Dragon, they would face a grim fate under the iron hoof of the Demon Clan fleet. Since everything is ready, let us properly welcome the Red Demon Marshal, Zhao Chen said nonchalantly, sitting on the couch as if the upcoming battle was not a fierce one, but just a performance. The massive Demon Legion fleet, after a long journey, crossing the narrow channel, and even halfway through, they witnessed the wreckage of the 30,000 Red Demon Legion starships from before. Although the Owl Dragon Legion had ordered the Warhammer to clean up the battlefield, yet many things were actually useless. Instead of wasting time and manpower dragging them back for disassembly, the best choice was to dismantle them on the spot, bring valuable things back for refining. This led to the fact that in that battlefield ruins, one could still see many remnants of the Red Demon Legion starships. The Red Demon Marshal at the time watched this scene with fury. That was his carefully cultivated interstellar fleet. Finally, harboring this anger, the Red Demon Marshal waited for the opportunity to take down his enemies. Report, based on the reconnaissance results of our interstellar reconnaissance ships, we can contact the enemy by sailing 5 more hours forward. The Owl Dragon Legion is stationed at the stronghold originally established by our first batch of Red Demon Legion, where they have built a military base. We found the Owl Dragon Legion stationed there, and also discovered the Angel Legion fleet nearby. It seems that the enemy is preparing to intercept us there. A subordinate reported to the Red Demon Marshal. Hey, they have guts. How dare they wait for us here? And those Angel Clan guys. I said, how could the interstellar power of this place possibly be a match for our Red Demon Legion? It turned out that those Angel Clan guys were messing around here. The Red Demon Marshal was furious, but laughed, lifting his hand. Summon all the commanders of the Demon Legion fleet. I want to hold a pre-battle mobilization meeting, yes? The subordinate quickly went to arrange it. Then, in the flagship bridge of the Red Demon Marshal, holographic images appeared here. Over 30 Demon Legion commanders stood here. It could be clearly seen that the military attire of some Demon Legion commanders did not match others. These people were naturally the helpers that the Red Demon Marshal had brought in at a cost. Everyone, we all know the purpose of our long journey here. Here, There are some interstellar forces that resist our conquest, refusing to submit to the feet of the great Demon King. And they even shamelessly ambushed the 30,000 starships of our Red Demon Legion. Today, I, the Red Demon Marshal, will settle this deep-seated grudge with these guys. Right in front of us, there is a group called the Owl Dragon Legion, who are working with the Angel Clan to disrupt the grand plans of our Demon Clan. What say you? How should we handle it? The Red Demon Marshal roared angrily with widened eyes. Crush them! Squash them! Damn Angel Clan! Tear their wings apart! Each Demon Legion commander looked ferocious, like wild beasts that had been hungry for a long time. The Red Demon Marshal was very pleased with this. Very good. That's what the bravest warriors of our Red Demon Legion are like. Listen up. The enemy has T5 interstellar battleships, but we have 1,000,000 interstellar battleships. Today, no matter what lies ahead, we have only 2 words: battle. Whoever performs well, annihilates more enemies, destroys the enemy's T5 interstellar battleship. I have great rewards. If anyone performs poorly, don't blame me, the Red Demon, for smashing his head. Battle! 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 Everyone on the bridge thumped their chests, shouting these 2 words continuously. Not only the Legion commanders, but even the ordinary crew members were shouting. Soon, this mobilization meeting ended. Next should be the deployment of operational missions. The holographic image on the bridge disappeared. A holographic projection of an interstellar sandbox appeared in front of the Red Demon Marshal, showing the projection of the Owl Dragon military base, its location information, and more. This military base, we found it has a large number of military starports and defense facilities. The enemy is estimated to be well prepared. But according to our estimates, the number of interstellar warships stationed in it will not exceed 100,000. And according to the information we have obtained, the number of all Dragon Legion interstellar battleships currently present is just over 60,000. But there are an unknown number of T5 interstellar battleships. A staff officer analyzed the current situation with the Red Demon Marshal. Another staff officer pointed out several positions around the military base. I think the Owl Dragon Legion and this military base are actually just bait. Nothing to fear. After all, there are only 60,000 starships. It is the Angel Legion we found currently that should concern us. The Power Angel, Rose Angel, and Storm Angel, with over 400,000 starships. Among them, the Power Angel Legion is one of the Angel Elite Guard under the command of the Angel of Holiness, extremely strong in combat. This is the real enemy we should be cautious of. The Red Demon Marshal squinted, showing more belief in the latter's words. For him, the Owl Dragon Legion really didn't count for much, only tens of thousands of interstellar battleships. The real threat was the Angel Legion. And it was highly likely that the incident of his 30,000 starships being annihilated was caused by the Angel Clan playing tricks behind the scenes. So what should we do? The Red Demon Marshal stared at the military base, his eyes filled with rage. I want the complete destruction of this Owl Dragon Legion. Even if they were just pawns of the Angel Clan before, they have angered me, and they must pay the price for it. Marshal, I suggest we just counterplot them. The enemy is not going to confront us head-on at this military base. So, we should have a direct confrontation. Of course, we need to be prepared for any possible response. If the Angel Legion intends to use this military base as bait to lure us, we can also take this as bait to lure the Angel Legion. As soon as we threaten this military base, the Angel Legion will surely make a move. At that time, we can change the target of attack, directly take down the Angel Legion. After all, we hold an absolute advantage in military force. 1,000,000 interstellar battleships. And even if things turn out worse, should this battle turn into a stalemate, we can call for reinforcements from the rear. We didn't talk about it earlier, but now we've found 400,000 Angel interstellar battleships here, and I believe other Demon Marshals would also be willing to claim credit for this. Hearing this suggestion from his most trusted staff officer, the Red Demon Marshal nodded in satisfaction. Do as you say. After a pause, he added, but I still prefer everything to be handled by ourselves. I don't want to share this prey that has already fallen into our hands with anyone else. This showdown of over 1,000,000 interstellar battleships was about to begin. Who was the hunter, and who was the prey? The massive interstellar battleship resembling a castle-like fortress, known as the Dragon Emperor, hovers conspicuously at Shanglong military base. Unlike other interstellar battleships, its unique design stands out prominently, particularly with dragon-like structures at the top. Adorned with a golden dragon emblem and the name Dragon Emperor in large characters, this is Zhao Chen's second limited edition T5 interstellar battleship. Sitting comfortably on a couch, Zhao Chen surveys the bridge area. At first glance, the bridge seems similar to others, but upon closer inspection, it's significantly larger in proportion to the battleship itself, housing a superbrain. A holographic message appears in front of Zhao Chen, initiating a quantum transfer of multiple individuals who materialize in front of him. "Wow, did we just teleport here? Let me check if I'm missing any limbs," exclaims Zhu Zhaoxiao, relieved after ensuring her body is intact. "Some part seems a bit smaller," quips the sassy snake lady Kingman, teasingly. Following Kingman's gaze, Zhaoxiao's hand lands on the mentioned spot, prompting a playful exchange. Amidst the banter, operations continue on the Dragon Emperor starship. The Dragon Emperor boasts the Dragon Emperor quantum teleportation technology, allowing personnel equipped with coordinates to be directly transferred on board. This high-cost coordinate device is limited in quantity, but sufficient for high-ranking commanders. With a single command within the technology's range, Shanglong commanders can appear before Zhao Chen instantly. "Commander, all Shanglong Legion commanders are in position," reports Secretary Lile by Zhao Chen's side. As everyone stands at attention, the focus shifts to Commander Zhao Chen. Addressing the group, Zhao Chen acknowledges the imminent threat posed by a million demonic interstellar battleships approaching their military base defenses. Despite having a backup of 400,000 Angel Legions, Zhao Chen stresses the importance of self-reliance and preparedness. He emphasizes the need to fight for their homeland and to avoid the worst-case scenario. "I may not excel in warfare like you all. Hence, I'll stay here awaiting news of your triumphant return. When the time comes, I'll have fine wine and food ready to celebrate your victory," Zhao Chen declares solemnly. The commanders, reiterating their determination, disperse back to their respective vessels using the Dragon Emperor's quantum transfer technology. In a strategic move, Zhao Chen leaves Charlotte behind to oversee the ship's operations and plan with a team of capable individuals forming the Shanglong General Staff. This decision aligns with Zhao Chen's belief in entrusting professionals to handle their respective responsibilities effectively. As the preparations solidify, the impending battle reflects the intense efforts and coordination across the Shanglong military base. Ready for the storm ahead, they brace themselves for the incoming conflict against the demonic forces. In the silent universe, millions of interstellar battleships surged forward like a dark cloud. The military base standing in front, akin to a stubborn rock beneath towering waves, seemed as though it could be crushed at any moment. As the Demon Legion fleet was about to enter the engagement range, they suddenly stopped. Captain Zhao Chen of the Dragon Emperor flagship initially thought the enemy's pause was for a pre-fight declaration or surrender. However, it was just a brief stop. After 10 minutes, the first line of Demon Legion ships launched an assault, followed by subsequent lines attacking at varying angles like fish scales or waves. This strategy allowed the Demon Legion to avoid clustering their forces in one area while maintaining coordination. "This is interesting," Zhao Chen murmured, intrigued by the enemy's tactics. The Demon Marshal had clearly studied Zhao Chen's Dragon Legion's tactics, particularly the devastating firepower of their interstellar missile ships. By attacking this way, the Demon Legion could minimize casualties significantly. Within the Dragon Emperor flagship's bridge, the staff began to plan a more precise and targeted offensive strategy to counter the Demon Legion's approach, focusing on the main T4 class battleship targets. A gentle voice behind Zhao Chen announced a change in the offensive strategy, aiming to conserve resources. This voice belonged to a punk-style girl, known as the Little Dragon Girl, an artificial intelligence entity. Despite her playful demeanor, she provided essential support to the staff. As the battle unfolded, the Dragon Emperor flagship's crew adapted tactics while Zhao Chen, invoking a quiet program, enjoyed the tranquility. Witnessing the unwavering defense of the Dragon Legion against the Demon Legion's onslaught, Zhao Chen marveled at the strategic prowess and efficiency displayed by his forces. As the battle continued, the Angel Legion observed the conflict with admiration and anticipation, noting the exceptional coordination and adaptability of the Dragon Legion's defense. Despite sustaining some losses, the Dragon Legion efficiently rotated damaged ships for repair and replacement, maintaining a steadfast defense. The angelic observers praised the Dragon Legion's battlefield coordination and swift responses, heralding it as a display of unparalleled skill. Meanwhile, a looming confrontation between the Demon Legion's elite T5 battleships and the anticipated appearance of the Dragon Legion's own T5 forces promised a climactic turn in the battle. Angelic Commander Tilia sensed the impending showdown, her excitement building as she anticipated the clash of these formidable adversaries. The situation on the battlefield is constantly changing. The Demon Legion fleet has also noticed the strong defense of the military base stationed by the Owl Dragon Legion. This has caused the Demon Legion fleet to slow down its attack speed, even withdrawing some heavily damaged Demon fleets from the front lines to reorganize in the rear and deploy new Legion fleets to charge forward. This arrangement not only increases the efficiency of the attack, but also reduces the casualties of their own fleet. It is the 20th hour of the war. The Owl Dragon Legion has already lost more than 10,000 interstellar battleships, while the Demon Legion has also lost 100,000 interstellar battleships. After a long period of fighting, it is apparent that the firepower output intensity of the Owl Dragon Legion has weakened significantly compared to the beginning. This has led to the appearance of ripples in the original defense line. The Archman Marshal quickly identified to breakthrough areas, directly ordering the Demon Legion fleets in those areas to launch attacks at all costs, while swiftly dispatching two elite fleets to charge into those to breakthrough areas. "The Demon Legion is finally getting serious," exclaimed the High Angel Barclay. After almost 20 hours of battle, besides the initial shock, the subsequent battles seemed calm. The Demon Legion has assembled two elite fleets in these two areas. Each fleet contains 3 T5 Terrorblade-class medium-sized interstellar battlecruisers and 10,000 T for interstellar battleships. This is meant to exploit this opportunity to tear through the defense line of the Owl Dragon Legion in one go. However, it seems like this plan may not be that great, murmured the High Angel Jesse. The Angel Thalia said calmly, "That's because the Archman Marshal is getting anxious." The two high-ranking angels looked at Angel Thalia in surprise. In just one day, they've lost nearly 100,000 interstellar battleships with no results on the offensive. You know, in a tug-of-war with the Angel Tribe, this level of loss is usually what you'd see in 10 days. Moreover, here, not only do we have the Owl Dragon Legion, but we are also watching closely. If you were the Archman Marshal, what would you do? Angel Thalia asked. The Archman Marshal is unwilling to continue like this. Because they fear our presence, their nerves are always on edge. And if this situation persists, even if they gradually gain an advantage, prolonged fighting will lead to a decline in their combat capabilities. Once that happens and we launch an attack, it would be the worst-case scenario for the Demon Legion. So, even though the Archman Marshal knows this may not be the best plan, they are unwilling to wait any longer. They want to establish dominance on the battlefield as soon as possible. This way, even if we support the battlefield from our end, they can still take the initiative. Analyzed the High Angel Barclay. Angel Thalia squinted, gazing in the direction of the Owl Dragon military base. "I'm thinking now. Could it be that Lord requesting us to send Legion fleets to support is not expecting us to make a significant difference on the battlefield? Just using us as a pawn? Even, is it a way to alert us?" Angel Thalia was considering many things at this moment. Upon hearing Angel Thalia's reminder, the two high-ranking angels were stunned for a while. If what Angel Thalia said was true, then this Lord of the Owl Dragons is a bit, too. High Angel Barclay was suddenly at a loss for words. He recalled the unremarkable, gentle man, and suddenly felt a chill down his spine. Behind that smiling face, it seemed like something was hidden. Let's not think about that for now. Since the Archman Marshal can't resist making a move, I'm sure the Lord will also be preparing to unveil their own trump card, Angel Thalia said, focusing on the situation on the battlefield. Sure enough, high energy fluctuations appeared on the interstellar war map, and in the footage being recorded, two unrecorded Owl Dragon interstellar battleships also appeared. Those should be the latest T5 interstellar battleships of the Owl Dragon Legion. Based on the ship types, it should be one carrier starship and one battleship, said High Angel Jesse. High Angel Barclay exclaimed, "Just how capable is this Owl Dragon?" According to previous information, didn't the Owl Dragon Legion already have 3 types of T5 interstellar battleships in service? Now, 2 more have appeared. That's more than double our Angel Tribe. "It seems that we need to report back to the three Angel Kings about the strength assessment of the Owl Dragon when we return," said Angel Thalia solemnly. Next, the focus of these three high-ranking angels is on the debut of those two Owl Dragon T5 interstellar battleships. The T5 Phoenix-class heavy carrier starship, with a beautiful figure standing on the command platform in the middle of the bridge, surrounded by many holographic projections and numerous data panels varying in sizes. Commander Shen Bing of the Owl Dragon 4th Legion, who is also the strongest commander in terms of comprehensive carrier starship combat capabilities within the Owl Dragon Legion. Her Owl Dragon 4th Legion has been given permission by the commander to specialize in developing carrier starship combat systems. Thus, the first T5 Phoenix-class heavy carrier starship has been directly handed over to the Owl Dragon 4th Legion and has become the flagship of Commander Su Lan. Compared to the previous T4 Fallen Angel-class super heavy carrier starship, the operation difficulty of this T5 Phoenix-class heavy carrier starship is naturally higher, considering it carries aircraft units many times more than the former. Activate all flight decks and hangar bay doors. Prepare to start deploying interstellar fighter jets and unmanned drones. The logistics department should also be ready and enter standby mode," echoed the voice of Commander Su Lan throughout the entire bridge. The next moment, this huge carrier starship officially began its debut. Multiple flight decks appeared on the carrier starship's hull, and one by one interstellar battleships flew out like celestial maidens in full bloom. However, due to the sheer number of interstellar fighter jets, they often only launched into the attack formation once a squadron was fully assembled. If they were to wait for all interstellar fighter jets to take off, it would probably take 10 minutes because the number of manned interstellar fighter jets on this carrier starship reached 132. Even though the design of this carrier starship had considered the launch speed as much as possible, the quantity was simply overwhelming. At the same time, multiple openings appeared on the belly and side wings of the carrier starship, inside which were densely packed interstellar drones. Accompanied by the indicator lights on the interstellar drones lighting up, these interstellar drones swarmed out like a hive, a sight that made one shiver. The interspace fighters and drones of these Fire Kirin swiftly assembled into combat formations according to their respective mission needs, launching attacks towards the Demon Legion fleet that was about to breach the defensive line here. The battle tactics were simple. The Fire Kirin HR multifunctional interspace drone cooperated with the Fire Kirin H conventional interspace fighter and the Fire Kirin H heavy interspace fighter to form an attack composite formation. The interspace drones created an attacking environment for the two types of interspace fighters. The mission of the two types of interspace fighters was to directly attack the interspace warships. If the target had a star shield protection, the heavy interspace fighters would use their equipped antimatter beam weapon, which had a very short range, but once it hit the star shield, it would create a temporary gap in the shield. The interspace fighters would then rush into this gap and directly attack the interspace warship itself. With this tactic, even T4 class interspace warships found it difficult to resist, let alone those T3 class interspace warships. Some of the interspace warships were even directly destroyed, even with ample star shield energy. The scene was like a horde of locusts passing through, shockingly devastating. What? You're asking about the enemy's interspace fighters and drones? Sorry, once these enemy interspace fighters and drones entered the attacking range of the Fire Kirin in interspace drones, it was like throwing a husky into a school of piranhas. The more you struggle, the more excited they get. Perhaps some might ask, are the Demon Legion's interspace escort ships just for show? What about their anti-air interception capabilities? These interspace escort ships did indeed intercept these interspace fighters and drones as well, playing a role. However, the Fire Kirin class heavy carrier starship also had countermeasures. Often, those interspace warships with anti-air interception capabilities would be targeted as the first wave of attack. And against these warships, the Fire Kirin H heavy stealth interspace bomber, using stealth technology, would approach these warships and use another type of high-explosive interference bomb, which could also create openings in their star shields. What happens next goes without saying. In addition, there were some hidden killers. The Fire Kirin EFT electronic interference interspace stealth drone. Although they may not appear in normal warfare, their role on the battlefield was quite important. They could often, invisibly, collaborate with their flight formations to eliminate important targets. Just one such T5 Fire Kirin heavy carrier starship was able to plug the hole that was about to be torn open. Of course, this was far from over. The Demon fleet responsible for the assault in that area could not just stand idly by. The 3 T-5 Terrorblade-class medium interspace battlecruisers equipped by the Demon fleet launched the most aggressive attacks. They thought that the interspace fighters and drones of the carrier starship, due to the limitations of their size and payload, could not sustain long operations and needed to return to the mothership for resupply. This was the perfect opportunity to strike. Report: the enemy is attempting a counterattack. A subordinate reported to Commander Sulan. Is everything ready? Sulan coldly asked. Everything is ready, came the response. Sulan raised her hand. All units, move out. Subsequently, more interspace fighters and drones joined the battle. Remember, Sulan was the commander of the 4th Legion of the Owl Dragon, and this 4th Legion was currently built around carrier starships. They possessed the largest number of carrier starships among all the legions of the Owl Dragon, even though they were not T for Firekeer in heavy carrier starships. They had 50 T for Fallen Angel-class super heavy carrier starships and 2,000 T3 Phoenix-class heavy carrier starships. Keep in mind that this 4th Legion of the Owl Dragon, after completing the first phase of expansion, had a total of 10,000 interspace warships. This gives you an idea of the combat style of the 4th Legion of the Owl Dragon. At Sulan's command, the 4th Legion of the Owl Dragon, which had long maintained restraint during the past 20-odd hours of battle, finally unleashed their deadly force. With such a large number of interspace fighters and drones, the enemy's T3 interspace warship radars, with insufficient processing power and accuracy, were unable to scan how many interspace fighters and drones there were in that area, and they couldn't even ascertain the number of interspace warships in the area. This situation also occurred on the Angel interspace warship of the Bystanders. Fortunately, the Angel Tilly was on a T-5 Angel interspace warship. This carrier ship's configuration. It's unbelievable, the high-ranking Angel Jesse exclaimed. The operational system of this carrier ship is too comprehensive. In this aspect, our Angel race is far behind them. The high-ranking Angel Barclay candidly admitted the lag in their race in this regard. Larger swarms of locusts began to attack the Demon Legion fleet. Even with 10,000 T for interspace warships in this assault fleet, in this scenario, some found it difficult to withstand. The only hope might lie with the 3 T-5 Terrorblade-class medium interspace battlecruisers. And these 3 T-5 Terrorblade-class medium interspace battlecruisers were also targeted by Commander Sulan, who was in complete control. Sulan's hands moved slightly, and the holographic images in front of her were constantly magnified, bringing the images of the 3 T-5 Terrorblade-class medium interspace battlecruisers closer to her, like 3 small toys hovering in Sulan's palm. The next operational target is the annihilation of these 3 T-5 Terrorblades. In the upcoming battle in that sector, the other T-4 and T-3 Demon interspace warships were handled by other interspace warships or groups of interspace fighters and drones. The interspace fighters and drones dispatched from the Firekeer in heavy carrier starship were assigned with only one task: T-5 Terrorblade-class medium interspace battlecruisers. The methods were similar to before. The interspace stealth bombers would first open the star shield gap, with the interspace drones covering the interspace fighters and heavy fighters approaching. Because the target this time was of T-5 class interspace warships, the star shield had higher strength. Often, a gap that had just been opened would be closed in an extremely short time. Some unlucky interspace fighters would just hit the recovered star shield at the last second, which would directly lead to the fighter being bisected or destroyed. For the air crews of these fighters facing such situations, their expressions remained unchanged as they continued with their mission, continuing to open gaps. During this process, there would also be electronic interference, interspace stealth drones disrupting these 3 T-5 Terrorblades, affecting some of their electronic equipment and hindering communication with other interspace warships. After these steps were completed, there might still be some problems. The armor of T-5 interspace warships was too thick, and the size of the hull was too large. Destroying a few positions would not effectively damage the warship. This was when the Firekeer in HO variable purpose interspace fighter appeared. For instance, in a tactical squad, dozens of Firekeer in variable purpose interspace fighters rushed towards the hull surface of a T-5 Terrorblade class medium interspace battlecruiser. Just before the collision, the entire aircraft transformed. Firekeer in interspace armor mode. The singular interspace fighters transformed in an instant into red battle armor. Subsequently, These Firecure in interspace armor stood directly on the surface of the hull armor, using a heat-melting weapon to damage the hull armor. A T-5 Terrorblade class medium-sized interstellar battlecruiser. The bridge warning. Warning! Warning! The armor of certain areas of the ship is being destroyed. The system alert sounded in the captain's ear, and at the same time, on the holographic projection of the interstellar battleship in front of him, multiple small red glowing spots could be seen appearing on the outer armor of the battleship. These red glowing spots were the issues the system was warning about. These red glowing spots were small, even smaller than a single direct hit from an enemy ship's cannons. But the armor of this unit was being destroyed at an astonishing rate. And soon came even worse news. Warning! 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 Cabin 1017 in Section C3 of the left wing of the ship is being invaded by an unknown energy source. The demon captain immediately accessed the monitoring images of that area. It was a medium-sized cabin, even though it was the size of a football field. And on one side of this cabin, a hole could be seen, leading to chaos inside the cabin due to the difference in internal and external pressure, causing unfixed facilities to be sucked out. And there were no visible crew members. It was unclear whether there were no crew members in this cabin or... At that moment, a crimson figure emerged from the hole and appeared in the cabin. It was a combat mech. The combat mech held a machine gun, in a state of combat readiness. Two more similar combat mechs rushed in behind it, forming a combat formation. After a momentary pause, the three combat mechs locked onto a direction, lifted their machine guns, and opened fire on the cabin walls. The strength of the cabin walls was nowhere near that of the battleship's armor. While a normal machine gun attack might not leave a mark on the battleship's armor, on these walls there were numerous bullet holes, and fearful screams could be heard from the adjacent cabin. The screams lasted only a few seconds before silence. One of the three Crimson combat mechs stepped forward and activated a unidirectional star shield, like a shield in front of itself. After approaching the heavily damaged cabin wall, it kicked it. Instantly, the entire wall collapsed like building blocks, revealing another cabin behind it. In ruins, blood and body parts covered the ground. It was impossible to tell how many demon crew members originally were in this cabin, because under the intense firepower of the mech's machine guns, the fragile bodies shattered instantly. The heavy, clunky footsteps of the mechs echoed. The three Crimson mechs continued forward through the blood and body parts on the ground. When zooming in on this area, the demon captain discovered that the three Crimson mechs were about to enter a critical weapon room controlling a main cannon. Once that weapon room was destroyed, the weapon systems would malfunction. At the same time, similar situations were unfolding in multiple areas of the battleship, with dozens of Crimson mech squads advancing towards key areas of the battleship, such as weapon modules, ammunition depots, power cores, and even towards the bridge. The demon captain was sweating profusely. He ordered some interstellar marines to support, but it was obvious that these marines equipped for solo combat couldn't withstand the terror of the Crimson mechs. Moreover, based on the current data parameters, these Crimson mechs were of T5 level. They were unstoppable, and due to being within their own battleship, their combat capabilities were limited. Support! Request immediate support! The demon captain roared. The communications officer beside him, sweating profusely, looked at the captain in panic. Captain, our communication devices seem to be interfered with. We can only ensure normal communication within the ship. We can't contact other surrounding interstellar battleships, and we can't request support. Hearing this news, the demon captain collapsed in his chair. At that moment, his heart was breaking. He never imagined the enemy's tactics could be so terrifying. Through the porthole, he gazed at the distant Crimson giant carrier starship. A T5 carrier starship was effortlessly dominating, and on the brink of wiping out three T5 Terrorblade-class medium-sized interstellar battlecruisers. Marshal, what kind of terrifying opponent have you chosen for us? Maybe we shouldn't be here at all, the demon captain murmured in despair. Suddenly, the bridge began to shake violently. Observers from the outside would see an explosion occurring in a certain area of the interstellar battleship, likely the result of a successful mission by the mech squad that had infiltrated. Similar situations were unfolding on the other T5 Terrorblade-class medium-sized interstellar battlecruisers in the vicinity. Commander Larry watched coldly at his three prey, silently awaiting their demise. The Demon interstellar battleships in the vicinity also noticed something amiss with their main interstellar battleship and tried to provide support. However, the other interstellar fighters and unmanned drone squads would stop them at all costs. These interstellar fighters and drones created a terrifying barrier, preventing the Demon interstellar battleships from supporting their main interstellar battleship, leaving them to watch helplessly as their 3 T5 Terrorblade class medium-sized interstellar battlecruisers faced unknown attacks. Explosions continued to erupt on the ships. One of the T5 Terrorblade class medium-sized interstellar battlecruisers even began emitting black smoke in a matter of minutes. When the outside world tried to contact these 3 T5 Terrorblade class medium-sized interstellar battlecruisers, the answer was clear. No contact could be made at all. A carrier starship has completely suppressed 3 T5 Terrorblade class medium-sized interstellar battlecruisers. Their combat capabilities are too strong, Senior Angel Barkley marveled. As ancient enemies of the demons, they were very familiar with the combat parameters of the T5 Terrorblade class medium-sized interstellar battlecruisers. This T5 Crimson carrier starship effortlessly achieved the feat of taking on 3 opponents simultaneously and still had power to spare. 3 pathetic prey, being dragged step by step into the jaws of this crimson giant beast, Senior Angel Jesse said solemnly. Commander Sulan displayed great skill here, as the T5 Firekeer-class heavy carrier starship launched its debut performance with overwhelming force. At the same time, in another location, there was another interstellar battleship performing its debut waltz. The Demon Legion seized the opportunity to tear through the Eagle Dragon Legion's front line, splitting into 2 assault fleets. The remaining assault fleet encountered a very formidable opponent. Almost at the same time, the T5 Firekeer-class heavy carrier starship landed on the battlefield over there. A pure white interstellar battleship slowly emerged from the Eagle Dragon Legion fleet. Unlike the T5 Firekeer, this pure white interstellar battleship navigated towards the opposite direction where 3 T5 Terrorblade class medium interstellar battlecruisers were positioned. Although there were Eagle Dragon interstellar battleships around, it was evident that they had no intention of coordinating with it, allowing the pure white interstellar battleship to charge abruptly towards the enemies. On the bridge of the T5 Terrorblade 037, the Demon ship captain also noticed the abrupt interstellar battleship. The deputy captain began searching the ship's database for information but soon shook his head, saying, "Report, we could not find any information about this type of interstellar battleship in our database. This interstellar battleship has never appeared among the Eagle Dragon Legion before. However, according to our technical department's observation, this is probably an interstellar battleship of T5 class." Hearing the deputy captain's words, the Demon ship captain rolled his eyes and said, "I'm not blind. I naturally know that it's a T5 interstellar battleship." The deputy captain dared not speak further, while the Demon ship captain pondered. They had 3 T5 Terrorblade class medium interstellar battlecruisers against a single interstellar battleship. While they were at a disadvantage in terms of ship class, they overwhelmed the enemy in terms of numbers. The situation on the battlefield seemed complicated. However, the enemy's allied ships seemed to have no intentions of assisting the T5 interstellar battleship. The T5 interstellar battleship had completely broken away from the formation of other Eagle Dragon interstellar battleships and even penetrated deep into the enemy group. On their side, aside from the 3 T5 Terrorblades, there were also nearly 10,000 T4 interstellar battleships surrounding them. Notify the 044 and 071 ships, coordinate the 3 ships to destroy the enemy's T5 interstellar battleship first. At the same time, deploy the nearby T4 interstellar battleships to support us. Be cautious, try to minimize damage to our 3 T5 Terrorblades, the Demon ship captain reminded. This battle plan was quickly approved and was expected to involve the deployment of 300 T4 interstellar battleships to assist. In contrast to the importance of the T5 Terrorblades, using dozens or even hundreds of T4 interstellar battleships to eliminate an enemy T5 interstellar battleship was deemed a worthwhile trade-off. According to our observation, the enemy's T5 interstellar battleship is equipped with what seems to be its main weapon for laser cannons, reported the deputy captain to the captain. Be a little cautious. This Eagle Dragon Legion previously destroyed 2 of our Terrorblades. We cannot take this lightly. The Demon ship captain remained cautious. Utilizing their faster speed, the three T-5 Terrorblade warships had positioned themselves at 3 angles around the T-5 interstellar battleship and had launched an attack with the T-4 interstellar battleships providing cover. However, the enemy's star shield was still intact, deflecting the attacks. Subsequently, the interstellar battleships launched a counterattack. 18-20-meter caliber heavy electromagnetic railguns, combined with 366 8-barrel heavy particle energy rapid-firing guns, unleashed their firepower on all enemy ships within their range. The scene was spectacular, temporarily neutralizing the surrounding Demon T-4 interstellar battleships. Captain, the captains of those T-4 interstellar battleships are reporting. The enemy's firepower is too fierce, and they are struggling. They request our fire support, reported the deputy captain to the demon ship captain. Wait a moment, replied the demon ship captain in a low voice, focusing on the T-5 interstellar battleship. As time passed, several T-4 demon interstellar battleships were destroyed. In the process, the numbers of T-4 interstellar battleships involved in the operation continued to increase. The 3 T-5 Terrorblades had been circling the T-5 interstellar battleship, waiting for an opportunity. Finally, the 4 laser cannons on the T-5 interstellar battleship took action. In an instant, 4 beams of light destroyed 4 T-4 Demon Hunter-class medium interstellar battlecruisers. This attack, the demon ship captain exclaimed. Truly, an interstellar battleship of T-5 classification possessed formidable firepower. Even if they managed to withstand the first round, their star shield energy would be depleted. But now, with the first round of attack over, there would be a period of interval. This was the chance for their 3 T-5 Terrorblades to launch an attack. Almost simultaneously, the 3 T-5 Terrorblade-class medium interstellar battlecruisers closed the distance with the T-5 interstellar battleship. Main cannons and secondary cannons fired simultaneously. Explosions appeared on the shield of the interstellar battleship, clearly showing that these attacks were 10 times more powerful than those from the T-4 interstellar battleships. On the bridge of the T-5 Divine Savior-class heavy interstellar armor artillery battlecruiser, a figure sat on the captain's chair. Zhao Ruyu, the captain of the first ship of the T-5 interstellar battleship. Captain, the 3 T-4 Terrorblades of the enemy are getting closer to us, exclaimed the deputy captain excitedly. Zhao Ruyu glanced at the star map and calmly said, "No rush, let them come a bit closer." The deputy captain swallowed nervously, staring at the star map, eager with anticipation. After a few more minutes, the 3 T-4 Terrorblade-class medium interstellar battlecruisers initiated their attacks from 3 directions towards the T-5 Divine Savior, showing intent to dismember this Eagle Dragon interstellar battleship. Activate the super electromagnetic railgun. Load the Redemption Impact projectile. Lock onto the enemy ships. Prepare to fire. Zhao Ruyu suddenly gave the command. The deputy captain had been waiting for this command, and immediately executed. The T-5 Divine Savior-class heavy interstellar armor artillery battlecruiser, located at the front of the starship, slowly opened a dark crack. Subsequently, a massive barrel appeared in front of everyone. Damn it! What is that? The demon ship captain also noticed the change in the prey. When he saw the huge barrel clearly, his face turned pale. The caliber must have been about 300 meters. Although unsure of the actual power, just the thought of a 300-meter barrel-sized cannon was enough to imagine its devastating impact. Unfortunately, the T-5 Terrorblade he was on happened to be in the line of fire of this massive cannon. "Evade quickly! Evade quickly!" the demon ship captain frantically shouted. However, there was no time for evasion, as the massive cannon was locked onto its target. As the Redemption-class 300-meter caliber super electromagnetic railgun began to charge, a blue light flashed, and a huge projectile raced towards the T-5 Terrorblade-class medium interstellar battlecruiser at an alarming speed. A glaring light appeared on this battlefield. It was the star shield of a T-5 Terrorblade-class medium-sized interstellar battleship. Upon closer observation, it was a massive shell colliding with the starshield of this T-5 Terrorblade-class medium-sized interstellar battleship. The impact created a spark of lightning, dazzling like a small star. Everyone watching this scene had their hearts suspended. In the next moment, cracks like a spider web appeared at the point of impact on the starshield of this T-5 Terrorblade. Then the massive shell, after a brief pause, charged forward again. Though its speed had decreased significantly due to the previous obstruction, when it hit the T-5 Terrorblade, it directly shattered the armored hull at the point of impact, plunging into it. In an instant, it pierced through to the other side of the impact. In this process, several explosions occurred inside the hull, followed by a series of chain reactions. It seemed that the earlier penetration hit some ammunition depots. Even without these chain reactions, after this impact, this interstellar battleship had basically lost its combat ability. Just one shot. One T-5 Terrorblade class medium-sized interstellar battleship was annihilated. Witnessing this scene, the other two T-5 Terrorblade class medium-sized interstellar battleships were somewhat panicked. The two Demon captains didn't know how to decide at first and had to ask the Crimson Demon Marshal for guidance. The Crimson Demon Marshal remained silent for a while, but eventually gave the order to continue the fight. Quickly eliminate this T-5 interstellar battleship. Receiving the order, the two T-5 Terrorblade class medium-sized interstellar battleships could only proceed with this combat mission, facing this terrifying interstellar battleship head-on. Their only hope was that the massive cannon on this T-5 interstellar battleship would have a longer interval before firing again. In the loading department of the ammunition for the T-5 Divine Redeemer class heavy interstellar armored artillery battleship, responsible for the 300M caliber super electromagnetic railgun projectile, the department officer was carefully inspecting every loading detail. Quick! 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 The captain has ordered to reload the Redeemer impact-type shell. The department officer heard the call from the department command channel. At the same time, she raised her head to look through the transparent floor-to-ceiling window at a huge chamber outside. During the entire loading process, 99% of it was actually mechanical, but the remaining 1% required some manual operation. Dozens of huge mechanical arms slowly dragged a massive shell over. Even though she had seen it many times, the department officer couldn't help but swallow nervously upon seeing the massive shell again, because the shell was truly enormous. A diameter of 300 m. In their eyes, it was like a small mountain. Throughout the process, some operators at operational nodes would input commands so that the shell was finally loaded into the massive cannon smoothly. Next, they would fill energy for this electromagnetic cannon to prepare to launch this massive shell. Several minutes later, the department officer contacted the bridge. Report, loading of the Redeemer impact type shell for the 300M caliber super electromagnetic railgun of the Redeemer class is complete. Electromagnetic railgun fully charged. Please give instructions. A voice came from the bridge. Input a new attack direction. The two T-5 Terrorblade class medium-sized interstellar battleships engaged in guerrilla warfare, relying on high maneuverability to roam around the T-5 interstellar battleship, never lingering in one place for too long. Indeed, for the sake of mobility, they might have to sacrifice some of their firepower output. Witnessing the terrifying cannon attacks from this T-5 interstellar battleship before, they dared not guarantee whether their own interstellar battleships could withstand a hit if struck. They couldn't afford to take that risk. As they maneuvered, they deliberately avoided the bow area of this T-5 interstellar battleship. Compared to the maneuvering and turning capabilities of the interstellar battleship, these two T-5 Terrorblade class medium-sized interstellar battleships were somewhat inferior. Therefore, the tactics of the two demon captains relied on such means to wear down this interstellar battleship. As long as your huge cannon can't aim at me, that's the strategy. Just when the two demon captains were confident, their pupils suddenly dilated, their eyes filled with fear. Because they saw that the huge cannon on the T-5 interstellar battleship was moving, and moving pretty fast. Damn it! This is not a fixed cannon. One demon captain cursed in shock, immediately ordering their ship to distance themselves from the T-5 interstellar battleship. At the same time, they used their authority to draw surrounding T for demon interstellar battleships for defense. The other T-5 Terrorblade class medium-sized interstellar battleship also reacted in a similar manner. At this moment, the two demon captains of these Terrorblades were praying, "Please, not me! Please, not me!" They stared intently at the huge cannon barrel on the T-5 interstellar battleship as it rotated, praying that it aimed at the other T-5 Terrorblade instead of their own. Finally, the cannon aimed at a T-5 Terrorblade attempting to retreat. At that moment, the two demon captains went from ecstasy to agony. Damn it! Quickly! Order the surrounding interstellar battleships to provide cover immediately. Quick! Tell them it's an order! It's an order! The unfortunate demon captain was livid at this moment. He could only try everything to reduce his own risk. Report! Target locked! The deputy captain looked at Captain Zhao Ruyu. Captain Zhao Ruyu coldly commanded, "Fire!" With the order given, the terrifying huge cannon roared once again, after about 10 minutes. A massive shell shot out at extreme speed. However, this time, there were already a dozen T for Demon interstellar battleships in front of the T-5 Terrorblade-class medium-sized interstellar battleship. They all deployed their star shields, and all-point defense guns were firing, trying to intercept this massive shell. However, for an exceedingly hard shell like this, almost any interception was ineffective, let alone at such a fast speed. Even if they were fortunate enough to intercept, it would only leave a cloud of smoke at the point of impact. In comparison, using themselves as shield interceptors, these T for Demon interstellar battleships oddly had some effect. Boom! Accompanied by a huge fireball, the first T for Demon interstellar battleship hit by the shell almost lost its star shield in the first instant of impact, thereafter transforming into a ball of fire. Things happened so quickly that nobody had time to react. The second fireball, the third fireball, the fifth, the 10th. In a few short seconds, on that route, Demon starships all turned into fireballs. There were T for Blade-class light interstellar interceptor ships, T for Demon Hunter-class medium interstellar battle cruisers, and T for Gargoyle-class heavy interstellar escort ships. These interstellar warships, in front of this projectile, all faced the same fate. The unlucky demon ship captain watched as the exploding fireballs got closer and closer, his heart seemingly suspended in his throat, sweat beading on his forehead. Finally, this fateful projectile struck the starshield of this T-5 Terrorblade-class medium interstellar battlecruiser, shining brightly for a few seconds. The starshield shattered. The projectile hit the hull. The same thing happened. However, this T-5 Terrorblade-class medium interstellar battlecruiser was slightly more fortunate, perhaps due to the interception of the dozen or so interstellar warships before. Eventually, this projectile hit the rear of this T-5 Terrorblade-class medium interstellar battlecruiser, completely shattering a portion of the hull. The huge impact even caused this T-5 Terrorblade to spin uncontrollably in space. Report: our attack successfully hit the target vessel. But the enemy interstellar warship was not completely destroyed, only the rear of the enemy vessel was destroyed. However, after our assessment, this T-5 Terrorblade-class medium interstellar battlecruiser lost its navigation capabilities, and the starshield was also gone. Its threat to us has basically been nullified, the deputy captain reported to Captain Zhao Ruyu. Captain Zhao Ruyu accepted this less than perfect result. Have other interstellar warships pay a bit more attention, completely render it battle incapable, Zhao Ruyu said, looking at the remaining prey. That last T-5 Terrorblade-class medium interstellar battlecruiser. Chase, Zhao Ruyu silently said, and the T-5 Divine Redeemer-class heavy interstellar armored artillery battlecruiser began to pursue the fleeing T-5 Terrorblade-class medium interstellar battlecruiser. Even in the midst of being surrounded by hundreds of T for Demon starships during this process, she did not flinch at all. Relying on the powerful firepower output capability of the T-5 Divine Redeemer, she could engage in a back and forth with the surrounding interstellar warships, fighting like a whole fleet. 10 minutes passed. The huge cannon was reloaded once again. Report: reloading complete. The target starship is about to escape our effective range. There are still 3 minutes left, the deputy captain reported. Captain Zhao Ruyu stared at the starship radar. If the demon captain were here, he would notice. Actually, the coverage of firepower above had already exceeded the initial range that they 3T for Terrorblades were roaming in. Sure enough, Zhao Ruyu was just starting. That range was not the real firing range. Destroy it, Zhao Ruyu quietly said. Understood. The deputy captain relayed the command, casting a discreet glance at the captain. It had been a while working under this captain. This captain had a characteristic of being very calm during combat, showing almost no emotional fluctuations, like a machine. But her command was also very experienced. It was said that she had been promoted to captain of a T-5 interstellar battlecruiser shortly after graduating from the Nemesis Academy just half a year ago. One could imagine how terrifying her strength was. In that split second that the deputy captain was distracted, when she looked back at the attack screen, she only saw a destroyed and mangled starship wreckage. Judging from the extent of the damage to the starship wreckage, the projectile had likely entered from the rear of the ship and exited from the bow. Compared to the 2 previous T-5 Terrorblade ships, this T-5 Terrorblade had suffered much worse. The wreckage of the impact even drifted a distance, almost reaching the front of the rear Red Devil Legion encampment. The Red Demon Marshal sat on his captain's chair, his expression very cold. In front of him, the demon officers and staff dared not make a sound. After a long pause, the Red Demon Marshal finally spoke. "Can someone tell me what happened to the two T5 interstellar warships of the Dragon Corps?" No one spoke. The next moment, the Red Demon Marshal pulled out the laser gun from his waist and aimed at a demon staff officer. He fired. Blood splattered. The demon staff officer's head was left with a hole, and then he slumped to the ground. The other demon officers and staff watched in silence. At this moment, keeping quiet was the most dangerous thing. I lost 6 T5 Terrorblade class medium interstellar battlecruisers. No one can give me an explanation. The voice of the Red Demon Marshal was very sinister, showing no sign of anger. But everyone knew this was when the Red Demon Marshal was most angry. If the explanation did not satisfy him, everyone present might just die. Fortunately, at that moment, intervention from two communication windows saved them. "Lord Red Demon Marshal, the enemy has news about these two T5 interstellar warships. Why did you not inform us?" "Lord Marshal, the current situation is not good. There are 40,000 angelic interstellar warships nearby watching closely. If we continue, even if we defeat the Dragon Corps, there is a high possibility that we will be ambushed by those angelic legions. By then, our losses will be even greater. I suggest we retreat and strategize for the long term." The two highest commanders supporting the Red Demon Legion's military operations this time, the Ghoul Legion and the Balram Legion, dared to speak at this moment. "I request to continue the attack. Your T5 Terrorblade class medium interstellar battlecruisers from both sides also join the battle," the Red Demon Marshal said in a cold voice, staring at the two. But the commanders from these two demon forces showed no fear. One of them, with even a hint of disdain in his eyes. "Lord Red Demon Marshal, please understand. We are loyal to the Ghoul Marshal. Our help in this operation is based on the friendship between our two legions. I must take responsibility for the fleet of our Marshal. If you are not prepared to retreat, I'm sorry, we will withdraw from the battlefield," said the commander from the Ghoul Legion. Although the other party was a demon marshal, in their eyes, the Red Demon Legion was a demon legion that would sooner or later be dismantled, and this Red Demon Marshal was at his wit's end. What was more important now was each of their own fleets. Observant individuals could see that the Dragon Corps on the opposite side was a tough nut to crack. The Red Demon Marshal clenched his fist, showing that if these two men were right in front of him now, he would unhesitatingly shoot them dead. But the current situation forced him to make a decision. "Fine, withdraw for now." Ultimately, the Red Demon Marshal reluctantly consented. This decision relieved everyone. The order was communicated, and all Demon Legion fleets began to retreat slowly. Meanwhile, Zhao Chen, receiving information on the enemy's movements, sat on his sofa, chin propped up with one hand, smiling slightly. "Want to come? Come. Want to leave? Seek my permission first?" Where does he think this is? As the Demonic Legion fleet began to slowly retreat, a light suddenly appeared behind their fleet, bursting into brilliance. Soon after, a huge interstellar warship materialized out of thin air. "Report to the commander and General Charlotte, the Stygian has entered battle position." Zhao Xiao's excited voice reached Zhao Chen and Charlotte's ears. The hunter, who had been waiting for this moment for a long time, finally revealed its fangs. "Let's begin," Zhao Chen said calmly, without the need for any explanation. Before this moment, Zhao Xiao knew what she had to do. She had been waiting for this for over a day. Prior to this, the Stygian had only been parading around the frontline battlefield before retreating to the rear for repairs. Stygian Blade, activate. With Zhao Xiao's command, the main cannon of the T5 Stygian-class interstellar dreadnought began charging. Report, the Owl Dragon Legion Stygian, a T5 interstellar battleship, has suddenly appeared behind our fleet and is activating high-risk weapons. The lieutenant immediately reported to the Red Demon Marshal. The Red Demon Marshal, with a grim face, exclaimed, "Those damn guys! Issue the command to prepare for the enemy's attack. After the enemy's attack ends, resume retreat." At this moment, even the Red Demon Marshal could only pray for reduced losses in his fleet, trying to facilitate the retreat of the Demonic Legion fleet. On another spectator side, 3 high-ranking angels were shaken to their core. The combat abilities displayed by the Owl Dragon Legion's T-5 interstellar warships were astounding. Now, they saw the rumored T-5 interstellar warship directly appearing behind the demonic Legion fleet. From their perspective, they also noticed a large number of interstellar battlecruisers and interstellar cruisers of the Owl Dragon Legion attempting to penetrate the formation of the demonic Legion fleet. Leading these assault fleets was the Owl Dragon Legion's T-5 Thunder Soul-class heavy assault interstellar cruiser. Ultimately, they would confront the opposing T-5 Stygian-class interstellar dreadnought. Before that, the powerful weapon rumored within the T-5 Stygian-class interstellar dreadnought made its appearance. A massive beam of light shot out, destroying everything in its path and moving like a sword, cutting through in a graceful arc. In a short span of time, it directly cleared 99% of the demonic interstellar warships in its path. Unbelievable ... This weapon. How did the Owl Dragon Legion develop it? How did they possess such technology? High-ranking Angel Barclay exclaimed in disbelief. High-ranking Angel Jessie glanced over and, relying on her intuition, immediately calculated, just one shot, destroyed over 10,000 demonic interstellar warships. This includes critically damaging a T-5 Terrorblade-class medium interstellar battlecruiser. Such a devastating weapon. They questioned themselves, did they have anything comparable? Although the critically damaged T-5 Terrorblade-class medium interstellar battlecruiser did not fall immediately, its shields were depleted, and the hull bore a deep wound, as if slashed by a sword, with dozens of compartments exposed. In this state, the T-5 Terrorblade faced a high likelihood of falling. I didn't expect that within just over a day, the Owl Dragon Legion made the demonic Legion fleet abandon its attack and choose to retreat, Angel Tilia remarked, looking at a real-time display of the battlefield's casualties for both sides. It showed the approximate losses suffered by both sides. The Owl Dragon Legion had lost around 11,000 interstellar warships, including over 100 T for interstellar warships. Conversely, the Demonic Legion had incurred significant casualties, with 15,000 demonic interstellar warships lost, including the destruction of 5 T-5 Terrorblades and the heavy damage to 2 others. They also destroyed nearly 40,000 T for demonic interstellar warships. Although in terms of quantity, the Demonic Legion still had a vast number of interstellar warships, the elite forces of the Demonic Legion fleet had suffered over half their losses in the previous battle. Alongside the vigilant Angel Legion fleet, it was no surprise that the Demonic Legion chose to retreat. At present, due to the astonishing performance of the T-5 Stygian-class interstellar dreadnought and the Owl Dragon Legion's counterattack, the battle situation was transitioning from defense to offense. This led to confusion within the Demonic Legion fleet, where everyone followed retreat orders, but the chaos in executing the retreat was evident. "It's our turn to take action," Angel Tilia declared. High-ranking Angels Barclay and Jessie simultaneously turned to face Angel Tilia across the video call. "Since we were asked to come and help in such a significant advantage, if we don't take action, it would reflect poorly on our angelic race. After all, the Owl Dragon Legion is an ally of our angelic race," Angel Tilia continued, giving orders. Rose Angel Legion supports the left flank of the battlefield. Storm Angel Legion supports the right flank. My Power Angel Legion will penetrate the enemy formation, creating more chaos and taking out as many demonic interstellar warships as possible. Yes. The 2 high-ranking Angel commanders immediately began directing their Legion fleets to join the fight. After observing for so long, they could no longer contain themselves. Angel Tilia steered her attacking angelic interstellar warship and subconsciously gazed in the direction of the Owl Dragon military base. Perhaps that man had already foreseen these events, knowing that after assessing the situation, he would choose to act. Or perhaps ... he was also screening his allies this time, whether they truly deserved to be allies. That man's intentions were truly inscrutable. With the Angel Legion fleets joining the battle, the collapse of the Demonic Legion fleet intensified once again. Initially, the Demonic Legion fleet put up some resistance, but as more and more T for demonic interstellar warships were systematically destroyed, the situation spiraled out of control. Additionally, the participating Ghoul Legion and Baram Legion were retreating on their own selfish terms, disregarding the Red Demon Legion. With this turn of events, the balance of this war had completely shifted. Next was a one-sided hunting game, where an angel and a dragon hunted down the fleeing demons. The Red Devil's 4th expedition against the Owl Dragon battle lasted for 10 days. From the stalemate on the first day to the defeat on the second day. From heaven straight into hell. Over the following 8 days, all 3 demon legions were in chaotic retreat, trying every means to escape. This pursuit battle lasted for over a week. There were just too many prey. Even when the Demon Legion fleet was defeated, there were still over 800,000 interstellar warships. In this situation, the Owl Dragon Legion and the Angel Legion relentlessly pursued, biting down and not letting go, ultimately only managing to destroy 600,000 demon interstellar warships. There were still 200,000 demon interstellar warships that managed to escape into the demon passageway. Due to insufficient military supplies and the long supply line, the pursuit was called off. Ultimately, this battle came to an end, bringing the destruction of the Demon Legion fleet of 800,000 starships to a conclusion. At the military base of the Owl Dragon, in this campaign, we lost nearly 15,000 interstellar warships with a casualty rate of 23%. In addition, many interstellar warships suffered varying degrees of damage. The condition of the T5 interstellar warships is relatively good. At most, only the T5 Pluto and T5 Holy Redeemer sustained some attacks on their hull armor after their energy shields were depleted. The damage is not severe, and they can be repaired after returning. In terms of casualties, nearly 5 million individuals were sacrificed. The rear has received all life information and is currently processing it. For this campaign, we have invested a total of 6 trillion star coins in combat supplies. Originally, we prepared 5 trillion star coins, but an additional 1 trillion had to be urgently drawn from Warhammer. Lilith recounted these battlefield reports to Zhao Chen. Before Zhao Chen could speak, a figure directly lay down on the sofa's backrest, shaking his legs and pointing at himself with a smile. All these data were organized by me. Without my help, the Secretary Department alone would need at least 5 times more time. After speaking, the little dragon girl looked expectantly at Zhao Chen. "You did well," praised Zhao Chen. Hearing Zhao Chen's praise, the little dragon girl continued with a smile, "And the allocation of logistical supplies. I had calculated that our military supplies were insufficient, and I informed Sister Lilith in advance to contact Warhammer. The transfer of military supplies on Warhammer's side was also calculated by me. Due to data sharing, I am well aware of how much military supplies there are in the starport, that star planet warehouse. Not hesitate to set up the best plan in the shortest time, and ... Zhao Chen's mouth twitched slightly. This artificial intelligence was great, but she talked too much. He really wanted to shut her mouth. "Report, 3 Angel Legion commanders are requesting a meeting," the Secretary Officer Nancy said from the side. "Thanks to our 3 great angels." Zhao Chen stood up without a second thought. "Arrange for them to go to the conference room. I will meet them there. Dragon Girl, although the war is over now, there are still many things that need your attention. Continue to assist everyone on the bridge." Finished, Zhao Chen swiftly left the bridge. "Of course, Commander." The Dragon Girl straightened up, mimicking the marching salute like the other crew members. After boarding the starship, the 3 high-ranking angels, riding in the floating elevator, were swiftly shuttling through the pathways of the starship. This interstellar warship is really special. It must be a rare interstellar command ship, the high-ranking Angel Jesse analyzed. Interstellar command ship? The Owl Dragon actually developed a specialized interstellar command ship for command. The high-ranking Angel Barclay was somewhat surprised. Among the angels, the custom was still to use mainline interstellar warships as flagships, with the highest commander being the command center. Unfortunately, we can't get a detailed understanding of the performance of this interstellar command ship. The high-ranking angels were somewhat regretful. Other Owl Dragon combat interstellar warships could be analyzed based on data parameters on the battlefield. However, the special performance of this interstellar command ship meant that they had no information parameter data to analyze. Even surpassing the T5 Pluto-class interstellar dreadnought, this interstellar command ship had become the most mysterious among the Owl Dragon Legion starships. Soon, the floating elevator brought them to their destination. There, the Owl Dragon commander was already waiting. "My friends, I didn't expect you to come in person," Zhao Chen greeted warmly, first hugging the angel Tyria. Then, without waiting for Tyria to react, he embraced the nearby high-ranking Angel Jesse with a smile. "Hello, hello." Angel Jesse was stunned for a moment, not even understanding what was happening. The commander was too enthusiastic. Seeing this scene, high-ranking Angel Barclay subconsciously opened his arms. However, Zhao Chen just smiled and shook hands with him. "Let's go inside and talk." Zhao Chen took the lead into the meeting room. The three somewhat puzzled high-ranking angels hesitated for a moment and followed him in. "What business do you have with me, the three of you?" Zhao Chen asked with a smile. Seeing Zhao Chen's smiling face, the three high-ranking angels were somewhat at a loss, feeling a chill on their backs from his smile. Cough. "It's about the agreement we had to support your side." Angel Tyria hadn't finished when Zhao Chen interrupted. "You mean your military supplies consumption, right?" "No problem. How much is it?" "According to our calculations, the consumption of our military supplies up until now in this campaign is 300 billion star coins." 300 billion star coins? That's so cheap, Zhao Chen marveled. Cheap. Angel Tyria didn't understand the meaning at first. But this was truly Zhao Chen's inner thoughts. After this battle, over 60,000 all-dragon interstellar warships were destroyed, burning through 600 billion star coins. On the other hand, the Angel Legion fleet of 400,000 starships only spent 300 billion star coins for this battle. It was indeed too cheap. As per our previous agreement, we will deduct this 300 billion in the subsequent military procurement agreements. Zhao Chen generously accepted this compensation. It wasn't direct payment anyway. Angel Tyria was surprised by Zhao Chen's generosity. The two sides discussed the battle again, and this time, high-ranking Angel Barclay was quite talkative, praising the Owl Dragon interstellar warships throughout his speech. Ding ding ding. System prompt. Quarterly missions have been updated. Zhao Chen's expression paused. "Commander Zhao, what's the matter?" Angel Tyria noticed Zhao Chen's anomaly and asked. "It's nothing. Please continue." Zhao Chen maintained a neutral expression but had already opened the system interface. The quarterly mission that was a month late was now freshly updated. This made Zhao Chen feel very uneasy. Quarterly mission refreshed. Swarm frenzy will commence in 100 hours 100 hours later. The swarm tide. Zhao Chen had a bad feeling about this delayed quarterly mission beforehand. Now that the quarterly mission has appeared, it has proven Zhao Chen's premonition. Zhao Chen clicked on the details of the quarterly mission. Quarterly mission. Swarm tide mission content. Please withstand the swarm fleet rushing out from the permanent level 5 cosmic wormhole after 100 hours. The completion of the mission will be evaluated based on the outcome of the war, and mission rewards will be distributed. Time to start the mission. 99 hours and 59 minutes. The permanent level 5 cosmic wormhole that has been quiet for so long within the borders of the Sacred Radiance Empire has finally begun to stir up trouble. Since the system said the mission would open after 100 hours, there shouldn't be any mistake. Basically, 100 hours later, a huge swarm fleet will emerge from it. There is a high possibility that there will even be a T5 worm nest mothership. As for how dangerous it is exactly, the system did not explain. As for when this swarm tide mission will end, the system also has no explanation. This made Zhao Chen very uneasy with too much unknown information. And currently, the Owl Dragon Legion has just experienced a fierce battle. Not to mention the military supplies that were consumed and the starships that were lost. Just the starships that the Owl Dragon Legion needs to repair will take quite some time. 100 hours is a little over 4 days. Damn it! This mission couldn't have come at a worse time. Depending solely on the current condition of the Owl Dragon Legion's fleet and the local fleet stationed by the Sacred Radiance Empire, it will be difficult to resist this disaster. Being assigned as a late quarterly mission, Zhao Chen doesn't dare to have any sense of luck. Although failing this quarterly mission will not result in any punishment, the Sacred Radiance Empire is very likely to be occupied by the interstellar worm race in this disaster, turning it into a nest for this universe, launching attacks towards other star domains. In this way, this disaster will spread to every corner of this universe in the shortest time possible. Neither the Radiant Empire nor the Owl Dragon will be able to avoid it. Help is needed. And help that is strong enough to resist the interstellar worm race. Zhao Chen couldn't help but look at the Angel Tyria, who was still speaking opposite him. There are ready-made helpers here. 400,000 Angel interstellar warships. After the previous battle, the total number of losses for these 400,000 Angel interstellar fleets is less than 30,000. After all, they joined the battle only after the collapse of the Demon Legion fleet, giving them a huge advantage. Excuse me, everyone. I have an important matter to attend to. Zhao Chen suddenly pretended to be anxious and stood up, walking out of the meeting room, leaving 3 high-ranking angels looking baffled. Why does the commander seem a bit strange today? After more than 10 minutes, the door of the meeting room was pushed open. Zhao Chen walked back in, but unlike before, his expression was serious at this moment, as if he was worried about something. Angel Tilia also noticed Zhao Chen's expression and tentatively asked, "Lord Dragonlord, may I ask, what happened to you?" "This is what I've been waiting for." Zhao Chen took a deep breath and looked solemnly at the 3 high-ranking angels opposite him. "Yes, I just received a real-time monitoring report from the permanent level 5 cosmic wormhole we are monitoring in the Sacred Radiance Empire. We suspect that in about 4 to 5 days, a large number of interstellar worm races will swarm out from there and attack the Sacred Radiance Empire." Zhao Chen sighed and held his forehead with one hand, looking worried. Under normal circumstances, I would have confidence in resisting the interstellar worm races. But now, the situation of my All-Dragon Legion, as you all know, is what it is. With a casualty rate of over 20%, almost depleted military supplies, and a large number of starships needing repair and resupply, I simply cannot mobilize my elite fleet to defend against the impending disaster within such a short time. If the interstellar worm race really inundates the Sacred Radiance Empire, rapidly slaughtering, the consequences, I believe you are well aware. That's what's troubling me." Upon hearing Zhao Chen's words, the 3 high-ranking angels' faces changed dramatically. Interstellar worm race? How could they suddenly attack? High-ranking angel Barclay furrowed his brows tightly, and then asked, "Can we know the scale of the arrival of the interstellar worm race?" Zhao Chen shook his head. "My research institute can only detect the energy fluctuations on the other side and speculate the time of their attack. The specific scale is unclear, but I speculate that there should be T5 worm nest motherships, and not just one." Upon hearing that there were more than 1 T5 worm nest mothership, even Angel Tilia gasped. For the Angel tribe, who possessed T5 level interstellar warships, 1 or 2 T5 worm nest motherships weren't a tricky problem. But once a T5 worm nest mothership appeared, they knew that a very large race of worms would follow. There were also countless worm units. The Angel tribe had also encountered attacks from the interstellar worm race, and they knew how terrifying these beings from another universe were. The problem is, this is a permanent level 5 cosmic wormhole, and no one knows how many interstellar worm races will emerge. At this moment, the 3 high-ranking angels glanced at each other, realizing that the situation had exceeded their expectations. They had come all this way to help the Owl Dragon fight against the Demon Tribe. Who would have thought that the interstellar worm race would intervene halfway through? I know that according to our previous agreement, this assistance is only meant to help us deal with the Demon Tribe. You are not obligated to help us fight the interstellar worm race. I won't force you to do so. The originally scheduled 3-month time frame can now be cancelled, and you can leave at any time. The 3 high-ranking angels looked at Commander Zhao Chen in shock. They had come all the way to help the Owl Dragon primarily to defend against the Demon Legion fleet, ensuring the Owl Dragon's survival and relying on their starship manufacturing industry to supply the front line with the interstellar warships needed. If the interstellar worm race destroyed everything here, all their previous efforts would go to waste. At this moment, a very difficult multiple-choice question was presented in front of the Angel Delia. She was conflicted, wanting to say something, but hesitated. Zhao Chen could see the inner turmoil within the Angel Delia. The seed had already been planted. The next step was to actively water it oneself. To obtain something, naturally, one needed to pay a price. Zhao Chen was well aware of this. There are no free lunches in this world. If the Angel Clan is willing to continue helping us, the Owl Dragon Clan is willing to provide some rewards. Zhao Chen took the initiative to bring up this topic. Upon hearing this, the Angel Delia subconsciously inquired, "What kind of rewards?" From a personal perspective, Angel Delia was willing to help the Owl Dragons. But for such a big matter, dealing with the Demon Clan first, then the Interstellar Insect Clan, if there wasn't sufficient explanation on the side of the 3 Angel Kings, obtaining permission would be difficult. And now, with Zhao Chen's words, it was equivalent to giving the Angel Delia an opportunity. For example, Zhao Chen hesitated for a moment, seeming to be hesitant, but quickly made a decision. "We are willing to grant the Angel Clan the sales permission for our All Dragon Clan's T3 level interstellar battleships." Upon hearing this, if it were in the past among the Angel clan, it would probably have been scoffed at. But now, here, especially with the 3 high-ranking angels who had personally witnessed the combat capabilities of the Owl Dragon Legion, they were very clear about the combat abilities of the Owl Dragon series interstellar battleships, surpassing the same level of Angel series interstellar battleships. However, the cost of construction was still unknown. "We want your T5 interstellar battleships." High-ranking Angel Barclay almost instinctively made his request. Zhao Chen paused, showing a displeased expression. In reality, he already knew the bait had been taken, but the play continued. Zhao Chen stood up directly, clapping his hands on the conference table. "Impossible. We will absolutely not sell our T5 interstellar battleships to outsiders." High-ranking Angel Barclay coldly looked at Zhao Chen. "Lord, the matter now concerns the life and death of the Owl Dragons. Aren't a few T5 interstellar battleships worth it? After all, we are not asking for the technology." Zhao Chen's face turned dark, sitting back in the chair, crossing his hands under his chin, closing his eyes in a contemplative expression. After a few seconds, without opening his eyes, Zhao Chen spoke up. "I can sell you some T4-level interstellar battleships from the Owl Dragon series. We want the technical blueprints." High-ranking Angel Barclay demanded. "The technology will absolutely not be provided," Zhao Chen said firmly. High-ranking Angel Jesse followed up. "Does this include the interstellar missile carriers and interstellar gunships among the T4 interstellar battleships?" "They are not included," Zhao Chen stated bluntly. Lord High-ranking Angel Jesse wanted to say something more. Zhao Chen interrupted, preemptively saying, "The T3 Judgment-class heavy interstellar missile carrier can be made available for sale to you, which is the best offer we can provide. Other than that, we cannot comply." The atmosphere inside the meeting room fell silent for a few seconds. Finally, Angel Delia stood up to diffuse the tension. "All right, we few cannot make a decision on such an important matter. Please allow Lord to give us some time. We need to contact our Angel Kings." "Understood. I hope to receive your response soon. After all, our time is running out." After saying this, Zhao Chen, with a gloomy face, left the meeting room, looking quite upset. The 3 high-ranking angels glanced at each other, but did not say much more. Quietly under the lead of the Owl Dragon officers, they left the interstellar battleship on the shuttle. High-ranking Angel Barclay was the first to speak. "Why didn't we ask for those T4 interstellar missile carriers from them? I know they won't give the T5 interstellar battleships, but we could have negotiated for the T4 interstellar missile carriers and their technical blueprints." Earlier, he had asked for the T5 interstellar battleships, aware that it was an unreasonable request that wouldn't be accepted. But by asking for something high first, and then presenting a more suitable request, they might succeed. The technical blueprints will not be provided. Spaceship technology has always been considered vital by various interstellar factions, and would not be easily handed over to others. As for the T4 interstellar missile carriers, I can see that he is also reluctant to give them to us. Although they are only T4 level, they are one of their main weapons. The fact that he is willing to provide us with T4 interstellar battleships is already a good outcome. We can perform reverse engineering ourselves later, and I believe with the technological expertise of our Angel clan, we can fully understand it in a matter of decades. High-ranking Angel Jesse confidently stated next to him. "Those Owl Dragon interstellar battleships ... To be honest, I'm really envious. I saw the combat power of their interstellar battleships on the battlefield." High-ranking Angel Barclay said with anticipation. At this point, Angel Delia poured cold water on their excitement. "Don't get too excited yet. It remains to be seen whether we can persuade our Angel King. Jesse, once you return, immediately use our long-range communication device to contact the Angel King. Inform them of what happened here and the contents of the meeting just now." "Yes." High-ranking Angel Jesse responded promptly. This long-range communication device belonged to the top communication technology of the Angel clan, capable of completing communications over long distances without intermediate nodes, though it consumed a lot of energy and had a high construction cost. There were only a few in the entire Angel clan. It was only due to this occasion of wanting to rush to this distant universe that the Archangels had specially approved one of these devices for them. Looking through the porthole, Zhao Chen watched as the 3 angels departed in the shuttle. At this moment, Zhao Chen's face did not show any sadness or indignation, instead displaying a look of helplessness. The performance just now was entirely staged to set a trap. Offering some tea for series interstellar battleships as conditions was something Zhao Chen had planned beforehand. But it couldn't be mentioned at the beginning, or those angels would surely think they could offer more conditions. So, Zhao Chen had to perform that act. Moreover, Zhao Chen had even more long-term plans. This opportunity conveniently allowed him to seemingly suffer losses while actually opening up the market for the Owl Dragon series interstellar battleships to the Angel Clan. The swarm tide. Zhao Chen murmured about this quarter's mission, hands clasped behind his back, gazing into the dark expanse of space. For hours waiting for the response from the Angel Clan, Zhao Chen did not idle. He urgently summoned Charlotte and Lila, informing them of the situation. As for how Zhao Chen knew that the permanent level 5 cosmic bug nest would have a bug outbreak, Zhao Chen simply said he discovered it based on abnormal spatial wave data. Charlotte and Lila naturally chose to fully believe this reason. They had no doubts about the words spoken by this man. They immediately began to mobilize troops. If we cannot know how many interstellar bug clans we will be facing, my suggestion is to consider the worst outcome. Move all our military supplies to the Sacred Radiance Empire, and simultaneously deploy the Legion fleets of the Starshine Empire and the Warhammer Interstellar Federation Kingdom as much as possible. Although they may not be effective against the Demon Clan, they may be able to help us against the interstellar bug clans. Lila expressed her thoughts. Charlotte then added, I will arrange for the severely damaged interstellar battleships to return to the Owl Dragon base for repairs immediately, complete the repairs in the shortest time possible, and head to the interstellar bug nest. As for the slightly damaged battleships, they will go directly to the Warhammer or the Sacred Radiance Empire's military starports to use their facilities for repairs. Given the short amount of time, it would be difficult for our Owl Dragon base alone to complete all the repair work. Zhao Chen nodded in agreement with their plan, saying, Proceed as you wish. I will immediately contact Empress Qin and Empress Saint Kana. And as for the Warhammer side, Charlotte, you handle that. At the same time, inform the three empires to enter a state of emergency wartime mobilization. All official and unofficial military supplies and raw materials shall be transported to the Sacred Radiance Empire. After the war, our Owl Dragon Interstellar Group will pay for these requisition military supplies and materials at market price or with Owl Dragon products, such as interstellar battleships, at a discount of 30%. Currently, the highest leader on the Warhammer Interstellar Federation Kingdom side was Charlotte. Contrary to the Starshine Empire, the Warhammer Federation Kingdom was actually the most obedient card in Zhao Chen's hand. Mobilizing the three empires was now an inevitable choice. After just experiencing a fierce battle with the Demon Clan, too many military supplies were consumed. In a short time, relying solely on the Owl Dragon base and the official forces of the three major empires might not be enough. However, among the various lords and private forces, there might still be a lot of stockpiles. Exchanging these stockpiles in their hands at market price, these people would likely be very willing to do so. Most people would probably choose to purchase Owl Dragon products at a 30% discount, as it was quite a good deal. In short, I leave all these matters to you too. If there are any sudden situations, you are authorized to issue orders on my behalf. Zhao Chen said sternly. Understood. The two responded and immediately began the emergency mobilization. On the other side, Angel Tilia quickly replied. Zhao Chen looked at the video window before him. Our Lord of the Holy Seraphim is willing to help you resist this interstellar bug clan attack, and we will fully obey your command. But there is a condition. If our angelic interstellar battleship loss rate exceeds 30%, we will evacuate the battlefield at any time. At the same time, in this battle against the interstellar bug clan, the loss value of our Angelic Legion's interstellar battleships will be replaced with Owl Dragon interstellar battleships from the sales contract. Also, concerning your T for interstellar missile carrier, I hope that we can be granted the right to sell them. Angel Tilia got straight to the point. At first glance, these conditions seemed like a lot. But compared to the previous support, this one was more reliable. They directly put forward their requirements. We will help you fight, but if there are too many casualties, we will withdraw. It's better to lay it out up front. In the previous ambiguous situation, there wasn't any sincerity. So Zhao Chen didn't have high expectations for them at the time. The reason for such a significant change was likely due to the large-scale battle between the Owl Dragon Legion and the Demon Clan fleet, making the Angel Clan value Owl Dragon more. If possible, they didn't want to see such a suitable ally disappear just like that. And especially facing the interstellar bug clan, which posed a great threat to any interstellar power in the universe. However, the only difficulty was the option of the T for interstellar missile carrier. Zhao Chen fell silent for a moment. Desperate times call for desperate measures. The most important thing now was to survive this crisis of the bug swarm. Moreover, within the Owl Dragon structure, the cutting-edge starship technology had already begun to cross into the T5 level. The T for level of the interstellar missile carrier was not very important, and even if the Angel clan acquired the interstellar battleships, it would take them at least 30 to 50 years for disassembly and research, let alone redevelop them. Whether they could produce them was another question. But they couldn't let the Angel clan get such a good thing so easily. I can grant you permission to sell the T for Judgment Angel class heavy interstellar battleship to you, but with conditions. In the future battles against the interstellar bug clan, for every 1,000 T4 level bug nest motherships or 1 T5 level bug nest mothership you eliminate, I can sell you 1 T for Judgment Angel class heavy interstellar missile carrier and 10 accompanying interstellar missiles, Zhao Chen said. Angel Tilia hesitated a moment. In their previous conversation, the Lord of the Holy Seraphim had given her space for personal judgment. She looked at Zhao Chen. Then we will follow what you, my lord, have said. I will send you the relevant agreements. Next, our 3 angel legions will accept your command, but at the same time, we will need you to provide us with military supplies and provisions. Zhao Chen agreed. Though he had opened up the T for Judgment Angel class heavy interstellar missile carrier to the Angel clan and would sell them a few later on, they seemed to have overlooked a crucial point. The interstellar missile carrier was different from other ship types. It was a high-consumption interstellar battleship that used physical ammunition. Half of the combat power of the interstellar missile carrier came from the various types of interstellar missiles equipped on it. It seemed the Angel clan hadn't realized this yet. They believed that, after buying it back, they could develop interstellar missiles themselves. Hey, it wasn't that easy. When they ran out of interstellar missiles, they would have to ask Owl Dragon for more. Taking advantage of Zhao Chen now, he would undoubtedly make it back tenfold later. Regarding the collaboration between the Owl Dragon Legion and the distant Angel Legion fleet, news spread quickly among the high-level officials of the 3 major empires that they had defeated the Demon Clan expedition with 1 million starships and annihilated 800,000 enemy ships. However, before they could enjoy the victory, the top-level war emergency mobilization order was issued by the high-level officials of the 3 major empires. This left various families, lords, and forces somewhat bewildered. Among the information they received, only a few key terms were discernible. Permanent Level 5 Cosmic Insect Nest, Insectide, Full Mobilization, and the massive emergency mobilization of the Owl Dragon Galaxy Interstellar Group. From these circumstances, it seemed that the situation was already a foregone conclusion. This sudden turn of events plunged them from the previous joy of victory back into despair. The Demon Clan had been pushed back, only for the interstellar insect race to emerge again. In response to the demands in the War Emergency Mobilization Order, the vast majority of people, upon understanding the details, made arrangements to unconditionally rush to aid the Owl Dragon. Most families, lords, and other powers understood clearly that compared to the Demon Clan, if they were to fall, they might be imprisoned or even become minions of the Demon Clan. But the interstellar insect race was different. In the eyes of those alien creatures, they were just food. Any star system invaded by the interstellar insect race would descend into a hellish state. They had no choice. Furthermore, the Owl Dragon Galaxy Interstellar Group had offered a condition that after the war against the interstellar insect race, all requisition military supplies and materials would be compensated, and they could even purchase all Dragon Series products at a discount. In this situation, they naturally made decisions quickly. However, there were some smaller factions that only superficially provided a small portion of resources, thinking that they could keep some for themselves and escape if they were defeated. Little did they know, these factions with ulterior motives were all recorded on a list by the Owl Dragon Galaxy Interstellar Group's intelligence organization. Soon, these factions would be eliminated by various means by the empires. We have given you a clear path to choose, and you do not choose. Then I can only bid you farewell. Toasting when offered a toast, drinking punishment when penalized. This was Zhao Chen's idea. Additionally, the military fleets of various forces were also mobilized. The Iron Hammer Interstellar Federal Kingdom's army of 200,000 beasts to 100,000 Dragon Legion and 100,000 Dragon Tiger Legion were dispatched. Even the weakest Federation King Kingdom's army of 200,000 starships, responsible for domestic defense, had 100,000 ships sent urgently to aid the Holy Radiant Empire. The Starry Empire did not hesitate either, sending nearly 600,000 starships, including elite fleets like the Chu Family Legion Fleet and the former Royal Princess Fleet. Apart from essential forces to guard the level for permanent cosmic insect nest, almost the entire army was deployed. Meanwhile, on the main battlefield, the Holy Radiant Empire, upon the notification from Zhao Chen, urgently ordered all 500,000 starships from 5-star fleets to rush to the battlefield. The Empress personally led a fleet of 300,000 Sacred Light Empress ships to the battlefield. In total, it was estimated that 2 million starships were directly engaged in this emergency mobilization, all heading towards a specific coordinate, the permanent level 5 cosmic insect nest. And all of this was because of one man's command. At no previous time could anyone have imagined that just one man's command could mobilize the military forces of the 3 major empires. Owl Dragon Galaxy Industrial Base except for the Starship production line, currently in operation. All other production lines have switched to producing interstellar missiles and other military supplies. Once the construction of the starships in progress is completed, they will be immediately converted to producing interstellar missiles. The produced interstellar missiles and military supplies will be expedited and directly sent to the Holy Radiant Empire. Nana, the chief engineer, swiftly adjusted all production tasks in line with the directive conveyed by Lily's secretary. Dealing with the interstellar insect race was a completely different concept than dealing with the Demon Clan. Almost every textbook on fighting the interstellar insect race stated one prominent fact: when facing the interstellar insect race, the front line was often not the first to collapse, but rather the ammunition and energy supplies were the first to run out. The most crucial aspect of defeating the interstellar insect race was to ensure a steady supply of ammunition and energy for the starships, because battling these creatures consumed a vast amount of ammunition and energy. To address this issue, Lily's secretary even established a dedicated transportation line, with a fleet of interstellar transport ships specifically tasked with loading interstellar missiles and other military supplies from the Owl Dragon Galaxy and delivering them directly to the front lines of the Holy Radiant Empire. All stargates en route were to be passed at the fastest speed possible. It could be said that currently, all stargates within the 3 major empires were under control, allowing the Owl Dragon Galaxy's starships the highest priority, followed by the fleet hurrying to the battlefield. This emergency mobilization had created a tense atmosphere within the 3 major empires. Divine Radiant Empire, Cosmic Insect Nest No. 1 Frontline Command Base. A massive starship hovered here, the current flagship of the Owl Dragon Legion, the T5 Dragon Emperor Interstellar Command Ship. Currently, all 3 major empires are in emergency mobilization. Within at most 10 days, all combat starships will be in position. Once the combat starships are in place, all Stargate channels will grant priority passage rights to the interstellar transport ships responsible for supplying frontline battle materials. Furthermore, all military starports and industrial bases are on standby, ready to receive damaged starships in combat. Lily's secretary reported all these matters to Zhao Chen one by one. After listening to Lily's secretary's report, Zhao Chen nodded and then gave her some instructions. Zhao Chen proceeded to the main command hall. Here, there was a state-of-the-art interstellar battlefield data sandbox known to be the most advanced in the universe. Commander, Your Excellency, Commander, Brother, Charlotte, Saint Kana, and the Dragon Maiden were all present. How is it going? Zhao Chen looked at the interstellar war sandbox in front of him, with a large red area visible, military bases, defense positions, and fully prepared starships scattered throughout. We currently face a significant issue. Apart from the region of this cosmic insect nest, there are also 3 star systems on this side. Due to various past circumstances, the interstellar insect race still occupies part of the star systems in these 3 regions. We are concerned that when the insect tide begins, the interstellar insects from these star systems will cause us considerable trouble. Charlotte pointed to the red areas in the 3 star systems. Saint Kana looked solemn. The interstellar insects in these 3 star systems had always been a concern for Saint Kana. Zhao Chen also recalled these issues, but previous events had been too numerous, and there had been no time to address them. Now, everything had come to a head. Looking at the countdown timer in Zhao Chen's current mission box, it read, 73 hours and 35 minutes until the insect swarm frenzy begins. The swarm madness is about to begin. 73 hours and 35 minutes left in order for us to face the upcoming threat of the cosmic hive swarm in the best possible condition. It is necessary for us to first eliminate these hidden dangers. However, this military operation must be swift and efficient with minimal losses to our own fleet. And a set time must be established before which all interstellar battleships that have engaged in combat must undergo maintenance and resupply to prepare for the upcoming major battle. Zhao Chen looked at Charlotte. Charlotte nodded, saying, "Our main goal is to face the imminent swarm. As for the hidden dangers in these 3-star domains, although they may impact us in future wars, we must prioritize and address them." In reality, Zhao Chen and Charlotte were speaking for Saint Kana to hear. The interstellar insect tribes within these 3-star domains have always been a challenge in Saint Kana's mind. Fortunately, with Zhao Chen's help in stabilizing the Empire situation and providing some support, he managed to prevent the complete collapse of these 3-star domains. However, there are still a significant number of interstellar insect tribes that have not been completely eradicated. Zhao Chen had to speak frankly with Saint Kana, or else she might try to seize this opportunity and choose to solve the troubles in these 3-star domains, despite more critical matters. My lord's intention is clear to me. Clear as many as we can. Saint Kana adjusted her emotions. Charlotte pointed to a large red circle in the middle. Furthermore, in the star domain where the cosmic insect hive is located, I have examined the terrain. In order to benefit our future battles, we need to compress the area occupied by the interstellar insect tribes. With that, Charlotte made a gesture. On this interstellar war sandbox, multiple attack lines appeared, simulating battle scenes. The arrows of these attack lines compress the area occupied by the interstellar insect tribe significantly, ending up in a region only a third of its original size. Multi-line combat? Won't this increase the difficulty of our command and logistical support? Saint Kana asked worriedly. Haha, leave that to me, the Dragon Maiden. This is the best battle plan for the potential swarm ahead, confidently declared the artificial intelligence, Zilongv. Charlotte added, in my plan, we don't necessarily need to completely wipe out the interstellar insect tribes in these areas. Just clear them out and drive them to a certain area. The next task will be handed over to some weaker interstellar fleets to finish them off slowly. With that, Charlotte projected another simulation of a battle plan. This simulation was more detailed, showing how to divide and surround some of the interstellar insect tribes while compressing their occupied area. For this military operation, we will be mobilizing over 2 million interstellar battleships. However, not all these 2 million ships need to be pushed to the front lines. Apart from these, we also have nearly 400,000 Angel interstellar battleships and our Shadow Dragon Legion. I believe selecting elite fleets from them to handle the frontline battles and assigning the rest to support and await further orders is more efficient, shared Charlotte. Saint Kana reflected and understood this new concept of warfare, properly positioning the appropriate interstellar battleships rather than mass deploying them all at the front lines. Facing the interstellar insect tribes does not guarantee an advantage by having more fleets. Perhaps this contradicts somewhat with Zhao Chen's previous full-team emergency war mobilization, but it was a necessary move considering the Shadow Dragon Legion's limited forces and the formidable enemies like the interstellar insect tribes with their swarm tactics. Then, everything will be according to General Charlotte's arrangements. My Saint Light Empress fleet will follow your orders, declared Empress Saint Kana to Charlotte. Charlotte then looked at Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen nodded slightly, signaling her to proceed. Now, let's proceed with our battle plan. The main battleground can be divided into 2 sides, one side being the remaining interstellar insect tribes in the 3-star domains. According to the intelligence provided by Empress Saint Kana and our confirmation, there are nearly 300,000 chrysalis motherships inside these 3-star domains. 1/3 of the planets have already been occupied and controlled by the terrestrial interstellar insects, with an unconfirmed number in this area which we currently don't have time to deal with. The operational task for this battleground is to reduce the number of these 300,000 chrysalis motherships to below 50,000 in 60 hours. Following this, a portion of our interstellar fleet will continue to handle the operations there, while the rest will undergo maintenance and resupply immediately to prepare for the next tasks. The other battlefield is compressing the area occupied by the interstellar insect tribes in the star domain where the cosmic insect hive is located. Within the area we plan to compress, we are expected to face 100,000 chrysalis motherships, without ruling out the possibility of additional support from the interstellar insect tribes later on. This battle will also have a time frame of 60 hours. The goal is to reduce the number of these 200,000 chrysalis motherships to below 50,000, block them in certain areas, and assign other interstellar fleets to continue control. After outlining this string of battle plans, Charlotte rubbed her chin, then directly asked Zilong, "If we proceed with General Charlotte's battle plan, how significant will our losses be? What will be the consumption on the battlefield, and what is the feasibility?" Upon hearing the question, Zilong paused for a moment, seemingly calculating. Soon, she provided her response. "Commander, based on General Charlotte's battle plan and the current battlefield data I have here, the calculations show that after these two battlegrounds finish, we are expected to suffer losses of around 100,000 to 300,000 interstellar battleships. This is mainly for the T2 level interstellar battleships, as they lack experience in battling interstellar insect tribes, and such large-scale fights will inevitably result in casualties. The estimated battlefield consumption is around 3 trillion star coins. According to the statistics previously compiled by Secretary Lilly, our current mobilized war materiel is valued at 300 trillion star coins. There are still the second and third batches to come, totaling nearly 500 trillion star coins. Furthermore, if needed, resources from various regions can continuously transport raw materials directly to the frontline battlefields. Summing it up, the feasibility of this battle plan is at 87.66%. An almost 90% probability was quite good. However, the potential loss of 100,000 to 300,000 interstellar battleships is not insignificant. But, when facing a vast number of interstellar insect tribes, sacrifices are sometimes necessary. "Then let's proceed according to General Charlotte's plan," Zhao Chen said, hands behind his back, eyes fixed on the interstellar war sandbox before him. Galactic calendar year 3035, May 3rd, is nearly 70 hours away from the start of the insect horde craze. Under Charlotte's arrangements, the combat missions on to battlefields began immediately. With over 2 million interstellar warships, the quantity seemed massive, but their arrangements and deployments were orderly. Regardless of the situation, as long as it was reported, feedback and solutions could be obtained in the shortest time possible. This situation caught the interstellar fleet captains from the three great empires somewhat off guard. These captains and fleet commanders had experienced great battles before, understanding clearly that even in this interstellar age, the larger the fleet, the more challenging the command. Many orders often could not be transmitted to subordinate combat units in real time. Never before had they experienced such a smooth and exhilarating feeling. Even they themselves didn't need to think much. They only needed to execute each issued order. And all these orders came from the T5 Dragon Emperor interstellar command ship. Relying on this powerful interstellar command ship, the massive scale of over 2 million interstellar warships was managed and arranged orderly. Zhao Chen sat on the sofa, contentedly watching the small dragon girl hovering above the interstellar war simulation table in a semi-transparent state. Compared to before, the small dragon girl at this moment was more serious, requiring more computing power to function. However, the scale of over 2 million interstellar warships was far from reaching her limit. With the top-tier artificial intelligence like the small dragon girl, we are really much at ease, Lily, the secretary, said feelingly by Zhao Chen's side. Indeed. As the saying goes, let professionals handle professional matters, which is true for different types of interstellar warships as well. With this interstellar command ship, our command system's efficiency without a doubt increases the cost. It seems to have no significant impact, but it will gradually show in our combat capabilities. Zhao Chen nodded in satisfaction, crossing his arms. Most importantly, this top-tier artificial intelligence didn't burn money like Anne, who needed some employee benefits to function. How are things on the frontline battlefield? Zhao Chen's eyes turned to the interstellar war simulation table. Lily said, everything is progressing smoothly at the moment. After several discussions, some modifications were made to General Charlotte's plan. For example, we can take this opportunity to divide the regular fleet, elite fleet, and the experienced fleets that have battled the interstellar insect race, mixing them up to disrupt coordination. By reducing fleet combat losses as much as possible, we aim to ensure that all interstellar warships have combat experience against the interstellar insect race. According to historical records of battles against the interstellar insect race, the biggest hurdle in fighting them is that many interstellar fleets face them as foreign life forms in their first battle. Without any combat experience and fear of them, a series of problems are triggered, ultimately leading to defeat. With this opportunity, we can train and prepare the fleets for combat ahead of time. In this way, when facing the onslaught of the insect tide in the future, we can avoid panic among those interstellar fleets. Zhao Chen nodded, agreeing that this rationale made sense. Some seemingly minor issues often surface on the battlefield and can change the entire course of a battle. I have to say, the Sacred Radiance Empire is really wealthy. For this upcoming battle against the interstellar insect race, 50 trillion star coins of military supplies have been prepared, of which 2/3 were provided by the Sacred Radiance Empire, and major families, Lily sighed appreciatively. A lean camel is bigger than a horse, let alone the former strongest Sacred Radiance Empire among the 3 great empires. And now, the interstellar insect race is their biggest threat. When we voluntarily assist, and there is a chance to clean up the remnants of these interstellar insect races, they are naturally willing to contribute money and effort. If some are not far-sighted, they may end up being cleared by Saint Kana later, Zhao Chen remarked casually. Mentioning Saint Kana, he curiously continued, by the way, did Saint Kana previously volunteer to go to the war zone in the 3-star domains to clean up the remnants of the interstellar insect race? Lily nodded. Yes, the situation in these 3-star domains is a sore spot for Saint Kana. Now that she finally has the chance, she naturally hopes to personally remove this thorn. Zhao Chen said nothing more, continuing to focus on the battle situation on the interstellar war simulation table. And in his sight, the ticking countdown timer was ever present. Crestus Star Domain, a certain star system, a fierce battle was raging here. On one side was the Sacred Radiance Empire's strongest current interstellar fleet, the Empress Saint Light Fleet. On the other side were the insect fleets that had been lurking here for months. Under the Empress Saint Light Fleet's bombardment, the insect fleets were being slaughtered in droves. Formerly, it might have been challenging for the Sacred Radiance Empire's fleets to achieve such crushing warfare. However, after equipping some All-Dragon series interstellar warships, their combat strength had been significantly enhanced. This was especially true with the T3 Judicator-class heavy interstellar missile ship, 1. In dealing with the insect fleets, they were even more adept. Aside from that, beforehand, the Owl Dragon Galaxy Interstellar Group provided them with some T for series Owl Dragon ship types. These included the T for Skull King-class heavy interstellar armored destroyer, the T for Holy Knight-class heavy interstellar missile escort ship, the T for Vermilion Bird-class medium-sized interstellar cruiser, and the T for Tyrant-class heavy interstellar missile battle cruiser. Although these were not the strongest T for ship types of all Dragon, they were more than capable of handling the current insect fleets. After all, even the most potent insect nest mothership here was only of T for grade, and their numbers were limited. In star systems with more T for insect nest motherships, it would be the Owl Dragon Legion's responsibility to eliminate them. In those battlefields, the crushing trend was even more pronounced, thanks to the appearance of all Dragon T5 interstellar warships. Report, we have cleared 30% of the area in this star system, and so far, we have eliminated 14 T for insect nest motherships. There are over 15,000 remaining insect nest motherships of other classes. The Vice Admiral reported the situation to Empress Saint Kana, who was gazing at a nearby planet. Outside the planet's atmosphere, there were numerous floating war remnants. Looking down at the planet's surface, one would see expanses of black soil, already occupied by ground-based insect lifeforms. That is, the main star of this star system, the 7th planet of Crestus, right? I've been here before. It's a beautiful planet. Empress Saint Kana seemed to be reminiscing. The Vice Admiral remained silent, noticing the Empress's clenched fist. The ground-based insect life on this planet was weak, posing little threat to interstellar warships, but clearing the ground-based insect life on a planet completely would require a significant amount of time. This was also the reason why General Charlotte's orders only included clearing the insect fleets, excluding these planets. When we return, I will make sure these planets return to their former prosperity. We will thoroughly cleanse those dirty bugs from every inch of our sacred Radiance Empire's land. Empress St. Canna's gaze was resolute. She would not allow a repeat of the incidents that occurred in these 3-star domains. The old man in military uniform, sitting on the captain's chair at the base of the 3rd battle site of the cosmic wormhole, asked his subordinates, "Have all defense positions been checked?" "They have all been checked, and there are no issues," his subordinate answered. "That Zhao boy never contacts me unless there's trouble. When he does, it's always something big." The old man adjusted the captain's chair so he could lean back on it. Just then, a video window opened in front of the old man. Seeing the beautiful girl on the other side, the old man immediately sat upright, his face filled with a loving expression. "Granddaughter, what do you need from Grandpa?" Chuzhuan looked at her grandfather, who had a carefree and smiling appearance. If she threw this wealthy gentleman out now, no one would believe he was Marshal Chu Changhe, who once dominated the Starlight Empire. Since the end of the civil war in the Starlight Empire and the ascension of Empress Qin Shaolei, Marshal Chu Changhe had not appeared in public. His Chu family fleet, except for the task of guarding the cosmic wormhole in the Zuyan starfield, remained quietly in their own Chu starfield. His presence diminished significantly. Even the family affairs of the Chu family were entrusted to trusted relatives within the family. He enjoyed his retirement days. Until recently, this old man put on his military uniform again, leading the Chu family fleet to the Holy Radiant Empire. "The commander wants to speak with you," Chuzhuan said. The old man frowned and muttered, "That brat doesn't know how to contact me directly when there's an issue. Instead, he sends a message through a girl. Such a slick character. Granddaughter, don't you have something to chat with Grandpa about?" "We haven't had a good chat in a long time." The old man smiled amiably at his granddaughter. "I am quite busy now. You don't know, because of the situation at the cosmic wormhole, my Dragon 5th Legion just finished compressing the interstellar insect control zone and is now resting the fleet. We urgently need to head to the area we are going to guard next, and I don't have time to spare." "Okay, Grandpa, I won't talk to you then." Chuzhuan seemed agitated. Just as she was about to end the call, she glared at her grandfather again. "Grandpa, a reminder for you. Don't anger the commander over that matter. The commander also considers the bigger picture." After speaking, Chuzhuan ended the call directly. The smile disappeared from Chu Chang's face, and he mimicked his granddaughter pouting. Commander, don't make your commander angry. Could it be that with your commander around, you forgot about your grandpa? How heartless." Chu Changhe crossed his arms, looking displeased. His deputy kept a straight face, holding back a smile. Not long after, a massive interstellar battleship appeared out of nowhere in the distant space, bearing a shining golden owl dragon emblem on its hull. The captains of the Chu family fleet looked on with envy and awe. That should be the rumored T5 interstellar battleship of the Owl Dragon Legion. Shortly after, a shuttle flew to Chu Chang's flagship. Following an application, a code box was delivered to the bridge and presented to Chu Changhe. "Marshal, this was sent by our Owl Dragon Lord," a female officer in Owl Dragon attire handing it over said. "What is this?" Chu Changhe looked at the code box suspiciously. The officer entered the password along with her fingerprint and iris scan, and the box opened. Inside the box was just a bracelet. "This is a quantum transmission device. Please wear it, Marshal." The officer handed him the bracelet. "A quantum transmission device?" Chu Changhe paused, then put on the bracelet. "Identity verification in progress. Identity confirmed. Transmission coordinates locked. Establishing transmission channel countdown. 3, 2, 1. Just then, a mechanical female voice sounded from the bracelet. "Don't be nervous. This is a quantum transmission. Our commander invites you to visit the Dragon Emperor on board the Dragon Emperor." The female officer explained, and with that, Chu Chang's figure disappeared in front of them, leaving a surprised group on the bridge. This is a technology for directly transmitting humans." The deputy stammered in disbelief. The Owl Dragon officer, proud of the sight, revealed a satisfied expression. Chu Changhe suddenly felt everything go black before losing his balance and finding himself in a strange environment. He stumbled to the side, but was caught in time by someone. "Careful, it's normal to feel a bit out of sorts the first time you experience this quantum transmission. Some people even feel nauseous and dizzy." Zhao Chen, supporting Chu Changhe, explained. Despite feeling turmoil in his stomach, Chu Changhe, being an old soldier, quickly regained control. He looked at Zhao Chen, who was grinning and couldn't shake off the feeling of seeing a big bad wolf taking his granddaughter away. He had indeed hoped they would be together, but now that his granddaughter seemed to have left with somebody else, he felt empty in his heart. Now, seeing Zhao Chen, everything annoyed him. Chu Changhe shook off Zhao Chen's hand and glanced around. This was the bridge, but they were enclosed in a glass compartment, a secret space where inside could see outside, but not the other way around, and no sound could be heard. Through the glass, he could see the bridge bustling with activity, every department functioning like a well-oiled machine. So, this is your T5 ... The T5 Dragon Emperor class interstellar command ship is temporarily serving as my flagship, Zhao Chen introduced. You, kid, have already upgraded to a T5 interstellar battleship without even warming up the T4. Chu Changhe quipped with a hidden meaning. Zhao Chen caught the implication behind Chu Chang's words and smiled helplessly. I'd like to offer you a few T5 interstellar battleships as a token of appreciation. But currently, the T5 interstellar battleships at my disposal are insufficient. When I have more, I'll definitely get one for you. To ships. Chu Changhe raised two fingers. Zhao Chen nodded in resignation. He felt a bit painful, but during his rise to power, the Chu family had indeed provided him with a lot of help. Even though their cooperation had mainly been driven by mutual interests at the time, actions speak louder than intentions. Along the way, Chu Changhe had genuinely assisted him a lot. There were even rumors circulating that he was Chu Chang's illegitimate grandson. You have never been so straightforward before. So, what's the matter with you looking for this half-baked old man this time? Comfortably seated, Chu Changhe asked. Zhao Chen turned to Chu Changhe. Marshal, I want to ask you, what's the deal with the secret military exercise of the Chu family fleet against the mechanical tribe? The smile on Chu Chang's face disappeared. Zhao Chen sighed, feeling that there were things that needed to be said, and facing them was necessary. I think you should know that during this period, I have been in contact with the mechanical clan and have engaged in some collaboration. Zhao Chen poured a cup of tea for Marshal Chu Zhang. Chu Zhang remained silent. Zhao Chen's interstellar industrial ships were able to build stargates in the mechanical clan's territory, and this had been ongoing for over half a month. The commotion was significant, and Chu Zhang couldn't possibly be unaware of it. These are all facts. Specifically, I have met with a person from the mechanical clan who claims to be their supreme leader. She wanted to recruit me. Zhao Chen spoke frankly. Did you agree? There was no expression on Chu Zhang's face. I neither agreed nor disagreed, Zhao Chen replied. Why? Because under the current circumstances, we cannot make a choice. The mechanical clan is much more powerful than we imagine. Marshal, you have been battling the mechanical clan for many years. Presumably, you should know a lot about them, Zhao Chen replied. Chu Zhang snorted. The majority of my data concerns the mechanical clan fleet. Then tell me, before the Great Troop withdrawal, what level of advanced interstellar battleship did the mechanical clan send over to the original Milky Way Alliance side? Naturally, it was the T for interstellar battleship, Zhao Chen said solemnly. However, some time ago, I went to the side of the Angel clan. Over in the universe on the other end of the mechanical clan's territory, the interstellar civilization, there had also endured invasions from the mechanical clan, but the strongest interstellar battleship that appeared there was not of the T4 level. It was a T5 level interstellar battleship. Upon hearing this, Chu Zhang furrowed his brow. Are you suggesting that in the 1,000 years of battles with us, the mechanical clan never truly exerted their full strength? Zhao Chen nodded, then continued, I don't know the exact reason behind this. My intuition tells me that the mechanical clan is very strong, at least not something the current Draco Legion can contend with. The previous Million Evil Demon interstellar battleship inflicted great casualties on our Draco Legion. The power of the mechanical clan even enabled them to balance two regions and major interstellar forces at its peak. Who knows now how strong the mechanical clan is, how many T5 interstellar battleships they have, or even whether the T5 interstellar battleship is their most powerful one. Chu Zhang's face darkened, his eyes showing a complex gaze. Zhao Chen fixedly stared at Chu Zhang. Marshal, I understand that due to your parents' sacrifices in the early battles with the mechanical clan, you bear deep grudges against them. I don't oppose it, nor will I stop you from seeking revenge. But I cannot let you go to your death. Not to mention your current 3,000 Chu Army Legion fleet, along with the 200,000 border Empire warships in your control. With just these, let alone the mechanical clan, even the entire Holy Radiant Empire army might not be able to win. How will we confront the mechanical clan? Are we going to let Chu Zhuan watch her grandpa die before her eyes for you to be satisfied? After listening to Zhao Chen's words, Chu Zhang fell silent for a long time. Chu Zhang sighed. So, why are you beating around the bush? Just get to the point. I won't stop you from seeking revenge. In fact, I am also wary of the mechanical clan, as they are likely to become our enemies in the future. But we must be clear about our own strength. Until we are fully confident in defeating the enemy, we should not engage in war with them. If one day in the future my Draco Legion has enough strength, I might even accompany you on an expedition against the mechanical clan. You can have your revenge, and I'll do my part. So, for now, I hope you won't do anything foolish, Zhao Chen said sternly. The intelligence department within Zhao Chen's Draco Galactic Interstellar Group had long been monitoring Marshal Chu Zhang's activities during this period. He seemed retired, but had actually been preparing for a revenge expedition. He was waiting for the situation to stabilize within the Draco Legion, after which Marshal Chu Zhang would embark on that mission. Unfortunately, during this time, various incidents kept arising within their turf, the Demon Clan, the Interstellar Insect Clan, and so on. This caused Chu Zhang to continuously postpone his expedition plan. Zhao Chen also understood very well the thorn in Marshal Chu Zhang's heart. Instead of keeping it hidden and risking it hurting the elderly gentleman one day, it was better to have an open conversation now. You, suddenly talking to me so straightforwardly, I am not used to it. Remember back when you cooperated with our Chu family, we both had our own ulterior motives. Marshal Chu Zhang smiled as he looked at Zhao Chen, seemingly with a satisfied expression, as if looking at his grown-up grandson. Zhao Chen smiled and said, perhaps we had our own purposes back then. But now, we are on the same boat. I can assure you, as long as the Chu family doesn't give up, as long as the Draco Legion exists, the prosperity of the Chu family will continue. Marshal Chu Zhang did not dwell much on this issue. The reason he had been willing to help Zhao Chen before was also because he had observed this young man during that time. In the end, he chose to trust this young man. He even sent his granddaughter to the Draco Legion. All of this indicated that Marshal Chu Zhang had long made a choice. Although I am old, I am not stubborn. I can promise you that for now, I won't engage in those actions. As for your dealings with the mechanical clan or whatever, I can't be bothered, nor can I control them. With Marshal Chu Zhang's promise, Zhao Chen finally relaxed a bit. Speaking of which, you're preventing me from doing anything. I'm getting bored, you know? Suddenly changing the subject, Marshal Chu Zhang spread his hands, then smiled at Zhao Chen. Why don't you hurry up and give me a great-grandson, so I can dote on him? Zhao Chen's forehead creased with a few black lines. How did this old man drag him into this discussion about his own personal life? Ahem, ahem. This matter can't be rushed, and I and Chu Zhuan. Things have not even started yet, Zhao Chen said somewhat nervously. Moreover, he already had two on his hands. Chu Zhang squinted at this moment. This old man, is emotionally unstable. Without a little guy by my side, my mood might turn sour. Who knows, one day, I might use our fleet to do something unexpected. This old man was actually indirectly threatening Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen immediately said, let's discuss this matter later. By the way, it's been a long time since you've seen your granddaughter, right? Well, that's good. I'll take you to see her. Let Chu Zhuan show you around the Dragon Emperor starship. After speaking, Zhao Chen immediately gave orders to Lice. They shifted space and teleported to where Chu Zhuan's fleet was stationed, and then brought Chu Zhuan over. Chu Zhuan, who was still busy with her tasks, was a bit at a loss seeing her grandfather and Zhao Chen suddenly appear in front of her. Why did you suddenly call me here when I'm still busy over there? Before Chu Zhuan could finish, Zhao Chen pulled her in front of Marshal Chu Zhang. I've arranged for someone else to take care of your tasks over there. Just tell me, how long has it been since you've accompanied Grandpa? Use this opportunity to spend time with Grandpa and give him a tour of the Dragon Emperor flagship. That's decided. Zhao Chen couldn't stay too long in front of this old man now, so he had to pass this troublesome matter to Chu Zhuan. 3 hours and 17 minutes until the start of the Insect Swarm Frenzy. Interstellar warships with Dragon and Tiger Legion fleet emblems inscribed on their hulls slowly sailed into their battle positions. Is everyone in position? Chief Ted stood on the bridge, surveying the interstellar defense perimeter where his 100,000 Dragon and Tiger Legion ships were stationed. All fleets of the Dragon and Tiger Legion have arrived at their battle positions, the deputy reported. How is the fleet doing? All interstellar warships have completed their final threat assessments, inspections, and supplies. Even the ships that were damaged in previous operations have been replenished by General Charlotte. The crew are all reserve officers of our Dragon and Tiger Legion, with experienced officers leading the new recruits, ensuring our combat readiness. Regarding the combat data on the interstellar insect race, have all fleet commanders and starship captains reviewed it? The deputy hesitated to answer this question. Chief Ted furrowed his brow. Those are the battle experiences against the interstellar insect race that the Owl Dragon Legion has accumulated over the years. Learning from them greatly enhances our combat experience against the interstellar insect race. Have they not tasted the bitterness of underestimating the interstellar insect race in the recent battles? One flagship even narrowly escaped being corroded by the acidic fluids of a nest ship. Sir, you know the personalities of our leaders. They are all eager for battle, but not so keen on learning or reading these documents. Nevertheless, rest assured, thanks to the recent round of practical experience and the insights shared directly from the Owl Dragon Legion, there will be no issues in the upcoming battles. The deputy assured. Chief Ted shook his head helplessly, fully aware of the capabilities of his subordinates and officers who were still considered outstanding in the hammer of war. Except for the Dragon People's tribe who could rival them, the other tribal fleets, to put it bluntly, could be described as brutes. How did his daughter put it? Well-built bodies, simple minds. I don't care how much they learn. But discipline on the battlefield must be strictly enforced. In combat, all must obey the commands issued by the highest command of the Owl Dragon Legion. If uncertain, follow the instructions of your adjutant. I have hired so many Fox humanoid secretaries, they are not just for show. Whoever messes up in this operation will have me to answer to, Chief Ted declared. Eyeing a passing Owl Dragon Legion with a 10 mark not far away, maintaining a battle formation as they sailed, he exclaimed, "Tell them to get into battle formation." Damn it, these are starship commanders. Why such a disparity? Ted took off his military cap, grumbling under his breath. Already contemplating how Charlotte would have to arrange for a similar naval academy as the one he saw in the Owl Dragon Star system to properly train these rookies. The disparity was truly startling. 2 hours and 30 minutes until the start of the Insect Swarm Frenzy Holy Light Empress Fleet. Flagship report to the Empress. The entire Empire is now under the highest level of war control status. Any violation of war control regulations will be severely punished. Empress Sana nodded, but her gaze remained on the interstellar war sandbox before her, displaying all the star domains formerly occupied by the interstellar insect race. How are the cleanup operations progressing in each star domain of the interstellar insect race? Empress Sana asked her secretary, pointing to the interstellar war sandbox in front of them. So far, everything is going smoothly. Including those 3 star domains, the area occupied by the interstellar insect race has decreased by 60%. The remaining 30% belongs to the cosmic wormhole regions, while the other 10% are various scattered interstellar insect populations. According to our alliance's plan, these latter groups have been controlled within specific areas and pose minimal threat. Once we handle the crisis in the cosmic wormholes, we will clean up these scattered interstellar insect populations and those interstellar insect races settled on planets. Empress Sana stared at the stars that changed from red high-risk zones to yellow moderate-risk zones, feeling a sense of relief. As for the current operation, Empress Sana inquired. This operation mobilized over 2 million interstellar warships. Originally, mobilizing so many warships was unnecessary, but the Owl Dragon's advice was to use this opportunity to ensure all fleet commanders have practical experience against the interstellar insect race. Therefore, such a substantial number of warships were deployed to secure that each ship had engaged with 1 or more nest ships and had at least 5 hours of combat experience. This practical exercise proved to be very effective. Our Holy Glorious Empire's fleet did well, while the Hammer and Starshine's fleets, given their lack of combat experience against the interstellar insect race, showed deficiencies among regular fleets, barring a few elite fleets' performance. Without the support of elite fleets with experience, casualties would have likely been much higher in real battles. The Secretary concluded. Empress Sana nodded in agreement. Facing the interstellar insect race without prior battle experience would undoubtedly lead to severe losses. The manner of fighting and terrifying aspects of the interstellar insect race were incomprehensible to those who had not faced them. The Secretary continued, furthermore, under the command arrangements of the Dragon Emperor-class Star Command ship, all battlefields are progressing successfully. Originally estimated casualties of 10,000 to 300,000 interstellar warships, in reality, only 50,000 ships were lost in battle, with an additional 60,000 ships withdrawing due to damage from the interstellar insect race's corrosive weapons, adding up to a total loss of 110,000 warships. We have eliminated nearly 500,000 nest ships. However, over 90% were T1 nest ships, recently birthed and relatively weak in combat. Quantity was their main strength. Without the support of elite fleets, losses could have easily been multiplied. Empress Sana nodded, acknowledging the reality. In the early days of the Holy Glorious Empire, facing the interstellar insect race, their lack of combat experience had resulted in significant losses. 1 hour and 9 minutes until the start of the Swarm-Tide T5 Dragon Emperor Starship Command Bridge. How is the battlefield deployment? Zhao Chen walked to Charlotte's side and inquired. Charlotte pointed to the starry war sand table in front of her, over 2 million interstellar battleships and a fleet of 37,000 Angel Legions. Among them, 500,000 interstellar battleships are responsible for controlling the interstellar bug race that was temporarily restricted in a certain range during the previous mission. The remaining over 1.5 million interstellar battleships are divided into elite fleets and regular fleets. Our All Dragon Legion and Angel Clan's 370,000 interstellar battleships serve as the main fleet. The deployment of these 3 levels of fleets will play different roles on the battlefield. Zhao Chen looked at the markers on the starry war sand table, seeing 3 different colors. By clicking, one could view the composition of each fleet stationed at each marker location, the current situation, and more. All this constituted the large battlefield data collected by the Dragon Emperor Starship Command. As for the upcoming bug nest, I have set up defense measures for both large and small strongholds, Charlotte said, looking at the floating little dragon girl. Little dragon, I'm here. The little dragon girl blinked and lightly tapped on the starry war sand table. A simulated war scene appeared on the sand table. A total of 10 large golden dashed circles appeared outside the massive red area in the middle, which marked the universe bug nest and areas controlled by the interstellar bug race. These golden circles are the large strongholds. They are mainly coordinated by the main fleet and elite fleet. On average, each large stronghold is guarded by 30,000 to 60,000 interstellar battleships. There are a total of 10 large strongholds, totaling nearly 500,000 interstellar battleships. This includes part of our All Dragon Legion, part of the Angel Legion, Dragon Tiger Legion, Holy Light Empress Fleet, Chu Family Fleet, Starlight Royal Family Fleet, Elite Dragon People Fleet from the Dragon Legion. Zhao Chen looked at the outer edges of these golden circles and could see numerous scattered golden small circles. The distances between these golden small circles were similar, and their numbers were several times that of the golden large circles. These golden small circles are small strongholds composed of a mix of main fleet, elite fleet, and regular fleet. The detailed arrangements are calculated by the little dragon girl for each golden small circle stronghold. The number of interstellar battleships deployed within these golden small circle strongholds is not fixed. The current projected deployment is around 3,000 to 10,000 interstellar battleships per golden small circle stronghold. A total of 300 golden small circles are planned for deployment, with a confirmed total of 1.5 million interstellar battleships. Additionally, there are 500,000 interstellar battleships currently not detailed in the deployment, used as reserve and emergency fleets for immediate support in various needed local battlefields. Charlotte explained. At this moment, the simulated war on the starry war sand table had begun. A large number of interstellar bug units surged out from the central universe bug nest, flowing towards the surroundings like a tidal wave. The first to face the assault were naturally the golden large circular defense strongholds. While the golden large circle defense strongholds resisted the interstellar bug race's attacks, some bug fleet units continued to launch offensives and encountered the smaller golden circles behind. However, the massive assault by the interstellar bug race was dampened by the initial defense of the golden large circles, reducing the threats to the subsequent bug fleet units reaching the smaller golden circle strongholds. We have considered that the number of the interstellar bug race is too vast. Based on the reconnaissance results from our interstellar stealth reconnaissance ships, the size of the permanent level 5 universe bug nest is equivalent to the scope of a galaxy. We have no way to close this universe bug nest. Our staff department has considered directly infiltrating and fighting around the bug nest in the space. Still, through the intelligent calculation of the little dragon girl, it is too dangerous. Firstly, we do not know the exact number of interstellar bug race we will face this time, which is unknown. Secondly, that approach limits our operational depth. Therefore, we ultimately chose to let the interstellar bug race out for battle. This gives us significant operational depth. Later, no matter what emergencies occur, we can adapt accordingly. At the same time, the interstellar stealth reconnaissance ships and reconnaissance outposts we sent in advance can inform us about the nature of the upcoming enemies. Although it may only provide a half hour to our notice in advance, this time is enough for us to devise effective response strategies. Charlotte first delineated the core strategic policy. Zhao Chen had prior knowledge of all this. Charlotte pointed to the golden defense strongholds on the Starry War sand table. Afterward, we considered that, if we create such a vast operational depth, even if we have over 2 million interstellar battleships, it would be challenging to create an impenetrable defense line over such a large area. Considering this, we decided that since we cannot accomplish that, why not forego a unified defense line and let the bug fleet actively move past? Just like the current simulation. The initial 10 large defense strongholds first intercept the most ferocious attacks of the bug swarm tide, while the subsequently diverted bug fleet units can be handled by the 300 small defense strongholds behind. With these two defense lines, we can significantly boost our combat capabilities and operational space. Suppose a particular defense stronghold is under too much pressure. We can redirect interstellar fleets to support that stronghold, prioritizing its defense. After listening to all these arrangements, Zhao Chen nodded in satisfaction. However, such a massive operational plan poses a considerable logistical challenge. For the logistics fleet, the worst-case scenario, it is very likely that they will need to face the interstellar bug race, rush into the defense strongholds, and deliver combat supplies, Charlotte said, looking at the Secretary Lily Sill. This aspect is in the charge of Lily Sill. Secretary Lily Sill said solemnly, "Our All Dragons dedicated interstellar transport fleet and the wartime interstellar transport fleet organized by the North Goose Group will be responsible for this matter." Li Wei mentioned that as long as the frontline stronghold does not fall, they will ensure the smooth supply of combat materials. If supplies cannot be delivered, he, Li Wei, is willing to stake his life to ensure the smooth delivery of supplies to the frontline stronghold. This kid. Zhao Chen smiled, but with a hint of seriousness in his smile. He continued to gaze at the Starry War sand table, outwardly looking intently at it, but in reality, he was watching that flickering number. Just 1 hour left. The swarm tide ... The mass madness of the worm swarm is about to begin. 10 minutes left. On the bridge of the T5 Dragon Emperor Star Command ship, a group of officers and crew members remain on high alert. They only know that within the cosmic wormhole, there will be a swarm of worms attacking, but they do not know how much time is left. And Zhao Chen, the only one who knows, does not reveal the time. After all, it takes at least 5 hours for the interstellar worm tribe to appear from the cosmic wormhole and reach the nearest defensive line position. During this process, the Zhonglong side had already detected it early. Moreover, at this moment, several T-4 Succubus-class light interstellar stealth reconnaissance ships hidden inside were transmitting back video footage taken by interstellar stealth reconnaissance spacecraft. Charlotte and the others are still continuously rehearsing on the interstellar war sand table, ensuring that every deployment is meticulous and preparing emergency plans for any possible unexpected situations for each deployment. Just as of now, they have envisioned 29 main lines of future war development, not counting those small probability branch developments. Zhao Chen did not disturb them, but silently looked at the video windows one by one. That is the image transmitted back by a T-4 Succubus-class light interstellar stealth reconnaissance ship lurking near the cosmic wormhole. In reality, the distance between the two is still very far. In the picture, Zhao Chen can see a large black area, as if the screen had gone black. But that's not it. That is the cosmic wormhole. It is currently known to be the largest cosmic wormhole in the universe. It seems to have grown bigger than when I observed it before. Zhao Chen called up the previous observation data. Originally, this permanent 5-level cosmic wormhole was not so large, but in these few months, its range has been continuously expanding. Just in the observation process, he witnessed dozens of stars being swallowed up by this giant black cosmic wormhole. If it weren't for its lack of active suction, it would have been mistaken for a giant black hole. Therefore, Zhao Chen also had someone observe the cosmic wormhole in the Xingyao Empire's Zuyon star domain, which had not shown any changes in size. This was quite strange. Could it be that these two cosmic wormholes, apart from their levels, had other differences? Zhao Chen did not have an answer to this. As time passed little by little, suddenly a voice echoed in Zhao Chen's mind. Ding! Quarterly mission Worm Swarm Madness has opened. Zhao Chen immediately looked at the observation video window and saw a hint of contours appearing in the darkness. These contours were still entwined with some black mist, as if they had been brought out from that dark cosmic wormhole. When this scene was observed, nobody paid it any mind, because this cosmic wormhole would almost daily release some nest motherships, but the numbers were relatively few and manageable. However, this time was clearly different from before. More and more contours emerged from the black mist, and the densely packed numbers made people feel creepy just by looking at them. This scene immediately prompted the frontline, hidden interstellar reconnaissance ships to sound the alarm. Report, in our third observation point, we have observed a large number of nest motherships appearing, the scale exceeding 10 times that of the same period. And it is still increasing continuously. A message was directly conveyed to the Dragon Emperor's bridge. This directly alarmed Charlotte, Lilith, and others. Their gazes also turned to the monitoring screen. Report, at the second observation point, a large number of nest motherships have been spotted, and one T5 nest mothership has been found. Another even more shocking message came from the other end. A T5 nest mothership enlarged the transmission screen of the second observation point. Charlotte ordered directly. The operator immediately enlarged the video screen. Due to the long distance of the filming interstellar stealth reconnaissance ship, the image was a bit blurry. But even so, one could still see a very huge figure, like a giant black monster. This T5 Leviathan King-class nest mother vessel seems to be even larger than the one recorded by the Holy Radiant Empire before. Lilith covered her mouth in surprise. Based on the combat record of the first T5 Leviathan King-class nest mother vessel numbered 1 in the previous Holy Radiant Empire's battle, the length of the first T5 Leviathan King-class nest mother vessel was only 700 kilometers. But the length of this one is definitely over 1,000 kilometers. Just by visual estimation, Charlotte speculated on the length of this T5 Leviathan King-class nest mother vessel. With a length of 1,000 kilometers, compared to other nest mother vessels, it was a mountain-like existence. Even the currently largest active interstellar battleship in the Zhonglong Legion, the T5 Pluto-class interstellar dreadnought, with a length of 118 kilometers, paled in comparison. Report, a T5 Leviathan King-class nest mother vessel has also appeared on our third observation point. Report, to T5 Leviathan King-class nest mother vessels have been discovered at observation point 1. One bad news after another appeared. This meant that the disaster of the worm tide predicted by Commander Zhao Chen had truly arrived. Zhao Chen sat on the captain's chair, silent. This was just the beginning. Even he had no idea how terrifying the scale of this worm tide would be. Inform the highest commanders of each Legion fleet of this news. Tell them that the most brutal of wars has begun. Zhao Chen lightly touched his lips, speaking calmly. Yes. The T5 Dragon Emperor Star Command ship, the first to receive this information, began to spread the news. The highest commanders of each Legion fleet received it in succession. What? For T5 nest motherships have already appeared. The largest one is even over 1,000 kilometers long. Empress Saint Kana stood up directly from her captain's chair, shocked. Her eyes were filled with undeniable fear. As the only Holy Radiant Empire that had fought with T5 Nest motherships in this universe, although she had not personally participated in with that failed battle. But the post-battle summary report detailed the bloody and brutal battle, revealing an atmosphere of despair. Hundreds of thousands of Holy Radiant Empire interstellar warships and 5 of the most elite Holy Light Legions were involved. In the end, with the loss of 100,000 Holy Radiant Empire interstellar warships, 2 Holy Light Legions were completely wiped out. 1 Holy Light Legion suffered over 90% battle damage, on the verge of annihilation. The remaining 2 Holy Light Legions also suffered heavy losses. In that situation, they still failed to kill that T5 Leviathan King-class Nest Mother vessel. And now, all of a sudden, appeared from the Dragon Emperor's side. This is the current data. There might be ... might be. The latest news, 2 observation points found to more T5 Leviathan King-class Nest Mother vessels, numbered as 6 and 7. The Vice Admiral was cut off in the middle, the news updating. She glanced at the Empress of her own with a fearful look. This situation was truly nightmarish, leaving them in a state of shock. If at this moment there was a heavenly eye that could observe the space around the entire universe wormhole, it would be discovered that the densely packed area is all filled with the insect fleet. The number of them is truly terrifying. Even if some giant planets were thrown in, these insect races could digest them in the shortest time possible. Moreover, these insect fleets have already started moving in groups towards their respective directions. They are too hungry, they need to hunt, they need food. In this process, inevitably, some interstellar stealth reconnaissance ships that didn't evacuate in time became the first casualties of this battle. But their sacrifice secured frontline information about the battleground. Some remaining probes will also timely transmit enemy information back. It has been over an hour since the T5 Dragon Emperor flagship, the T5 Dragon Emperor, appeared at the Worm Wave. Several senior commanders of various Legion fleets opened the first battle meeting. Zhao Chen sat in the main seat, watching holographic images as they gathered. "Commander, everyone is here." Lilith stood behind Zhao Chen, speaking softly. Originally, according to Zhao Chen's intentions, Lilith should have sat next to him. But Lilith insisted she was just a secretary and should stand behind her commander. She also preferred this position. Unable to persuade her, Zhao Chen had to acquiesce. Everyone should have seen the latest battlefield information. Zhao Chen spoke, looking at the people in the conference room. The atmosphere was heavy. "My lord, regarding the information you mentioned, among the confirmed strength of the insect fleet, there are already 11 T5 Leviathan King-class worm nest motherships. Is that correct?" Senior Angel Barkley asked seriously. "I hope there won't be such doubts heard a second time." This is the enemy situation we discovered after the Owl Dragon sacrificed 3T for Succubus-class light interstellar stealth reconnaissance ships. Zhao Chen's voice showed no emotional fluctuations. Senior Angel Jesse apologized. "Sorry, I apologize for Barkley's rudeness. According to the information, the confirmed number of insect fleet ships is now over 30 million. This number," Jesse's gaze became somewhat complicated. "I hope, for this battle, we can reconsider things. We need to contact the Angel King again on our side." Zhao Chen tapped the table with his finger and said calmly, "To be precise, out of these 30 million worm nest motherships, the vast majority are only T1 and T2 worm nest motherships. According to current investigations, there are less than 5,000 T for worm nest motherships." But Senior Angel Jesse's attitude at this moment clearly showed he was very pessimistic about this battle. After all, it was difficult to imagine a scenario where over 2 million interstellar warships could withstand 30 million insect fleet ships. "You just need to execute our agreement," Zhao Chen said coldly. "People on the same boat won't have their hearts together." No one from the 3 empires said anything here. Even if they may harbor fear inside, they didn't speak those words. Angelic beings were different. The interstellar insect race was indeed a threat to them, but for now, it was more like a chronic disease. Not to mention, there was the mechanical tribe in between. If it wasn't for valuing the Owl Dragon's abilities, the angelic beings wouldn't have wasted their forces here. "Jesse, stop talking. Since we have settled the agreement, we will fight here. The angelic beings are true to our word. We will abide by the agreement." Angel Thalia stopped her to subordinates from speaking. She looked at Zhao Chen. "The angelic beings keep their word. We will honor the agreement." Zhao Chen didn't pay attention to these angels anymore. He spoke sternly, "I am also not here to say anything inspiring. The insect fleet is already on the offensive route. The fastest estimate is that they will engage with our front line in about an hour. Everything will follow the tactical guidelines we set earlier. Although you all come from the 3 major empires from different star systems. But now, we are all here to fight for the future of our homes. Perhaps we can retreat now, we can evade. But for the interstellar insect race, where can we escape to? Can we escape? Our wives, our children escape? At least, I won't leave. I can guarantee that. The T5 Dragon King flagship, and I will swear to guard the number 1 main defense line to the death." Zhao Chen pounded on the table with his fist. "Please rest assured, Lord All Dragon, our Dragon Tiger Legion is willing to live and die with this stronghold." Chief Ted of the tribe put his hand on his chest, confidently stating, "It's been a long time since I had fought such an exciting battle. They're just bugs, we'll crush them." Marshal Chu Changhe tapped his white beard. "This is our home. I won't let the bugs ravage our homeland again." Empress Saint Kana clenched her fists, her conviction unwavering even in the face of fear. "We are willing to advance and retreat with the commander." The leaders of the Owl Dragon saluted Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen stood up and saluted back at everyone. "The insect race won't survive. I won't retreat." With chants echoing, the shadows in the conference room dispersed. The pre-battle meeting ended. Zhao Chen stood up, adjusted his military attire, put on his long-unused military cap, straightened it, and silently walked out of the conference room. Lilith followed behind. The officers on the bridge noticed the commander's return, but they continued their work seriously. When they came closer, they saluted slightly, then immediately resumed their tasks. This time, Zhao Chen did not sit comfortably on the sofa, but on the captain's chair of the T5 Dragon Emperor flagship. His gaze was sharp and fixed on the interstellar war sand table in front of him, observing the black swarm flowing outwards from the center of the red zone, centered around the cosmic wormhole, as if they wanted to swallow all those golden dots completely. "They're just 30 million bugs, I'll stomp on them a little longer," Zhao Chen said coldly. It may have been a clever coincidence. The first to clash with the interstellar insect race was Zhao Chen's T5 Dragon Emperor flagship at the number 1 main defense line, and based on the observed enemy attack route, the number of insect fleet ships swarming towards the number 1 main defense line was also the highest. In response to this situation, Zhao Chen just smiled slightly. Just as he said, "In this battle, the insect race won't survive. I won't retreat." The first wave of the insect fleet has already reached the alert range of our number 1 main base, with an estimated quantity of around 500,000 insect fleet ships. This includes over 50 T for insect nest motherships, but no sightings of the T5 Leviathan King-class nest mothership. Report: it is expected that the vanguard forces of the insect fleet will enter the firepower range of our frontline base in 10 minutes. Report: our interstellar stealth reconnaissance ship has detected that the nest motherships have begun releasing insect units. One battlefield report after another was delivered to Zhao Oken. Before him were images showing the swarm of nest motherships releasing a sea of black units, including the low-level T1 flybugs, T-Distingers, T3 self-destructing armored beetles, and T3 corrupting drakes. Also present were formidable T for guardian leviathans, T for hunter leviathans, and T for behemoth leviathans. The scale of this is beyond anything we've encountered in our battles with the interstellar insect race, Lilith remarked, gazing at the data continuously scanned by the radar. She noted the precise data of the insect fleet, revealing a massive number, but also a significant presence of high-level nest motherships releasing formidable insect combat units. Not only is the number huge, but the strength of the nest motherships lies in the units they carry, Zhao Oken observed. The presence of billions of low-level insect units like T1 flybugs highlighted the overwhelming challenge ahead. The quantity of higher-level units like T-Distingers, T3 corrupting drakes, and T3 self-destructing armored beetles was equally daunting. The quantity is significant indeed. Let's see if our ammunition can handle them, Zhao Oken laughed. Lilith provided estimates for various insect units, confirming the staggering numbers across different ranks. With a force of 30,000 combat starships comprising the Owl Legion, the Dragon Tiger Legion, and the Dragon Emperor-class interstellar command ship, defending the number 1 main base seemed daunting. However, After examining the battle readiness data and starship counts, Zhao Kun recognized the formidable capability of the fleet. As the situation intensified, it became clear that their current defense force might not be sufficient to counter the insect onslaught. However, the carefully planned defense strategy combining laser artillery and starship formations gave them a fighting chance. As the battle drew near, Zhao Kun remained vigilant, observing the unfolding frontline defenses led by Charlotte's Owl Legion. The battlefield scene depicted a fierce encounter between the interstellar defenses and the advancing insect swarm, illuminating the galaxy with the exchange of laser fire and the destruction of the insect units. Defense Fortress No. 077. Report, the third machine gun is overheating again. A soldier shouted in a hurry. If it's overheating, change the barrel. Put the removed barrel into the cooling liquid to speed up the cooling process. The person in charge of the defense fortress yelled. The soldier immediately began operating the mechanical arm, removing the now overheated barrel that was starting to turn red, and then placing it into the already prepared cooling liquid nearby. Hissing sounds could be heard as the scorching hot barrel entered the cooling liquid. This method allowed the overheated barrel to return to normal temperature in a short period of time, ready for use again. However, there was a downside. After repeated use of this method, the lifespan of the barrel would significantly decrease. If not replaced and continued to be used after reaching its limit, there might even be a risk of the barrel bursting. The person in charge of the defense fortress shouted through the internal communication channel, "I emphasize again, remember to inspect the damage level of the barrels after cooling. If the damage exceeds the standard, they cannot be used anymore. If cracks exceeding the requirements are found on the barrels, they must not be reused. Pay attention! Pay attention! Yes!" Hearing the responses from the subordinates, the person in charge of the defense fortress took off his hat, fanned himself, unbuttoned a few buttons of his collar, and cursed, "It's so damn hot. What's wrong with the temperature control system? It's over 30 degrees now, right? Sir, there's nothing we can do about it. All the weapons in our fortress, except during barrel replacements, are constantly firing, causing a significant increase in heat. And when cooling the overloaded barrels, it also emits a lot of heat. We can't do anything about it." The sergeant in charge of this area innocently said. "Damn," muttered the person in charge of the defense fortress, not pursuing the matter further with the sergeant. He walked to a position near a porthole, looking through it at the situation on the battlefield in the distance. He could also use the telescope equipment on the porthole to zoom in on the distant images. He saw numerous insect tribe combat units being torn apart by their barrage. But more insect tribe combat units would swarm in from behind, as if the battle could never be finished. Occasionally, some T1 and T2 level insect nest motherships that emerged would be accurately sniped by the interstellar battleships without a chance to display their own strength. The war had just begun, seemingly in favor of their defensive side. However, all the officials in charge of the defense positions were well aware that this was only the beginning. Nearly 10 hours had passed. Their number one main stronghold had not suffered much damage. The issue was that they had only managed to eliminate less than a tenth of the enemy forces. In this situation, both attacking and defending sides were maintaining a delicate balance. Once any unexpected situation occurred on the number one main stronghold, especially if there were insufficient military supplies leading to inadequate firepower, the situation would instantly change. "How are these bugs reproducing? It seems never-ending," the person in charge of the fortress muttered. T5 Dragon Emperor Interstellar Command Ship Bridge. Up to now, the battle has been going on for 10 hours. Out of 50,000 insect nest motherships, we've destroyed nearly 5,000. We've also exterminated almost a tenth of the insect tribe combat units. At the same time, around 50,000 or so insect nest motherships carrying their own insect tribe combat units have flanked us from both sides and are about to confront the small strongholds behind us. At the present situation, there shouldn't be too much danger. Our combat supplies are also functioning smoothly, at least for now. The other 9 main strongholds have also entered into battle. The average number of insect fleet facing each main stronghold is around 100,000, except for our Saint Light Empress fleet and our All-Dragon 8th Legion responsible for the number 6 main stronghold, which is facing 35,000 insect fleet. But the current situation is considered smooth sailing. The young dragon girl floated behind Zhao Chen, placing her hands on Zhao Chen's shoulders. According to these data, up to now, about 3 million insect fleet ships have entered combat with us. This is only occupying a tenth of the enemy's 30 million insect fleet ships. And those 11 T5 Leviathan King-class insect nest motherships have yet to make a move. Zhao Chen squinted as he spoke. He stared at the 11 brightest energy points on the interstellar warfare map, evenly distributed around the universe insect nest, showing no clear signs of action. Yes, we've observed the movements of the second wave of insect fleet, but their attack direction isn't clear yet. Once confirmed, we can respond accordingly to the direction of the second wave of enemy insect fleet at any time. We have at least a 5-hour response window, the young dragon girl said. It seems that this invasion by the enemy this time has a commander behind it, Lirith suddenly analyzed beside them. Commander. The interstellar insect tribe had always been seen by everyone as a star race that launched invasions based on instinctual killing. Although the insect nest motherships had a certain level of intelligence, even the known T for insect nest mothership, its intelligence could only achieve the ability to make its fleet abandon the instinct to attack and retreat. Detailed battle deployments required higher intelligence. Could the interstellar insect tribe invading this time possess such intelligence? Were those 11 T5 Leviathan King-class insect nest motherships their leaders? Zhao Chen's intuition told him that it was unlikely. The worst possibility was that behind this star tribe invasion, there was a being with even higher intelligence. No matter what kind of creature it was, if it could truly command the 30 million interstellar insect fleet ships and possessed high intelligence, it would undeniably pose a major threat. However, with no clues at present, they could only take it step by step. At least they needed to ensure no mistakes occurred during the current operations. Following that, 10 hours, 20 hours, 30 hours, 50 hours, 100 hours. In this process, the second wave, the third wave, and the attacking insect fleet were evenly arranged on various battle lines. Zhao Chen sat with his eyes closed in the captain's chair. Commander, would you like to rest in the captain's room for a while? Lirith looked at Zhao Chen with concern. During this time, the commander had stayed on the command bridge, mostly in the captain's chair, occasionally walking around the bridge. He never left the bridge. It's been 100 hours. We've destroyed nearly 3 million insect nest motherships. What are those bugs waiting for? Zhao Chen muttered, his brows furrowed. Next to him, Lirith looked at the intense battle situation still unfolding on the interstellar warfare map, unsure of what to say. This calm standoff only heightened their anxiety. Zhao Chen massaged his temples. So far, what losses have we incurred? Lila spoke up. As of now, we have lost less than 1,000 interstellar warships, all due to very individual and accidental circumstances. Most of them are T2 class interstellar warships, with a few T3 class losses, while we have not encountered any loss of T4 class interstellar warships. The losses have occurred to other Legion fleets. Our Phoenix Legion has not suffered any combat casualties so far. Taking a pause, Lila continued, but our biggest loss is in our combat resources. Up to now, the military resources we have invested in this battle amount to nearly 100 trillion star coins. Considering that our reserve combat resources total only 50 trillion star coins, at this rate, our 50 trillion star coins in combat resources will only be enough to take down 15 million chrysalis motherships, with over half of them unresolved. Pressing his forehead, Zhao Chen felt a headache coming on. He had anticipated a shortage of combat resources, but had not expected the deficit to be so significant. Lila added, moreover, this is without extensive damage to our interstellar warships. If any ships are damaged, it would require diverting some of our military resources to repair them, further increasing our consumption. And Commander, as you know, none of the enemy's 11 T5 Leviathan-class chrysalis motherships have made an appearance yet. Lil became solemn. That would create an even larger deficit. Zhao Chen inquired, how large is our deficit then? Lila raised her hand and opened a star map. 3 major empires' resource markers were connected to the Sacred Radiance Empire's insect battlefield by a dotted line. She explained their strategy of postponing starship construction projects and redirecting all production lines towards military supplies, missiles, ammunition, energy blocks, and maintenance components. With real-time transportation ensuring 300 billion star coins worth of military resources reaching the front line daily, nearly 1 trillion in a month. Furthermore, They planned to dismantle irreparable interstellar warships at the rear starports into raw materials to offset the deficit. General Charlotte, Empresses St. Canna, and Chen Shaolei also agreed to draw resources from the three empires. However, the maximum estimated withdrawal from the three empires could only account for another 3 trillion star coins. Anything beyond that would destabilize the three empires' political situations. They projected the deficit to be around 3 to 5 trillion star coins. Zhao Chen, troubled by the situation, asked for the solution. They suggested taking out the enemy's main fleet while the resources were still ample. This involved tackling the 11 T5 Leviathan-class Chrysalis motherships, a risky endeavor as it could significantly shift the balance of power. After much consideration, Zhao Chen decided to take the offensive. He contacted Charlotte, who agreed with the plan and emphasized thorough preparation for any eventuality. Zhao Chen entrusted Charlotte with the operation, planning to collaborate with the Dragon Emperor and Lily's plan. Note, the translation may not accurately preserve the original tone or style due to the differences between languages. Sector 4's main base is also experiencing intense battles with the insect fleet. This sector is defended by the Owl Dragon 4th Legion led by Sulin and 20,000 starships from the Dragon Tiger Legion. The defense capabilities here are equivalent to those at the primary base defended by Charlotte. However, the number of insect fleet ships to be faced here is smaller, only 300,000, relieving some pressure compared to the primary base. Sulin, commanding the Owl Dragon 4th Legion flagship, is monitoring the battlefield changes while a countdown timer is ticking next to her. The first countdown is set for 30 minutes. Is everything ready? Sulin asks her adjutant. The succubus adjutant nods. Everything is arranged and ready to execute the battle plan. Sulin takes a deep breath, focusing on the distant, intense stellar battlefield. Execute the latest combat mission. Stellar missile ships carry out firepower strikes on designated areas. Stellar cruisers and stellar battlecruisers launch assaults from multiple attack points to split the insect fleet. Stellar battleships, stellar destroyers, and stellar escorts follow up to eliminate the divided insect fleet in the shortest time possible. At the same time, all carrier starships enter the highest level of combat readiness. All stellar fighters and stellar drones deploy to support the battlefield operation. Dragon Tiger Legion starships are responsible for taking over our defense line tasks. After Sulin's orders, the 100-hour-long standoff was instantly broken. The 200 T3 Adjudicator heavy stellar missile ships from the Owl Dragon 4th Legion finally engage in the first saturated firepower strike against the insect fleet in a defensive battle. Although the attack targeted 5 areas, it was still spectacular, giving the captains of the stellar missile ships a satisfying release. Up to that point, each base captain had limited the use of the highly consumable stellar missile ships due to the prolonged battle and the high resource consumption. Thus, scenes of a full fleet of stellar missile ships attacking had never occurred in the past 100 hours of battle. Hundreds of stellar missiles exploding in the insect swarm created a stunning spectacle, but it had minimal impact on the vast numbers of the stellar insect race. Typically, it only took about 15 minutes for the subsequent stellar insect fleet to fill the gaps caused by the attack. However, this time, Sulin's Owl Dragon 4th Legion will not give the enemy that opportunity. Immediately after the stellar missile launch, various assault fleets charged from the defense line, directly attacking the insect corpses still emitting heat, engaging the insect swarm. This aggressive attack scene was intense, resembling a post-apocalyptic stellar dogfight. The insect battle units, numbering in the tens of thousands, recklessly threw themselves onto the stellar shields of the starships, even using suicidal tactics to deplete the starship shields. Once the shields were exhausted, one could imagine the dire situation the starships would face. However, under the powerful output of the assault fleets, they continued advancing through the insect swarm, akin to several spears thrust into the enemy's body. Simultaneously, a large number of stellar fighters and stellar drones launched a vicious attack on the insect swarm. The previously seemingly formidable all-dragon stellar fighters and stellar drones now appeared significantly diminished in the face of the insect swarm, akin to the difference between the sun and fireflies. Nonetheless, these stellar fighter and drone forces fought with all their might against the enemy. The following stellar battleships, stellar destroyers, and stellar escorts ensured the attack lines torn open by the assault fleets were not again overrun by the insect swarm. They began clearing the insect swarm, cut off by the assault fleets as if cleaning up trash. The initially stalemate front began gradually shifting toward the insect side. In the rear, the Dragon Tiger Legion took over the defense task of Sector 4. So the Owl Dragon Legion never really used their full strength before. No wonder, they only assigned us with minor tasks, a fleet commander from the Dragon Tiger Legion chuckled self-deprecatingly. Previously, he had challenged Commander Sulin multiple times, requesting to transfer his fleet to the front line. However, it now seemed clear that they had overestimated their own capabilities. But can we really break through this? The fleet's deputy commander expressed some concerns. So far, there are nearly 150,000 insect stellar warships in our local battlefield alone. Moreover, if it drags on too long, additional insect fleet reinforcements may arrive, and we might find ourselves surrounded and... He didn't finish his sentence. I don't know either. The fleet commander stared at the battlefield, choosing not to speak further. To him, the insect swarm before them was an abyss, and even in a defensive scenario, he felt anxious. As time passed, each failed assault by the assault fleets was met with stellar missile support from the rear. Nevertheless, signs of fatigue in the Owl Dragon 4th Legion's attack were already apparent. Commander, our assault may not achieve the desired outcome, the adjutant hesitantly reported to Sulin. Sulin gazed at the stellar warfare map, with a countdown timer down to 10 minutes ticking beside her. It's not nearly enough. Sulin pointed to a specific attack route. Strengthen the attack on this route. Send more stellar drones and stellar fighters to provide fire support. Within 10 minutes, flank and envelop this route. After Sulin issued this command, the assault fleet on that route immediately intensified its assault pace, launching a full-throttle charge. However, this aggressive advance inevitably led to losses of stellar warships. Presently, several stellar cruisers encountered insufficient shield energy. Once the shield energy was depleted, they would be swarmed by the insect group. Under these circumstances, the survival rate of these stellar warships was extremely low. Even with high-level escape systems like those on the Owl Dragon-class starships, survival in such a situation was challenging. Sulin focused on the stellar warfare map. Beside her, the panel recording the status of the Owl Dragon 4th Legion stellar warships already displayed several tags turning gray, and the countdown had entered its final minutes. Just at that moment, rings of light appeared behind Sector 4's main base one after another. Stellar warships materialized out of thin air. The commander of the Dragon and Tiger Legion fleet, who took over the defense of Fortress No. 4, looked at the emerging interstellar battleships for a while. But soon, he received a message from Commander Sulin, informing him of the upcoming action plan. Looking at the plan, the commander of the Dragon and Tiger Legion fleet swallowed hard, his gaze fixed on the Owl Dragon interstellar battleships appearing on the screen. Among them were several T5-class interstellar battleships. Although these Owl Dragon T5 interstellar battleships had not appeared frequently, their existence and some information had long been circulated among the high-level forces of the three empires. He could quickly identify the models of these T5 interstellar battleships and call out their names. 1 T5 Pluto-class interstellar dreadnought, 1 T5 Sacred Redeemer-class heavy interstellar armored artillery battleship, 3 T5 Lightning Phantom-class heavy assault interstellar cruisers, and 10 T5 Chaos Knight-class heavy assault interstellar destroyers. A total of 15 T5 interstellar battleships. In addition, there was a series of all-dragon-themed interstellar battleships with fleet emblems. The interstellar battleships of the Owl Dragon 1st Legion, Owl Dragon 2nd Legion, and Owl Dragon 3rd Legion were present, but the numbers were not large, indicating a mixed formation. A quick glance revealed a total of about 10,000 ships. It seemed that each of the three legions had dispatched a legion fleet of 3,000 interstellar battleships, forming this mixed legion fleet. Additionally, he saw a special fleet that made his scalp tingle, the Owl Dragon Interstellar Missile Special Forces fleet. So many interstellar missile ships. The fleet commander couldn't help but swallow hard as he saw those interstellar missile ships. 1,000 interstellar missile ships, along with 2,000 interstellar escort ships. Furthermore, behind this interstellar missile special forces fleet, there were 3,000 logistics ships forming a logistics fleet. Although this logistics supply fleet was probably meant to support the entire mixed legion fleet, it was estimated that over half of them were loaded with interstellar missiles. Among these massive interstellar missile ships, the rumored T4 Hell Angel-class heavy interstellar missile ship could be seen. If this interstellar missile special forces fleet unleashed a round of saturation firepower, what kind of scene would it be? Quick, clear the passageway. At this moment, recalling the tasks assigned by Commander Sulan, the fleet commander immediately issued orders to his subordinates. Along the defense line responsible for defense missions, the Dragon and Tiger Legion fleet quickly retreated, yielding several passages. The suddenly appearing All-Dragon Legion fleet also passed through in an orderly manner. Sir, why have these All-Dragon Legion interstellar battleships appeared here? What are they planning to do? Are they really preparing to launch an aggressive attack? Are they insane? Murmured the adjutant next to him. The Dragon and Tiger Legion commander swallowed hard, also considering this possibility and combining it with the seemingly abrupt operation of the Owl Dragon 4th Legion's active attack. Suddenly, it didn't seem so out of place. Sulan's Owl Dragon 4th Legion had launched an attack to pave the way for the arrival of these Owl Dragon Legion fleets. And almost in the blink of an eye, Sulan's Owl Dragon 4th Legion successfully tore a gap in the swarm in front of their position. At this moment, the mixed Owl Dragon Legion from the rear coincidentally arrived at the battle position of the Owl Dragon 4th Legion. Sulan looked at the video screen that popped up. Facing her were Charlotte, Wolfgirl White Snow, and Zeus Easy. You have worked hard. Charlotte nodded slightly. Next, you must be careful. Do you want me to allocate more fleets to your side? Sulan asked with concern. When she learned of this battle plan, she felt somewhat worried. But since it was an order from the Dragon Emperor, she could only execute it unconditionally. No need. Here, we have my All-Dragon 1st Legion, along with interstellar fleets drawn from the 2nd and 3rd Legions, totaling over 12,000 interstellar battleships, as well as the logistics supply fleet forming this mixed All-Dragon Legion fleet. In addition, there are those 15 T5 interstellar battleships, enough for us to carry out the next operation plan. Charlotte said confidently. Still, be careful. After all, that area is filled with bugs. Once you enter, it will be hard to escape with a slight misstep. Even if you have the Wisdom-class interstellar leap ship, it will take time to prepare, and once entangled by these bugs, escaping will be extremely difficult, Sulan reminded. Charlotte nodded, showing her understanding. Sulan took a deep breath and saluted Charlotte, Wolfgirl White Snow, and Zeus Easy. The three saluted back, bringing an end to the communication video. Subsequently, the mixed All-Dragon Legion fleet passed through the channel constructed by Sulan's Owl Dragon 4th Legion, with occasional harassment from the swarms. However, having been thrashed by the Owl Dragon 4th Legion earlier, the bugs were unable to effectively prevent the advance or stop the departure of this mixed All-Dragon Legion fleet. After seeing the mixed All-Dragon Legion fleet gradually moving away, Sulan ordered her fleet to retreat within the defense line. My Legion fleet needs some time for rest and replenishment. We still need your Dragon and Tiger Legion to handle the defense on the front line, but I will arrange some better preserved warships to assist you in defense, Sulan communicated with the commander of the Dragon and Tiger Legion fleet. Yes, the Dragon and Tiger Legion commander obediently responded. As Sulan prepared to end the communication, the commander couldn't help but ask, General Su, may I venture to ask if the Owl Dragon Legion fleet that just departed, did they go to eliminate the enemy's T5 Leviathan King-class Nest mothership? Sulan nodded, not hiding anything. To mobilize such a large number of All-Dragon T5 interstellar battleships, it was indeed for this strategic purpose. But, inside, there are also a large number of bug fleet ships. Charging in will be full of dangers. If not careful, not only will the mission not be completed, but we may even end up burying ourselves within. The Legion commander expressed some concerns. Because we have no other choice, Sulan said quietly. The Legion commander was taken aback. Our commander once said that when there is no way ahead, you must create a path by fighting through. General Charlotte's mission is to carve a path out of this darkness for us. I believe General Charlotte will complete this mission and return safely. Sulan's gaze deepened, as if penetrating the barriers of the interstellar battleships, looking towards the distant mixed All-Dragon Legion fleet. T5 Dragon Emperor starship, bridge of the Star Command ship Charlotte. Where are they now? Zhao Chen asked with concern. Zhao Longnu floated in front of Zhao Chen, pointing at the rapidly moving cursor on the interstellar war sandbox. They have left the 4th main base and are advancing towards the target battlefield. Any movements from the swarm side? Zhao Longnu nodded and said, After we summoned the 10,000 Mixed Legion fleet, there were clear signs of movement of the swarm's nest motherships on the interstellar side. Especially those 3 T5 Leviathan King-class nest motherships are rapidly moving towards this location, with nearly 500,000 swarm fleets moving in this direction. Lily frowned and said, "It seems that there is indeed a commander behind this interstellar swarm invasion, constantly monitoring our military actions." After we arranged the 10,000 Mixed Legion fleet to the 4th main base using the Aurora-class interstellar leap ship, the enemy noticed and made arrangements immediately. They probably also guessed our intentions for this mission. Charlotte this time is knowingly walking into danger. Zhao Chen clenched his fists, still worried. According to Charlotte's previous battle plan, which is simple, it involves a quick strike. Launch a raid within the shortest time possible. Destroy or heavily damage several enemy T5 Leviathan King-class nest motherships, disrupting the current balance. After the strike is completed, rapidly withdraw from the battlefield and plan the next step. All these operations are within the enemy's controlled area, teeming with tens of millions of swarm fleets. Any slight mistake could lead to the potential doom of Charlotte's 15,000 Mixed Legion fleet. However, after confirmation from Zhao Longnu, this remains the most successful battle plan currently. There is no other way. In order to ensure the success of this mission, Charlotte volunteered to take on the overall command of this operation. As for the first main base, it is left to Zhao Chen, Lily, and others. After all, routine defense operations like this can be handled by the Owl Dragon First Legion themselves without major issues. The 3,000 Owl Dragon interstellar warships that were diverted were quickly supported by 10,000 warships from the Starlight Royal Fleet. This move did not weaken the defense strength much. Zhao Chen crossed his hands, supporting his chin, with a pensive expression. Now, all he can do is waiting for news of Charlotte's triumphant return. And this will be the most elite encounter in this battle. Led by Charlotte, the Owl Dragon mixed fleet swiftly moved, heading straight towards the coordinates of a T5 Leviathan King-class nest mothership on the interstellar sandbox. Perhaps the T5 Leviathan King-class nest mothership also sensed the threat, as it began to move closer to another nearby T5 Leviathan King-class nest mothership, gathering more swarm fleets around itself. The surrounding neighboring T5 Leviathan King-class nest motherships and their subordinate swarm fleets are all converging towards their position. It feels as if Charlotte's Owl Dragon mixed fleet is heading into the center of a storm on the interstellar battlefield. However, due to the huge size of the T5 Leviathan King-class nest mothership, its speed is slow, and the Owl Dragon mixed fleet smoothly arrived on its path before it met the other T5 Leviathan King-class nest mothership. Report: based on our radar detection, there are at least 1 million nest motherships, and the number of swarm combat units is incalculable. Besides our target, the nearest T5 Leviathan King-class nest mothership and the leading swarm fleet will arrive within an hour. The subsequent T5 Leviathan King-class nest motherships will arrive within 5 hours. In total, there are nearly 5 million swarm fleets assembling towards our position. The Succubus secretary reported these battlefield updates to Charlotte. Charlotte stared at the distant swarm, her sharp gaze seemingly piercing through the densely packed swarm, already seeing the T5 Leviathan King-class nest mothership located amidst the swarm protection. Operation to slay the 4th Leviathan King-class nest mother begins. Charlotte issued the battle order. The 10,000 Owl Dragon Mixed Legion fleet immediately sprang into action. The Owl Dragon Interstellar Missile Ship Special Forces flagship heard Charlotte's command, and the fleet commander, Wolfwoman Bai Zhu, had a slight smile on her face, showing an excited expression. Prepare for coordinated fire using 5 waves of interstellar missiles. First wave, fire. After a large expansion, the Owl Dragon Interstellar Missile Ship Special Forces, which were originally a formation of 500 ships, had now grown to 3,000 ships. This force consisted of 1,000 interstellar missile ships and 2,000 interstellar escort ships responsible for protection. In this operation, as per General Charlotte's request, the 1,000 interstellar missile ships were divided into 5 squads to provide fire support in 5 waves. On average, there was a volley of 200 interstellar missile ships each time, and despite this, the firepower was quite astonishing. Millions of interstellar missiles were launched, igniting the swarm. Nearly simultaneously with the launch of the interstellar missiles, the Owl Dragon Mixed Legion fleet charged forward, seamlessly controlling the area destroyed by the interstellar missiles. Other combat starships then reinforced this area with firepower. Second wave, fire. Wolf Woman Baizu issued the command again. Every time she issued such a command, she raised her right arm high and then swung it down heavily. At some point, she had developed this habit, especially during tasks involving firing 100 or more interstellar missile ships. When asked about the gesture, her answer was that she felt like the goddess of death holding the scythe of death, and as soon as she swung her hand, the enemy in front would be reduced to ruins under the firepower. Third wave, fire. Fourth wave, fire. Although this was a mixed Legion fleet, the cooperation was as if they were longtime comrades, extremely tacit. Charlotte's combat starships almost advanced against the onslaught of interstellar missiles, sometimes even with the explosion locations of the interstellar missiles being very close to the foremost all-Dragon interstellar warships. This level of battlefield control and coordination ability, combined with T5 level interstellar warships at the forefront, quickly enabled Charlotte to see her target to hunt. A T5 Leviathan King-class Nest mothership with a length of 900 kilometers. Although she had seen images before, when she truly witnessed this behemoth with her own eyes, it was still shocking. The mighty T5 Pluto-class interstellar dreadnought seemed like a child in front of the opponent. After a brief shock, Charlotte pulled up another video window. Zhao Xiao, it's up to you next. No problem. Zhao Xiao on the video window gestured an OK sign and then pointed directly ahead, shouting, "Hit it hard." The dreadnought's bow cannon was already prepared, following Zhao Xiao's command. A terrifying black and gold beam directly pierced through the enemy swarm formation. Once any swarm combat unit approached this beam, even if just touched a bit, they were instantly annihilated within the beam. Perhaps sensing the threat, the abyssal giant mouth of the T5 Leviathan King-class swarm Nest mothership emitted green particle light, followed by an even larger green beam shot out. Eventually, the green beam and the black and gold beam collided, creating shockwaves where the impact occurred, tearing apart the swarm hit by the shockwaves. Some T3 swarm Nest motherships found it difficult to withstand this terrifying energy impact. Charlotte watched the scene, squinting slightly. There were few operational records about the T5 Leviathan King-class swarm Nest mothership. Among them was an entry about an attack from this T5 Leviathan King-class swarm Nest mothership. It belonged to a type of plasma pulse cannon, with strong attack intensity and high corrosiveness. In previous confrontations with the Holy Radiant Empire, just one shot from this mothership could take out a Sacred Radiant Empire T4 interstellar battleship and cause widespread damage. For the Sacred Radiant Empire officers and crew who experienced that battle, it was like a nightmare. But this time was different, as this T5 Leviathan King-class swarm Nest mothership had a counterpart. Zhao Xiao focused on the data panel in front of her, with a number and an energy bar continuously decreasing. That was the reserve energy of the dreadnought. Zhao Xiao mumbled continuously with her small mouth, her eyes shining with determination. The adjutant next to her could hear her words, which sounded like a curse. Damn you! Damn you! Damn you! Finally, when the energy bar in front of Zhao Xiao reached half, the disgusting green beam in her view began to weaken, finally disappearing. The sword of Pluto struck the abyssal giant mouth of the T5 Leviathan King-class swarm Nest mothership. Since the mothership was not designed with star shields, they solely relied on their organic armor to withstand attacks. Unluckily, the investigation revealed that the mouth used to launch its strongest attack was its weakest defense. The radiance produced by the golden-purple beam gradually seeped through the T5 Leviathan King-class swarm Nest mothership, like a shining bulb. Eventually, it pierced out directly from what equated to its neck. The surrounding swarm and the mothership's attacks became more frenzied at that moment, as if they also felt the threat their monarch was facing. Continue the attack. Zhao Xiao gestured to slash. The energy beam of the sword of Pluto began to move downward, like a sword cutting from top to bottom. Eventually, the sword of Pluto cleaved the T5 Leviathan King-class swarm Nest mothership in half. If one looked closer, they could see the cross-section of this cut, resembling a bisected fishbone. Green liquid flowed out from it. Report, life signs of Leviathan King-class swarm Nest mothership number 4 are disappearing. The movement of the surrounding swarm fleet is also becoming sluggish and uncoordinated. The adjutant reported to Charlotte. Charlotte breathed a sigh of relief, looking at Zhao Xiao on the video window opposite, excitedly waving her fists and shouting proudly. Zhao Xiao, How much reserve energy does Pluto have left? Upon hearing Charlotte's inquiry, Zhao Xiao immediately composed herself and responded, currently, there is 38.3% remaining. To restore it to 100%, it is estimated to take about 7 hours. This is under the condition of no combat consumption. Hearing Zhao Xiao's report, Charlotte nodded in understanding. Pluto's combat power was strong, but the downside was the need for recovery of its energy reserves after each high-intensity battle, akin to a cooldown after a few seconds of heroism. Fortunately, the outcome was positive. Without the T5 Pluto-class interstellar dreadnought, the number for Leviathan King-class swarm nest mothership would likely not have been eliminated in such a short time. It was less than half an hour from beginning to end. Prepare to withdraw from here. Charlotte issued orders. With many swarm fleets still around, Charlotte had no intention of lingering in battle. She had launched this offensive strike with the goal of targeting the T5 Leviathan King-class swarm nest motherships, considering everything else as worthless in her eyes. Now, the focus was on successfully evacuating with minimal losses and consumption on the battlefield, then advancing to the next phase of the operation plan. "Madam, look over there." The adjutant beside her was stunned, covering her mouth and pointing at the screen, showing the wreckage of the former number for Leviathan King-class swarm nest mothership. At this moment, next to the corpse of the Leviathan King-class swarm nest mothership, numerous swarm nest motherships were extending their gaping mouths or tentacles, consuming their former sovereign. Watching all this, Charlotte showed no emotional response. This was a natural trait of interstellar insect races. Once a high-level swarm nest mothership fell, lower-level motherships would feed on its body, absorbing energy to evolve into a stronger stage. Sometimes, a T5 Leviathan King-class swarm nest mothership would extend its tentacles, stuffing the nearby lower-level motherships into its mouth without any hesitation, tearing and devouring them. This was the cruel rule of the interstellar insect race. Charlotte paid no attention to these and focused on the interstellar war map. At that moment, a T5 Leviathan King-class swarm nest mothership was on its way with a large swarm fleet. It was estimated to arrive in less than 20 minutes. Following that, in another 3 hours, other T5 Leviathan King-class swarm nest motherships would rush over. At that moment, Charlotte began calculating the combat strength at her disposal, considering whether she could execute the next phase of the operation plan. The battle has been going on for 130 hours. At this moment, it has been a day since Charlotte led the mixed brigade fleet of the Falcon Legion deep into the territory of the insect forces to battle. This one day has made Zhao Chen feel more nervous than any other day before. He is constantly monitoring the situation on Charlotte's side. And these battle situations have been seen by the highest commanders of all the various Legion fleets. From initial worrying to nervousness, then astonishment, admiration, and amazement. Even the 3 high-ranking angels on the Angel Legion fleet side, looking at the battle records of this day, couldn't help but sigh. In just one day, moving between 7 locations, slaying 2 Leviathan King-class T5 nest motherships, heavily damaging 1 Leviathan King-class T5 nest mothership, killing nearly 300,000 insect fleet. Unbelievable, just unbelievable, high-ranking Angel Barclay marveled. He stared at the battle report. He continuously praised. This battle report he has meticulously reviewed numerous times, each step seeming unbelievable, but this Commander Charlotte has achieved them all. Especially after completing this series of missions, this mixed brigade fleet of the Falcon has a casualty rate of only about 10%. That means, until now, they have lost less than 1,500 interstellar battleships. It's truly miraculous. High-ranking Angel Jesse praised. Angel Tilia watched the 2 high-ranking angels changed attitude towards the Falcon Legion compared to before, indicating that their experiences since coming to this universe have completely changed their perception of the Falcon Legion, especially in terms of the Falcon Legion's combat capabilities. Recognition. Angel Tilia observed the entire interstellar insect battlefield. From the current situation, it was originally in a state of slow death. But the bold move of the Falcon Legion directly led to a huge change in the situation. Following the loss of command of 3 Leviathan King-class T5 nest motherships, the combat strength of that portion of the insect fleet will drop significantly, and the attack intensity will decrease. The previously existing shortage of combat supplies will also be alleviated. When the subsequent production of combat supplies is continuously transported to the frontline battlefield, even if a prolonged tug-of-war is fought, as long as more interstellar insects do not emerge from that universe wormhole, there is no danger. The other two high-ranking angels nodded in agreement. The original situation, because of this move, suddenly underwent a revolutionary change. It seemed simple, but behind it was the tremendous pressure Charlotte had to bear. Taking risks, slaying two Leviathan kings, plus heavily damaging one more. If she had made one misstep, those 15,000 Falcon interstellar battleships would have all been swallowed by the insects. What is our current loss? Angel Tilia brought her thoughts back to ask about the current situation of the Angel Legion fleet. The Angel race has 370,000 interstellar battleships due to being an elite fleet. Assigned by Charlotte to more combat missions, they are dispersed to various defensive positions, primarily supporting the 5 Falcon Legion fleets that have not yet completed expansion, and cooperating with the Falcon 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th Legion fleets to guard 5 main defense lines. On average, they have deployed 30,000 Angel interstellar battleships to support. The remaining 220,000 Angel interstellar battleships are held as a reserve, ready to support various main defense lines at any time, but so far only 20,000 have been drawn to provide support for some main defense lines. Our own losses have only been less than 3,000 interstellar battleships so far. Although Lord Name commands and deploys us without any reservation, sending us wherever needed. But that doesn't mean he sends us to sacrifice. Even in some battlefields, they require some interstellar battleships with insufficient energy in their star shields to withdraw for rest. In order to reduce our losses, High-ranking Angel Barclay acknowledged. High-ranking Angel Jesse also said, at the same time, in terms of logistics supply, they treat everyone equally, arranged uniformly by the Dragon Emperor. So far, there have been no issues, especially in terms of the wounded. The Falcon Legion sent dedicated interstellar medical ships to various small and large battlefields, equipped with very professional and advanced battlefield medical rescue technologies. They are far ahead of us in the Angel race. Currently, we estimate that at least 100,000 wounded have been properly accommodated, and if not for timely battlefield medical rescue, a third of them would likely have been sacrificed. It must be said that the Falcon Legion has put a lot of effort into this. They really value the lives of their crew. Hearing these words of praise, if other races living in Angel territory were to hear them, they would probably find it hard to imagine when the Angel race started praising others. The Falcon Legion truly is different. Angel Tilia nodded, agreeing with these statements. Just then, a yellow warning window popped up in front of the 3 high-ranking angels. Warning! 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 All combat zones are now in a level 2 alert state. Angel Tilia frowned. This was a warning system previously established by the Falcon Legion, indicating that the battlefield situation is under some kind of crisis. Above yellow, there is red. What's going on? Why is there a warning now? High-ranking Angel Barclay looked puzzled at his side of the battlefield, finding everything normal in the battle zone No. S6. The other high-ranking Angel Jesse also did not perceive any danger. However, their doubts were quickly answered. An urgent message was sent to the highest commanders of each Legion fleet. After seeing the content, Angel Tilia's expression also turned grim. This situation, high-ranking Angel Barclay and high-ranking Angel Jesse also became somber. According to the report from the Dragon Emperor, the interstellar insect side has used a special insect unit with abilities similar to their T for Enlightenment class interstellar jumpship, directly establishing several space channels similar to stargates in our rear battlefield, launching an attack on our rear. The latest news, a 300-ship scale interstellar transport fleet was attacked, completely wiped out. However, the Dragon Emperor has already dispatched Legion fleets to handle these matters. Let's continue with the original plan of action. Angel Tilia spoke in a grave tone. An attack on the rear. And it's an attack on the logistics supply fleet. This is tantamount to pinning down their lifeline. The reason they have been able to continue battling the interstellar insects up to now is due to their logistic supply lines still functioning normally. Once these logistic supply lines are cut off or affected, it's enough to change the entire course of battle. T5 Dragon Emperor class interstellar command ship, Bridge. Currently, we have identified 3 insectoid transitional points. However, unlike the insectoids that were able to transition with insectoid fleets during the previous Starshine Empire Civil War, this is a special insect nest mothership that can establish and maintain a portal function for a period of time. Lily reported the latest information to Zhao Chen. So, we haven't received any signals before this. Not even spatial disturbances? Zhao Chen furrowed his brows. No, Lily replied seriously. This was a very bad situation. The technology of the interstellar insectoids was too covert. In such a vast universe, without any spatial disturbances or energy reactions, the relevant detection equipment couldn't detect anything. Consequently, the interstellar insectoids could launch attacks behind Zhao Chen's defense lines without being noticed. It was after a fleet of 300 interstellar transport ships was attacked and sent a distress signal that Zhao Chen and the others received this information. Unfortunately, even though they dispatched a combat fleet immediately to support, they couldn't save the 300 interstellar transport ships in time. Following that, Zhao Chen ordered some of the interstellar fleets in the rear to conduct extensive patrols, leading to the discovery of 2 more insectoid transitional points. These were the ones currently identified. How many more transitional points remained undiscovered? These are the image data transmitted back from the insectoid transitional points we breached and destroyed. Lily brought up a file. Zhao Chen looked at the recorded images. The images showed many carcasses of insect nest motherships with a large fleshy mass in the center, resembling the ruins of some giant structure. Other images depicted the giant structure before its destruction. It was a fleshworm with a gaping maw, the interior of which was pitch black, as if connecting to another realm. What kind of insect is this? Zhao Chen furrowed his brows. Lily shook her head. We contacted the Angel Tribe, and they were not aware of the existence of this type of insect. Even during the Starshine Empire Civil War, the insectoid capable of carrying insectoid fleets for spatial transitions did not appear in their universe. Zhao Chen, with a serious expression, immediately turned to Zilongv. Zilongv, use your system to calculate the simulation data of this insect. Okay, Zilongv nodded and started calculating. Due to the limited relevant data available, the calculation had to rely on Zilong's computational power for simulation. Lily, inform the prepared interstellar fleets in the rear to organize 300 interstellar battleships into groups. They will conduct high-intensity patrols on all our rear routes and important positions. If they detect the presence of interstellar insectoids, they are not to engage, but to immediately alert us, and we will dispatch elite fleets to eliminate them. Then, assemble the elite fleets and allocate an emergency fleet responsible for clearing these insects appearing in the rear. If interstellar insectoids are discovered, they must be eradicated as quickly as possible. Zhao Chen understood the terror of this threat. It needed to be extinguished swiftly, like a spark in a prairie, to avoid endless trouble. However, such actions would also affect frontline operations. Hopefully, the impact could be minimized. Soon, Zilongv completed the calculation and reported the results. Commander, based on our calculations, this insectoid transitional point is likely a functional insect nest mothership unit of the interstellar insectoids, similar to our T for Wisdom class interstellar transition ship. However, its operations are highly secretive. Even with our Dragon Emperor class starship radar and the radar of T for Succubus class light interstellar stealth reconnaissance ship, it is challenging to detect the waves it emits. However, its delivery capacity is limited. The total number of interstellar insectoid fleets estimated thus far from the battlefield reports does not exceed 100,000 interstellar insectoids in our rear. Combined with the last record of our own interstellar battleships sailing to this location before, we can estimate that this insectoidal transitional point can deliver around 1,000 insect nest motherships per hour, but with a high probability of being unable to transport T5 class insect nest motherships. Upon hearing the analysis from Zilongv, Zhao Chen breathed a sigh of relief. There were both good and bad news, but it wasn't too terrible overall. While Zhao Chen was contemplating the next steps, Zilong's expression suddenly changed, and she urgently reported, "Commander, the Starship network system was invaded by an unknown signal, but has been successfully repelled by me. The ultimate source of the network intrusion can be traced back to the Mechanical Tribe's territory." An intrusion into the network by the Mechanical Tribe? Before Zhao Chen could respond, Zilongv continued, "The other party has stopped the intrusion and sent a request for access. Commander, shall we accept it? Scan the communication channel, and if it's secure, let them in," Zhao Chen ordered. Yes, after a brief moment, Zilongv raised her hand and tapped the air lightly. A video window appeared in front of Zhao Chen. Simultaneously, Zilong gestured OK towards the commander, indicating that everything was secure. Hey, long time no see. A little girl sat on a high stool, happily swinging her feet, waving at Zhao Chen. What brings you here? Zhao Chen asked expressionlessly. Pouting, the girl said in an aggrieved tone. Why do you act like we have no feelings at all? Can't I just come to you for nothing? When you came to find me last time, you weren't this cold. Are you one of those scoundrels in the human society who use girls and then discard them? As she spoke, tears appeared in the corners of her eyes. Zhao Chen's mouth twitched slightly. This was truly a drama queen. I would never invade a friend's Starship network system, Zhao Chen said blandly. The tears on the girl's face disappeared instantly, and she stuck her tongue out at Zhao Chen, not feeling any shame for her actions. She smiled and said, I heard you created a powerful T5 interstellar battleship and wanted to try it out. It's not bad indeed. You actually managed to create such a high-level artificial intelligence. However, compared to me, it's just average. Upon hearing the girl's words, Zilong flew directly to the video window, pointing at the other side with a fierce momentum. You're just average. Your whole family is just average. Seeing these two lowly confront each other across space, Zhao Chen glanced back and forth, muttering to himself. Actually, both of them are pretty average. But, of course, he couldn't say that to their faces. Otherwise, with Zilong's talent for talking, Zhao Chen would have a hard time ahead. Let's talk business. Your intrusion into my Starship network from such a distance is surely not just for argument's sake, Zhao Chen asked lightly. Gesturing to Zhao Chen's indication, the little dragon girl stuck her tongue out at the little girl in front of her, and then moved aside. The little girl giggled. I tried to attack your Starship network out of simple curiosity. But let's get down to business now. Pausing for a moment, the little girl put on a serious expression. However, with her princess dress and cute appearance, she couldn't really pull off the seriousness. It's about some intelligence information on the interstellar insect race you are currently facing. I believe you will be very interested, the little girl said. Zhao Chen squinted at the other person, not speaking directly, but waiting for the continuation. Seeing this, the little girl continued, it's about the interstellar worm race emerging behind you. It's because they are using something called the quasi-T5 level interstellar wormway. To explain it in detail, it's not an independent nest mothership, but a functional race of worms attached to a true T5 nest mothership. Attached to a true T5 nest mothership? Zhao Chen subconsciously thought of that T5 Leviathan King nest mothership. Of course, it's not the T5 Leviathan King nest mothership you are thinking of. It's a different one, known as the T5 Leviathan Shaman level nest mothership, the little girl said, raising her hand with a projection of a nest mothership Zhao Chen had never seen before. This nest mothership lacked a sense of slaughter or barbarity, but had strange green patterns on its hull, giving it a somewhat religious aura. But we have not discovered any other types of T5 nest motherships? The little dragon girl interjected. The little girl lightly shook her head. This T5 Leviathan Shaman level nest mothership may not have visual concealment capabilities, but it can hide its energy signals on various types of radars. Even our most advanced radar detection equipment among our mechanical race finds it hard to detect the coordinates of this T5 Leviathan King nest mothership unless is very close. So your Dragon Emperor ship ... At this point, the little girl shrugged, not explicitly saying the rest of her words. The little dragon girl pouted a bit, feeling somewhat frustrated, but hearing that the other party wasn't completely sure of locating this nest mothership, she realized that it was not a humiliating situation. Is the quasi-T5 interstellar wormway you mentioned attached to this type of T5 nest mothership? Zhao Chen asked. The little girl nodded, then continued, yes, each T5 Leviathan Shaman level nest mothership will cultivate a certain number of quasi-T5 interstellar wormways. According to our records, it averages around 1,000. 1,000! When hearing this number, Zhao Chen felt his scalp tingling. If these emerged in his rear, it would pose a major threat. But there's no need to worrying too much. Although these quasi-T5 interstellar wormways seem useful, they also have many shortcomings. Firstly, they establish individual wormway transition points, with the daily delivery of interstellar insects being limited, usually around 20,000. And they cannot deliver T5 level nest motherships. This was analyzed by the little dragon girl. The wormway transition point, which should be the one referred to as the bloodmouth of the worm race, seems quite appropriate. And without establishing a wormway network, the first establishment of a wormway transition point is limited to a certain area around the T5 Leviathan Shaman level nest mothership. However, thereafter, they can branch out from this base, like layers of a spider web, expanding further and further, eventually forming a huge war-leap network. However, after the establishment of this kind of wormway transition point, it will collapse and shrink approximately after a week. To maintain it, a large supply of blood food is required, which is also a drawback. The biggest drawback is that when a T5 Leviathan Shaman level nest mothership starts building this wormway network, its coordinates can no longer be moved. Otherwise, the previously built wormway transition points will all become ineffective. And once a T5 Leviathan Shaman level nest mothership nurtures a quasi-T5 interstellar wormway, which takes about half a month, the consumed interstellar wormways cannot be replenished in a short time, basically leading to a diminishing number in this battlefield. This creature has another feature. You must have noticed that the interstellar insect race you are facing now moves more flexibly on the battlefield compared to the rigid movements in the past, as if there were strategists among them.